Chapter 1 Ding. The sign-in system has been activated. Welcome, host, to the world of Dragon Ball. Please choose your new identity in the Dragon Ball world. Choice 1. East Kaioshin Ashen. Choice 2. Zorflian Baby. Choice 3. Demon King Dabura. Choice 4. Super Saiyan 4. In a daze, this electronic, synthesized voice echoed continuously in his mind. Lindsay let out a long groan and slowly opened his eyes. What was that voice just now? He rubbed his fuzzy head. Feeling somewhat bewildered, the sound seemed to have emerged from within his own mind, yet he had never experienced anything like this before. He recalled playing Dragon Ball Z, Battle of Z the previous night, eagerly awaiting 5 o'clock to gather fragments to exchange with a card of Super Saiyan for Goku. However, just as the clock struck 5, a sudden sharp pain pierced through his head, and after that, he lost consciousness. Ding. Welcome, host, to the world of Dragon Ball. Please choose your new identity in the Dragon Ball world. Choice 1. East Kaioshin Ashen. Choice 2. Zorflian Baby. That electronic synthesized voice rang out once more. Lindsay sprang to his feet in shock. What? Have I crossed over? This was the first thought that flashed through his mind. After all, he had read numerous novels about crossing over on Feilu. Such tropes were all too familiar. Could it be that I died from staying up too late? Damn. Lindsay's emotions were complex. Dragon Ball was his absolute favorite anime. The prospect of traversing into the Dragon Ball world left him both astonished and overjoyed. Yet, he had just bid farewell to his previous life. Smack. Lindsay slapped himself across the face. That hurts. It shouldn't be a dream, right? At that moment, the electronic synthesized voice echoed once again. Please choose your identity within 1 minute, or it will be considered a forfeiture, and you will live in the Dragon Ball world as an ordinary person. This time, an additional sentence followed the identity choices. I choose Super Saiyan 4 in a state of bewilderment. Lindsay decisively selected Super Saiyan 4. It was well known that while the Kaioshin, Baby, and Dabura possessed considerable strength, none could compare to the might of Super Saiyan 4. Moreover, Super Saiyan 4 was undeniably the most stylish of all. Strength may be temporary, but style is everlasting. Congratulations, host. On successfully selecting your identity, you have acquired the transformation and form of Super Saiyan 4. Additional rewards. Control of ki, flight, and tenfold Kamuna. The system's voice resonated once more in an instant. Lindsay felt a transformation within his body. A vast surge of power suddenly emanated from him, filling him with explosive strength. I can't believe it. I have truly transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Are you joking? Lindsay stood up, and before him was a mirror reflecting his current visage's long black hair, cascaded over his shoulders, with crimson eye sockets and golden pupils that sparkled with an extraordinary sharpness. His entire body was adorned with vibrant red fur, and a lively crimson tail swayed with agility. He bore an uncanny resemblance to Goku from Dragon Ball GT in his Super Saiyan 4 form, albeit with some slight differences. He blinked, and the mirror before him shattered with a crisp sound, leaving him utterly astonished. Have I really become a Super Saiyan 4? Lindsay swallowed hard, murmuring to himself. Once more, a full hour and a half passed before Lindsay finally emerged from his unparalleled shock, accepting this astonishing reality. He had indeed perished from overexertion, only to be reborn in the Dragon Ball world he had long revered, and he had even begun his new life as a Super Saiyan 4. He pondered that since he had been reborn, he should put an end to everything from his previous life. A new chapter was about to commence. I wonder what period it is in the Dragon Ball world now. Lindsay mused aloud. Yet, reflecting on his newfound power as a Super Saiyan 4, he concluded that he would not be considered weak during any timeline in the Dragon Ball universe. Self-preservation would be an absolute certainty. Does the host wish to initiate the first day of sign-in? At that moment, the electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated once more. Sign in. Having embraced this reality, Lindsay did not hesitate and silently recited the phrase in his mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the first day of sign-in. Rewards. Unlimited instant transmission and tenfold training speed. The system's electronic voice followed promptly upon hearing about the instant transmission and the tenfold training speed. Lindsay was once again taken aback. While the concept of unlimited instant transmission was impressive, it was merely a mobility ability. However, a tenfold increase in training speed was extraordinarily advantageous. In no time, he might surpass Super Saiyan 4, reaching even greater heights. Chapter 2. Another half hour passed, and Lindsay had begun to comprehend his new body and gradually mastered his powers. He delved thoroughly into the sign-in system within him. As long as he signed in, he would receive valuable rewards. However, after the first day's sign-in, only 7-day, 1 month, and 1 year sign-ins remained. This meant that the interval between each sign-in would increase. Let me sense the energy in the vicinity. Having familiarized himself with most matters, Lindsay prepared to attune himself to the energies surrounding him, having mastered the control of energy, perceiving its essence has become remarkably effortless for him. Moreover, he now needs to ascertain the precise timeline within the Dragon Ball universe and the particular era in which he finds himself. He must identify the opponents or adversaries that he is soon to confront. I can sense 4 distinct energy signatures. 3 of them seem somewhat stronger, while one is faint and currently engaged in battle. Lindsay murmured to himself as he opened his eyes. Attuned to the energies surrounding him, he could almost perceive the stronger energies scattered across the earth. The 4 signatures nearby do not appear particularly formidable. It seems that the period he currently inhabits is not the latter stage of Dragon Ball. If that is the case, then the time allotted for his growth should be quite ample. Well then, let me go and see who is battling. At this moment, on a small island to the south of Kame House, 6 figures hovered. If Lindsay were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. The ultimate android, Cell, Super Saiyan Vegeta, Future Trunks, Krillin, along with androids 16 and 18. However, at this moment, android 16 was missing half of his head, emitting wisps of black smoke, clearly having lost his combat capability. Meanwhile, in the sky, Vegeta, Trunks, and Cell were locked in a tense standoff. Hey Cell, didn't you claim that by absorbing android 18, you would achieve your perfect form? Vegeta demanded, his expression haughty and his lips curling in a proud arc. Hurry up and prove it. I want to see if you're just boasting. I assure you, I'm not boasting, but you, my dear prince, should watch closely, Cell replied, a cunning glint in his eye. Although Vegeta's strength was indeed formidable, he knew that in his current form, he could not contend with him. However, once he absorbed android 18 and attained his perfect state, no one in this world would rival him. Such an arrogant fool as Vegeta could be crushed with a mere flick of his finger. Father, you absolutely cannot allow this. If Cell achieves his perfect form, he will annihilate the entire Earth, Trunks shouted, his face ablaze with fury directed at Vegeta. His father's pride was dangerously reckless. He was gambling with the fate of the entire planet. Should he lose, Cell would bring about its destruction. The future had already endured too many calamities. He could not permit the same tragedy to unfold in this timeline, even if it meant confronting his father. Little brat, if you wish to stop Cell, then you must first defeat me, Vegeta retorted with a cold smirk. Launching an attack at Trunks, clenching his teeth, Trunks realized that in order to defeat Cell, he must first overcome his father. Whoosh! Trunks swiftly emerged, confronting Vegeta directly. Hey, Vegeta, you fool. Soon you will realize just how foolish your arrogance is, Cell remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta before charging towards android 18. This is bad. Krillin, the bald-headed fighter, urged android 18, you must flee quickly. I will hold Cell at bay. However, as he turned back, a resounding slap sent him hurtling into a pile of rubble, rendering him unconscious. Android 18, you must escape. Do not let him absorb you. If that happens, Earth will be doomed, Android 16 urged, straining to speak. The path to safety was fraught with peril, for Cell had already appeared before android 18, a greedy gleam in his eyes, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf spotting a delectable piece of flesh. Become a part of me, android 18. It is your destiny, Cell declared, his tail morphing into a gaping maw aimed at devouring her. Get away, you hideous creature. Android 18 attempted to resist, but fate had other plans, as she could only watch helplessly as the grotesque appendage descended upon her. Just as calamity seemed imminent, a sudden rush of air heralded the arrival of a red figure, who materialized before android 18, seizing Cell's tail. What is happening? Shock etched across the faces of those present, all eyes fixed on the mysterious figure. Who is he? Android 18 blinked, her wide, startled eyes taking in the imposing silhouette that had suddenly appeared. This striking figure was none other than Lindsay, who had instantaneously traversed the space following the energy signatures of Cell and Vegeta. Chapter 3. Cell, is it? Lindsay observed the grotesque being before him, a slight smirk gracing his lips. The second form of Cell was indeed repulsive, especially with those thick lips that elicited a sense of nausea. It seems I've been reborn in the era of Cell in this time frame. I am undoubtedly an invincible entity, Lindsay mused, surveying his surroundings. Vegeta and Future Trunks were merely Super Saiyans, likely not even having achieved their full power forms, yet survival appeared to be a trivial matter. To lay hands on such a lovely lady, you truly lack appreciation for beauty, Lindsay remarked, glancing back at android 18 with exquisite features. Her large, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity and astonishment as she gazed at herself. In terms of beauty and aura, she truly deserves the title of the foremost goddess of Dragon Ball. Who are you? Cell posed a question that lingered in the minds of everyone present. Me? I merely happened to pass by, but I cannot abide your treatment of such a beautiful girl, so I thought I might impart a small lesson, Lin Zhe replied with a serene smile directed at Cell. At that moment, Vegeta and Trunks paused. Their battle trunks wore an expression of sheer delight, for it was indeed a good thing that someone had intervened to halt Cell's actions. However, Vegeta's countenance was exceedingly grim, dark enough to seem as if it could exude ink. That guy is also a Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his voice strained as it escaped through clenched jaws, clearly displeased. That familiar tale served as irrefutable evidence, a Saiyan. Trunks glanced at Vegeta, perplexed. The individual before them bore little resemblance to an ordinary human. How could he possibly be a Saiyan? Yet his energy was terrifying, akin to an unfathomable abyss. It's impossible. The pure-blooded Saiyans remaining are only me, Kakarot, and Tarbell. There cannot be a third Saiyan, and I have never heard of a Saiyan completely covered in red hair. Vegeta shook his head, murmuring to himself. Even within the annals of Saiyan history, no such being had ever been recorded. Meanwhile, on the ground, Cell's expression was equally grim. He had been so close to achieving his perfect form, only to be thwarted by an unexpected obstacle that interrupted his plans. He would not let this insufferable wretch escape unscathed. You wretched fiend, you dare to disrupt my ambitions and lecture me? I will not let you off the hook. Become a part of my power. Cell roared in fury, attempting to retract his tail to devour Lin Zhe. However, he awkwardly realized that he could not break free from Lin Zhe's grasp. You lack the capability. Cell. Lin Zhe chuckled, and with a swift motion he flung Cell into the air and then forcefully yanked him back down. Boom! Cell's body was embedded into the ground, causing the earth beneath Lin Zhe to shatter instantaneously. Wow! A spray of purple blood erupted from Cell's mouth. What? So strong? Android 18, standing behind Lin Zhe, blinked in astonishment, gazing at his silhouette with disbelief. Cell had been toyed with so effortlessly? How could this individual possess such formidable strength? Moreover, it seemed he had only acted to save himself when he took action against Cell. So striking, yet so formidable. Begone! I am still somewhat unaccustomed to taking lives. Lin Zhe delivered a powerful kick to Cell's midsection, sending him soaring through the air with a resounding crash. He was embedded into the rock, unaware of his impending doom. How infuriating! That scoundrel possesses a power that may very well rival my own. Vegeta glared at Lin Zhe, his fists clenching tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. Fury surged in his eyes. Though he held no disdain for Saiyans, he harbored a profound aversion to those stronger than himself. For instance, Kakarot, their very existence was an affront to his pride as the prince of all Saiyans. In a flash, Vegeta appeared directly before Lin Zhe. Father Trunks hurried to follow. Fearful that Vegeta might provoke Lin Zephyr, he sensed an immense and terrifying power residing within that human form. You have undoubtedly surpassed yourself, Father, and Sharu. Hey, are you also a Saiyan, you rascal? Vegeta, with a stern expression, inquired of Lin Zhe. Is this attitude how you interrogate someone, Vegeta? Lin Zhe gazed upon the furious visage of Vegeta and spoke with a chilling detachment. Although he held a fondness for the characters within the Dragon Ball universe, the sight of Vegeta standing before him, coupled with the haughty tone of his inquiries, stirred a deep disdain within him. TCH, the pure-blooded Saiyans left are merely myself, Kakarot, and Taboo. Who on earth are you, you insolent wretch? Vegeta seemed oblivious to Lin Zhe's words, pressing on with his questions. The tone was undeniably irksome. I do not wish to teach you a lesson, but do not test my patience, Vegeta. Lin Zhe felt somewhat vexed by Vegeta's tone of questioning. If he were merely an ordinary human or a typical Saiyan, he would naturally be unable to voice his anger in the face of Vegeta's inquiries. However, he now possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan level 4, surpassing Vegeta by several dimensions. Thus, he found it intolerable to endure Vegeta's haughty demeanor. Chapter 4. You intend to teach me a lesson, Vegeta? You truly possess an audacious spirit. I have now transformed into the mightiest Saiyan, surpassing Kakarot. Although you are somewhat distinct from other Saiyans, the notion of imparting a lesson to this prince is but a delusion. Nevertheless, your previous words have irked me, compelling me to teach you a proper lesson. Vegeta maintained a supremely arrogant smirk as he spoke to Lin Zhe. At this moment, he was undoubtedly the strongest in the universe. No one could rival him. Truly, such ignorance is astonishing. Lin Zhe shook his head with a hint of sympathy for Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta's pride was so overwhelming that it was rather uncomfortable. Let me show you who is truly ignorant. Suddenly, Vegeta unleashed a fierce roar, and a golden aura erupted from his body, his power surging exponentially in an instant. Ignorant fool, allow this prince to knock you down with a single punch. With his energy heightened, Vegeta charged directly at Lindsay. His fist enveloped in the radiant golden flame, evidently showing no intention of holding back. In the next moment, Lindsay effortlessly countered with a swift slap, striking Vegeta squarely on the face. Vegeta's body was sent hurtling backward at a velocity surpassing his own charge, crashing into the nearby rocks with a resounding thud, shattering the boulders upon impact. Vegeta was abruptly returned to his normal state, half of his face swollen and bruised as he lay on the ground. What? Dad was actually knocked away with a single slap? Trunks' pupils constricted in disbelief. His father was undoubtedly immensely powerful, having toyed with an absorbed Android 17. Yet this sudden Saiyan had managed to send his father flying with just one blow. How extraordinarily formidable. Meanwhile, the androids, number 18, Krillin, and number 16, stood in stunned silence. It was hard to fathom how Vegeta, who had just moments ago appeared godlike in his strength, could be defeated so swiftly. TCH, utterly nonsensical. Lindsay gazed at Vegeta, who lay prostrate on the ground, and smirked. Initially, he had no intention of acting in such a manner. However, Vegeta's overwhelming arrogance compelled him to take action. Failing to reprimand him would feel like a disservice to himself. Sir, my father acted rather recklessly just now, and I sincerely apologize on his behalf. I hope you can find it in your heart not to be angry. Trunks hastily clasped his fists in apology towards Lindsay, anxious that Vegeta's earlier words might have incited the ire of this suddenly formidable stranger. Do not worry. I merely wished for Vegeta to grasp the notion that there are greater powers beyond his own, and that he is not the only one of significance. Lindsay gazed at Trunks and smiled, remarking that he bore no ill will towards the warriors of Dragon Ball. His decision to discipline Vegeta stemmed solely from the latter's indiscreet remarks and arrogance. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Trunks felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly responded. It is important to note that establishing such a formidable adversary during this period was not a prudent course of action. Sir, my father just mentioned that you are also a Saiyan. Do you reside on Earth as well? Trunks inquired, clearly a bit nervous and cautiously probing. Lindsay hesitated for a moment before speaking. Indeed, I am a Saiyan. I have been reborn and transformed into a true Saiyan. From the very instant I chose the identity of Super Saiyan 4, I became a genuine Saiyan. May I inquire your esteemed name, sir? Trunks continued, seeking to gather more information about this sudden and formidable presence in order to ascertain whether he posed a threat to Earth and its inhabitants. My name is Lindsay, he replied. Lindsay replied. The courteous Trunks was indeed far more agreeable than the arrogant and ignorant Vegeta, which is why Lindsay was willing to engage in conversation with Trunks. As the two were conversing, Vegeta, trembling, managed to stand up. One side of his face was grotesquely swollen, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that he had just endured a formidable attack, having been struck with such force that he could barely maintain his footing. At that moment, Cell, embedded in the rock, suddenly opened his eyes, a cold smirk gracing his lips. It seemed he could no longer absorb Android 18. In that case, I shall absorb you, Vegeta. Cell directed his chilling gaze towards Vegeta. Although he needed to absorb Android 18 to attain his perfect form, the unexpected arrival of a formidable opponent made it nearly impossible for him to do so. Thus, he resolved to absorb Vegeta instead. Even if he could not achieve his perfect state, the tremendous power from absorbing Vegeta should significantly enhance his strength. With this thought, Cell wasted no time. His tail morphed into a gaping maw, lunging directly toward Vegeta. Meanwhile, Vegeta, consumed by rage and fixated on Lindsay, remained utterly oblivious to the imminent danger behind him. Chapter 5. Firstly, I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed viewers for reaching this point. It signifies that my earlier writing was not entirely dreadful. I have a profound affection for the Dragon Ball series, and it seems that recent additions to Feilu's library lack Dragon Ball novels, inspiring me to pen a fanfiction, regardless of its reception. I am committed to completing this narrative. However, I earnestly seek your support, for your encouragement fuels my determination to continue writing. I do not seek monetary rewards or votes. I merely hope that you might consider bookmarking, offering some free flowers, and providing reviews, thus motivating a struggling author like myself. While I do not expect to earn anything, solitary writing can indeed be rather tedious. This book will guarantee a daily update of 4 chapters, and if other metrics perform well, I will increase the daily output. I sincerely hope for your support in this endeavor. Chapter 6. At that moment, Lindsay's gaze suddenly shifted towards Vegeta and Cell. What is happening? Trunks seemed to notice Lin Zay's unusual expression and quickly turned his head, only to see Cell's gaping maw poised above Vegeta's head. "Watch out behind you, Dad." Witnessing this scene sent chills down Trunks' spine, prompting him to urgently shout a warning. "What?" Vegeta was taken aback, quickly glancing over his shoulder. Just as he turned, that enormous maw engulfed his upper body. His lower half began to struggle violently, but due to the tremendous force of Lin's previous strike, he found himself utterly powerless. He could only submit to the gradual consumption by Cell. "Cell, you bastard, release my father." Trunks clenched his fists, instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. Golden flames enveloped him as he propelled himself forward with a swift kick. Bam! Trunks landed a heavy punch squarely on Cell's face. Bang! 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 Cell's body was sent flying, skidding across the ground for dozens of yards. However, by that time, Vegeta's entire form had already been absorbed into Cell. "This is bad. Vegeta has been absorbed by Cell." "I can sense an ominous premonition," Android 16 suddenly remarked, his brow furrowed. Android 18 wore a similarly grave expression. If Cell grew stronger, it was likely he would target them next. The stronger Cell became, the more perilous their situation would be. Subsequently, 18 quickly turned her gaze toward Linza, who remained remarkably composed. Did he not worry at all about Cell absorbing Vegeta? As she observed Linza, calm and arms crossed, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, she pondered. Boom. Suddenly, Cell's body began to swell, causing the ground to crack beneath him. Cracks as thick as tree trunks radiated outward in all directions. In that instant, Cell's energy surged dramatically. Damn it, that guy has become even more terrifying after absorbing Dad. Trunks furrowed his brow, immediately launching himself at Cell. "Impudent little brat, get lost," Cell shouted, directing a punch at the incoming Trunks, which struck him squarely in the chest with tremendous force. Trunks was sent flying, a mouthful of blood spewing forth as he sustained serious injury. Meanwhile, Cell's expression twisted into a grotesque grimace, as if he were enduring some form of agony. His body seemed on the verge of exploding. It appeared that Vegeta's energy was far too potent, and for the time being, beyond complete control. With a furrowed brow, Cell pondered silently. "It seems that my desire to teach that wretched scoundrel a lesson and subsequently absorb Android 18 must be postponed for a few days. Once I have fully assimilated all of Vegeta's energy, I shall undoubtedly relish the opportunity to thoroughly torment that meddlesome fool. After that, I shall absorb Android 18 and attain my perfect form." Whoosh. Having concluded his thoughts, Cell's body flickered and vanished from the sight of Linza and the others. "Cell has fled?" Android 18 remarked with a hint of surprise. Just moments ago, Cell had become immensely powerful, gaining the upper hand. Why then did he suddenly retreat? It appears that Vegeta's energy is too formidable. Cell is unable to completely digest it in such a short time. Once he has fully integrated Vegeta's power, he will surely return to confront you. At this moment, Lindsay turned his head and addressed number 18. Upon hearing his words, number 18 furrowed her brow. To be honest, being absorbed by such an ugly creature seemed far worse than self-detonation. It was utterly repulsive. How infuriating. It was my own inadequacy that led to my father's absorption. How am I to explain this to my mother? Trunks lamented, striking the ground in frustration. Trunks, do not be too hard on yourself. This incident is not your fault at all. Had Vegeta not been so arrogant and listened to your advice to eliminate Cell sooner, this calamity could have been avoided, Krillin said, limping over to comfort the visibly distraught Trunks. The blame for this misfortune lies squarely with Vegeta's arrogance. So it is unjust to hold anyone else accountable. Yet, my father. Trunks clenched his fists, uncertain of how to disclose this grim news to his mother in this timeline. Observing Trunks' anxiety, Krillin continued, "Do not fret, Trunks. This timeline still possesses Dragon Balls. Once Goku defeats Cell, we can wish for Vegeta's revival. It is a straightforward solution." "Is it truly possible?" Trunks exclaimed, rising to his feet with excitement upon hearing Krillin's words. "Absolutely. So there is no need for concern. Let us go inform Goku and the others right away." Krillin affirmed with a nod. Yes. Trunks eagerly agreed, then approached Lin Zay and inquired, "Mr. Lin Zay, do you wish to accompany us to the Heavenly Temple?" Lin Zay possesses considerable strength and does not seem to be a villain. With his assistance, he could prove to be a significant asset when Shara reappears. However, I must decline. We are not on the same path, and I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Lin Zay finished speaking, and his body gradually floated into the air. Then, with a flash, he vanished entirely. Chapter 7. After departing, Shin found himself atop a mountain peak. He attempted to revert to his normal state. Although the Super 4 form was quite impressive, the vibrant red hair might hinder his chances of attracting romantic interest. Lindsay murmured to himself, and then a thought crossed his mind. Suddenly, the crimson fur covering his body vanished entirely, and his once robust black hair became less formidable. His pupils transformed into a dark hue, resembling those of an ordinary Saiyan. Had he truly reverted to his normal state? Lindsay glanced at himself. Clad in a black martial arts uniform, his physique noticeably slimmer than his Super Saiyan 4th transformation. Nevertheless, his facial features remained strikingly handsome. He pondered whether he could transform into other forms of Super Saiyan. Lin Zexin's thoughts stirred, and he clenched his fists tightly. In the next instant, a golden aura erupted explosively from his body. Accompanied by arcs of blue lightning, his black hair transformed into a brilliant golden hue, standing tall and proud. His pupils shifted to a striking light green, with a single lock of bangs dancing gracefully before his brow. Is this the form of Super Saiyan 2? Lindsay clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power coursing through his body, and smiled as he spoke. He then attempted to transform into Super Saiyan 3, finding it effortless. However, he could distinctly sense that maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 form was more taxing on his stamina. Ultimately, Lindsay reverted to his normal state. Suddenly, a sharp sound of something slicing through the air echoed from behind him. Lindsay did not turn around, but spoke calmly. What are you following me for? Shin, without needing to glance back, was well aware that it was the android number 18 trailing behind him. After finding her own way, she had been following closely in his wake. Number 18 remained silent as Lindsay turned to face her. At that moment, she began to speak. Number 17 was absorbed by Cell, and number 16 was gravely injured and taken away by that little bald-headed one for repairs. I do not know where to go now. Moreover, Cell has become exceedingly powerful. If I am alone, I will surely be absorbed by him. I feel a sense of security by staying behind you. As she spoke, number 18 appeared to be somewhat self-evident in her demeanor, yet there was a hint of vulnerability that elicited sympathy. Lindsay took a moment to scrutinize her once more. Her well-proportioned figure, striking beauty, and an aura of icy elegance. Undoubtedly, she was a goddess among goddesses. In that case, very well. You may stay with me. Lindsay nodded. After all, he had just arrived in this unfamiliar place. And having an enchanting beauty by his side was indeed a delightful experience. Moreover, as a qualified traveler, it would be disingenuous to claim that he harbored no feelings for the stunning android 18. The appreciation for beauty is an intrinsic quality of humanity. So where shall we go now? Upon seeing Lindsay's agreement, a faint, unguarded joy appeared on Android 18's face as she inquired. To be honest, she had only followed Android 17 before and was utterly unaware of their destination now. I am uncertain as well. I have heard that the western city is bustling with activity. Let us first find something to eat, and then I shall buy you a couple of outfits. Lindsay smiled and remarked that he was indeed feeling quite hungry. All right. Number 18 nodded, and the two of them promptly flew towards West City. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Temple, Vegeta had been absorbed. And it seemed that the only way to deal with Cell now was to wait for Goku to emerge from the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo furrowed his brow and stated that even when Cell had merely absorbed number 17, he had nearly been defeated. Now that Cell had absorbed Vegeta and grown even stronger, he felt utterly helpless. He could only hope that Goku would become more powerful during his time in the chamber. Yes, it seems Cell cannot immediately absorb my father's energy after taking him in. Let us hope that Cell does not emerge to wreak havoc in the next couple of days. Trunks said with a grave expression. By the way, who was that red-haired fellow we encountered? Piccolo inquired. That guy seems to possess immense strength, having sent even Vegeta flying with a single blow. His name is Lindsay. He is also a Saiyan, though I did not inquire about his origins. However, his power appears to be extraordinarily formidable, and I felt an enormous pressure standing before him. Trunks replied earnestly. His instincts told him that Lindsay's strength was undoubtedly unfathomable. Another Saiyan, is it? This situation is becoming increasingly troublesome, Piccolo remarked, his brow furrowed. If he is an ally, that would be fortunate. However, if he is an enemy, it would pose a significant problem. Furthermore, Piccolo harbored an innate distrust toward Saiyans. Lindsay and number 18 soon arrived in the western capital. The two indulged in a meal and then proceeded to purchase some clothing. Of course, they dined at no cost, for despite their formidable powers, they were devoid of funds. Fortunately, ordinary individuals were no match for them. May I ask you for a favor? Number 18 suddenly addressed Lindsay, her demeanor slightly awkward, as it was quite rare for her to solicit anything from anyone. Go ahead. What is it? Lindsay casually inquired. Chapter 8. Android 17 is, in fact, my biological brother. He has been absorbed by Cell, which renders Android 18 somewhat reluctant to speak. It appears that I am not particularly adept at seeking assistance from others. However, 17 is my own brother, and I must rescue him. Yet, I find myself lacking the strength to defeat Cell. So what can I do? Lindsay naturally discerned the intentions of number 18, and for him, this was merely a trivial matter. However, in this world, there is no such thing as a free lunch. To request someone to undertake a task, one must inevitably pay a price. Thus, I implore you to come to the aid of number 17. I am aware that with your prowess, you could undoubtedly vanquish Cell. Number 18 bit her lip, reluctantly uttering words she wished to refrain from expressing. Are you truly so certain that I can defeat Cell? Lindsay chuckled, speaking in a tone laced with playful sarcasm. If even you cannot defeat Cell, then it is utterly inconceivable that Goku and his companions could ever hope to overcome him. Number 18 replied with unwavering certainty, though she had yet to encounter Goku herself. She had gleaned from the words of Vegeta and the others that Goku's strength was at best comparable to that of Vegeta. Such power, she believed, was insufficient to vanquish Cell, who had already absorbed Vegeta. Moreover, she had observed that when Cell absorbed Vegeta, Lindsay remained completely unfazed. Clearly, even with Vegeta assimilated, he did not regard Cell as a significant threat. Very well, I am indeed capable of defeating Cell and rescuing your brother, number 17. However, as you well know, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Since you wish for me to save your brother, might it not be reasonable for you to offer something in return? Lindsay wore a mischievous grin as he gazed at number 18 and inquired. Traditionally, one would express profound gratitude in ancient times by offering oneself entirely. Moreover, judging by number 18's demeanor, it appeared that apart from such an offer, there was little else to pique Shin Feng's interest. Number 18, with her delicate brows slightly knitted, indeed reflected Lindsay's thoughts. She possessed nothing that would captivate him. Furthermore, Lindsay's assertion held merit. They were merely acquaintances, having known each other for less than an hour. The fact that she had accompanied him to evade Shera constituted a considerable favor, and now, asking him to assist in rescuing her brother while expecting no form of recompense seemed rather reasonable. However, therein lay the dilemma. She currently had no money. Even if she did, it was likely that someone of Lindsay's formidable prowess would regard mere currency as inconsequential. If you can save number 17. Number 18 bit her crimson lip, seemingly grappling with a difficult decision. After a full half-minute, the turmoil on her face dissipated, and she raised her head. Her expression resolute as she addressed Lindsay. If you can rescue number 17, I shall become your woman. What say you? Though she delivered this proclamation with an air of dominance, the moment the words left her lips, her exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe red apple, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. Gulp. One could not help but admire the sight of number 18. With her pearly teeth biting her lip and her face aglow with a rosy hue, Lindsay bit down hard, savoring the moment. Indeed, at this moment, number 18 was utterly enchanting, irresistibly alluring. Are you offering yourself so willingly? Lin Zepping took a moment to compose himself, gazing at number 18 with disbelief. Although he had considered the possibility, hearing such words from the typically aloof number 18 left him somewhat astonished. What? Do you think this transaction is unworthy? Observing Lin Zepping's expression, a hint of indignation flushed across number 18's rosy cheeks. She held a modicum of confidence in her own beauty, and it was unexpected that, after offering herself so willingly, this fellow would still hesitate. Wasn't that a bit too much? It wasn't that it was unworthy, rather. Lindsay wished to inquire whether the other party had thoroughly contemplated the matter at hand, for it was no trivial issue. However, he was abruptly interrupted by the figure referred to as number 18, whose voice bore a chilly undertone tinged with irritation as they declared, "It is not a matter of what you desire, but rather of what I possess." Despite the nature of the request, their tone remained rather domineering. "Huh. You certainly exude confidence. Very well, I shall agree to assist you in rescuing number 17. Lindsay gazed at the somewhat irked number 18 and smiled as he spoke. As a time traveler, to claim he harbored no interest in a woman of such grace and familial devotion would be disingenuous. It is likely that any normal man would find himself captivated. However, the notion of engaging in such a transaction left Lin Zhe feeling somewhat uneasy. After all, it was a promise he had made, one he could not retract. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's affirmation, number 18 hastily responded, anxious that he might suddenly reconsider. After all, number 17 was her beloved younger brother, her only kin in this unfamiliar world. Naturally, her audacious proposal to offer herself in exchange stemmed primarily from Lin Zhe's formidable strength and striking appearance, which resonated with her ideals for a partner. Had Lin Zhe been an elderly gentleman, she would never have contemplated such a bargain. Very well, I shall not retract my words. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Regret? To confront Cell, he estimated that he would only need a single finger, which would consequently yield him the exquisite beauty of Android 18. A remarkable profit indeed. Chapter 9. When shall we rescue Android 17? Observing Lin Zhe's unwavering resolve, Android 18 hastily inquired. It is imperative to note that Android 17 currently resides within Cell's body. The longer their rescue mission is delayed, the more perilous the situation becomes for him. Should he be completely absorbed, it would spell disaster. It appears that Android 18 is not as frigid as described in Dragon Ball, particularly when it concerns Android 17. Her concern resembles that of an ordinary neighborly sister. Do not fret. Cell will come to us. As long as Cell remains alive, Android 17 will be safe. Lin Zhe spoke calmly, for in Dragon Ball Z, Android 17 and 18 were absorbed by Cell for a duration of 10 days, yet they remained alive after Gohan ultimately defeated Cell. Is that truly the case? Android 18 inquired, gazing at Lin Zhe with a hint of skepticism. Rest assured, Lin Zhe assured her, having made a promise, I shall not go back on my word. Lin Zhe spoke earnestly to number 18, asserting that even if number 17 were truly absorbed, he could be resurrected using the Dragon Balls of Earth. So what shall we do now? Are we to simply wait idly? Number 18 inquired, her concern for number 17 evident. What else can we do? For the next few days, you should focus on eating and drinking well, and in due time, Cell will inevitably come to seek us out. Lin Zhe gently patted the shoulder of number 18, stating that she was now his woman, and thus such a trivial gesture would not evoke any resistance from her. All right then. Observing the confident expression on Lin Zhe's face, number 18 could only nod in agreement. Having chosen to trust Lin Zhe, she resolved to cast aside any doubts. Let us go. I seem to be a bit hungry again. We didn't have enough of the Tamagoyaki earlier. With that, Lin Zhe took number 18's hand and vanished from their previous location. As time passed, 3 days swiftly slipped by. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan had emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, and Sun Wukong had visited the new Namekian planet to recruit Dandy as the new god of Earth. Due to the fusion of Piccolo and the old Kai, the Earth had lost its deity, and the Dragon Balls had also vanished. After assuming the divine position, Dandy created a new set of Dragon Balls, now enhanced. Unlike the previous Earth Dragon Balls, which could grant but a single wish, the improved version could fulfill 2 wishes. Although the limitation on repeated resurrection remained unchanged. At that moment, within the Divine Palace, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and other Z-fighters from Earth gathered. Son, do you have confidence in defeating Cell? Piccolo asked gravely, his gaze fixed on Sun Wukong. It was important to note that among them, Sun Wukong was the strongest. If he could not handle Cell, then the others stood even less of a chance. I don't know. I have yet to face Cell directly, so I am unaware of his true capabilities. However, that guy absorbed Vegeta and is undoubtedly immensely powerful. Sun Wukong replied with a serious expression. Even if he managed to triumph over Cell, it would likely be a Pyrrhic victory. Fortunately, Gohan was there. Even if he were to lose, Gohan would surely be able to defeat Cell. By the way, Trunks, is that Lin Zhe really as formidable as you say? Sun Wukong inquired, turning his gaze towards Trunks. During his training in the hyperbolic time chamber, he had not sensed Lin Zhe's presence. From Trunks' account, it seemed he was quite impressive. Indeed, he is very strong. He effortlessly sent my father flying with a single slap, Trunks affirmed, nodding. His instinct suggested that Lin Zhe's strength might surpass that of Uncle Wukong. Considering that he truly is formidable, Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod. He was well aware of Vegeta's strength, while he might be weaker than his current self. The ability to send Vegeta flying with a mere flick underscored Lin Zhe's considerable power. Let us hope he is not our enemy. Otherwise, we could be in for some trouble. Sun Wukong murmured quietly. He then addressed the group, saying, All right, while Shero has yet to appear. Those who have not yet entered the room of spirit and time should seize the opportunity to train and enhance their strength. If that Lin Zhe turns out to be an adversary, it is likely to be quite challenging for me and Gohan to handle alone. Therefore, I propose to enter the room of spirit and time for training. Piccolo asserted without hesitation. Given the current circumstances, Krillin and Tien Shinhan may not prove particularly effective. It is not that he looks down upon them, but rather the opponent is simply too formidable. Should he train for a year or two, perhaps he might be able to contribute. Indeed, Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. Another day has passed. Lin Zhe and Android 18 were dining in a restaurant when, unexpectedly, the television in the establishment displayed the image of Sheru. "Good morning to the entire world," he proclaimed. "I would like to take a few moments of your time to announce something significant. Perhaps many of you are not familiar with me, so allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sheru. Recently, numerous individuals have vanished without a trace, and it is precisely for this reason that I stand before you today." As Sheru elaborated on his self-introduction, Android 18's expression darkened with fury as she clenched her fists. That scoundrel has transformed again. How infuriating. Has he truly absorbed Vegeta and attained his perfect form? Lin Zhe gazed in astonishment at the television screen displaying the fully realized Cell, exclaiming in surprise. According to the lore of Dragon Ball, Cell needed to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his complete form. Yet, to his disbelief, the Cell who had absorbed Vegeta could also attain this perfected state. However, there seemed to be a distinction between this form of Cell and that depicted in Dragon Ball Z. Notably, Cell's features bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegetas. It appeared that Cell's transformation was indeed influenced by his absorption of Vegeta. A few minutes later, Cell vanished from the screen, but not before issuing a taunt directed at Lin Zhe and Goku, proclaiming that in a day's time, he would host a tournament, the Ultimate Martial Arts Competition, where he would personally defeat Lin Zhe and Goku. Cell announced that it would commence at 10 o'clock the following morning, yet he did not divulge the location. Android 18 turned to Lin Zhe, questioning whether they would be compelled to seek out Cell. "Fear not. I can sense Cell's energy. I am certain that Goku can as well." Lin Xiang curled his lips into a smile and remarked, as the absolute protagonist of Dragon Ball, "I truly wish to meet Sun Wukong." The day swiftly passed, and by 9 in the morning, Sun Wukong, Gohan, Trunks, and Piccolo were all prepared in the sacred world of the Kais. The thought of battling that monstrous foe once again filled their hearts with trepidation. "I'm feeling a bit scared," Krillin murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The last time, he was knocked unconscious with a single slap from Cell, who then had only absorbed Android 17 and not Vegeta. Now, that creature must surely be even more formidable. "Krillin, if you're afraid, you need not join us," Sun Wukong said with a smile, observing Krillin's demoralized demeanor. He considered expressing that Krillin's presence would be of little help, but refrained, recognizing the potential sting of such words. "Ah, how can I not go? Even though it's perilous, I'll accompany you all." Krillin scratched his bald head awkwardly, forcing a wry smile. Since everyone else was going, how could he alone cower? If it came to it, he could always face death once more. "All right then, everyone. Place your hands upon me, and we shall go." After Sun Wukong spoke, he touched his fingers to his forehead, invoking instant transmission, and the group vanished from the sacred world of the Kais. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a desolate valley, with a colossal arena at its center. There stood Cell, ominously positioned in the middle of the stage. "Kakarot, you finally arrived." Suddenly, Vegeta's voice echoed, startling everyone. Their gazes shifted towards Cell. "Vegeta? What is happening?" That was clearly Vegeta's voice. Sun Wukong was taken aback, staring incredulously at Cell. Could it be that Cell had taken control of Vegeta? "Dad!" Trunks and the others exclaimed in shock. "Haha, what is the matter? Surprised? I have absorbed Vegeta, so naturally, I can utilize his voice and all his memories," Cell said, casting a mocking glance at Sun Wukong and the others, clearly reveling in his triumph. "You scoundrel, return my father at once." Trunks' face darkened with fury, and he transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to confront Cell. "Wait, Trunks, you're no match for him." Sun Wukong interjected, blocking Trunks' path with his arm. Cell was exceptionally powerful now, and even in his Super Saiyan limit break state, Sun Wukong sensed that he was still no match for Cell. Meanwhile, in West City, Lin Xiang and Android 18 were leisurely enjoying breakfast. Of course, only Lin Xiang was at ease. Android 18 was growing increasingly impatient, tapping her foot anxiously. "Hey, it is already past 10. Are you going to rescue number 17 or not? If you choose not to, I shall go myself." 18 spoke to Lin Zhe in a tone that was as frigid as her demeanor. This fellow seemed to have completely forgotten about the World Martial Arts Tournament that Shara mentioned yesterday. What is the rush? The appetizers have yet to conclude. Aren't the main characters always the last to take the stage? Lin Zhe remained unperturbed. Those fellows, including Sun Wukong, would likely require some additional time. If we adhere to the narrative progression of Dragon Ball Z, the world's foremost martial arts champion, Mr. Satan, still has a few more tricks up his sleeve to showcase. Well then, you shall take the stage last. Android 18 coldly uttered this remark before swiftly propelling herself into the air. Alas, women truly lack patience. Lindsay shook his head and placed a piece of sushi into his mouth, his body flickering momentarily. Meanwhile, on the arena in the desolate valley, Sun Wukong and Cell stood facing each other. Sun Wukong, I never expected you to be the first to take the stage, Cell remarked with a faint smile. Come on. Cell, let me witness the extent of your power after absorbing Vegeta. Sun Wukong replied, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the face that bore an uncanny resemblance to Vegeta's. Vegeta's consciousness compels me to defeat you, Sun Wukong, Cell continued. Vegeta's will was undeniably potent. Since he had acquired Vegeta's energy, he would honor that request. Shall we see if you possess the capability? With that, Sun Wukong surged towards Cell. Let us go, Sun Wukong. An excited glimmer danced in Cell's eyes as he met the challenge head-on. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in a fierce clash, their movements too swift for the eye to perceive. Trunks, Piccolo, and the others stood in stunned silence, as the only indication of their battle came from the deep sounds of impact and bursts of energy. Their figures remained elusive, seemingly visible only to Gohan, who keenly observed their every action. Chapter 11. Suddenly, amidst the concentration on the fierce duel between Sun Wukong and Cell, two piercing sounds sliced through the air. The perceptive Piccolo was the first to notice the newcomers. He furrowed his brow and murmured, "It's Lindsay and Android 18. His voice was low, yet clear enough for Gohan, Trunks, and the others to hear. So they have indeed arrived. I wonder if their presence is a blessing or a curse, Piccolo reflected. Uncle Piccolo, I don't sense any malice from Mr. Lindsay. He doesn't feel evil, Trunks remarked, casting a glance at Lindsay. Let us hope that's the case, Piccolo nodded, acknowledging the potential danger if Trunks was mistaken. I'll go greet them, Trunks declared, soaring towards Lindsay and Android 18. Mr. Lindsay, you've come as well, Trunks said with a friendly smile directed at Lindsay, before casting a wary glance at Android 18. A flicker of apprehension and anger in his eyes. Yes, I was entrusted with a task, Lindsay replied succinctly. Lindsay spoke softly to Trunks. After finishing his words, he glanced at Android 18, realizing that if it weren't for her impatience, he would not have rushed over so early. Mr. Lindsay, if Uncle Goku is defeated, could you possibly confront Cell? Trunks cautiously inquired. After all, they were merely acquaintances with no familial ties, and there was no obligation for him to assist them. However, if Uncle Goku were truly to falter, they would find themselves utterly helpless. Perhaps the unexpectedly arriving Lindsay might be their only glimmer of hope. We shall see. If the opportunity arises, I will likely engage in battle with Cell. Lindsay smiled and spoke to Trunks, provided that Gohan was unable to defeat Cell. I extend my gratitude on behalf of everyone to Mr. Lindsay. Upon hearing Lindsay's agreement, Trunks excitedly bowed in thanks. Seemingly eager to share this good news with others, Trunks exchanged a few words with Lindsay before soaring towards Piccolo and the others. Meanwhile, on the arena, Goku and Cell had engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging thousands of blows. Although no victor had yet emerged, it was evident that Goku was at a disadvantage. If the fight continued, defeat was inevitable for him. This is bad. My stamina is dwindling, Goku thought solemnly. Although his Super Saiyan full power consumed little energy, battling such a formidable opponent as Cell drained his stamina rapidly. He had reached his limit, while Cell remained in peak condition. What's wrong, Goku? If this is all the strength you possess, I must say I am greatly disappointed, Cell taunted, observing Goku's grim expression. He himself had not anticipated that after fully absorbing Vegeta's energy, he would become so powerful. Perhaps his current strength surpassed even that of his complete form after absorbing Android 18? Reluctantly, Goku admitted to himself that he was indeed no match for Cell. I concede this match, Goku declared, opting to forfeit, recognizing that further combat would hold no purpose. Moreover, he could not deplete Cell's stamina in this encounter. What? Cell was taken aback. Behind Goku, Piccolo, Gohan, and Trunks were equally astonished. Goku had not yet reached his limit. There was still a chance of victory. Why did he suddenly concede? What is he doing? If he gives up, who can stop Cell? Piccolo remarked, his expression darkening. Goku, are you aware that if none of you can defeat me, I will annihilate the Earth? Cell, clearly displeased, spoke with a grim tone. Of course, I understand. But my concession does not imply that no one can defeat you. After saying this, Goku leaped off the arena. He then confidently approached Gohan. It was evident that he intended for Gohan to engage in battle, for within the hyperbolic time chamber, he sensed a tremendous power within Gohan, one that had yet to awaken. It seemed that Cell, after absorbing Vegeta, was even stronger than the complete form of Cell from Dragon Ball Z. As Linzei gazed at Cell on the arena, a thought crossed his mind. Before him, Sun Wukong was utterly incapable of contending with Cell, and the disparity was significant. It seemed that even Son Gohan might not prove to be a worthy opponent against Cell at this moment. Time passed inexorably, and after several minutes, Son Gohan found himself battered and prone on the ground, having returned to his normal state. "Look at what you've done, son. Do you wish to bring about Gohan's demise?" Piccolo exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration as he directed his ire towards Sun Wukong. His concern resembled that of a father for his son, deeply invested in Gohan's well-being. "This is impossible. Gohan possesses an immense power within him. Why can he not unleash it?" Sun Wukong pondered, his brow furrowed in contemplation. Does he truly withhold his fury, even in such a life-and-death situation? Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Cell delivered a devastating kick to Gohan's side, sending him flying. The resounding impact echoed as Gohan's body collided with a massive boulder, shattering it to pieces before he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, Cell's bloodthirsty gaze shifted toward Linzei, a sinister smile curling his lips as he spoke. "Now, it is your turn." Chapter 12 following the direction indicated by Cell. The onlookers fixed their attention squarely on Linzei. "Are you prepared to meet your end?" Cell taunted. "You despicable fool. The humiliation you inflicted upon me and Vegeta will soon be repaid in full." With a confident smirk, Cell declared, "I am no longer a foe that a mere Saiyan can withstand. Do you believe Linzei stands a chance against Cell?" Piccolo asked in a low, grave tone. "I'm uncertain. However, that creature Cell is undeniably formidable. If Gohan couldn't defeat him, the odds seem dire," Sun Wukong replied thoughtfully. Suddenly, a curiosity struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, you mentioned Linzei was covered in red fur, but why is that not the case now?" Linzei now appeared indistinguishable from an ordinary Saiyan, with his tail being the most conspicuous sign. "I was surprised earlier, but it seems likely that the red fur was a transformation unique to Linzei," Trunks speculated. After all, Saiyans are known for their transformations, and the nature of what lies beyond Super Saiyan remains a mystery. Perhaps Linzei's previous form was indeed a transformation surpassing Super Saiyan. "Yes, that possibility certainly exists," Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. "If he possesses a transformation that transcends Super Saiyan, then he could undoubtedly defeat Cell. The only thing holding me back is a slight deficiency in strength. If I could surpass the Super Saiyan, I would undoubtedly be able to vanquish Cell. Previously, I believed that Gohan could achieve this. For if he were to unleash the anger harbored within his heart, he would undoubtedly reach that level. However, it seems that coaxing the inherently calm Gohan to express his inner fury is no simple task. Do you truly believe that absorbing Vegeta will enable you to contend with me?" Linzei chuckled derisively at the self-assured Cell and inquired, "To speak candidly, my current battle power likely exceeds 500 billion, while Cell's complete form barely reaches 200 billion. Even if the present Cell is stronger than his fully realized form after absorbing Android 18, he would only approximate 250 billion. With such capabilities, how could he possibly be my adversary? Cease your bluster. You must be trembling with fear now. My strength is beyond your imagination." Yet Cell remained unwaveringly confident, sneering as he spoke. "How utterly ignorant. Perhaps you should come and see for yourself." Linzei waved at Shara with an air of nonchalance. "Do you truly have confidence in this?" 18, standing nearby, gazed at Linzei with a hint of concern. "What? Do you lack faith in me?" He replied, "Just stand back and observe how I will teach Sharu a lesson." Linzei turned to look at number 18, offering a confident smile as he spoke. "Very well then. Just be sure to take care of yourself." Observing Linzei's unwavering confidence, number 18 could only nod in agreement, reminding him to remain cautious. She then retreated several paces, positioning herself in an open space. "TCH, that reckless fool, flaunting bravado even in the face of death. He shall not blame me for my ruthlessness." Watching Linzei's nonchalant and provocative demeanor, a smile on Cell's face gradually solidified into a sinister expression. In an instant, Cell's body vanished from sight. So swift. Even Sun Wukong was taken aback, having only caught a glimpse of Cell's afterimage. Had he employed such speed from the outset, he would have surely been defeated before even conceding. The others, too, were left in utter astonishment, for they could no longer perceive Cell's presence at all. Could Lindsay truly evade such rapid assaults from Cell? This question lingered in the minds of all. "Get down," Cell bellowed, a tone brimming with arrogance and ignorance. In an instant, he materialized before Lindsay, enveloped in a golden aura, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. He was confident that this blow would incapacitate Lindsay. However, the following moment left him utterly astonished and incredulous. For his full-force punch was effortlessly caught by Lindsay's palm. What? Cell's countenance shifted dramatically, his menacing expression freezing in place. Meanwhile, Son Goku and the others shared a look of sheer disbelief. It was unimaginable that Lindsay had so effortlessly intercepted Cell's punch. Son Goku furrowed his brow and remarked, "Incredible." Moreover, Lindsay had not transformed into a Super Saiyan nor assumed his previous form. Piccolo swallowed hard, equally astonished, and exclaimed, "Mr. Lindsay is truly formidable." Trunks and Krillin gazed with wide, incredulous eyes. Indeed, the outcome was beyond their comprehension. It was evident now that the disparity in power between Cell and Lindsay was immense. Chapter 13, Truly Powerful. "If it were me, Cell's punch would have already defeated me," Son Goku remarked with a wry smile. He had not anticipated the existence of such a powerful Saiyan on Earth, having been entirely oblivious until now. "What's the matter, Cell? Do not tell me your strength amounts to merely this." Lindsay addressed the astonished Cell with a calm demeanor. "Your current power is hardly worth considering. You've become a tad too overconfident. I merely exerted a fraction of my strength just now." Regaining his composure, Cell grinned through clenched teeth. Yet, it was evident that his confidence had waned compared to before. Although he claimed not to have used his full strength in that attack, he had still exerted about 70 to 80% of it. The fact that this insufferable individual had so easily neutralized his attack indicated that Lindsay's power surpassed his own. Reluctantly, Cell had to face this undeniable truth. "Is that so? Then allow me to witness your true strength." After Lindsay's voice resonated, he effortlessly sent Cell flying. With a resounding crash, Cell landed heavily on the arena, creating a substantial crater. "Damn it, that bastard must not go unpunished." Fury etched on Cell's face, he pounded the ground with his fists. He had not anticipated that this fool possessed such immense strength. Despite having absorbed Vegeta and becoming significantly more powerful, Lindsay proved to be formidable. Meanwhile, behind Lindsay, Android 18 gazed at him with admiration, as though he were a war god. Although she was the epitome of coolness, being a young woman, she harbored her own romantic sentiments. Naturally, she felt a sense of admiration for an exceptional male figure. Lindsay, with his handsome visage and formidable prowess, had appeared just as she was on the verge of being absorbed by Cell, orchestrating a classic hero's rescue. It would be impossible to claim that her heart was untouched by such tumultuous emotions. Clearly, Cell was no match for Lindsay. From just that single attack, Sun Wukong had already recognized the disparity between Cell and Lindsay. At that moment, a frenzied Cell seemed to perceive Lindsay's lack of defense. Spirit Bomb. He then conjured two golden circular blades with both palms and hurled them toward Lindsay. "Is that my signature move? I can't believe it's so potent in Cell's hands." Krillin instantly recognized the Spirit Bomb. To think that his self-created technique would unleash such formidable power under Cell's control. The cutting force of the Spirit Bomb was exceptionally strong. Would Lindsay be capable of countering two of them simultaneously? Lindsay, however, remained unperturbed as he gazed at the two golden circles. Undeniably, the lethality of the Spirit Bomb was impressive, but given the vast difference in their strengths, its effectiveness was considerably diminished. With a gentle clap of his hands, he shattered the two menacing Spirit Bombs, transforming them into golden energy that swiftly vanished. Was that utterly futile? Cell's rage morphed into disbelief. The Spirit Bomb had proven to be completely ineffective. Of course, it was not just Cell who was astonished. Krillin and Sun Wukong shared in the surprise. It was well known that Krillin's Spirit Bomb had once injured Nappa and severed Frieza's tail. "If that's the case, then let us see how you fare against this," Cell proclaimed, summoning a terrifying blue energy with both palms. This was a fusion of Sun Wukong's and Vegeta's ultimate techniques, and this time, he was determined to prove its effectiveness. With a powerful shout, Cell unleashed the energy wave directly toward Lindsay. "It's futile, Cell. The chasm between us cannot be bridged by mere techniques." As he gazed upon the ki blast hurtling towards him, Lindsay scoffed with disdain. With a swift motion, he redirected the formidable energy wave with a single strike of his hand, sending it soaring beyond the confines of Earth. Was even the ultimate Kamehameha ineffective? At that moment, Cell was acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them, and a sense of trepidation began to swell within him. His instincts warned him that if this continued, his demise was inevitable. It seems your assault has reached its conclusion. If that is the case, then it is my turn to strike, Cell. Lindsay naturally perceived the hesitation emanating from Sharu. However, he was not inclined to grant Sharu any opportunity. In an instant, he vanished from sight, reappearing right before Sharu. What? Sharu instinctively recoiled, taken aback by the swiftness that left him utterly bewildered. You are far too weak, Sharu. Engaging in battle with you is devoid of any amusement. Hence, this tedious conflict ought to be concluded swiftly. As Lindsay's voice echoed, he unleashed a powerful fist that penetrated directly into Cell's abdomen. A spurt of purple blood immediately erupted from Cell's mouth, and his pupils dilated in shock. Clutching his stomach, he staggered back a few steps before collapsing onto the ground, subsequently succumbing to violent bouts of vomiting. What a farce! Merely with a seemingly casual punch, had Lindsay rendered Cell devoid of combat capability? Goku and the others stared in astonishment, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. Although they had long recognized Lindsay's formidable strength, to defeat Cell with a single blow was utterly preposterous. Chapter 14. Cell writhed in agony, continuously expelling a pale green acidic fluid, his insides churning tumultuously. After half a minute of retching up the acidic liquid mixed with purple blood, Cell's body suddenly began to swell. He transformed into a grotesque figure. Towering like a 2 or 3 meter high boulder, his chest inflating grotesquely like a toad. Then, with a sudden convulsion of his throat, a shadow was expelled from his mouth. Dad! Vegeta! Uncle North Vegeta! Trunks and Goku exclaimed in exhilaration at the sight of the figure that Cell had just ejected. Indeed, it was Vegeta, who had been absorbed just days prior. However, he appeared rather grotesque, covered in a layer of pale green slime. After ejecting Vegeta, it was evident that Cell could no longer maintain this form, reverting to his original, grotesque visage. Cell's energy diminished, and relief washed over Trunks and the others as they witnessed his return to the appearance he had after absorbing Android 17. With this change, either he, Uncle Goku, or Gohan could effortlessly defeat Cell. Android 18 also wore an expression of anticipation, hoping that Android 17 would be expelled next. Cell continued to vomit, but it was clear he was not yet willing to concede. Grabbing Vegeta, he attempted to absorb him once more, yet his stamina had evidently waned. Another violent retching ensued, and Android 17 was expelled from Cell as well. Cell reverted to his original insect-like form. No, this is impossible. I am the ultimate android, the strongest. I cannot be defeated like this. Cell roared in a frenzy. Yet, at this moment, he had become utterly feeble. Even Piccolo could effortlessly eliminate him now. It's over for you, Cell. Say farewell to this beautiful world. Lindsay approached Cell, his palm directed towards him, energy coalescing at his fingertips. With a swift motion, a sphere of energy erupted from his hand, striking Cell's form. Like smoke drawn straight by the wind, Cell vanished without a trace, not a single cell remaining. Had Cell truly been eradicated? The onlookers gazed at Lindsay in astonishment, still enveloped in a surreal sensation. Just moments ago, they had feared that Cell would bring about the destruction of the entire world. Yet now, he had inexplicably disappeared, all thanks to this unfamiliar scion before them. Hey, don't just stand there. If fighting is out of the question, surely you can assist in saving lives, Lindsay remarked, observing the still-dazed figures of Goku and the others after effortlessly obliterating Cell. Oh, right. Trunks and Krillin nodded eagerly, stepping closer to Lindsay. Mr. Lindsay, what about Android 17? Trunks inquired, his voice tinged with apprehension. He harbored a deep-seated fear and resentment towards androids. However, the androids of this timeline seemed markedly different from those of his own. Perhaps it was a consequence of dimensional variations. Of course, we should swiftly take him back to the Supreme Kai's temple for restoration. Surely, you don't naively believe I eliminated Cell merely to save Vegeta? Lindsay chuckled, bemused. Lindsay cast a pointed glance at Trunks. His primary objective was to rescue Android 17. That arrogant and impolite fellow, Vegeta, was merely a secondary concern. Yes, understood. Trunks quickly nodded, and alongside Krillin, each took up one of the burdens and soared toward the heavenly temple. Though they had been absorbed by Cell, they had not perished. Thus, it was entirely feasible for Din to restore them. Following shortly were Goku and the others. Due to Cell's emergence, far too many lives had been lost. And now that Din had once again summoned the Dragon Balls, it was imperative to expedite the resurrection of all humanity. Let us go. We must see for ourselves. Lindsay approached number 18 with a gentle smile, saying, Number 18 gazed at Lin Zhe's handsome face and then nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to contain her curiosity, she exclaimed, "How is it that your strength is so formidable? You defeated Cell in an instant." Initially, they believed that their androids were the most powerful beings in existence. According to Dr. Gero's records, the mightiest were none other than Goku and Vegeta. They were utterly astonished to discover Lin Zhe's extraordinary prowess, a fact that was conspicuously absent from Dr. Gero's database. Would you like to know more? I shall reveal it to you tonight. A wicked smile briefly flitted across Lin Zhe's face before he soared directly towards the Heavenly Temple. Upon arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Dandy swiftly revived both Vegeta and number 17. "Wonderful, Father, you're safe," Trunks exclaimed with excitement as he beheld the awakened Vegeta. "Finally, I can explain everything to Mother." TCH. Vegeta scoffed, casting a wary glance at Lin Zhe before he suddenly leaped from the Heavenly Temple. Clearly, although he had been absorbed by Cell, he was still aware of the events that transpired during that time. "Number 17, are you alright?" Number 18 asked, her face alight with exhilaration as she looked at the fully restored number 17. "I'm fine. I never expected to be revived," number 17 replied, surveying his own body before glancing at Piccolo and Goku, continuing, "To think that these individuals would save me is truly surprising. After all, I was created with the sole purpose of eliminating Goku, and I had previously engaged in fierce combat with Piccolo." "You're overthinking it. The one who saved you is Lin Zhe," number 18 said, directing her gaze towards him. After the introduction, an inexplicable blush crept onto her cheeks. "Lin Zhe?" Number 17 observed the bashful demeanor of number 18, realizing that this was indeed a first for her. He had never witnessed her in such a flustered state. She had always maintained an icy demeanor towards any male. "So, he is to be my brother-in-law then?" Number 17 remarked with a cold smirk directed at Lin Zhe. Chapter 15. The man capable of bringing forth such a shy expression from his typically aloof sister is undoubtedly destined to be my future brother-in-law. Moreover, if he were merely a stranger, he would have no reason to rescue me. It seems my little brother indeed possesses some discernment. My effort to save you is not in vain." Lin Zhe gazed at the perceptive number 17, offering a faint smile as he spoke. Meanwhile, upon overhearing their conversation, number 18's complexion fluctuated between shades of pale and crimson. Lin Zhe, with his peculiar temperament, was somewhat expected, however. I was taken aback by the affable demeanor of number 17. This was not his usual disposition. "Mr. Lin Zhe, I am truly grateful for your rescue of my father and, by extension, the entire planet," Trunks expressed sincerely as he approached Lin Zhe. Had it not been for Lin Zhe's timely intervention, Vegeta would undoubtedly have met a grim fate, and Earth would now be teetering on the brink of disaster. Thus, irrespective of whether Lin Zhe acted with intention or merely out of convenience, I felt it imperative to extend my gratitude. I mentioned that my saving of Vegeta was merely a fortuitous act while assisting number 17, so there is no need for excessive thanks, Lin Zhe replied. Lin Zhe turned once again to Trunks and said, "All right, everyone, I believe our foremost priority now is to hastily summon the Eternal Dragon, so that those who were slain by Cell can be revived." At that moment, Piccolo addressed the group, his words always striking at the heart of the matter. "Now that Cell has been completely dealt with, it is time to bring back the fallen souls." Indeed, Piccolo speaks the truth. "Dandy, quickly summon the Eternal Dragon." Goku urged Dandy. "Understood," Dandy replied, promptly retrieving the Dragon Balls and invoking the Eternal Dragon. "By the way, Lin Zhe, do you have any wishes?" Goku then turned his gaze towards Lin Zhe, inquiring. After all, it was Lin Zhe's efforts that had led to Earth's salvation. Were it not for him, perhaps they would all have been lost by now. Lin Zhe nodded. He indeed harbored a wish. "Please, make your wish first," Sun Wukong said courteously, addressing Lin Zhe directly. Everyone present unanimously agreed with Sun Wukong's approach. Firstly, it was primarily due to Lin Zhe's efforts that the Earth had been saved this time. Furthermore, Sun Wukong had subtly become the central figure among them, so with his words, it was only natural that they would not dare to contradict him. "Very well." Lin Zhe, displaying no hesitation, nodded and then raised his head to address the Shenlong. "Please remove the explosive systems from androids number 17 and number 18. It is unwise for such devices to remain within their bodies. Since the Shenlong of Earth cannot restore them to their former humanity, it is best to eliminate the bombs within them." Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, the corner of number 18's eye twitched slightly, and she gazed at Lin Zhe with a mix of gratitude and surprise. It was evident that she had not anticipated that Lin Zhe's wish was made with her well-being in mind, and a sudden warmth of happiness blossomed within her heart. It seems you have found a worthy man to entrust your feelings to. I am truly happy for you. Number 18, Number 17 remarked, observing Number 18 with earnestness. Afterward, he turned to Lindsay and continued, "Thank you, brother-in-law." The term brother-in-law rolled off his tongue with surprising ease. "This shall be a simple task. Your first wish has been granted. Now, please articulate your second wish." The Shinlong's eyes glimmered with a crimson hue as its resonant voice echoed. "Very well. My wish has been fulfilled. The remaining wishes are now yours." Lindsay addressed Sun Wukong and the others. In his previous life, he had often contemplated the possibility of acquiring the Dragon Balls, making wishes to attain unparalleled martial prowess or an inexhaustible fortune. Ideally, he wished for the dragon to bestow upon him a magical lamp akin to that of Aladdin, initiating an endless cycle of wishes. However, now, possessing unparalleled strength that transcends all, Lindsay felt that those desires had lost much of their allure. Nevertheless, as a bargaining chip for having conveniently rescued Vegeta, he deemed a sum of 1 billion yuan to be a reasonable request. Lindsay gazed at Trunks and remarked, "Although with my current strength, I could easily live off the land here. It lacks the thrill of a lavish lifestyle." "Of course, that's absolutely not an issue." Trunks nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grains. "For the world's wealthiest individual, a sum of 1 billion is hardly worth mentioning. Moreover, as a bargaining chip for saving my father, I surmise that even 1,000 billion would not give my mother pause." "Very well, then, bring the funds to me when the time comes. The rest will be your concern to resolve." Lindsay nodded and then grasped the hand of Number 18, leaping directly from the Temple of the Gods. Number 17 followed closely behind. They left behind Sun Wukong and the others, who wished for the resurrection of all those slain by Cell. Before each returning to their respective paths, the events surrounding Cell made them acutely aware of their inadequacies, prompting a resolute commitment to further training. "Brother-in-law, I am once again grateful for your rescue," Number 17 remarked with a smile on the streets of West City. "If you truly wish to express your gratitude, you should extend your thanks to your sister, Number 18. Lindsay gazed at Number 17 and said, "Of course, Number 18 has exquisite taste. She would surely find happiness following you, so I can depart with peace of mind." "Depart? What do you mean, Number 17? Where do you intend to go?" Upon hearing Number 17's words, Number 18 furrowed her brows and inquired. "Naturally, to marry and raise a family, embracing a mundane life," Number 17 replied playfully. "This is the life I yearn for, finding a job, marrying, raising children, and returning to simplicity. Have you made up your mind?" Number 18 asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice, yet she knew she could not interfere with his decision, nor would she likely be able to keep Number 17 with her. Chapter 16. Certainly, having indulged in enough play, it was time to embrace an ordinary existence. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Please look after my sister. If you dare to bully her, even if I cannot defeat you, I will still come for you." Number 17 jestingly punched Lindsay's chest, then nonchalantly waved goodbye to the two, leaping away from them. "Stop staring. He has already gone far." As Number 18 gazed longingly in the direction where Number 17 had vanished, Lindsay pulled her into his embrace and chuckled, "Number 18. You surprisingly do not resist this time." Just as Lindsay and Number 18 were preparing to depart, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Subsequently, Trunks appeared before them. "Mr. Lindsay, here is a card worth 10 billion. It has no password. Please accept it." Trunks respectfully handed the card to Lindsay. Quite swift indeed. Lindsay did not engage in pleasantries with Trunks, directly taking the card. This was rightfully his. "Mr. Lindsay, may I pose a question to you?" Trunks inquired tentatively. "Go ahead." Lindsay handed the card to Number 18, then turned to Trunks and inquired, "Was that transformation you exhibited, with your entire body enveloped in red hair, also a manifestation of a Super Saiyan?" This matter had piqued his curiosity for quite some time. It was likely that he was not the only one. Both his father and Uncle Goku were equally intrigued. Indeed, that was also a transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, the likelihood of you attaining such a level is rather slim, so I suggest you not dwell on it. Although Trunks possessed the Saiyan bloodline, he was not a purebred Saiyan. It is essential to note that achieving Super Saiyan 4 necessitates the presence of a tail. Gohan might have the potential to transform into Super Saiyan 4 through the illumination of a super bulb, given that he was born with a tail. However, for Goten and Trunks, the path appears rather arduous. This could very well explain why Gohan's potential surpasses that of Trunks and Goten. "Well then, Mr. Lindsay, If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Trunks nodded awkwardly. Perhaps that transformation was simply beyond his grasp. He had merely been curious and asked out of interest. Now that the matter concerning the androids had concluded, it was time for him to return to his own timeline to confront androids 17 and 18, as well as the threat posed by Cell, who had attempted to kill him before traveling back in time. Very well, until we meet again. Yes, until we meet again. With that, Trunks departed. Where shall we go now? Number 18 asked Lindsay, seemingly at a loss for what to do after rescuing number 17 and vanquishing Cell. Let us indulge in some extravagant spending and relish the experience of living like the affluent. Lindsay squinted with a smile as he addressed number 18. All right, this is something I should excel at. Number 18 responded with a knowing smile. The two then made their way directly to the bustling marketplace, eager to indulge in life's pleasures, for soon they would embark on the path of cultivation. Although he currently possessed formidable strength as a Super Saiyan 4, capable of effortlessly vanquishing the looming threat of Majin Buu, who would emerge 7 years hence, the world of Dragon Ball was replete with formidable foes. Particularly within Dragon Ball Super, the 12 gods of destruction, the mightiest human Jiren, the angels, the Grand Priest, and the omnipotent Zeno, each presented challenges beyond his current capabilities. Hence, it was imperative that he attain power surpassing that of the gods of destruction before Beerus awakens. Even if surpassing them proved unachievable, he must at the very least ensure he would not be outmatched. With 7 or 8 years ahead of him, it seemed a feasible endeavor. Moreover, Lindsay was aware that he possessed a sign-in system within him. As time flowed steadily by, 3 years swiftly passed in the tranquility of a peaceful life. During this period, Lindsay had elevated his strength to the full power of Super Saiyan 4. At this moment, within a grand villa in West City, there existed an immense gravity chamber capable of withstanding 3,000 times normal gravity. At this moment, Lindsay had attained the form of Super Saiyan 4, gasping for breath. He had diligently trained in the hyperbolic time chamber for a full 24 hours, striving to transcend the limits of Super Saiyan 4. What could be the reason? He had been stuck at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 for over a year, yet he still found himself unable to break through. Lindsay's complexion was notably poor. Indeed, rather wretched. In his relentless pursuit of transcending to Super Saiyan 4, he dedicated himself to arduous training almost every day, pushing the limits of his potential. Yet, he perpetually sensed the absence of a crucial element. It appeared that relying solely on rigorous cultivation would render the breakthrough to the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 exceedingly difficult. Lindsay murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that the warrior bloodline of a Super Saiyan could only be rapidly enhanced through the crucible of battle. Merely training within the confines of the gravity chamber was inherently limited, devoid of the life-and-death tension necessary to unleash true potential. Perhaps it was time for him to seek out stronger opponents and engage in a proper fight. Chapter 17, Creek. At that moment, the door of the gravity chamber swung open, revealing Android 18, who stood at the threshold with a furrowed brow. You have been in there for an entire day. Hurry up and come out to eat something. Today, she donned a fitted short skirt paired with black tights, her curvaceous figure accentuated alluringly. 3 years had significantly transformed Android 18's demeanor, marking a transition from girlhood to womanhood. As for the reasons behind this metamorphosis, only Lindsay and Android 18 were privy to the truth. All right, I'm coming right away. Lindsay nodded and subsequently exited the gravity chamber. It appeared that transcending to Super Saiyan 5 was no trivial endeavor. The form of Super Saiyan 5 had not been depicted in Dragon Ball GT. It only emerged within the fan-made work Dragon Ball AF, featuring Super Saiyan 5 Goku and Super Saiyan 5 Vegeta. According to Dragon Ball AF, there are 3 methods to attain the Super Saiyan 5 transformation. The first method involves mastering one's emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness, a technique imparted to Goku by the old Kai. Gohan, too, transformed into Super Saiyan 5 out of rage following the tragic demise of his dear friend Xiao Fong at the hands of Jaco. As for Vegeta, his ancient Saiyan lineage inherently elevates him above other Saiyans, boasting an astounding battle power of 50,000 at birth, surpassing even that of Broly, the original. However, it is essential to note that these concepts originate from fan fiction. Thus, whether one can actually transform into Super Saiyan 5 or even surpass Super Saiyan 4, as depicted in Dragon Ball AF, remains uncertain. Nevertheless, armed with this knowledge, one must certainly endeavor to attempt it. Look at you, you're filthy. Hurry and wash up. Then come eat, Android 18 remarked with a pout, chiding Lindsay. All right, I'm on it right away, taking advantage of her momentary lapse. Lindsay boldly planted a kiss on the delicate face of number 18 before retreating to the bathroom. Number 18, however, paid little mind to this act. Over the course of 3 years, she had long since grown accustomed to Lindsay's occasional mischief. Half an hour later, having completed his grooming, Lindsay sat down to dine. By the way, I may need to visit another location tomorrow. Would you care to accompany me? As Lindsay dined, she inquired, acknowledging that her upcoming journey might extend over a considerable duration and could potentially harbor some perils. Thus, she expressed a desire for number 18 to remain at home. However, number 18 responded with unwavering conviction, stating, "Wherever you go, I shall follow, for I am your woman." The sentiment echoed the adage of loyalty in companionship. Very well then. We shall set forth tomorrow. Lindsay glanced at number 18 and spoke, although he was apprehensive about the potential dangers and was reluctant to let her go. The thought of her companionship made the journey seem less lonely. Early the next morning, the two of them hastily gathered their belongings and prepared an abundance of food capsules. Lindsay was acutely aware that, apart from Earth, the cuisine of other planets in the 7th universe was hardly palatable. Thus, he deemed it prudent to prepare in advance. Are we bringing this much food with the intention of not returning to Earth? Number 18 asked Lindsay, somewhat incredulous. This fellow had taken a staggering 50 food capsules. Surely, such a quantity would expire before they could consume it all. Of course, we will return. However, considering our journey, it may very well take 3 to 5 years. He replied. Lindsay smiled and remarked, unless I can transcend to Super Saiyan 4, I have resolved not to return to Earth. For if I am unable to surpass my current strength, returning would likely prove futile against the god of destruction, Beerus. Moreover, in other universes, there are numerous powerful beings. I can engage in worthy battles with them. Perhaps this will significantly aid my own advancement. So, where shall we venture now? This time, we are headed to the divine realm. After Lindsay finished speaking, he grasped hold of number 18 and vanished from Earth. Upon reappearing, they found themselves in a lush green realm. Aren't we still on Earth? Number 18 surveyed the surroundings, noting that the environment bore no significant difference from Earth. It resembled one of the beautiful grasslands found on the planet. No, we have entered the divine realm. Lindsay shook his head. Upon his first sign-in, the system had bestowed upon him the ability of unlimited instant teleportation. Thus, even within the realm of the Supreme Kai, he could traverse vast distances in an instant. Whoosh! Almost as soon as Lindsay's words fell, 2 figures clad in peculiar attire abruptly materialized before him and number 18. Lindsay recognized them both. The shorter individual was the East Supreme Kai, Awakens of the 7th universe. Beside him stood the red-faced giant, his attendant, Jebbet, who also possessed the power of unlimited instant teleportation. Who are you two? What brings you to the Supreme Kai realm? Awakens inquired, furrowing his brow as he regarded Lindsay. From this human, he sensed a formidable aura of danger, a feeling he had not experienced since the formidable Majin Buu. Our identity and presence in the Supreme Kai realm are of little consequence. I have come to request the use of the Supreme Kai sword. Lindsay spoke softly to the Supreme Kaioshin. What? How do you know of the Supreme Kai sword? Both Supreme Kaioshin and God Jebbet stared at Lindsay in astonishment, clearly unable to comprehend how a mere human could possess knowledge of the Supreme Kai sword's existence. Chapter 18. There are many things I am aware of. The Supreme Kai sword is merely one of them. Naturally, I also possess knowledge that you do not. Therefore, there is no need for such astonishment. Lindsay smiled faintly as he spoke to the Supreme Kai, awakens. In the realms of Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball Super, the ignorance of this Supreme Kai is vividly displayed. A demon like Dabura, who could not even defeat Super Saiyan 2 Gohan, nearly soiled himself in fear. When Majin Buu was unleashed, he was almost frightened to death. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, he displayed such ignorance that he was unaware of the god of destruction, with whom he shares a fateful connection. What a brazen individual he is. After all, he is the Supreme Kai of this universe, a deity standing at the pinnacle of the cosmos. One would think he would be cautious with his grandiose claims. Beside them, the burly red-faced man, Jebbet, could hardly contain his disbelief. How could the Supreme Kai, the greatest of deities, possibly be unaware of anything? Do not be disrespectful, Jebbet. If he knows the way to the Supreme Kai realm, then it is only natural that he is aware of my identity as the Supreme Kai. Awakens, the Supreme Kai, clearly possessed far greater wisdom. If he understood the means to enter the Supreme Kai realm, he undoubtedly knew his own status. Truly deserving of his title, the Supreme Kai has quite an astute perception. I am pressed for time. Please guide me to the Supreme Kai realm. Lindsay spoke in an unperturbed tone. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura erupted from his being. He did not wish to complicate matters for the two, yet he also did not want to squander time on trivialities. It was not a matter of trying to show off. Rather, it was simply a more efficient approach. Such formidable strength, could this individual genuinely be human? Upon sensing the sudden surge of Lindsay's aura, Jebet's complexion changed drastically. He had never before encountered such overwhelming power. This force likely surpassed that of both himself and Lord Kaioshin. It was almost unfathomable that a being of such extraordinary caliber could exist among humans. Now, may I be escorted to witness this marvel? Lindsay retracted his breath and inquired once more. Indeed, this method proved to be remarkably effective. Then please follow me. As he spoke, the Kaioshin Asin furrowed his brow slightly before nodding in agreement. The Kaioshin harbored his own intentions. The Kaioshin sword was exceedingly heavy, and no previous Kaioshin had ever succeeded in drawing it. Although the individual before him was undeniably powerful, he certainly lacked the capability to extract the Kaioshin sword. However, the inability to do so would solely be his own dilemma. Under the guidance of the Kaioshin, the group arrived at the location of the Kaioshin sword in just 2 minutes. A towering peak loomed above, resembling a colossal pillar reaching for the heavens. Whoosh! Lindsay grasped the figure of number 18, propelling himself upward to the mountain peak with remarkable agility. The Kaioshin, Ashin, and Jebet swiftly ascended in pursuit. Lindsay approached the divine sword, his right hand resting upon the hilt. Do you intend to draw the Kaioshin sword? Don't be absurd. No Kaioshin throughout history has managed to do so. Spare yourself the embarrassment, Jebet remarked derisively, his voice trailing off. With a sharp crack, the Kaioshin sword was effortlessly extracted by Lindsay. He waved it about nonchalantly, as if the sword bore no weight at all in his grasp. What was that you just said? I didn't quite catch it, Lindsay teased, directing his gaze toward Jebet. At that moment, both Jebet and Kaioshin Ashin stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, eyes wide with disbelief. The Kaioshin sword, which had eluded the mightiest of Kaioshins, appeared to be as light as a feather in the hands of this human. Is this what you refer to as divine? Number 18 inquired disdainfully, observing the utterly astonished expressions of Kaioshin Ashin and Jebet. These two deities seem rather inexperienced, don't they? Indeed, they do. Lindsay awkwardly nodded in acknowledgement. The appearance of King Kai Ashin and Jebet at that moment resembled that of unsophisticated country folk, utterly disconnected from the divine. Humph. I feel as though even that diminutive green fellow from Earth pales in comparison, remarked Android 18 with disdain. The diminutive green fellow she referred to was none other than Earth's deity, Dandy. Ahem, may I inquire your esteemed name? Upon hearing Android 18's blatant disdain, King Kai cleared his throat twice, then respectfully inquired. The strength of this human is indeed formidable. It is utterly irresponsible for me, as a cosmic King Kai, to be completely oblivious to such a fact. My name is Lindsay. Lindsay remained engrossed in his study of the Kaioshin sword, not bothering to glance at the Kaioshin, and merely responded with a dismissive remark. He then muttered to himself, I can't discern any notable differences. Even if it were a weapon, it seems too lightweight, and besides, weapons are hardly necessary in the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, Lindsay raised the Kaioshin sword before him with his left hand, then flicked it lightly with the index and middle fingers of his right hand. Snap! The Kaioshin sword shattered with a resounding crack, the blade falling to the ground. What on earth? This time, both of their jaws dropped in utter disbelief, their eyes bulging even further. The fact that the Kaioshin sword had been drawn was astonishing enough, but to think that this individual could break it with a mere flick? Was this even humanly possible? Chapter 19. What now, Lord Kaioshin? Jebet maintained a completely bewildered expression. After thousands of years, this was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. The notoriously resilient Kaioshin sword had been broken. Kaioshin Asin also wore a look of utter confusion, as this was a situation he had never faced before. Just as the two remained in shock, a rather disheveled old man suddenly appeared behind them, his demeanor feeble, body hunched, and hands clasped behind his back. How did this old man just materialize? Moreover, he was dressed in the same garb as those two gods. Android 18 looked at the old man in surprise and asked, what is the story behind this unexpected appearance? There was no sign at all. This old fellow is indeed a god. I've come to seek him. The sudden appearance of the old man was none other than the ancient Kaioshin, who was sealed within the Kaioshin sword. Legend has it that he was imprisoned there by the god of destruction, Beerus. However, the truth of this matter remains uncertain. Nonetheless, The likelihood is quite high, given that the Kaioshin and the god of destruction share a symbiotic existence. If the Kaioshin were to perish, the god of destruction would vanish as well. Thus, Beerus had to make certain preparations. Lindsay's purpose for venturing into the Kaioshin realm was not merely for the Kaioshin sword, but rather to seek the ancient Kaioshin, perhaps hoping to glean some knowledge regarding Super Saiyan 5. Upon overhearing Lindsay and Android 18's conversation, Kaioshin Asin and Jebit turned around promptly, only to behold the ancient Kaioshin. "May I inquire, esteemed elder, who you are?" Kaioshin Asin asked, scrutinizing the ancient Kaioshin with a puzzled expression. Judging by his attire, he seemed to belong to the Kaioshin realm. Yet despite living in the divine realm for so many years, Asin had never encountered this frail old man. "Are you speaking of me? My name is Peter Toro. I am, in fact, the Kaioshin from 15 generations ago. I trust that clarifies matters for you." The ancient Kaioshin squinted his eyes, wearing a self-satisfied expression. What? A Kaioshin from 15 generations ago? Upon hearing the words of the old Kai, the Supreme Kai Shin and Jebit displayed their characteristic astonishment akin to that of ignorant country bumpkins. They had never before encountered the existence of such a person. Lindsay directly pushed Jebit and the Supreme Kai aside, advancing to stand before the old Supreme Kai. With a smile, he remarked, "It is an honor to finally meet you, old Supreme Kai." The old Supreme Kai, astonished, gazed at Lindsay and exclaimed, "Oh, you are a Saiyan? How is it that you are aware of my existence?" It was remarkable, considering he had been sealed away for countless millennia, so long that he could scarcely recall. Moreover, even his successor, the Supreme Kai, did not recognize him, yet this Saiyan did. It was indeed perplexing. Was not the lifespan of humans merely a fleeting century? Except for those of extraordinary lineage, of course. Had you not known of me, I would assume you were still imprisoned within the Supreme Kai's sword. Lindsay smiled gently and inquired, "Were you the one who liberated me from the God of Destruction's sword?" "TCH, those two inept beings. I had assumed it was their doing." The old god of destruction cast a scornful glance at the gods of destruction Asin and Jebit, expressing his disappointment. "I never imagined that as a god of destruction, one would require the assistance of a mere human for salvation. What a disgrace. I have come with a purpose. The old god of destruction, being well-versed in matters, should be able to assist me." Lindsay smiled at the old Kai, feeling no need to engage in excessive conversation. "Assistance? Very well. In light of your liberating me from the Kai sword, I shall oblige," he replied. The old Kai, brimming with confidence, patted his chest, declaring that there existed no problem in this world that could confound him. However, in a sudden turn, Lindsay clenched his fists, and a terrifying golden aura erupted from his body. His form began to transform. He grew over 30 centimeters taller, his body became adorned with crimson fur, and his pupils turned a brilliant gold, framed by red eye sockets. A long, red tail trailed behind him. What on earth is happening? The old Kai and his companion, Jebit, were left in a state of shock, bewildered by the overwhelming energy that seemed to envelop the entire divine realm. How could this human possess such terrifying power? The sheer magnitude of his energy was unfathomable. In that moment, they felt that even the divine was insignificant before Lindsay's might. Unbelievably, another Saiyan in the universe had achieved such an alarming level of strength. The old Kai's mouth fell agape, clearly astonished. The Saiyans were known as a warrior race, formidable in their own right even in the face of hundreds of thousands. Yet, none had ever attained such a terrifying state. Moreover, he had previously conducted extensive research on the Saiyans to suppress them. "I am in this form, the Super Saiyan 4th level, also known as Super Saiyan 4. To be direct, my purpose in seeking you is to inquire if you know what form exists above the Super Saiyan 4th level and how to attain such a transformation." Lindsay spoke directly and candidly. Within the 7th universe, the old Kaioshin is undoubtedly a repository of knowledge. Perhaps only Whis possesses a comparable breadth of understanding. If he himself is unaware of the method to transcend Super Saiyan 4th level, Lindsay would have to seek his own path. Chapter 20. What? A transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4th level? The old Kaioshin was evidently taken aback, astonished that this Saiyan had achieved such formidable strength, yet still sought to comprehend a higher form. If Lindsay truly could attain a state surpassing Super Saiyan 4th level, it was likely that even the slumbering deity would not stand a chance against him. However, he indeed had no knowledge of any transformation beyond Super Saiyan 4th level. In fact, he had only encountered the concept of Super Saiyan 4th level in ancient texts, and its authenticity remained uncertain to him. Indeed, the old Kaioshin, being well-versed, should have known how to achieve such a form, or so Lindsay hoped, observing the old Kaioshin's astonished expression. I am truly sorry, but I do not possess knowledge of any form beyond Super Saiyan 4th level. Even my understanding of Super Saiyan 4th level comes solely from ancient scriptures. The old Kaioshin stated honestly, shaking his head while clasping his hands behind his back. You don't know? How is that possible? Lindsay furrowed his brow. For it was indeed the old Kaioshin who imparted the method for Son Goku to transform into Super Saiyan 5 in Dragon Ball AF. Or do you simply wish to withhold this information from me? Lindsay's expression grew slightly colder as he sought to ascertain whether the old Kaioshin was deceiving him. Jebbit. The Kaioshin, an android 18, appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of the conversation unfolding between the two. Indeed, I am not familiar with any forms beyond the 4th stage of Super Saiyan, the old Kaioshin admitted. I have encountered some text regarding Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God, but on a deeper level, I am genuinely uninformed. The old Kaioshin shook his head, affirming his ignorance regarding Lindsay's inquiry. You are a clever man, old Kaioshin. You must realize that, given my strength, it would be effortless for me to eliminate the three of you, Lindsay declared, his voice laced with menace as he stared intently at the old Kaioshin. This old fellow is quite astute. If I do not assert some pressure, he is unlikely to divulge the truth. After all, with my true identity concealed, he must fear the emergence of a formidable demon in the universe. Upon hearing Qin Feng's blatant threat, Jebbit and Kaioshin Asen immediately fell into a state of panic. This human dared to contemplate their demise. What was even more terrifying was the undeniable possibility of his capability. They had never imagined that one day they could be slain by a mere human. The old Kaioshin furrowed his brow, then lifted his gaze to regard Lindsay earnestly. Not knowing is simply not knowing. Even if you were to kill us, I would still remain in the dark. It appears that this old fellow genuinely lacks knowledge. Observing the old Kaioshin's serious demeanor, Lindsay contemplated. However, I had not harbored high hopes for this matter. Now that the old Kaioshin is clueless, I must seek an alternative path. Android 18, let us depart. Lindsay's gaze regained its tranquility as he took hold of number 18 and remarked, But did you not just declare your intent to eliminate them? Number 18 inquired, somewhat perplexed. I was merely intimidating them. Let us proceed. Lindsay grasped Android 18 and swiftly vanished into the realm of the Supreme Kai. After their departure, Jebbit and Supreme Kaioshin collapsed onto the ground, their faces drenched in cold sweat. When they sensed that piercing aura of murderous intent, they genuinely believed that Lindsay intended to terminate their lives. Pathetic creatures. They remarked disdainfully, observing the utterly petrified expressions of the Supreme Kai and Jebbit. Upon hearing the Elder Supreme Kai's words, both men felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. The venerable ancestor remained remarkably composed and unflappable at such an advanced age, while they had been thoroughly intimidated. Great ancestor, are you truly unafraid that Lindsay might slay us? We are deities of creation. Should we perish, the entire world would gradually descend into ruin. Supreme Kaioshin inquired, a hint of admiration for the ancestor's unwavering spirit evident in his tone. Rest assured, for I believe he harbors no malevolence within him. And thus he would not take our lives, the Elder Supreme Kai clarified. Of course, the primary reason for his calmness was his own lack of knowledge regarding Lindsay. Can one truly sense such things? Jebbit gazed at the Elder Supreme Kai with admiration, considering him a veritable idol. Enough of your chatter, come assist me. I seem to have stood for too long, and my legs are growing numb, the Elder Supreme Kai chided, casting a frosty glare at Ashen and Jebbit. These two truly lack perception. What a disgrace to the Supreme Kai. The two exchanged glances, a shadow of perplexity crossing their brows. Could it be that the ancestor was genuinely experiencing numbness from standing too long? Meanwhile, Lindsay and Android 18 had executed an instantaneous move, departing the 7th universe and arriving in the 11th universe. Earlier, Lindsay had contemplated whether to venture to the 6th or 11th universe, as both housed formidable beings comparable to himself. Ultimately, he opted for the 11th universe, for the mightiest human, Jiren, resided there. A confrontation with him might catalyze his own breakthrough. Even if he could not transcend, his strength would surely experience a significant enhancement. Chapter 21. What is this place? Android 18 gazed at the highly advanced planet and inquired of Lindsay. This planet appears exceedingly developed. It is undoubtedly not Earth. Even the most advanced city on Earth cannot rival the technology present here. Towering skyscrapers rose majestically, constructed from unidentifiable metals. This is the 11th universe. As for the exact planet we currently inhabit, I am not entirely certain. Lindsay gazed upon the thriving metropolis and spoke. However, he sensed several formidable presences surrounding him. Hearing Lin Zhe's words, number 18 expressed surprise and inquired, "The 11th universe? What does that mean?" He had never encountered the notion of the 11th universe before. "I never mentioned it before, as there was no need," Lin Zhe replied. "Now, allow me to enlighten you. There are a total of 12 universes in existence. Our universe is the 7th, and we currently find ourselves in the 11th universe. The distances between each universe are exceedingly vast, making traversal to another universe a formidable challenge, achievable only by certain powerful deities. Moreover, the barriers between universes are not solely defined by distance. Possessing mere speed does not suffice to reach another universe. My ability to arrive in the 11th universe stems from my mastery of unrestricted instantaneous movement, which I have previously spoken of." Lin Zhe meticulously elucidated the situation to number 18. Clearly, she was astounded by his revelations. The notion that this universe could encompass 12 others was beyond her comprehension. It suggested a vastness that was simply unimaginable. How utterly astonishing. Such concepts had never crossed her mind before. Moreover, had she not encountered Lin Zhe, it was likely she would have remained oblivious to these truths throughout her life. In fact, this world once harbored 18 universes. Though 6 of them were eradicated by an exceptionally formidable entity. Lin Zhe once again began to elucidate. The diminutive figure he referred to was none other than the Omni King, a being capable of erasing an entire universe with but a single thought. The prospect of annihilating 6 universes was truly terrifying. Although number 18 typically maintained a calm demeanor, the notion of someone possessing the power to obliterate universes brought a look of astonishment to her face. It was indeed frightening, should he desire it. The remaining 12 universes could easily be destroyed in the blink of an eye. Contemplating this, Lin Zhe felt a sense of discomfort, for his very life was held in another's grasp. It was akin to having one's throat constricted. Any slight pressure could spell his demise. Thus, he found himself in a rather unsettling position. To alter this precarious state, he must grow stronger, powerful enough to withstand the Omni King's erasure. Who would have imagined such formidable beings existed in this world? From Lin Zhe's expression, number 18 recognized the immense strength of the small figure he spoke of. After all, a being that could instill such a sense of power in Lin Zhe must be extraordinarily formidable. Enough of such discussions. Now that we have arrived in the 11th universe, let us indulge in the culinary delights it has to offer. Lin Zhe held the hand of number 18 and smiled as he spoke. He too was eager to discover whether there were any other formidable beings in Universe 11, aside from Jiren. Number 18 nodded in agreement, and the two descended onto the street, subsequently entering a restaurant. Half an hour later, they had feasted to their satisfaction. The cuisine of Universe 11 appeared to be quite palatable indeed. Lin Zhe patted his belly, gazing at the plate on the table, which bore the aftermath of a tempestuous feast, akin to the remnants of a fierce battle. Meanwhile, number 18 rested her chin on her hand, a look of utter disbelief on her face as she regarded Lin Zhe with an air of boredom and disdain. Is there truly any food that is unpalatable for you Saiyans? One cannot help but ponder the composition of a Saiyan's stomach. It seems capable of consuming the equivalent of 2 entire cattle. I jest, for I am quite discerning when it comes to my culinary preferences. Lin Zhe picked his teeth and spoke. At that moment, a creature resembling a gorilla approached, wearing a forced smile as he addressed Lin Zhe. "Gentlemen, your total expenditure amounts to 1,500,000 silver coins. Allow me to round it off to a neat 1 million. Lin Zhe suddenly froze, realizing that they seemingly lacked the currency of the 11th universe. Surely, these two wouldn't resort to dining and dashing, would they? As if sensing Lin Zhe's uncomfortable expression, the gorilla-like waiter's smile vanished entirely. Such occurrences were rare in their establishment. Don't misunderstand. I simply forgot to bring any money. How about I fetch it shortly? Though formidable in strength, finding oneself without funds for a meal was undeniably awkward. No joking, our establishment does not offer credit. With a clap of his hands, the gorilla waiter summoned several burly men to stand before Lin Zhe. This scene felt oddly familiar to him, reminiscent of certain melodramatic idol dramas where the wealthy male protagonist, accompanied by his female counterpart, dines lavishly only to discover he has no money afterward. Alas, we are all civilized individuals. Must we resort to violence to resolve this? Lin Zhe clenched his fists and stretched his body, stating that, given the opponent's posture, a peaceful resolution was unattainable. Although he had no desire to engage in a brawl with these individuals, the absence of financial means left no choice but to resort to violence. Attack. Deliver a severe beating to that man. commanded the burly figure, and 4 or 5 robust men charged toward Lindsay. Chapter 22, a series of swift whooshing sounds pierced the air. None could discern Lindsay's movements before those men were sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Though their faces bore expressions of agony, it was evident that their lives were not in jeopardy. What? Who was this person? The burly leader. Witnessing his security personnel being swiftly incapacitated, instinctively recoiled several steps, fearing he might be the next to find himself sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, someone had already begun dialing the authorities. Hello, is this General Kaioshin of the Pride Squad? Yes, indeed. We have individuals dining and dashing. And they have injured our staff, 1 male and 1 female, resembling warriors. No one saw how they struck. All right, please, General, come at once. With that, the caller hung up the phone. Lindsay naturally noticed the store clerk making a phone call. However, he refrained from intervening. Moreover, that individual known as General Kaioshin is none other than a proud warrior representing Universe 11 in the Tournament of Power. Such a character can be considered the 4th seed of the esteemed Universe 11 Pride team. Yet, his strength is remarkably lacking. While his portrayal in the animation is somewhat respectable, in the manga, he was effortlessly eliminated by Master Rashi. He is truly a mere novice among novices. Originally, Lindsay intended to gain a better understanding of the fundamental circumstances surrounding Universe 11, but it appears that opportunity has slipped away. The confrontation with the Pride team is approaching much sooner than he had anticipated. Let us proceed. A battle is likely to ensue shortly. We should find a suitable location for the impending conflict. Lindsay uttered a remark to the 18th number before he exited the dining hall. After witnessing Lindsay's formidable presence, everyone hastily made way for him in the 18th number. Subsequently, the duo chose a relatively spacious area, anticipating that the Proud team would soon seek them out. Indeed, within a mere 10 minutes, several figures descended from the sky. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silhouettes materialized before Lindsay and his companion, all clad in the red and black attire of the Proud team, adorned with white gloves and boots. They were none other than the 4 prominent members of the Proud team, Kaioshin, Boone, and Quincy. Are you the 2 who dined and dashed in the restaurant? Kaioshin inquired, regarding Lindsay in the 18th number with an air of righteous indignation. Indeed, we are the ones who feasted. What of it? The 18th number boldly stepped forward. Her lips pursed in defiance as she addressed Kaioshin. How brazen of you to act so unrepentant after committing such an offense. In that case, I shall have no choice but to apprehend you. Once the debt is settled, I shall release you. Kaioshin replied, his reasoning seemingly sound. Return the money, and they would be freed. However, the 18th number was evidently unimpressed. Do you truly believe you can capture us? You overestimate your own significance, she retorted dismissively. The one-eyed figure before her likely posed no real threat. How audacious and ignorant he was to utter such reckless words in the presence of the Proud team. Boone, teach that arrogant woman a lesson, but be careful not to cause any fatalities. Kaioshin commanded the brown-haired Boone. Understood, General. I shall temper my strength, Boone nodded, his gaze shifting toward the 18th number. It had been quite some time since he had the opportunity to truly stretch his limbs. It seemed today would provide an excellent chance for a vigorous display. That individual appears to possess some skill. Shall I offer assistance? Lindsay gazed at No. 18 and inquired, primarily concerned for her safety. Do not forget that over these past 3 years, I have also been diligently training. I can certainly handle such an opponent. Number 18 replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, but do not overexert yourself. Lindsay reminded himself that during the past 3 years, he had been engrossed in his own cultivation, neglecting the fact that Android 18 was also honing her skills. It is worth noting that Android 18 was originally human. Thus, she too possessed the capacity for cultivation. A quintessential example of this is Android 17 from Dragon Ball Super, who managed to survive until the very end. A feat that necessitated substantial strength. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted from Boone, who charged towards Android 18 with a fierce attack. Although his speed was commendable, to Lindsay, it appeared as though time itself had slowed dramatically. Too sluggish. Let us see how you fare against this, he thought. Android 18 directed her palms towards Boone, unleashing a barrage of energy spheres that erupted from her hands. Boone's advance was abruptly halted as he was forced to dodge the oncoming energy blasts in a frantic manner. It seems our adversary is far more formidable than we anticipated. Quincy, assist Boone. He may be ill-equipped to handle this, Castler urged Quincy, who, despite lacking immense power, possessed remarkable binding light techniques. If these were combined with Boone's Justice Whip, the results could be unexpectedly effective. All right, let me ensnare him, Quincy nodded. Raising his hands into a claw-like position, golden rays shooting forth from his fingertips. However, just as Quincy was about to act, Lindsay suddenly positioned himself before Castler and Quincy, his palms converging to form energy spheres, which he pressed against their foreheads. Should you dare to interfere, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. Lindsay's cold voice resonated, laced with a palpable aura of lethal intent. What? The two were startled, a chill racing down their spines as cold sweat drenched their backs. The golden energy lines that had previously adorned Quincy's fingertips vanished without a trace, as his acute sense of danger warned him that even the slightest movement would lead to his immediate annihilation. Castler's face turned ashen. He had never encountered such overwhelming strength. Though he considered himself one of the top 4 in the Proud Team, he found himself with no chance of resistance whatsoever. Aside from Jiren, Topo, and Dispo, no one had ever exhibited such prowess. Who was this individual? Where does he come from? Why is he so absurdly powerful? Begone. The energy sphere in Lindsay's hand vanished, but he immediately retaliated with 2 swift slaps, striking Castler and Quincy squarely on their faces. Whoosh. Their bodies were sent crashing to the ground like cannonballs, resulting in an explosive impact that created 2 enormous craters. Wow. A stream of blood simultaneously erupted from their mouths, their faces swollen grotesquely, resembling 2 pig heads. Impossible. Castler was actually knocked away by a single slap? Were they not supposed to be the most formidable opponents? Not this woman? Boone, bewildered, glanced at number 18, then shifted his terrified gaze back to Lindsay. To defeat General Castler in an instant, he must be the strongest among them. Hey, focusing on others during combat is rather disrespectful to me. Just as Boone turned his attention to Lindsay, number 18's icy voice pierced the air. Boone hurriedly turned his head, only to be met with an energy sphere the size of a basketball. Boom. He had no chance to evade. The energy sphere exploded right in front of him. Boone's body was sent hurtling away, crashing down beside Castler and Quincy. What a formidable enemy. Our strength is utterly insufficient to contend with them. We must urgently seek assistance from Captain Turo, Quincy exclaimed. Fear etched across his face as he addressed Castler. As members of the Pride Team, they were among the finest warriors in the world. Yet they had never found themselves in such a dire predicament. The 3 of them had joined forces, only to be vanquished in an instant. Although it was somewhat humiliating, they had no choice but to proceed this way. Castler nodded gravely, acknowledging the reality. This was their sole recourse. As long as either Captain Turo or Vice Captain Dispo arrived, they could effortlessly subdue these 2 humans. Castler promptly began to contact the headquarters of the Pride Team. Hello. This is General Castler. We find ourselves in a precarious situation. Yes, indeed. We request the assistance of Captain Turo and Vice Captain Dispa. The situation is critical. Please relay this message immediately. Turning to Lindsay, number 18 inquired, do we not need to incapacitate these individuals? Observing Castler and his companions, now devoid of combat capability, she spoke up. Being constantly hassled by them would undoubtedly be quite bothersome. No need. They have already called for help. I trust our allies will arrive shortly. Lindsay shook his head and remarked that characters like Castler were merely insignificant figures, rendering any deliberate reprimand unnecessary. He yearned for a genuine battle, particularly against Topo and Jiren. Topo's strength was notably formidable. After all, in Dragon Ball Super, his power was capable of contending with Super Saiyan Blue, and he even possessed the ability to transform into a god of destruction. Once transformed, Topo's might became even more formidable. However, the current dilemma was that Lindsay was uncertain about the comparative strength between his Super Saiyan 4 form and that of Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. You came to Universe 11 to seek someone? Have you been here before? Android 18 inquired with a hint of surprise. She had initially perceived Lindsay merely as a rather powerful Saiyan, but was intrigued to discover that he had acquaintances beyond Universe 7, thereby heightening her curiosity about him. No, I have only heard of a few strong individuals in Universe 11, and I merely wish to engage in some sparring with them, he replied. Lindsay replied nonchalantly. So that's how it is. However, it seems you have concealed many matters from me. The 18th person fixed a piercing gaze upon Lindsay, as if intent on dissecting him for an in-depth examination. How could that be? You never inquired about these matters, did you? Lindsay smiled as he spoke. In truth, he had concealed certain matters from number 18, such as being a traveler from another realm and possessing a system within his body. These secrets must remain undisclosed to No. 18 and absolutely cannot be revealed to anyone. TCH, number 18 scoffed, turning her head away. After approximately 4 or 5 minutes, Lindsay sensed two formidable presences swiftly approaching him, accompanied by a relatively weaker aura. Had Tuapa brought them here? The energy was intense. It seemed that a splendid battle awaited. Upon sensing that potent force, Lindsay clenched his fist slightly, a look of excitement illuminating his face. His blood began to stir within him, as it was the first time he had encountered such overwhelming energy, naturally causing a wave of exhilaration. It was likely also due to the warrior blood coursing through his veins. The moment such a powerful aura was detected, his body cells instinctively began to awaken with fervor. Chapter 24. 2 minutes later, a low, thunderous sound pierced the air, followed by the appearance of two figures before Lindsay and number 18. The first was a bald giant, imposing in stature, with fists as large as bowls, exuding an aura of strength. His copper bell-sized eyes radiated authority, set within a face of pale yellow skin, adorned with rugged elfin ears. Following closely behind was another individual with greenish skin, deep blue hair, and a rectangular face. Both donned the uniforms of the Proud Team. These two were none other than Tuapa, the captain of the Proud Team, and the stone-skinned Taba. What happened, Concealer? You all are certainly bringing shame to the Proud Team. Tuapa's deep voice carried a hint of anger. It was known that the Proud Team had not been in such a disheveled state for quite some time. A simultaneous effort from 3 members. Yet they still found themselves in such a dire predicament. Captain, those two are not ordinary individuals, especially that man. His strength is somewhat monstrous. Concealer lowered his head in embarrassment, but quickly lifted it again to address Tuapa. Is this your excuse? Tuapa glanced at Concealer before turning his gaze towards Lindsay. What crime have you committed? Before Lindsay could respond, Concealer interjected, Captain. Those two dined and dashed at the restaurant. We received a complaint from the establishment and came here. And then, Concealer hesitated, feeling ashamed of what transpired. He thought to himself, then they were knocked down. Is this a trivial matter? You all go and return the money to the restaurant in my name. Attend to your injuries while you're at it. Tuapa instructed Concealer, Quincy, and Boone. He then turned his attention back to Lindsay. To be able to simultaneously defeat Concealer and Boone, you are quite the warrior. This meal is on me. With an imposing demeanor, Tuapa spoke to Lindsay. I sincerely thank you for that. Lindsay chuckled and addressed Tuapa. Since he aspired to become affluent, so be it. However, he was somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Tuapa's approach would not be to confront him directly, but rather to assist in repaying his meal expenses first. Previously, while perusing fan works of Dragon Ball Super, Lindsay had harbored no particular fondness for Tuapa, nor did he feel any aversion. Yet today, it seemed that Tuapa was quite commendable. You are a remarkable warrior. As the captain of the Proud Squad, I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join us. He continued, from this moment onward, I shall take care of all your meal expenses. Tuapa appeared to hold a certain admiration for Lindsay, as he not only refrained from initiating a battle, but also extended an olive branch instead. This left Lindsay momentarily bewildered. This formidable figure seemed quite different from the Tuapa he had envisioned. No, he must alter the current situation. Ridiculous. Do you think I resemble someone who is short of a few meals? Lindsay scoffed at the olive branch extended by Tuapa, although he indeed found himself devoid of funds at the moment. Hey, kid, our Captain Tuapa personally invites you to join the Pride Squad. This is an immense honor. You ought to feel privileged. Do you understand? Before Tuapa could utter a word, Tabar, standing beside him, interjected. He was the quintessential sycophant, reminiscent of the second male lead in a melodramatic television series. Who do you think you are to speak? Lindsay retorted coldly, narrowing his eyes at Tabar. The 3 who just left have gone to recuperate. Do you wish to join them? Sensing the impending threat, Tabar instinctively recoiled, choosing silence. He had an odd premonition that should he continue to prattle on, even with Captain Tuapa present, that fellow could very well deal with him. Joining the Pride Squad is the dream of every martial artist. Such a splendid opportunity. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider? Tuapa, unfazed, inquired once more. Very well. I would consent to join your Pride Squad, but only if you can defeat me. Lindsay smiled lightly and addressed Tuapa. Given Tuapa's prowess, it was evident that he would be unable to defeat him, as there was a discernible gap in their energies, a fact Lindsay had perceived upon Tuapa's arrival. However, engaging in battle with Tuapa might indeed enhance his own capabilities. What? Tuapa questioned whether he had misheard. Could it be that someone dared to utter such words to him? In this vast universe, aside from Jillian and his elder brother Weimei, was there truly another who would speak so audaciously before him? You heard correctly. If you can vanquish me, I shall willingly join your proud team. What say you? Lin Zhe's face was still adorned with a confident smile as he spoke. It was hardly surprising that Topo displayed such an expression, for he was indeed one of the top 3 formidable warriors in Universe 11. Truly, his arrogance was unparalleled. It seemed that having triumphed over Kazerl and Quincy had inflated his self-assurance to an excessive degree, Topo remarked coldly. Perhaps so. Lin Zhe shrugged nonchalantly. Very well. If that is the case, I shall grant your wish and allow you to witness the prowess of the proud team leader. With a clenched fist, Tuapa addressed Lin Zhe in a fierce tone. Beside them, Taba wore an expression of eager anticipation. The individual before them was exceedingly arrogant. Having uttered such ignorant words, it was only fitting that Captain Tuapa would deliver a proper lesson. He would teach him the ways of humility. Excellent. Let us engage in battle, Tuapa. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe's gaze suddenly sharpened. His fists clenched tightly as a golden aura erupted explosively from his body. Chapter 25, Crackle. Azure lightning flickered incessantly around Lin Zhe, while the golden flame shot upward in a jet-like fashion. He had evidently transformed into a Super Saiyan too. Oh, so one can indeed undergo a metamorphosis to augment their power. No wonder such arrogance. It must be said that he possesses a level of confidence that is truly warranted, as his strength far surpasses that of Kazerl and his companions. Observing Lin Zhe's sudden transformation into Super Saiyan 2, Topo was taken aback, yet he expressed his admiration. It was astonishing that such a formidable warrior existed in Universe 11, and as a candidate for the God of Destruction, he was completely unaware. This was indeed a lapse on his part. Simultaneously, his desire to recruit Lin Zhe into the Pride Troopers intensified. After all, individuals of such remarkable strength are rare to find. Come, you have piqued my interest. Allow me to witness your true power, Topo declared. Assuming a combat stance with his hands positioned in front and behind him, addressing Lin Zhe. Meanwhile, Dabura, standing behind Topo, wisely stepped aside. Anyone capable of capturing Captain Topo's interest must undoubtedly possess formidable strength. That guy seems incredibly powerful. Are you confident? Number 18 inquired with concern. The imposing figure across from them appeared significantly stronger than the previous opponents. Do not worry, he is still no match for me. Lin Zhe turned his head and, with a confident smile, spoke. In a swift motion, Lin Zhe's figure suddenly darted forward, directly launching an attack towards Tuapa. The speed was astonishing, leaving Tuapa somewhat taken aback by Lin Zhe's swiftness. However, it was merely a moment of surprise. Such speed posed no threat to him. Lin Zhe's fist came soaring forward with great force. Torpo's face remained utterly impassive, and instead of striking back, he transformed his right fist into an open palm and withdrew. Bang! Lin Zhe's fist struck Torpo's palm, producing a deep, resonant sound of collision. Crack! The ground beneath Torpo suddenly fractured, with cracks spreading out like a spider's web in all directions. Yet, Torpo's body remained utterly unyielding, akin to an indomitable rock. The force was commendable, though merely impressive when measured against an average individual. Torpo smiled faintly, then abruptly unleashed his left fist toward Lin Zhe. Upon witnessing this, Lin Zhe swiftly retracted his recently launched fist, bringing his arms together to shield his chest. Bang! A deep, resonant sound echoed as Lin Zhe's body was propelled away by an overwhelming force, his feet gliding along the ground for several dozen yards. The earth was furrowed, leaving behind 2 long, trailing marks. Indeed, this individual's strength is remarkably formidable. Lin Zhe shook his somewhat numb arms, a wicked smile curving at the corners of his mouth as he whispered to himself. Yet, he bore no psychological burden from being repelled by a single punch. Rather, he felt an exhilarating thrill surging within him. The blood coursing through his veins began to simmer with excitement. How intriguing! He had only been forced back a short distance. Those capable of withstanding even a fraction of my strength are few and far between in this universe. You are indeed impressive. Torpo offered another compliment, expecting Lin Zhe to be astonished, yet he was not. Unbeknownst to Torpo, Lin Zhe had likely not even unleashed 1% of his true power. You are formidable as well. It seems your strength exceeds my expectations. This form cannot contend with you, so I shall unleash my full might and engage you in a proper duel. Observing Torpo's confident smile, Lin Zhe suddenly grinned wider and declared. As his words fell, his arms trembled violently, adopting a combat stance. Ha! A deep roar erupted from his throat. In that instant, golden flames surged forth, casting a golden hue over the entire planet. Crackling golden lightning flickered within the radiant aura. Waves of energy emanated from Lin Zhe's body, expanding outward in concentric circles. What is happening? Such overwhelming pressure. Torpo's companion, Taba, quickly raised his arms defensively, feeling the powerful shockwaves push him back several steps. Peering through the gaps between his arms, he spoke in sheer terror. Just the aura alone exudes such immense force. Against an opponent like this, I could be obliterated with a mere finger. Is he truly this strong? Torpo's smile gradually froze, morphing into profound shock. He had already been astounded by the strength Lin Zhe had displayed moments ago, but now it seemed to have multiplied 100-fold. Under these circumstances, he truly began to sense the gravity of the situation. After several moments, the terrifying shockwaves began to wane, and the golden radiance started to dissipate. A towering figure emerged within Torpo's line of sight. With long black hair cascading over broad shoulders, the upper body adorned with crimson fur and muscular chest exposed. Lin Zhe stood before him. His once light green pupils transformed into a striking gold, framed by crimson eye sockets that added an alluring edge to his demeanor. What is happening? His appearance and physique have completely transformed. Torpo gazed at Lin Zhe in astonishment, muttering to himself. Moreover, the energy within Lin Zhe had increased by more than 100-fold, instilling in him a profound sense of pressure. This is my ultimate transformation. The battles ahead will be even more intense and exhilarating. Lin Zhe flashed a charming smile and spoke to Tuapa. Chapter 26. I truly did not anticipate that you could become this formidable. Initially, I thought you were merely arrogant, but now it seems you are merely masquerading as a pig to eat a tiger. Tuapo's expression began to shift. Previously, he had felt a sense of strategic dominance. But with those words, that sensation dissipated. The Lin Zhe before him, exhibiting such strength, had begun to instill pressure upon him. This fellow is indeed powerful. In light of this, I shall unleash my strength and engage you in a proper battle. Tuapa clenched his fists tightly. In that instant, Lin Zhe could no longer sense Tuapo's aura. It appears that although I possess considerable power now, I still cannot perceive the divine energy. Lin Zhe gazed at Tuapa, murmuring to himself, aware that Tuapa possessed the potential to attain the divine realm. He found it only natural that he could not perceive Tuapo's aura during his moments of earnestness. Now, let me witness the true extent of your power. With all his might unleashed, Tuapa charged directly towards Lin Zhe, his speed astonishingly swift. Whoosh! Lin Zhe similarly emerged in a flash. Boom! In the next moment, their fists collided with a resounding impact. The ground instantly caved in, and waves of energy surged forth like a hurricane, propelling dust and debris into the air. Witnessing this, Number 18 hastily erected an energy barrier around his body. Bang! Nevertheless, he was still sent flying by the terrifying shockwave, retreating several dozen meters away. As for Tabar, who was caught off guard, he was directly struck by the shockwave and sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground. Fortunately, his physical resilience was akin to that of stone, thus he sustained no injuries. Following the collision of their fists, both Lin Zhe and Tabar were propelled backward. Lin Zhe retreated several steps before stabilizing his stance, while Tuapa was forced to withdraw a considerable distance before he could regain his footing. Such formidable strength. It seems I have underestimated him to some extent. Tuapa thought to himself as he placed his right fist behind him, loosening it slightly. Although it appeared that both had been pushed back, he understood that the power of his opponent far exceeded his own. This individual possesses immense strength. It is evident that I cannot continue to exchange blows with him. With a focused thought, Tuapa directed his right hand towards Lin Zhe, his fingers poised. Golden energy orbs coalesced at his fingertips. Just as flash, Tuapa proclaimed, unleashing 5 beams of energy that surged towards Lin Zhe. A mere parlor trick. Lin Zhe scoffed, disdain evident on his face as he watched the energy beams approach. Huh, he bellowed, and an explosive golden aura erupted forth. Tuapa's Justice Flash was instantly obliterated by the terrifying flames. Energy cannon. Observing that his Justice Flash had been shattered by Lin Zhe's force, Tuapa's expression grew grave as he prepared to unleash another energy wave. Now, behold the might of my Kamehameha wave, tenfold. Lin Zhe formed a delicate flower bud with his palms, and a terrifying energy sphere coalesced from his hands. Huh, he shouted explosively, and then released it. Boom. The moment the two formidable energy waves collided, a tremendous explosion ensued. The ground was blasted into a massive crater, as if the very air rippled in that instant. Under the immense shockwave, Tuapo's body was once again forced back several dozen feet. Such a powerful energy wave. Why is this individual so extraordinarily strong? A being of this caliber should not be obscure in the cosmos. Tuapo's spirit sank further. After 3 encounters, he had come to realize the chasm that lay between them. He was no match for this adversary. Had he previously looked down upon joining the Proud Battle Team? It turned out this individual possessed strength surpassing even that of the Proud Battle Team's captain. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a 3-year sign-in gift package. Would you like to claim it? Just as Lindsay and Tuapa had engaged in their energy wave confrontation, the synthesized electronic voice of the system suddenly resonated in Lindsay's mind. The system? Goodness, it hasn't appeared in 2 years. I nearly forgot I possessed such a system. Lindsay murmured to himself in astonishment. After receiving a year's worth of sign-in rewards, the system had seemingly entered a dormant state, remaining utterly silent for 2 full years. To his surprise, it suddenly reactivated today. He then silently acknowledged in his mind. Ding. The 3-year sign-in reward has been successfully claimed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the instant flash technique. The electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated once more. Instant flash technique? Lindsay's body trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that the 3-year sign-in reward would be the instant transmission technique. It seems that the 3 years of waiting were not in vain. One must acknowledge that the instant transmission technique wielded by the assassin Hit from the 6th universe is undeniably formidable. During the tournament between the 6th and 7th universes, Hit effortlessly defeated Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta when he first employed this technique. Even with the tenfold Kaioshin, Super Saiyan Blue Goku ultimately could not claim victory over Hit. It is noteworthy that Hit's strength is not on par with that of Goku and Vegeta, which clearly highlights the prowess of the instant transmission technique. Now, with Lindsay mastering this technique, his power is undoubtedly significantly enhanced. This will become one of his most potent moves, providing him with a distinct advantage in battle. Chapter 27. The instant transmission technique is indeed a remarkable asset for him, possessing immense practical value. What is going on with that guy? He had just been in control. Yet now he appears lost in thought. Observing Lindsay, who seems dazed and even bears a silly grin, Trappa finds himself somewhat bewildered. However, seizing the opportunity, he decides to take advantage of Lindsay's distraction to defeat him. Trappa is not one to exploit others' vulnerabilities, but this individual possesses considerable strength. If he could join the Pride team, it would be a significant boon for both the team and the entire universe. Thus, Trappa resolves to defeat him by any means necessary. With that thought, Trappa's body suddenly darted forward, almost instantaneously arriving beside Lindsay. Just his fist, he shouted, as his fist, as large as a bowl, hurtled towards Lindsay's cheek. Lindsay, watch out, exclaimed Android 18, covering her mouth in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. What has happened to Lindsay? Does he not realize that he is in the midst of a battle? It is astonishing that he is daydreaming at such a critical moment. The strength of that hulking figure appears formidable. Should that fist land upon Lindsay's face, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. As the saying goes, one family's joy is another's sorrow. Number 18 bears a countenance marred by terror, while on the other side, Taba exudes palpable excitement. Truly, Captain Tuapa is adept at exploiting the weaknesses of his adversaries. It seems this match is nearing its conclusion. Yet the thought of having this fellow join the Pride squad is rather unappealing, Taba mused to himself. In an instant, Tuapa's fist surged forward, piercing directly through Lindsay's form. An afterimage? What is happening? Tuapa was taken aback, having pushed both his speed and strength to their limits, only to find he could not land a blow on Lindsay. How had he moved? At what moment had he made that shift? Tuapa was utterly bewildered. Could it be that this fellow's speed is beyond comprehension? You have lost, Tuapa. Just as Tuapa was engulfed in shock, a mocking voice suddenly resonated from behind him. What? Before Tuapa could even turn his head, an overwhelming force struck the back of his skull. Crack! Lindsay's right leg struck heavily against Tuapa's nape. Whistle. Subsequently, Tuapa's body plummeted to the ground like a meteor, tracing a diagonal line through the air. Boom. At the moment of contact with the earth, dust erupted, and debris shot forth like bullets in all directions. The ground was indented, forming a massive crater. Cracks spread ominously along the edges of the chasm, creating a shocking sight. Tuapa lay at the bottom of the enormous pit. The time flash technique proved to be remarkably effective. Observing Tuapa sprawled at the base of the crater, Lindsay chuckled and remarked. Had he not mastered the time flash technique moments ago, even with his prowess, he would have been unable to evade Tuapo's assault while simultaneously launching a counterattack. Yet, the instantaneous nature of the time flash technique was more than sufficient to execute a series of maneuvers. At that moment, number 18 and Taba finally regained their composure. Huh, that rascal startled me. Number 18 appeared somewhat shaken, clutching their heaving chest. It turned out Lindsay had already devised a strategy, while they had been unnecessarily worried. Ahem. Just then, Tuapa began to struggle. However, the divine aura seemed to have dissipated, and his breath had grown feeble. Captain, are you all right? Taba hurried over to support Tuapa. This fellow is truly stronger than I anticipated. Despite his defeat, it has been a long time since I experienced such exhilarating combat. Tuapa appeared unperturbed by his loss, even managing a smile. Swish. Lindsay's body fell before Tuapa, and he smiled as he spoke. What do you think? Do you still wish for me to join your illustrious team? Tuapa replied with a shrug and a grin. Indeed. Having a talent like you in the Pride Squad would be a boon for the entire universe. Although I may have lost, I still hope you will join us. Rest assured, I will reserve the captain's position for you. Tuapa chuckled. You truly are generous. However, at this moment, I have no interest in joining the Pride Squad. Should I ever come to a realization in the future, I shall give it consideration. Lindsay patted Tuapo's shoulder and spoke, seemingly having developed a new impression of him. This fellow was indeed quite different from the cold, hulking figure he had seen in Dragon Ball Super. All right, today you've bested me, but I shall not concede so easily. One day, I will surely defeat you, Tuapa declared confidently. With pressure comes the impetus to advance. Moreover, he had a formidable master, the god of destruction, the esteemed Master Makalita. Defeat me? While that may be an impossibility, I shall still offer you some encouragement. Keep striving. By the way, may I inquire if you know the whereabouts of Jiren? Lindsay suddenly inquired. In truth, from the very beginning, his primary interest lay with Jiren. After all, among the humans that appeared in Dragon Ball Super, the mightiest seemed to be Jiren and Broly from the Dragon Ball Super movie. Of course, he retained a sense of self-awareness, acknowledging that he was still no match for Jiren at this moment. Jiren? You actually know about Jiren? Topo remarked, clearly taken aback. He continued, do not tell me you wish to challenge Jiren? Why not? Lindsay responded with a smile. Chapter 28. I must concede that your strength is indeed formidable, perhaps surpassing mine by a considerable margin. Though Topo spoke with a hint of reluctance, being a candidate for the god of destruction of the 11th universe, he could not deny the truth of the matter. Given the recent encounter where he was decisively defeated, he realized that he was no match for his opponent. In that fleeting moment, he was utterly unable to perceive his movements, nor did he sense any fluctuations in energy. However, you claim not to be a match for Jiren, as his power transcends my comprehension. Is that so? Then I find myself even more intrigued. As a practitioner of martial arts, challenging stronger adversaries is inherently an exhilarating pursuit. Is it not? Lindsay replied with a smile. At Lindsay's question, Tuapo's expression subtly shifted. Lindsay is indeed correct. Those who practice should incessantly challenge formidable opponents to enhance their own strength. However, the overwhelming power of Jillian extinguishes any notion of challenge within me, for they exist on entirely disparate levels of prowess. Jillian has his own affairs and is unpredictable. I am currently unaware of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, I would advise against confronting Jillian, as it may significantly undermine your self-confidence. Torpo seemingly cautioned with good intentions. I appreciate your considerate warning. Since you are oblivious to Jillian's location, I shall take my leave. Realizing that Torpo was also unaware of Jillian's whereabouts, there was no point in lingering any longer. Just a moment. As Lindsay was about to turn away, Torpo suddenly called out to him. What is it? Are you dissatisfied and wish to engage in a duel with me? Lindsay turned his head and smiled as he inquired. Although he felt somewhat begrudging, he acknowledged that he was indeed no match for his opponent at that moment. This is a membership card for the Pride team. You are welcome to join us whenever you wish, said Tuapa, presenting a golden card to Lindsay. This is of no use to me, is it? I intend to visit the headquarters of your Pride team, and I doubt anyone will be able to stop me. Lindsay spoke with a faint smile. Aside from Jillian, no one could possibly stand in his way. However, Jillian was seldom present at the headquarters of the Pride team. This was indeed the case. Nevertheless, possessing this card allows one to make purchases anywhere in the universe. With this card in hand, minor inconveniences like today's would no longer arise. Torpo, rather than being angered by Lindsay's words, offered an explanation. His primary concern was that ordinary individuals might offend Lindsay over money, which could lead to undesirable consequences. Is that so? That certainly sounds quite advantageous. Thank you. Lindsay received the golden card and expressed his gratitude. Although he possessed the strength that rendered such tokens unnecessary, he could easily dine and dash without fear of being stopped. He had no desire to harm ordinary people or squander his time. Subsequently, Lindsay approached number 18. Let us depart, he said, taking her hand as they left the place. Are you all right, Captain? At that moment, Taba turned to Troper and inquired. I'm fine. That fellow is indeed formidable. Troper sighed deeply, feeling the aches throughout his body. That last kick had been quite forceful. By the way, send the word down. All members of the Pride Squad must avoid conflict with Lindsay. Additionally, notify the peacekeeping forces on each planet. For it seems that aside from Jillian, no one can restrain him. I understand, Captain. I will inform them immediately, Taba nodded. Had he not witnessed Lindsay's prowess, he might have thought Troper was overreacting. However, after witnessing his strength, Taba felt that Troper's actions were entirely justified. After parting ways with Troper, Lindsay took number 18 out for a delightful experience. I must admit, Troper's golden card is quite remarkable. Dining, lodging, and all expenses were waived wherever they went, accompanied by the highest standards of service. One cannot deny that Troper's reputation in the 11th universe is indeed impressive. Thus, time flowed steadily onward. For the majority of his time, Lindsay devoted himself to rigorous training, while a mere fraction was spent accompanying number 18 on leisurely outings, indulging in shopping and other diversions. For fleeting years passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, Jiren remained conspicuously absent, a fact that deeply troubled Lindsay. It is essential to understand that his primary objective in the 11th universe was to engage in a thrilling battle with Jiren, with the hope of transcending to Super Saiyan 4 through that confrontation. Yet, for years have elapsed, and this enigmatic figure has not made an appearance. Sai have yet to achieve a breakthrough. What could possibly be the reason? It has been a full 7 years, and I remain stuck at the threshold of Super Saiyan 4. Lindsay is currently filled with frustration. Over the course of 4 years, his abilities have undergone tremendous enhancement, and the energy within him is boundless. He distinctly senses that a breakthrough is within his reach, yet he remains inexplicably stuck. This sensation is driving him to the brink of madness. He attempts to sense Guillen's aura once more. If this individual is still absent, he will have no choice but to seek solutions in other universes. Lindsay has lost hope in battling Jiren. For the past 4 years, he has sensed Jiren's energy every single day, yet he has gained nothing. As the awakening of the god of destruction, Beerus, draws ever closer, he can no longer afford to wait. He must transcend his current Super Saiyan 4 form to be able to confront the god of destruction. Just as Lindsay closes his eyes to attune himself to the energy of the nearby planets, a sudden surge of formidable energy envelopes him. One so powerful that it instills a sense of pressure within Lindsay. Is it Jiren? Lindsay's eyes suddenly opened wide, filled with exhilaration. Chapter 29. This overwhelming power was unprecedentedly formidable, far surpassing that of Topo, and even he felt an intense sense of pressure throughout the entirety of the 11th universe. Aside from Jiren, there should be no one else present. Although the strength of the god of destruction, Vermouth, was indeed formidable, he was a god of destruction, and thus Lindsay could not perceive the divine aura. Since Jiren has made his appearance, let me engage with him thoroughly. Lindsay emerged from the training chamber, murmuring to himself, why am I not training anymore? Number 18, standing outside the gravity room, inquired as he stepped out. I have already identified my opponent for the challenge, so I may need to step out for a while. By the way, you should stay at home this time. This battle is sure to be exceptionally fierce, and I certainly want to be able to spare the time to protect you. If you are caught in the shockwave, the consequences could be dire. Very well, as you wish. However, do ensure your safety. If the situation becomes overwhelming, retreat. Winning or losing is not a disgrace. Since Lindsay did not permit her to accompany him, it was evident that his adversary must be extraordinarily formidable, hence his reluctance to let her take such risks. Although she longed to be by Lindsay's side, she understood that following him would only serve as a burden. All right, I promise, if I cannot hold my ground, I will flee immediately. Lindsay nodded gently, then gazed affectionately at number 18. All right, I shall take my leave now. Lindsay gently kissed the forehead of number 18. Then, propelled by an overwhelming force, instantaneously moved forward. Whoosh. When Lindsay's body reappeared, he found himself on a bustling street. Fortunately, it was still the same planet. Opposite him, 5 meters away, stood a figure clad in the proud team uniform of red and black, with a gray complexion, a smooth, bald head, and large eyes. This being bore a striking resemblance to the extraterrestrial creatures depicted in films, possessing a remarkably imposing physique. Indeed, it was Jillian. Lindsay gazed at the familiar silhouette, pursing his lips as he spoke. The palpable aura emanating from Jillian intensified the sense of pressure in their face-to-face encounter. While Lindsay scrutinized Jillian, the latter also turned his attention towards him. "Are you the one who defeated Tuapa?" Lindsay was taken aback when Jillian spoke first and inquired, "Indeed, it is I. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lindsay." Lindsay smiled and approached Jillian. Whether he could ascend to a higher realm depended entirely on Jillian. Jillian, with his resounding voice, spoke in a deep tone. "I have heard that you are the strongest human in the universe, surpassing even the Destroyer in power. I wish to challenge you." Lindsay smiled politely and remarked, "You are not my match, and I have no interest in you." Jillian, maintaining a haughty demeanor, retorted, "How can you ascertain that I am not your equal if we have yet to engage in battle? Furthermore, a formidable warrior like yourself must surely feel the weight of solitude. Do you not yearn for a worthy contest?" Despite Jillian's confident expression, Lindsay felt no irritation. After all, the individual before him indeed possessed the credentials to make such bold assertions. If he were unable to ascend to a higher level of strength, he would undoubtedly falter against Jillian. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Jillian's expression shifted slightly, and he replied, "In that case, I shall grant you this opportunity." Lindsay spoke truly. The powerful are often solitary, and he is no exception. Over the years, he has relentlessly pursued the enemies responsible for the annihilation of his clan, dedicating himself to arduous training and ceaselessly striving for strength. Unbeknownst to him, he has ascended to the pinnacle of this universe, with no one left to challenge him. Consequently, he has long been deprived of the thrill of combat. To be candid, he yearns for an equally matched adversary with whom he can engage in a genuine battle. "Very well, then follow me," he declared. Upon hearing Jillian's response, Lindsay's expression brightened, and in an instant, he vanished from Jillian's sight. This bustling area was crowded with humanity. Should they engage in combat here, innocent bystanders would undoubtedly be harmed. While he is not a paragon of virtue, he harbors no desire to harm the innocent. Jillian, too, leapt into action, swiftly following suit. Whoosh! The two men materialized almost simultaneously in a desolate, remote expanse, standing 10 meters apart, facing one another. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the proud battle team, it became evident that Lindsay had indeed located Jillian. "Let us go and observe," Trope remarked gravely. "Both of those individuals possess overwhelming power. Should they join forces, their clash could be extraordinarily fierce, potentially leading to the destruction of planets." His previous decision to prevent Lindsay and Jillian from collaborating was born from this very concern. However, it now seems that a confrontation is unavoidable, and he must strive to minimize the devastation of this impending battle. "Understood, Captain," Tispo, Kaeslar, and the others nodded in agreement before following Trope as they departed the headquarters. Meanwhile, back with Lindsay and Jillian, a battle was about to unfold. "Ha ha ha." Lindsay suddenly let out a furious roar, instantly transforming into the formidable fourth level of Super Saiyan. The wave of energy surged outwards in all directions, obliterating everything within a 100-foot radius. Yet, Jiren remained utterly unperturbed, as if an invisible barrier had been erected around him. His expression remained unchanged, indicating that Lindsay's transformation into Super Saiyan 4 did not surprise him in the slightest. It appeared that he regarded Lindsay with complete indifference. Chapter 30. With such power, it is unlikely that you can defeat Topo in an instant. Unleash your full strength, Jiren remarked to Lindsay in a tone devoid of emotion. While this human in front of him could be considered a rare gem, the notion of vanquishing Topo in a heartbeat was evidently unattainable. It seemed he was still holding back his strength, which Jiren found rather tedious. Why rush? Would it not be more enjoyable to savor the thrill of combat at a leisurely pace? Lindsay smiled as he spoke to Jiren. He felt compelled to assess just how formidable Jiren truly was and to gauge the disparity between him and Super Saiyan Blue. Such a battle held no allure for me, Jiren replied in a low tone, for he did not regard Lindsay as a worthy opponent. TCH, being looked down upon is indeed quite irksome. Allow me to witness your true prowess, Jiren. As Lindsay's voice faded, his body instantaneously surged forth, launching a powerful fist directly towards Jillian, enveloped in a radiant golden aura. Whoosh! With his first strike, Lindsay's fist grazed Jillian's cheek, missing by a mere 5 centimeters. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lindsay unleashed a tempestuous assault with remarkable swiftness, employing both fists and feet in his onslaught. Whoosh! Jillian's body swayed gracefully from side to side, evading every one of Lindsay's strikes. With his hands hanging effortlessly at his sides, he exhibited no semblance of readiness to counterattack, his gaze remaining as tranquil as still water, devoid of any turbulence. Truly, he is extraordinarily formidable. Remarkably, without even shifting his stance, he has managed to keep me from touching his garments. Lindsay furrowed his brow slightly. It appeared that his Super 4 form was no match for Jiren. A significant gap existed between them. Suddenly, piercing sounds cut through the air, and Tober, Ditsubo, and others materialized not far away. Is that the one who defeated you? Lindsay? Ditsubo inquired, gazing at Lindsay. Indeed, but it seems he has yet to unleash his full power. His speed likely surpasses yours. Tober nodded in response to Ditsubo. Ditsubo's speed was indeed remarkable, far exceeding his own. However, it paled in comparison to Lindsay's. At the moment Lindsay launched his attack, Ditsubo could scarcely perceive it. He didn't even feel it. What? Faster than me? Captain, you might be overestimating him, Ditsubo scoffed. He was, after all, the universe's foremost sonic warrior, and he firmly believed that no one could match his velocity. Do not be so arrogant, Ditsubo. There are always those stronger than oneself. That individual is truly formidable. Tober cautioned, observing Ditsubo's demeanor. Before encountering Lindsay, Tober had also assumed he was among the strongest, second only to Jiren and Master Whis. Upon hearing Tober's high regard for Lindsay, Ditsubo fell silent, though he remained skeptical. Meanwhile, Lindsay had unleashed hundreds of attacks directed at Jiren, yet none had managed to make contact with his opponent's form. Is this all you can muster? If so, this tedious game can come to an end. My time is precious, Jiren remarked coldly, and before his words had fully escaped his lips, his fist was already hurtling towards Lindsay. How swift! Lindsay felt as though a shadow had swiftly darted towards him. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to shield himself from the impending assault. Bang! In the next moment, Lindsay's body was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling through the air. Thud, thud, thud. He pierced through 5 or 6 mountain peaks in rapid succession before ultimately embedding himself into a colossal mountain behind. The mountain was crushed into a bowl-shaped formation adorned with spiderweb-like cracks. Remarkable strength. This fellow's casual punch was astonishingly powerful. Lindsay's arms hung limply at his sides, a numbing sensation coursing through them, while a heavy discomfort settled in his chest. He lowered his head and spoke with a weighty tone, contemplating the staggering disparity between his Super Saiyan 4 form and Jiren. How could there be such a profound gap? Humph, that overconfident fool dared to challenge Jiren. Surely he is now facing the consequences of his arrogance. At that moment, Tiz, who was observing the battle, voiced his thoughts once more. The other members harbored similar sentiments. Only Topo held a different perspective. Regardless of how Lindsay fared in this confrontation, he possessed the courage to challenge Jiren, which was a quality far superior to that of many, especially compared to himself, who lacked even the bravery to confront Jiren. If Super Saiyan 4 could not match Jiren's might, then it was time to transform into the full-powered Super Saiyan form. In Lindsay's pupils shimmered a golden light, resolutely steadfast. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, Lindsay unleashed his might once more. The colossal peak behind him shattered, cascading into a storm of debris. In that fleeting moment, the golden aura enveloping Lindsay gradually morphed into a dark crimson hue. A dark red halo enveloped his black hair, and the temperature in the vicinity surged dramatically. Waves of scorching heat radiated outward. Has that individual elevated his energy yet again? Despite our considerable distance, we could still feel the immense pressure and searing energy emanating from him. He is indeed formidable. Just a moment ago, we were silently mocking Lindsay for his overconfidence. And now we found ourselves awestruck by his overwhelming power. Chapter 31, Undoubtedly Powerful. This individual has grown exponentially stronger since 4 years ago. Defeating me now would be a trivial endeavor for him. A look of astonishment appeared in Tua's eyes during their last clash. Although Lindsay displayed considerable strength, he had not reached such heights. The current aura was so formidable that even from afar, it instilled a sense of immense pressure. Indeed, he is exceedingly powerful, Tuapa remarked, somewhat dazed. Judging by the energy Lindsay now exudes, he possesses the capability to challenge Jillian. Oh, his aura has experienced an explosive enhancement. It's no wonder he could vanquish Tuapa in an instant. It appears he truly possesses this strength. Upon witnessing Lindsay's formidable energy, a flicker of surprise crossed Jillian's otherwise impassive visage. The aura emanating from Lindsay is the most potent he has encountered thus far. Initially, he thought this monotonous game was nearing its end, but now it seems there is much more excitement to be had, although he never articulates it to others. He harbors a deep yearning for a worthy opponent with whom to engage in a true battle to unleash his full potential. At that moment, Lindsay materialized directly before Julian. Surrounding him was an aura akin to a dark crimson protective barrier. Should a mere mortal venture within 10 paces of Lindsay, they would surely be scorched by his intense energy. This is all my power. Now, Julian, reveal your strength. At this moment, Lindsay's gaze was piercing, fixated intently on Julian as he spoke. Indeed, you exhibit some semblance of battle readiness. However, to stand as my opponent, you still have much to learn. Suddenly, Julian's countenance shifted dramatically, a terrifying crimson aura erupting from his body. It was evident that Julian was now prepared to engage Lindsay in earnest. The soaring intensity of their auras painted the sky a vibrant red, and the immense pressure they exuded crushed the surrounding mountains into mere dust. Trope and his companions hastily retreated 100 paces, recognizing that while they might barely withstand such overwhelming force, others would likely be crushed under its might. In an instant, the two figures flickered. Trope and the others could barely discern their silhouettes, only catching glimpses of two streaks of red light colliding with fervor. With each clash, a deep, resonant sound echoed, and shockwaves rippled through the air, creating enormous craters in the ground with every encounter. Wow, how formidable! That fellow's speed surpasses my own. I can hardly perceive their forms, Tisbro remarked, swallowing hard, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face. Just moments ago, he had doubted Trope's assertion, but now it was clear that the other's velocity far exceeded his own. I must admit, you are indeed impressive, to engage me in battle to this extent. You are the first to do so. As Julian and Lindsay continued to unleash their fists, it was apparent that Julian was invigorated, a sensation he had not felt in many years. It seems your words are rather excessive, Julian. Lindsay's lips curled into a smile as he spoke to Julian. Had it not been for the exhilaration of battle, Julian would undoubtedly have refrained from uttering such words. Humph, Julian scoffed. And then with his right fist enveloped in a swirling crimson aura, he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of this strike was evidently elevated once more. Ha! Lindsay let out a thunderous roar, followed by a powerful punch that surged forward. Upon the moment their fists collided, the air erupted explosively, a terrifying shockwave sweeping across thousands of feet. Lindsay's body was violently propelled backward, yet he managed to recover after being thrust back a mere 100 feet. With his arms poised and a surge of energy emanating from him, he steadied himself. Exhilarated, he called out for another round with Julian. In Lindsay's golden eyes, an exhilarating light flickered. Whoosh! He then propelled his body forward once more. Swish, swish, swish. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in fierce combat once again. Amidst the clash, Lindsay felt his power awakening continuously. With each punch he delivered, it seemed that his strength grew more formidable than the last. Perhaps this is the essence of real combat. Although training within the confines of a room holds its merits, it pales in comparison to the enhancements gained through actual confrontation. Especially with the blood of the warrior race, the Saiyans, coursing through his veins, he could grow stronger with every battle. This individual is quite peculiar. Despite having seemingly reached his limit moments ago, his strength surged with each successive strike. Ji-Lian mused inwardly. To grow stronger amidst the tumult of battle. It is astonishing that such an enigmatic being exists in this world. Get down. Ji-Lian suddenly bellowed, followed by a swift kick aimed directly at Lindsay. Lindsay swiftly raised his right arm to block. Bang! Julian's instep struck forcefully against Lindsay's arm, sending his body flying sideways. Lindsay's body had yet to stabilize when Julian unleashed a punch into the void. The force of the impact distorted the very fabric of space. This is dire. A sense of impending danger suddenly enveloped Lindsay, prompting him to swiftly raise his arms in defense. Thud! An invisible force struck his arms, sending Lindsay hurtling backward once more. Chapter 32. To withstand my 2 consecutive attacks is indeed impressive. However, this time, I wonder if you can endure another. Julian observed Lindsay with a hint of astonishment, speaking in a low tone. The ability to absorb 2 of his attacks while only being pushed back a few dozen paces was a remarkable feat attributed solely to the individual before him. Yet, almost instantaneously after his words, Julian's body erupted forth once again with blinding speed. Whoosh! In an instant, he left behind only a crimson afterimage, reappearing right in front of Lindsay. His unadorned fist rushed toward Lindsay with the force of a tempest. This time, Julian was evidently serious. Even before his fist made contact, The air crackled with a resonating sound. It appeared that Jillian intended to strike with full intent. Although Lindsay was formidable, there was no way he could withstand this attack from Jillian. Tuapa, squinting intently, observed the duel with grave attention and remarked, "Even if Lindsay were to be defeated now, his prowess has left everyone in awe." After all, they had never witnessed anyone engage in such a prolonged exchange with Jillian since they had come to know him. Just when everyone believed that victory was assured for Jillian, his fist unexpectedly passed through Lindsay's body. What? An afterimage? A look of shock suddenly crossed Jillian's face. He had failed to discern how Lindsay had evaded the blow, and his aura had not shifted at all. No. It was at the very moment he was about to land his strike that Lindsay's presence abruptly vanished. "This kick is a repayment for you, Jillian." Lindsay's voice suddenly resonated from behind Jillian. Almost instantaneously, a terrifying force descended upon Jillian's neck. Bang! Jillian was propelled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The earth was violently struck, creating a vast pit, with Jillian's body standing rigidly at the bottom. Clearly, Lindsay's previous attack had inflicted no substantial damage. Could it be? Did that fellow truly strike Jillian? Am I imagining things? How is this possible? That someone could actually hit Jillian? Witnessing the scene unfold, every member of the proud team, including Tuapa, wore expressions of utter astonishment. It was completely unbelievable. The mightiest Jillian, struck by Lindsay, seemingly without a trace of reaction. Was this individual's speed so astonishing that it eluded detection? How embarrassing it was for Tuapa, who had just confidently proclaimed himself the universe's strongest sonic warrior. The speeds of both Jillian and Lindsay surpassed his own by a considerable margin, placing them on an entirely different level. It seemed that Lindsay's recent disappearance was not merely a matter of speed, for even the swiftest of speeds could not account for the utter absence of energy fluctuations in that instant. Perhaps he possessed a unique ability to conceal his presence in a fleeting moment, Tuapa remarked in a subdued tone. It was one thing for him to fail to react, but for Jillian to also be caught off guard was truly astonishing. Just as the proud team members were engulfed in disbelief, the astonishment on Jillian's face dissipated. His body gradually ascended, finally aligning with Lindsay. He then calmly stated, "I concede that I underestimated you. If I am not mistaken, the ability you just employed was likely a brief time jump, correct? Such speed, to the extent that one cannot even react, transcends the ordinary definition of rapidity." In that fleeting moment, Lindsay appeared to have completely vanished. Truly, Jillian was remarkable. Lindsay was not overly surprised, for after all, Jiren was an exceptionally formidable opponent. It was hardly astonishing that he could discern Lindsay's ability to leap through time. Subsequently, Lindsay responded, "Indeed, I just executed the time skip technique, allowing me to jump forward by a few seconds. There is no need for me to conceal such a matter. After all, the initial use of the time skip was effective against you. But perhaps its efficacy will wane upon subsequent attempts. Ultimately, it matters little whether I disclose this or not. In the tournament of power, Hit's time skip was utterly ineffective against you. However, my current strength has long surpassed that of Hit. Thus, when I employ the time skip for a few seconds, its potency is naturally amplified. To openly share my ultimate technique, one must possess a considerable degree of audacity." Jiren was evidently taken aback by Lindsay's candid admission of his capability to perform a time skip of several seconds. With this knowledge, Jiren could now strategize for both defense and counterattack within that time frame. It was of no consequence. After all, Lindsay was eager for an exhilarating battle with Jiren. Perhaps by revealing this, he could more swiftly unlock his latent potential and transcend his own limits. Lindsay shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, "Do you intend to use me to transcend your limits? Your aspirations are commendable, yet perhaps before you achieve such a breakthrough, I shall have already laid you low." Jillian confidently declared to Lindsay. Even though he was unaware of Lindsay's time-shifting technique, he was resolute in ensuring that the previous incident would not repeat itself. Chapter 33, It is not so easy to bring me down. Lindsay was equally diligent. The fervor of both individuals surged infinitely, akin to two magnificent swords soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, the two fell silent, their bodies erupting into motion simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding thuds reverberated in succession, the dense explosions flashing like raindrops. Who possesses such formidable strength? When did such a remarkable being suddenly emerge in the universe? This was something the Pride team had never encountered before. Logically, such a powerful figure should not have escaped their notice. Yet, the most astonished of all was Torpo. Although the others were esteemed members of the Pride team, they were merely ordinary humans. Meanwhile, He was designated as the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11 by the esteemed Lord Beerus. If a being of such power existed in the cosmos, Lord Beerus and Margarita should have been aware, yet they had never mentioned it. At that moment, far away in the realm of the gods of destruction, Beerus and the angel Margarita were observing the battle between Jiren and Lindsay through the gem atop their staffs. A shadow darkened Beerus's jester-like visage. What is happening? Margarita, why is there such a powerful human in the universe, and I have never known of it? Beerus seemed to cast a reproachful gaze at Margarita as he inquired. This human named Lindsay is not from Universe 11, dear. Margarita replied gently, a subtle smile gracing her face. What? Not from Universe 11? What does this mean? Can beings from other universes enter different realms without the guidance of a god? Beerus's expression turned alarmed. It is crucial to understand that the barriers between universes are not merely distances. They encompass various other elements. Without the Kaioshin's instant transmission or the assistance of an angel, traversing to another universe is impossible. Yet, there has never been another god present in Universe 11. Indeed, dear, he arrived in Universe 11 4 years ago, and even defeated Torpo, but since you were in seclusion for training, I did not report it, and I later forgot. As for how he managed to arrive in Universe 11, it is because he mastered the Kaioshin's instant transmission, dear. Margarita continued to explain to Beerus in a soft tone. Fool, how could you forget such a matter? A mere human dares to cause a stir in my Universe 11. I shall not let him off easily. Beerus's demeanor darkened significantly as he clenched his fists tightly. Then he demanded, tell me quickly, which universe does he hail from? To engage in combat with Jiren, one must be an exceptionally powerful being from the cosmos. His name is Lindsay, and he hails from the 7th universe. Margarita gazed at the exquisite delicacy and remarked. Subsequently, she turned her attention to Lindsay, for she was aware of the tumultuous relationship between the esteemed Lord Vermaud and the god of destruction, Beerus. From the 7th universe. The 7th universe, you say? Beerus's universe? Upon hearing the mention of the 7th universe, the countenance of Vermaud darkened further. That fellow Beerus is, without a doubt, the most detested of all the gods of destruction. I recall the last time when Lord Zeno orchestrated the universe hide-and-seek tournament. That individual fell asleep and remained hidden for 50 years. He was actually asleep. This infuriated Lord Zeno to the point where he nearly obliterated all the universes. Since that incident, all the gods of destruction have harbored a certain disdain for Beerus. Is it possible that such a formidable human has emerged from the 7th universe? This individual must not be allowed to remain. Vermaud narrowed her eyes, a glint of murderous intent flickering within them. Our 11th universe boasts the likes of Jiren and Topo. Without a doubt, we could secure a place in the next cosmic selection for advanced universes. With such a powerful human emerging from Beerus's universe, the average score of the 7th universe is bound to rise. Such a development is absolutely intolerable. How long will it take to reach that planet? Contemplating this, Vermaud felt an overwhelming impatience. Approximately half an hour, my lady, replied Margarita, observing Vermaud's furious expression. Half an hour? Let us depart immediately. We must ensure he remains in the 10th universe. After declaring this, Vermaud and Margarita set forth towards the planet where Lindsay and Jiren were engaged in battle. Meanwhile, Lindsay and Jiren had already been clashing for 10 minutes. Lindsay has reached the limits of his endurance. Both his physical strength and energy are beginning to wane. In contrast, Jiren remains calm and composed, evidently showing little sign of depletion. You are indeed formidable, which takes me by surprise. However, you have now become a spent force. This battle is at an end, Jiren remarked, observing Lindsay, who was gasping for breath. This confrontation has been undeniably gratifying. It has been quite some time since I have exerted myself to such an extent. Do not be so quick to declare victory, Jiren. I have yet to fall. And you cannot claim triumph just yet. Lindsay gasped heavily, gritting his teeth as he spoke. However, after the relentless clash with Jiren, he now felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. To still maintain the form of Super Saiyan 4 was already a tremendous strain. Is that so? Jiren retorted, tightening his right fist. Red energy swirled around his knuckles, and in that moment, even the space surrounding Jiren began to warp. It was evident that Jiren was genuinely intent on ending Lindsay. Chapter 34 Jiren, observing the seriousness in Jiren's demeanor, let out a low exclamation. Though it went unheard by Jiren, was he truly going to eliminate such a worthy adversary? Despite Jiren's typically taciturn nature and his seemingly ruthless exterior, Lindsay understood well that this transformation stemmed from the slaughter of his kin and the betrayal of his comrades. Having never placed his trust in anyone, Jiren had cultivated a silent persona that appeared cold and unfeeling. Yet, deep within, he was not devoid of compassion. It seemed that Lindsay was destined to perish. "This is the first time I've witnessed Jiren take a life of an ordinary human," Tiz remarked. Previously, Jiren had only vanquished the wicked and monstrous beings that wreaked havoc upon cities. "It's over," came the somber declaration from Jiren's lips. With a swift motion, he unleashed his right fist, and the crimson energy surged forth like a colossal dragon, hurtling towards Lindsay with astonishing speed. Tenfold Kamehameha. Seeing the red dragon, Lindsay summoned every ounce of his strength to execute the tenfold Kamehameha, his most formidable attack at that moment. The instant the two energies collided, there was no shockwave. Lindsay's tenfold Kamehameha was instantly engulfed by the red dragon, which then barreled toward him with an unstoppable force. "It's over," Lindsay uttered, as the red dragon struck precisely at his chest. Whoosh. Boom. 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 Lindsay's body was instantaneously propelled, shattering countless mountain peaks and retreating 1,000 miles, ultimately becoming engulfed in a torrent of rubble. Had he met his demise? Tuapo's expression darkened as he murmured to himself. He had always regarded Lindsay as a formidable opponent, and after his own defeat, he had relentlessly trained, aspiring to grow stronger for a rematch with Lindsay. Now, it seemed that such aspirations were rendered impossible. Furthermore, he had envisioned appointing Lindsay as the captain of the Pride team after assuming the role of the god of destruction. Alas, all of that now lay beyond reach. Jiren, the paragon of our universe, had finally demonstrated his immense strength today. Dispa, unlike Tuapa, did not share the same despondency. Instead, his face radiated pride. Being able to stand alongside the formidable Grey Jiren was indeed a source of great honor. How marvelous, Jiren! That arrogant human dared to challenge Jiren. Such folly. Kaeslar, Quincy, and others watched with a cruel glee, mocking the situation. He did not perish. Jiren suddenly turned to Tuapa and the others, his voice calm. What? He alive? Tuapo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. How could it be possible that he survived such a powerful attack from Jiren? Certainly. Dispra and the others were equally astounded. Jiren's punch had landed squarely on Lindsay's chest. Observing their bewilderment, Jiren explained, in that final moment. He retracted his energy wave, forming an energy barrier that absorbed some of the force. However, although he was not killed, he is now devoid of any combat capability. In truth, I had no intention of taking his life. Thus, the punch I delivered was only about 70 to 80% of my strength. Had I truly exerted my full power, even if he had formed an energy barrier at the last moment, he would have undoubtedly perished. "Ah, I see," Tuapa exclaimed in astonishment. To have retracted his energy in that fleeting instant to create an energy barrier. This fellow is indeed full of surprises. It is worth noting that Jiren's attack speed is exceptionally rapid. Lindsay surprisingly managed to retract the energy wave at the last moment. With a swift motion, Jillian soared towards Lindsay's side. Tuapa, TC-Pa, and the others hurried over as well. The ground was carved into a breathtaking chasm stretching for miles. At the end of the ravine lay a heap of rubble, under which Lindsay's body was trapped. Suddenly, the mound of debris erupted with a thunderous explosion. Lindsay sprang to his feet. After leaping from the pile of rubble, it was evident that he was physically drained as he sank to one knee. A look of anguish etched across his face. "This is the end for you, Lindsay. You have proven to be quite a formidable opponent, forcing me to exert 70% of my strength. In all these years, no one has managed to achieve such a feat," Jillian remarked. Observing the bowed head of Lindsay, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of respect and admiration. "Do you believe that I take pride in this? That I feel a sense of accomplishment? My aspirations extend far beyond your commendation. My objective is to vanquish you. The battle is far from over, Jillian." Lindsay's voice was intermittent, and after finishing his words, he lifted his head. Veins throbbed on his face, and his eyes were a fiery red, reminiscent of an ancient beast awakening from slumber. "I shall not yield to you." "Huh." Lindsay's body suddenly rose, his arms quivering as he let out a resounding cry towards the heavens. In an instant, the sky transformed, and bolts of lightning, as thick as a bowl, cascaded down from above, piercing the earth. Chapter 35. Thunder rumbled across the planet, the ground trembling violently, evoking a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. What is happening? Wasn't that fellow severely injured? How can he possess such formidable energy? Tisbro and the others hurriedly sought shelter from the colossal lightning strikes. If struck, even survival would come at the cost of severe injury. That individual, it seems he is on the verge of a breakthrough. Tisbro fixed his gaze intently on Lindsay, his tone heavy with concern. Observing the apocalyptic scene around him, Tisbro's emotions were tumultuous. Moments ago, he feared Lindsay had been slain by Jiren, yet now, this individual resembled an ancient beast awakened from slumber, unexpectedly achieving a breakthrough through him. Jiren, too, stared at Lindsay in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, he had believed the battle was concluded. However, it now appeared that the true conflict was just beginning. Excitement coursed through him, as if every cell in his body was pulsating with this terrifying power. It seemed today would allow him to unleash all his strength in a proper battle. Crackling bolts of lightning continued to rain down. Suddenly, Lindsay unleashed a furious roar, a terrifying golden aura erupting from his being. He transformed into a Super Saiyan 4, his energy undergoing a monumental shift, though his appearance remained unchanged. Tisbro and the others gazed at Lindsay, now a Super Saiyan 4, and spoke. No, he has not yet completed his transformation. At that moment, Jiren interjected, his voice laced with palpable excitement. Indeed, just as Jiren's words fell, Lindsay roared once more. It seemed he was releasing the terrifying power that dwelled within him. With a low growl, Lindsay's golden aura began to surge outward, ultimately forming a magnificent golden dragon that soared in all directions. Such overwhelming energy. Tisbro and the others were momentarily awestruck by the radiant golden light emanating from him. They had never witnessed such a phenomenon before. The entire planet was now suffused with Lin Zay's presence. Grant me this breakthrough. Huh. Lin Zay suddenly let out a furious roar, and in an instant, his form underwent a remarkable transformation. His jet black hair transformed into a lustrous silver gray, cascading down to his waist. The crimson fur that adorned his body shifted to the same silvery hue, while his golden irises morphed into a deep crimson. A fringe of hair danced gently across his brow, and a silver tail swayed gracefully behind him. Remarkably, the injuries he had sustained earlier vanished entirely, and his energy surged back to its peak. Could this be the legendary Super Saiyan 5? To my astonishment, the battle with Jiren has truly allowed me to transcend the confines of Super Saiyan 4, enabling me to ascend to Super Saiyan 5 with remarkable ease. Lindsay was overwhelmed with exhilaration. This day marked the culmination of a 7-year wait, and he had finally achieved it. The immense power, vast as the cosmos, enveloped him in a profound sense of comfort. As he clenched his fist, the force within him surged like a torrential flood. Wisps of golden flames continued to radiate outward in all directions. A transformation had indeed occurred. Was this individual a monster? Trope and the others murmured in astonishment. Meanwhile, Kaislar, who had previously dismissed Lindsay as reckless and foolish, now blushed, his face bearing the sting of a slap. It was truly astonishing. He had not anticipated that Lindsay would not merely boast, but genuinely harness the power to break through. Moreover, from Lindsay's being, he sensed an ominous presence. Jillian's expression was a complex tapestry of emotions. On one hand, he felt a surge of excitement at Lindsay's formidable strength, as a powerful being himself. Having endured solitude for so long, he naturally yearned for an equally matched rival. Yet, the fact that this individual had manifested such prowess right before his eyes was somewhat disconcerting. Jillian, Lindsay declared, I owe you my gratitude. Without your earlier attack, I would not have been able to achieve this breakthrough. Lindsay finally regained his composure from his excitement, a devilish smirk gracing his lips as he addressed Jiren. Initially, he had been disheartened by his struggle to break through, especially after Jiren's punch had nearly cost him his life. Yet, unexpectedly, that very blow shattered his limitations, unleashing a torrent of energy within him. It felt as though he had instantaneously unblocked his meridians, allowing him to rise anew. The transformation into Super Saiyan 5 was a realm entirely distinct from Super Saiyan 4. The energy coursing through his body was akin to an inexhaustible river of vitality. Your breakthrough may be a result of your own fortune, but it bears no relevance to me. Do not presume that this new form grants you the ability to contend with me. If that is your belief, you are gravely mistaken, Jiren remarked, his voice icy yet imbued with unwavering confidence. Although Lindsay now possessed formidable power, becoming a rival was not an easy feat. Is that so? If that is your perception, then you too are gravely mistaken, Jiren. Lindsay let out a cold smile, his gaze sharpening as his body suddenly burst forth with astonishing speed. Whoosh! The crowd heard a crisp sound of air being sliced through. Bang! The ground trembled violently, revealing a colossal pit. At the bottom of this chasm lay Julian, while Lindsay had already taken the position where Julian had just stood. Chapter 36. Impossible? Julian was defeated in an instant? This was utterly inconceivable. The faces of the proud battle team were filled with disbelief, shock, fear, incredulity. Julian was the war god of their universe, a man of divine prowess. How could he have been vanquished so effortlessly? Moreover, they had failed to discern how Lindsay had executed the attack. He was overwhelmingly powerful. They were not even in the same dimension. The thought of striving to cultivate to the point of challenging him again now seemed like a grand jest. Tro's expression darkened, a self-deprecating smile escaping his lips as he muttered to himself. If even Julian was instantaneously sent flying, it was likely that even with centuries or even millennia of cultivation, he would struggle to reach such heights. The prospect of challenging Lindsay again was merely a fanciful notion. Could it be that even Julian was no match for him? It was simply unbelievable. That individual was extraordinarily formidable. Kunsi, Buin, and Kakati were all utterly astonished, their minds swirling with tumultuous waves of shock. If the strongest Julian of the universe had been overwhelmed, it was evident that Lindsay was indeed unfathomably powerful. Get up, Julian. No need to pretend. That level of strength is insufficient to defeat you. Lindsay spoke calmly, observing Julian at the bottom of the pit. He had merely exerted less than 20% of his power, so it was improbable that he could have defeated Julian. Indeed, as Lindsay's voice faded, Julian gradually rose to his feet. With a swift motion, he appeared directly before Lindsay. Stretching his neck, he earnestly addressed Lindsay. I must admit, your strength just now was formidable. I could feel the pain myself. However, such an occurrence will certainly not happen again, will it? You are no longer my rival. Lindsay, equally brimming with confidence, addressed Jiren. It is worth noting that he has been stagnating at the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4 for 6 or 7 years. During this period, he has merely failed to transcend his limits. However, his foundational combat power has experienced a tremendous enhancement. After all, he possesses a tenfold training speed. The stronger his foundational combat power becomes, the more formidable he will be upon transformation. When he assumes the form of full-power Super Saiyan 4, his strength undoubtedly far surpasses that of full-power Super Saiyan Goku and 20-fold Super Blue Goku. Humph, he thought, prideful and oblivious. Jiren gritted his teeth and then, in a flash, propelled himself towards Lindsay. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Jiren unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks upon Lindsay, warping the very fabric of space around the points of impact. Lindsay's body swayed from side to side, evading all of Julian's attacks. I have already stated that you are no match for me. The disparity between us is far too great. As Lindsay deftly evaded Jiren's relentless assaults, he expressed his triumph with a smug grin. Indeed, he was currently enveloped in the exhilaration brought about by his recent breakthrough. To his astonishment, after his transformation into Super Saiyan 5, his strength had experienced an extraordinary surge, seemingly 100-fold increase compared to Super Saiyan 4. If his deductions were accurate, even during the Tournament of Power, Goku's mastery of Ultra Instinct did not match his current Super Saiyan 5 prowess. It is noteworthy that Goku, having perfected Ultra Instinct, had completely overwhelmed Jiren during that tournament. Had it not been for Jiren's sudden emotional turmoil, which forced him into a state of extreme limit, he would have been unable to contend with the Ultra Instinct Goku. Now, with confidence, Lindsay believed he surpassed even that Goku, rendering Jiren no match for him. Reveling in his newfound strength, he thought, I cannot possibly lose. I absolutely will not be defeated. Jiren, seemingly anxious after missing countless attacks, found himself in uncharted territory. Such a situation had never unfolded in recent years. With a swift motion, Jiren launched another punch towards Lindsay. In an instant, Lindsay effortlessly grasped Jiren's fist. What? Impossible! Jiren exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. His charged attack had been thwarted so effortlessly by a single hand. In that moment of shock, Lindsay yanked Jiren closer, delivering a powerful knee strike directly to Jiren's abdomen. The impact was resounding as Jiren expelled a mouthful of bile, his face contorted in agony. Following this, Lindsay released Jiren's fist and executed a sweeping kick that landed squarely on Jiren's face. With a resounding crack, Jiren was sent flying, crashing through several mountain peaks before finally skidding to a halt, leaving a deep trench in the ground. How could this happen? This is intolerable, Jiren muttered, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, pounding the ground in disbelief. He struggled to accept the reality. Just moments ago, he had dismissed Lin Zhe entirely, yet now, their roles had been irreversibly reversed. Despite his reluctance to acknowledge it, he was compelled to admit that Lin Zhe's strength had indeed surpassed his own, and by a significant margin. Chapter 37. It seems that Jiren, who had not yet been provoked, was no match for my Super Saiyan 5 form. However, having accomplished my goal of transforming into Super Saiyan 5 in Universe 11, there was no need to unleash Jiren's full potential at this moment. If this fellow loses control, it would not bode well for him. Watching Jiren furiously pounding the ground, Lin Zhe mused to himself. In the universe survival saga of Dragon Ball Super, the final form of Jiren indeed showcased immense power, rivaling that of Ultra Instinct Goku. Perhaps he could unleash Jiren's potential now, but it seemed entirely unnecessary. As his objectives had already been fulfilled, it appeared that after defeating Jiren, it would be time for him to return. Suddenly, an earth-shattering boom echoed as Jiren slammed his fist into the ground, creating a massive crater that spread instantly. He leaped into the air, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his furious gaze fixed on Lin Zhe. Today, I must defeat you. I vowed long ago that I would never, under any circumstances, allow myself to be defeated. Jiren's words dripped with intensity, clearly revealing the monumental impact of his prior loss. Face the truth, Jiren. This world is filled with formidable warriors, many of whom surpass both you and me. The notion of remaining invincible is an impossibility, Lin Zhe remarked coolly, observing Jiren's apparent descent into madness. His words were rooted in reality, often serving as a reminder to himself. The Dragon Ball universe is brimming with powerful beings, angels, Grand Minister, dragon gods, demon gods, Xeno, and many others. While he had achieved the form of Super Saiyan 5, standing among the pinnacle of humanity, the likes of these beings could effortlessly bring about his demise. I will not be defeated by you. Today, I will surely conquer you. Jiren seemed oblivious to Lin Zhe's counsel, roaring as he charged once more. Despite his rage, his power did not appear to increase, rather, his loss of reason rendered his attacks erratic and unfocused. With a flurry of strikes, Jiren's fists and feet unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun, each blow resonating through the air. Yet, every strike narrowly missed Lin Zhe, failing to make contact. Why is this happening? Why can I never land a blow on him? Jiren muttered, his eyes aflame with frustration. It was clear that this could not continue. Jiren seemed to draw from an inexhaustible well of strength. While the energy drain of Super Saiyan 5 was more severe than Lin Zhe had anticipated, after only a brief period, his stamina began to wane. If the battle dragged on and his endurance faltered, he risked turning the tide against himself. Upon sensing the transformation within his body, Lin Zhe contemplated silently. Although he had ascended to Super Saiyan 5, with an unceasing surge of energy coursing through him, this power necessitated an exceptionally robust physique to sustain it. Clearly, his current form fell short of such resilience. After merely a few minutes of combat, his stamina began to falter. It was evident that following today's battle, he must intensify his physical training. Super Saiyan 5 could not possibly be his limit. He needed to lay a solid foundation for the future. Just then, Jiren's roar reverberated once more, his fist hurtling towards Lin Zhe. It's over, Jiren, Lin Zhe declared. Suddenly, Jiren's gaze turned icy, and his right fist launched with blinding speed. Bam! Before Jiren's fist even made contact with Lin Zhe's body, Lin Zhe was sent flying. A distinct imprint of a fist appeared on his chest, visibly concaving. With a gasp, a spray of crimson blood erupted from his mouth, tracing a vibrant arc in the air. Bam! Jiren's form crashed to the ground, his aura instantly diminishing to its nadir. Witnessing this scene, Toppo jolted from his shock and swiftly flew to Jiren's side. Are you all right, Jiren? Toppo asked, cradling Jiren, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Do not worry. Jiren merely fainted. I only exerted 60% of my strength, so I won't have killed him, Lin Zhe reassured. Observing Toppo's concerned expression, he had begun to develop a fondness for Toppo. 60%? Is such a fraction of power sufficient to defeat Jiren with such ease? Toppo mused. He had initially hoped for another chance to contest with Lin Zhe, but it now seemed their disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Toppo's face first registered shock, followed by a self-deprecating smile as he remarked, a contest can happen at any time. Who says a competition must result in victory? Observing Toppo's helpless smile, Lin Zhe spoke again. At that moment, he felt his stamina beginning to wane once more. The energy was overwhelmingly potent, and his body was on the verge of collapse. Just as Torpo was about to raise his head to speak, two figures abruptly appeared before Lindsay and Torpo. One was dressed as a jester, accompanied by a girl with twin ponytails. Chapter 38. The fury and murderous intent on the jester's face was palpable. His gaze fixed on Lindsay, filled with a desire to devour him whole. Then, he cast a glance at Jiren, who lay in Torpo's embrace, and his expression darkened further. The strongest human of Universe 11, a worthless being, he muttered disdainfully, evidently displeased with Jiren's performance. Your Excellency, Waimide. Torpo quickly and respectfully saluted Waimide along with the other members of the Proud Team. Spare me the pleasantries. The esteemed Proud Team cannot even defeat a single individual. How utterly embarrassing. Waimide scoffed at Lindsay before turning his attention to Mercurita, instructing her to tend to Jiren's injuries. With a grim gaze fixed upon Lindsay, he added, how dare a human from Universe 7 venture into Universe 11 to wreak havoc? You must truly be seeking your demise. He yearned to tear this insufferable scoundrel apart with his own hands. However, he realized that he likely lacked the strength to do so. In terms of sheer power, he was no match for Jiren. Yet, the fact that this individual had defeated Jiren implied that his strength surpassed Lindsay's. I will go wherever I please. What business is it of yours, you jester? Lindsay tilted his head and said with a cold smile, completely dismissing the presence of Waimeda. It is clearly stated in Dragon Ball Super that there exists a human from a certain universe whose strength surpasses that of the gods of destruction. And that individual is Jiren from Universe 11. Now that Jiren has been effortlessly defeated by him, Waimeda holds even less significance. However, the destructive energy of the gods of destruction remains a source of concern. Arrogant and heedless of their own mortality, they bear a striking resemblance to Beerus, much to one's annoyance. Yet, if you seek your own demise, I shall oblige you without hesitation. Although Waimeda still arouses some trepidation. He is indeed a god of destruction. Being humiliated in front of the Pride Troopers by a mere human is intolerable. How can he maintain his dignity as a god of destruction? Just you? It is not that I look down upon you, a being of your caliber. I could easily contend with 10 of you. Lindsay disdainfully shrugged his shoulders. However, within the depths of his pupils, a hint of solemnity emerged. His physical prowess was still plummeting at an alarming rate. At this moment, his strength barely reached half of the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 5. Although he could still vanquish Waimide, a single strike from his destructive energy could spell his doom. Utterly arrogant, perish. Waimide's countenance transformed into a shade of darkness, and suddenly, he crossed his arms, revealing purple cards nestled between his fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Almost the instant the cards materialized, they shot forth towards Lindsay. These cards, forged from concentrated destructive energy, were not something Lindsay dared to confront directly, for he sensed an overwhelming aura of danger emanating from them. Huh! Lindsay suddenly roared, and a golden aura erupted around him, spreading like a tempest. The ground was stripped away in layers, and an area of 10,000 feet was leveled to the earth. The exquisite cards of Waimeda were blown off course. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lindsay executed a teleportation, employing the flash time technique at the instant of attack. He appeared directly behind Waimeda. His right foot swung in a circular motion and struck her neck. Crack! Boom! In the next instant, Waimeda's body crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit of 100 feet deep. Lady Waimeda? Tuopo and the others were utterly bewildered. Could it be that the god of destruction, Waimeda, was so easily vanquished before Lindsay? A single kick sent her flying? This fellow was astonishingly formidable. In the eyes of Tuopo and the others, Lindsay appeared exceptionally fierce. However, the attack he unleashed just moments ago had nearly depleted all his energy. Maintaining the Super Saiyan 5 form was already exceedingly strenuous. You worthless jester, today I am in a good mood, so I shall spare your life. But when we meet next time, I shall deal with you thoroughly. Lindsay called out to Waimei, then glanced at Margarita before executing a sudden teleportation, vanishing from everyone's sight. Once Lindsay had disappeared, Waimei flew up from the pit. Although she was not severely injured, her appearance was quite disheveled, and her expression was nothing short of spectacular. A group of useless fools. Waimei clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms, completely oblivious to her own turmoil. Quickly tell me where that damned ant has scurried off to. Waimei exclaimed angrily at Margarita. For billions of years, since becoming a destroyer, when had she ever faced such humiliation, except before the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Furthermore, the source of her disgrace today was none other than a human from the despised 7th universe. Absolutely unforgivable. He has already reached another planet, dear. Margarita seemed entirely unfazed by Wei Mei's fury, responding in her usual gentle tone. Torpo and the others, however, were too intimidated by Wei Mei's rage to even breathe. At that moment, Jiren had already been healed and awakened. Margarita, take me and Jiren there quickly. Together, Jiren and I will surely be able to eliminate that detestable human from the 7th universe. Wei Mei gritted her teeth as she spoke. I'm sorry. Defeating Lin Zhe is something I must accomplish, but I will not join forces with you. Jiren's cold voice echoed, and then he leaped away, disappearing entirely. Chapter 39. Hey, Jiren. Torpo attempted to call out to Jiren, but it was too late. This fellow's blatant disregard for Lady Wei Mei was not a good sign. By now, Wei Mei's face was a mask of fury, her eyes ablaze with intense flames. Damn fool. How dare he act so arrogantly after being so thoroughly beaten? Wei Mei glared at the spot where Jiren had vanished, each word spat through clenched teeth. If it weren't for his overwhelming strength, I would have obliterated him long ago. Torpo, we must find that guy right now. You know what to do if necessary. Wei Mei shifted her gaze to Torpo, issuing her command. As a candidate for the role of destroyer, Torpo had no choice but to obey her. Understood, Lady Wei Mei, Torpo nodded. Wei Mei's intentions were crystal clear. She was instructing him to abandon his principles of justice and embrace the role of a destroyer if the situation demanded it. Margarita, hurry and help us pursue that guy. No matter what, I must ensure he remains forever in the 11th universe. Wei Mei's voice was ominously dark. The humiliation endured earlier could never be quelled without the destruction of that scoundrel. Understood, dear. Margarita nodded, and with a swift flick of her staff, the 3 figures vanished in an instant. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had already returned to his abode in Universe 11. You're back. What happened? You look utterly exhausted. Android 18 exclaimed, concern etched upon her face as she observed Lin Zhe's weary state. It's nothing. I merely exerted myself too much during the recent battle. We cannot linger in Universe 11 any longer. Let us depart from this place. Lin Zhe gently massaged number 18's shoulder, reassuring her not to worry. Is it time now? Number 18 appeared somewhat reluctant. After all, she had spent 4 years living here with Lin Zhe and had developed a sense of home. The sudden prospect of departure was undoubtedly difficult to bear. After all, women tend to be more emotional. Well, it is time to leave now. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. Having just battled with Julian, he had exerted himself to the fullest to assist Wei Mei, resulting in considerable physical exhaustion. His stamina had yet to be fully restored, and if Wei Mei and Julian joined forces to pursue him, it could prove quite troublesome. Very well, I shall prepare a little. Observing Lin Zhe's earnest demeanor, number 18 quickly nodded in agreement and then went inside to retrieve some photographs of herself and Lin Zhe. As for other belongings, there was nothing particularly worth commemorating. Suddenly, at that moment, Wei Mei, Makalita, and Tuapa had already caught up. Oh, they are quite swift, Lin Zhe remarked. Lin Zhe cast a glance at Wei Maida and mockingly inquired, damn ants, shall I obliterate you now? The moment Wei Maida laid eyes on Lin Zhe, the fury on his face became increasingly difficult to contain. Subsequently, he concentrated a massive sphere of destructive purple energy in his palm. I have no desire to engage in battle at this moment. If you wish to pursue, then hurry along and follow behind me. Farewell to you. Lin Zhe provocatively waved at Wei Mei, then grasped the hand of number 18 and vanished once more. Watching Lin Zhe, whom she had just pursued with great effort, suddenly disappear again filled Wei Mei with a profound sense of humiliation, akin to being led around like a pet. This indignation compelled her to roar in frustration. Subsequently, the destructive energy in her hand was unleashed, obliterating 2 nearby planets in an instant. Lady Wei Mei, please calm your wrath, Tua said, furrowing his brow, clearly uncomfortable. Though the god of destruction possessed the authority to annihilate planets, he felt that her previous outburst was somewhat excessive. Macaulay, pursue that scoundrel at once. I must personally rend him to pieces. Wei Mei exclaimed, her fury palpable. This was the first time in her life she felt such intense rage. All thanks to a mere human from the 7th universe. If she did not eliminate that wretch, her peace of mind would forever be shattered. That may be difficult now. Lady Wei Mei, Lin Zhe has mastered instantaneous movement. My speed, while swift, cannot catch him. Even if I were to reach him, he could easily evade capture. Furthermore, he has already left the 11th universe, Macaulay softly informed Wei Mei. Hearing Macaulay's words, Wei Mei closed her eyes and lifted her head, striving to quell her frustration and fury. Normally, she was a composed and calm individual. Has that insect left the 11th universe and returned to the 7th? She inquired through clenched teeth after a minute of contemplation. No. He has not returned to the 7th universe. He has gone to the 6th universe, Macaulay replied. What? The 6th universe? That insect has fled to the 6th universe? Upon hearing Macaulay's words, Wayme was momentarily taken aback, but then her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If he had indeed escaped to the 6th universe, that was splendid news. Wayme suddenly broke into a sinister smile. Though the gods of destruction, Kappa of the 6th universe and Beerus of the 7th universe, were brothers, their relationship was far from amicable. Now that the insufferable insect had ventured into the 6th universe, all she needed was to reach out to Kappa. In due time, she could have Kappa eliminate that human. If this could also stir up some animosity between Beerus and Kappa, it would be an even greater triumph. Chapter 40. Macaulay. Contact the god of destruction Kappa from the 6th universe, Wayme instructed, though she could not slay that insect herself. Employing another S-hand to do the deed was still a viable option. If she could incite a conflict between Beerus and Kappa, it would be a double victory. Understood. My lady. Makarita nodded and began to connect with the angel Vados from Universe 6. Meanwhile, on a desolate planet in Universe 7, the black gem atop Vados staff suddenly began to flicker. Lord Kappa, it is a communication request from Lord Beerus of Universe 11. Shall I connect? Vados inquired of Kappa. Humph. That fellow is no good either. I doubt this call will bear any pleasant news. Kappa clearly harbored no fondness for Beerus. In his eyes, the other gods of destruction possessed a certain authenticity, while that particular one was merely duplicitous and cunning, earning Kappa's disdain. Oh, what the heck? Let us connect anyway. It might be important. Kappa waved his hand dismissively, a hint of impatience in his voice. Very well, Lord Kappa, Vados replied, nodding before establishing the video link. Long time no see, Kappa. How have you been? Beerus greeted cheerfully, his face adorned with a smile as he appeared in the gem's projection. Kappa regarded Beerus with a hint of distaste. That smile seemed laced with ulterior motives, prompting him to respond coldly, get to the point. I'm quite busy. Indeed. He was occupied with pilfering the Super Dragon Balls from Universe 7, a secret that must remain hidden from Beerus to avoid complications. Thus, if Beerus had no significant matters to discuss, Kappa preferred to disregard him. Having just suffered a setback, Beerus had not anticipated such a brusque response from Kappa. His annoyance was palpable, yet he restrained his anger. Well, Kappa, there's a human from Universe 7 who recently left Universe 11 and has now gone to Universe 6. He has injured many of our warriors, so you must be on guard. Beerus earnestly warned Kappa. However, he soon realized that Kappa was not paying attention, instead engaging in conversation with Vados. Vados, look at that. Doesn't it resemble something? Kappa exclaimed. Indeed, it does, Lord Kappa. Let us hurry over. Vados responded eagerly. All right, Beerus, I am busy. If there's nothing else, don't bother me. Kappa carelessly brushed off Beerus, abruptly severing the connection. At that moment, Beerus was seething with rage, feeling as though he might explode. He had tried to kindly alert Kappa, yet that glutton had the audacity to cut him off without a second thought, displaying a complete lack of respect throughout the interaction. In the 7th universe, I have finally discovered the 5th Super Dragon Ball. Once I gather the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, I shall wish for the most exquisite delicacy this world has to offer. At that moment, I will ensure that Beerus comprehends the essence of culinary despair. At this point, the god of destruction, Kappa, could not contain a laugh reminiscent of a mouse's squeak. Lord Kappa, your laughter is truly repugnant. Vados remarked disdainfully, casting a scornful glance at Kappa. Oof, what an annoying fellow. Upon hearing Vados's contempt, Kappa ceased his laughter. This companion of his was perpetually critical of him. By the way, Vados, what did that fellow mention earlier? Kappa suddenly recalled the conversation with Whis. It seemed to pertain to the 7th universe. He mentioned that a human from the 7th universe had injured many warriors from our 11th universe and had now ventured to the 6th universe. Vados pondered for a moment before responding. What? A human from the 7th universe dared to enter the 11th universe and inflict harm? Kappa was taken aback. He had been preoccupied with searching for the Super Dragon Balls and had not paid close attention to Whis' words. The individual who warranted a personal video call from Whis was certainly no ordinary human. Moreover, to have caused injuries in the 11th universe. Given Whis' vindictive nature, how could he possibly let that human escape unscathed? Indeed, that human has already arrived in our 6th universe, Vados confirmed with a nod. Humph. Although I am uncertain of Whis' intentions, the audacity of a human from the 7th universe to enter our 6th universe warrants a proper reprimand. Kappa spoke coldly. It is crucial to remember that without the guidance of angels and gods of destruction, humans cannot traverse universes at will. Shall we return to the sixth universe now? Vados inquired. Not just yet. How much chaos can a single human truly incite? There is still one Super Dragon Ball remaining in the seventh universe. Let us secure it before we head back. Kappa exhibited a clear lack of concern. In his view, a mere human could only pose so much of a threat. Should a god of destruction wish to eliminate a human, it would be a trivial matter. At present, the priority was to locate the sixth Super Dragon Ball. Then, I shall allow Beerus to experience the tantalizing allure of a meal from which there is no return. That is my ultimate objective. Chapter 41. I truly cannot comprehend Lord Kampa's reasoning. He spends so much time seeking the Super Dragon Balls merely to flaunt culinary delights before Lord Beerus. Bardos once again unleashed a wave of merciless mockery. Indeed, the thoughts swirling in the minds of these two brothers are utterly incomprehensible to any ordinary individual. Lord Beerus appears somewhat more rational, but as for Lord Kampa, well, that is a matter too complex to articulate. Meanwhile, in the sixth universe, Lindsay did not arrive there on a whim. He harbored his own intentions. Upon Lindsay's instantaneous relocation, he arrived with number 18 on a planet that appeared relatively underdeveloped. Of course, this was merely in comparison to the 11th universe. The landscape before them was filled with towering edifices, yet it lacked the enchanting beauty of verdant mountains and clear waters. Additionally, a few potent presences could be sensed on this planet. If Lindsay's estimations were accurate, the highest combat power would not exceed 1 or 2 million. Furthermore, there were only about 5 or 6 such individuals, while the rest exhibited significantly weaker abilities. Have we returned to the 7th universe? Number 18 inquired, surveying the surroundings, as the environment starkly contrasted with that of the 11th universe. Not yet. We have now arrived in the 6th universe, Lindsay replied. Lindsay surveyed his surroundings and remarked, is this truly the planet of the Scions from the 6th universe? It appears to be rather underdeveloped. He then sighed, reflecting on the Scions of the 7th universe, who are inherently imbued with a primal desire for conquest and battle. Consequently, after the destruction of planet Vegeta, they seized the planet of the Tsufels, which ultimately led to Baby's quest for vengeance against the Scions in Dragon Ball GT. In stark contrast, the Scions of the 6th universe do not share this inclination. They not only eschew conquest, but also possess a profound appreciation for peace. Their primary vocation involves being employed to combat evil and safeguard other planets. It is surprising to discover that the Scion planet of the 6th universe is so backward. The 6th universe? What brings us here? Is there an adversary you wish to challenge in this realm? Android 18 inquired, somewhat perplexed. Not exactly. But I do have matters of considerable significance to attend to. I shall reveal them to you in due time, he replied. Lindsay teased, so stingy. If you don't want to speak, I have no desire to listen. The aloof number 18 muttered under her breath. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a shrill horn blared. The voice from ahead announced, you have unlawfully entered the planet Salada. Please state your intentions. Soon, several combat spacecraft materialized directly above Lindsay and number 18. The cacophony was truly irksome. Number 18 appeared increasingly agitated by the blaring horn and the drones of the spacecraft. She conjured an energy sphere in her palm, ready to bring the spacecraft down. Wait a moment, Lindsay interjected. They are merely ordinary individuals and cannot withstand your assault. Lindsay grasped the hand of number 18, halting her. The approaching figures were merely low-ranking soldiers with combat capabilities in the thousands. Should number 18 unleash her energy sphere, it would undoubtedly claim their lives. Although she possessed the power, she had no desire to engage in wanton slaughter of the innocent. TCH, not even a bit of fun, how utterly dull. Number 18 pouted and retracted her energy sphere. Do not fret. Soon enough, you shall have ample opportunity for amusement. Lindsay chuckled and then raised his head to address the Scions, saying, I am a friend of Gabe, a member of your raised defense team. The Scions pondered for a moment and agreed, recognizing the name. Gabe was an elite member of the raised defense team on the planet Shalata, frequently hired to combat villains and uphold peace in the universe. Thus, it was quite normal for him to be acquainted with various extraterrestrial beings. Please wait a moment. I will notify Deputy Commander Gabe right away, one of the Scions said to Lindsay before initiating contact with Gabe. After approximately 10 minutes, four figures soared towards them with remarkable speed, arriving before Lindsay in mere seconds. Deputy Commander Gabe, this gentleman claims to be your friend. Could you please confirm? A Scion from the spacecraft addressed Gabe. Very well, I shall handle the rest. You may return now, Gabe responded. casting a glance at Lindsay and Android 18 before speaking to the Scion. Understood, Deputy Commander. The Scion nodded before piloting the combat spacecraft away. Once the spacecraft departed, Gabe descended to stand before Lindsay and Android 18, accompanied by 3 Scions, 2 males and 1 female. Sir, if I am not mistaken, we have not met before. Have we? May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Gabe asked Lindsay, his tone exceedingly courteous. Upon first seeing Lindsay, he had discerned that he had never encountered these 2 individuals. However, their direct approach in seeking him certainly indicated a significant reason behind it. I noticed that the Scions from your 6th universe appear rather weak, so I wish to extend my assistance in helping you enhance your strength. Lindsay smiled and spoke to Gaby. What? To assist us in enhancing our strength? You may be mistaken. Our Deputy Captain Gaby possesses immense power and a formidable reputation. Do we truly require your assistance? What a jest! Before Gaby could respond, a tall figure stepped forward and interjected, Tosai, do not be unreasonable. Gaby cast a sharp glare at the towering Scion, instinctively sensing the man's formidable strength. Moreover, he claimed to be a Scion from the 6th universe, piquing Gaby's interest. Gaby, do not be deceived. I suspect these 2 are nothing but charlatans, remarked the female Scion behind Gaby, her arms crossed lazily over her chest. Hey, watch your mouth. If you continue to speak so carelessly, I shall gladly rearrange it, retorted Android 18, clearly unimpressed by the female Scion. Chapter 42. What audacious words! I am eager to see what abilities you 2 possess, the female Scion declared, lowering her arms from her chest, visibly displeased. As she did, Lindsay noticed her attire, a low-cut, form-fitting long-sleeve garment, exuding a commanding presence that far surpassed that of cauliflower and kale combined. Android 18 observed as well, her expression tinged with indignation. Women are such peculiar beings, always inclined to compare themselves, particularly regarding their figures. Although Android 18 was confident in her superior looks and physique, she could not quite match the female Scion in certain aspects. Fina, our guests deserve courtesy. Refrain from speaking so harshly, Gaby advised the female Scion. Fina, Gaby, you have no authority to command me, Fina replied, her demeanor markedly less compliant than that of the tall Scion. With a playful smirk, she sauntered provocatively in front of Android 18 and declared, Now, I challenge you to a duel. Do you dare to accept? Such is the way of the Scions in resolving their disputes. With a final, taunting glance at Android 18's chest, she conveyed an undeniable provocation. Well, it seems you are in for a rough time. Lindsay could discern that the 18th was exceedingly agitated. He then shook his head, expressing a semblance of sympathy towards Fina as he remarked, Is that so? Perhaps you should be more concerned for your woman. Fina, maintaining her haughty demeanor, retorted, On the planet Salada, among all the female Scions, aside from that brigand leader, Kale, I have never bowed to anyone else. I wish you luck in not getting yourself killed. After Lindsay finished speaking, he took a few steps back, wary that the wrath of number 18 might inadvertently affect him. Captain Gabe, what shall we do now? Should we intervene? Inquired the tall figure behind Gabe. No. It seems it's too late for that. Fina is likely to encounter an insurmountable obstacle, Gabe replied, shaking his head. Given the current circumstances, even if Fina wished to withdraw from the challenge, the golden-haired girl would not relent. There's no need to glare at me with such enmity. I am well aware that I am more beautiful than you, Fina declared smugly, tossing her dark hair back as she observed the furious expression on number 18's face. I hope you can maintain that confidence in just a moment. Number 18 suddenly smiled. Then with a ferocious scream, she propelled herself off the ground with astonishing speed. How fast? Gabe found himself momentarily paralyzed by the sheer velocity of number 18, his eyes widening in disbelief. The speed she had just displayed was astonishing. Meanwhile, Fina's expression shifted dramatically the instant number 18 darted away. Smack! Before she could even react, number 18's palm struck Fina's face with tremendous force. Thud! Fina's body was embedded into a rock, half of her face instantly swelling and reddening. Impossible. How could her speed be so extraordinary? I must have been overly complacent. With a shudder, Fina's body shook, shattering the rock behind her. Whoosh! In that moment, number 18 appeared once again, almost spectrally, beside Fina, seizing the fabric of her chest with a swift grip. Smack! 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 She unleashed a flurry of slaps upon Fina's face. Lindsay and Jiabe stared wide-eyed, astonished by the newfound ferocity of number 18. Particularly Lindsay, who had never witnessed number 18 so ruthlessly strike another person. Thud. Following that, no? 18 forcefully drove her knee into Fina's chest, causing excruciating pain that sent her crashing to the ground. Her face, already resembling a battered visage, bore the marks of the brutal encounter. I detest two types of individuals: those who are endowed with beauty yet lack intellect, and those who dare to compare their allure to mine. Alas, you embody both. Number 18 crouched down, gently tousling her golden locks, and lightly remarked to Fina. After speaking, she rose and strolled over to Lindsay's side. Ah, this is much more comfortable. With a sigh of relief, she flashed a sweet smile at Lindsay and said, "Isn't it so?" Lindsay could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Gab and the others swallowed hard, their expressions towards number 18 filled with palpable fear. This woman was undeniably formidable. Gab, if you do not wish to share her fate, then take me to meet your king. You should understand that my reluctance to force my way through stems from a desire to avoid harming the innocent. Lindsay addressed Gabe, expressing his need for assistance from the scions of Universe 6 regarding a matter of great significance. Otherwise, given the combat prowess of the scions from Universe 6, he would have no interest in being in such a place. Gabe promptly nodded in agreement. Since that woman was capable of overpowering Fina effortlessly, he surmised that he would likely meet a similar fate. Moreover, he comprehended that the man before him was indeed the most formidable adversary. Subsequently, under Gabe's guidance, Lindsay and Android 18 arrived at the Palace of Salad. Chapter 43. Within the Grand Hall of Salad's palace, the king inquired, "What do you mean? Are you instructing me to summon all the righteous scions? Who are you to command me? I am the king of Salad, the sovereign of this planet." The king, seated upon his throne, spoke with an air of arrogance towards Lindsay. This stranger, who had never before shown his face, had the audacity to demand that he gather all those with a heart of justice. Such presumptuousness was outrageous. "You question my authority, do you? Allow me to clarify, just for this reason." Lindsay suddenly let out a cold, disdainful laugh, then clenched his fists. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, an overwhelming aura emanating from him that sent the individuals within the grand hall staggering back several paces, with some of the less powerful ones crashing heavily against the walls. Gaby, standing closest to Lindsay, was also violently propelled away. What? Such a terrifying energy, thought everyone. Astonished, that fellow has amplified his power manifold in an instant. As they gazed upon Lindsay, now adorned with golden hair, their eyes brimmed with a mix of dread and astonishment. "I initially intended to discuss matters with you amicably, but it seems you are not inclined to cooperate," Lindsay remarked, fixing his gaze on the visibly shaken King Salada. What is happening? You were clearly not this formidable moments ago." Salada stammered, his voice trembling. Despite his royal pride, he was not foolish. The scion before him, claiming to be from the 7th universe, exuded an overwhelming strength. At this moment, it was apparent that even the combined might of all the scions on Salada's planet would pale in comparison to his power. "I had intended to share certain information with you, but now I find myself disinclined to do so. I am giving you 2 hours to summon all the righteous-hearted scions on this planet. Otherwise..." Suddenly, an orb of energy shot forth from Lindsay's palm. With a thunderous roar, the magnificent hall was instantly diminished. Initially, he had hoped for a harmonious coexistence with them, yet what he received instead was estrangement. It is truly a challenge to be a good person. Gabe, summon all the scions. King Sharada, after calming the trepidation within his heart, addressed Gabe. Though his pride forbade him from bowing low, he could not risk the annihilation of all scions to uphold his dignity and honor. "At your command." Gabe quickly stood up, nodding in agreement, grateful that the king had consented. Otherwise, with Lindsay's might, he could indeed obliterate the planet Sharada. Gabe promptly set out to gather the other scions. Meanwhile, on another prosperous planet in the 6th universe, within a grand hall, dozens of figures, each more peculiar than the last, were gathered. At the center, seated upon a throne, was a being strikingly similar in appearance to Frisia. This individual was Frost, a so-called paragon of virtue who had been awarded the Universe Peace Prize 3 times. However, this paragon was merely a facade, a guise for his nefarious deeds. "Lord Frost, are you truly prepared to assault the planet Sharada?" An alien inquired respectfully. "Have I not already stated my intentions?" Frost replied, swirling a glass of red wine, his voice smooth yet sinister. "However, the combat prowess of those scions is formidable, especially that Gabe. His strength seems considerable. Even if we conquer the planet, our losses could be devastating," the alien continued, his tone heavy with concern. The planet Sharada is indeed a tough nut to crack. Each Scion possesses remarkable fighting capabilities, particularly Gabe, whose strength is unfathomable. Aside from Lord Frost, I doubt anyone could best him. Moreover, the planet Sharada is not of high caliber, and its environment is rather poor. It is unlikely to fetch a good price. Thus, I cannot comprehend why Lord Frost would wish to invade Sharada. Those meddlesome Scions. This time, I shall personally crush them. Frost's gaze suddenly flickered with a sharp, murderous intent. His voice chillingly cold. In truth, he had little interest in such a worthless planet. The primary reason for his aggression was the peacekeeping efforts of Gabe and the Lay's defense force, which had repeatedly disrupted his plans. Thus, this time, he was resolute in his intention to eradicate them completely. Splendid. With Lord Frost leading the charge, annihilating those Scions will undoubtedly be a simple task. Upon hearing that Frost intended to make a personal appearance, the extraterrestrial was instantly filled with excitement. His profound fear of death loomed over him. If Frost were to conclude matters as he typically did, under the pretext of subduing the robbers, they would likely meet their demise. I shall prepare at once, he declared. Exiting the palace. Scions, this is the consequence of your meddling. Do not blame me. Frost drained his glass of red wine, his countenance darkening precipitously. Meanwhile, in the vast square before the palace on the planet Salad, hundreds of Scions had gathered. Mr. Lindsay, aside from those dispatched to other planets on missions. All other Scions are present here, Gabe respectfully informed Lindsay. In a world that inherently venerates the strong, Gabe, having witnessed Lindsay's formidable power, naturally refrained from causing offense. Very well, now select those Scions whom you deem to possess a righteous heart. Lindsay nodded thoughtfully and continued speaking. Indeed, this was the very reason he had journeyed to the sixth universe, Salad, a planet renowned for its formidable combat prowess. He sought to find Scions with hearts of justice, to transform into a Super Saiyan god. In the initial chapters of Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku achieved this transformation using a similar method, infusing the spirit of 5 righteous-hearted Scions into the body of another who possessed a heart of justice. This process could facilitate the metamorphosis into a Super Saiyan god, contingent upon all 6 individuals embodying a righteous heart. In truth, Lindsay had already attained the form of Super Saiyan 5, and logically, there was no necessity for him to become a Super Saiyan god. Besides the ability to sense divine energy, the transformation seemed to hold little substantial advantage. However, Lindsay harbored his own intentions. He recalled having seen online that the Super Saiyan God transformation was not simply a derivative of the transformations that followed Super Saiyan 3. Its essence lay in the Scion's natural state, which possessed and could unleash divine energy. This indicated that the Super Saiyan God was merely a foundational form, capable of further evolution. For instance, Super Saiyan Blue represented a form that surpassed the Super Saiyan God. Naturally, he could also evolve into Super Saiyan 2, Super Saiyan 3, or even Super Saiyan 5. Having already mastered the form of Super Saiyan 5, he anticipated that once he comprehended divine energy and reached the realm of Super Saiyan God, he could then merge the two forms, ensuring his unprecedented strength. Even if he could not contend with the Omni King and the Grand Minister, he would surely be more than a match for an angel. Initially, he had contemplated returning to the 7th universe, enlisting Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan to infuse their energies into him, thus achieving the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. However, upon reflection, he deemed this course of action unsuitable. Firstly, he felt a sense of discomfort at the thought of requiring their assistance in achieving the Super Saiyan God form. Secondly, returning now would likely mean Gohan had not yet united with Videl, making it impossible to gather 5 Scions with righteous hearts. Consequently, he opted for the Scions of the 6th universe. Moreover, they were more fitting, as the Scions of the 6th universe were inherently different from their counterparts in the 7th universe. Mr. Lindsay, I have made my selection, Gaby proclaimed confidently. These 20 individuals undeniably possess hearts of justice. I have known them for quite some time, and I can assure you of their integrity. Shortly thereafter, Gaby successfully identified 20 Scions imbued with righteous hearts, and he felt exceedingly assured about this choice. Indeed, if I succeed shortly, I shall teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. Lindsay gazed at Gabe and spoke. For the time being, Gabe had performed admirably, and Lindsay felt quite satisfied. Are you referring to the form you just transformed into? Upon hearing Lindsay's words, the eager individual quickly inquired. He yearned for strength, a fervent desire to grow more powerful. In doing so, he could safeguard more planets and protect a greater number of people. Indeed, Lindsay nodded, then dismissed the other scions, leaving only the 20 individuals selected by Gabe. The transformation into a Super Saiyan god does not depend on the number of participants, but rather on the possession of a righteous heart. Thus, from these 20 individuals, only 5 could ultimately be chosen. Subsequently, 5 more would be selected, those in whom you have the utmost confidence. Lindsay addressed Gabe, inquiring whether he could successfully transform into a Super Saiyan god, thus achieving a momentous breakthrough. Following Lindsay's instructions, Gabe subsequently eliminated 15 individuals, leaving only 5 scions remaining. Now, you 5, join hands. I require you to channel the strength of your righteous hearts into my being. Lindsay addressed the 5 scions. The 5 complied dutifully, linking their hands together, with the individuals at each end placing their palms against Lindsay's back. Subsequently, the bodies of the 6 were enveloped by a cascade of golden waves. 1 second, 2 seconds, a full minute passed, yet Lindsay felt no discernible change. What was happening? Why was there an utter lack of sensation? Lindsay furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. Logically speaking, all the steps were correct. The 5 scions, each possessing a heart of justice, should have infused their essence into another scion, also endowed with a heart of justice. Could it be that one among these 5 lacks a heart of justice? Or perhaps it is he himself who is devoid of such virtue? It is crucial to understand that the transformation into a Super Saiyan god necessitates that all 6 scions possess hearts of justice. At that moment, the 5 scions appeared to falter, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. What is it, Mr. Lindsay? Have we failed? Gabe inquired, observing Lindsay's furrowed expression. Though unaware of the specifics of his endeavor, it was evident from Lindsay's demeanor that success had eluded them. Lindsay seemed oblivious to Gabe's words. Just as he was about to make another attempt, a fleet of colossal spacecraft descended upon the planet Salada, ominously hovering in the sky. Captain Gabe, the cosmic marauders have arrived. A scion rushed towards him, visibly shaken and distressed. What? The cosmic marauders? Those malevolent scoundrels have set their sights on our Salada. Gabe clenched his fists tightly. He had been battling them all along, but only in defense of other planets. To think they would dare target Salada this time. He vowed to annihilate them completely. The sudden surge of malevolent energy was palpable. Could it be Frost? Lindsay sensed the aura and inwardly mused. To be associated with the cosmic thief and exude such a formidable presence, it must indeed be that individual. However, the timing of this appearance is rather inconvenient. Solo, you 5 shall remain here to heed Mr. Lindsay's commands, while the rest of you accompany me to investigate. Gabe instructed the 5 scions beside Lindsay. After addressing Lindsay and King Shalada, he departed from the palace square. Chapter 45. After Gabe's departure, Lindsay attempted 2 more times but still met with failure. Lindsay had begun to feel somewhat anxious. Had he failed? At that moment, number 18 approached, observing Lindsay's distress. Gently, he wiped away the sweat from Lindsay's brow and inquired with genuine concern, "Have you tried 3 times without success?" Lindsay shook his head, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Was it possible that he lacked a sense of justice? Or perhaps his unique circumstances were at play? After all, although he now possessed the physical form of a true scion, his soul was not of scion origin. This could very well be the reason for his predicament. Nevertheless, since there was no way to change the situation, he decided to treat this as a mere fleeting experience. Subsequently, Lindsay attuned himself to the energy surrounding him, noting that Gabe's aura had significantly weakened. Despite his earlier performance, Gabe had shown commendable resilience. It was time to investigate further. Lindsay pondered for a moment before instantly transporting himself alongside number 18. Frost, why have you done this? I have been such a fool, idolizing you and holding you in such high esteem, only to discover that you are the mastermind behind this band of cosmic thieves. Gabe clutched his chest, a trace of blood staining his lips, his face marred by disappointment as he confronted Frost. He could not fathom that his most revered idol, a recipient of 3 Cosmic Peace Awards, could embody such malevolence. Considering you are on the brink of death, I shall reveal the truth. It is precisely because of you wretched scions incessantly obstructing my royal endeavors to colonize other planets that this worthless planet, Salad, has become my target. Therefore, every scion on Salad should harbor hatred towards you. Do you understand? Frost concluded with a chilling laugh. Gabe, engulfed in regret and despair, felt a profound sense of disillusionment. Enough. My time is limited. You meddlesome scions should vanish. With that, Frost concentrated, conjuring a yellow energy sphere at his fingertips. With a mere touch, the sphere hurtled toward Gabe and the other scions. This is it. I never imagined I would meet my demise at the hands of Frost. Gabe forced a self-deprecating smile. His heart filled not with fear, but with profound regret. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike Gabe and the others, a sudden flash of energy pierced through the air, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. What is happening? Who dares? Frost exclaimed, turning toward the source of the energy beam, only to behold an unfamiliar figure. Mr. Lindsay? Upon witnessing Lindsay's arrival, Gabe's expression transformed, brimming with excitement. Indeed, it is you, Frost. Your timing could not be more unfortunate. I am in quite the irate mood. Lindsay cast a cold gaze towards Frost, his voice icy. What? Are you angry? How dare you disrupt my affairs? Frost clenched his fists tightly. No matter who that individual was, he was determined to eliminate him. Such an irritating nuisance. Lindsay furrowed his brow and swiftly unleashed a sphere of energy with his right hand. Boom. In the next instant, the energy sphere erupted violently. Frost and hundreds of extraterrestrial beings were engulfed by the shockwave of the explosion. Moreover, 4 or 5 spacecraft were instantaneously consumed. Gabe and all the Scions present were utterly astonished. Frost, who was regarded as the most formidable being in the universe, second only to the assassin hit, had been obliterated by Lindsay in an instant, and along with him, hundreds of cosmic marauders. Mr. Lindsay, we are profoundly grateful to you. Gabe's voice trembled with excitement. They had all believed their demise was inevitable. Yet Lindsay's intervention had eradicated Frost and his cohorts without so much as a flicker of resistance. Thank you for saving us, Mr. Lindsay. As Gabe's words fell, all the Scions gazed at Lindsay with reverent admiration. Lindsay, in truth, had little desire to concern himself with Jiabe and the others. His recent act of slaying Frost was primarily a means to vent his frustration, stemming from a rather dismal mood. Lindsay, look. Why do they radiate a golden glow? Suddenly, number 18 tugged at Lindsay's arm, exclaiming. Lindsay quickly turned his gaze, only to behold hundreds of Scions enveloped in a radiant golden aura, undulating like waves and layers. Their energy showed no signs of enhancement. Gabe, let everyone join hands and, in the same manner as before, channel your collective spirit into my body. Lindsay exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps this time, success was truly within reach. Having just saved their lives, the gratitude of those around him made them exceedingly obedient. Gabe and another Scion placed their hands on Lindsay's back. In that instant, Lindsay felt an extraordinary shift in the energy coursing through his body. Suddenly, a golden beam of light shot skyward, connecting directly to the celestial heavens. Thunder roared and fierce winds howled, while torrential rain poured down, causing the entire Shalata planet to tremble violently. The sky and clouds were entirely suffused with a golden hue. This apocalyptic spectacle endured for a full 5 minutes before gradually dissipating. Meanwhile, Gabe and the Scion behind him had completely succumbed, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. Lindsay's body was enveloped in an aura akin to the flames of the sun, his pupils and hair transformed into a fiery crimson. In Dragon Ball Super, when Son Goku ascended to Super Saiyan God, aside from the alteration in the color of his hair and eyes, there was little change in his overall form. However, Lindsay experienced a significant transformation. Chapter 46. The presence of Mr. Lindsay could no longer be felt. What on earth was happening? Gabe shielded his eyes with his arms against the dazzling light. Previously, he could sense Mr. Lindsay's energy, yet at this moment, he found himself utterly incapable of perceiving it. What had transpired just moments ago? Had he reverted to Super Saiyan 4? 18 stared at Lindsay in a daze, murmuring to herself. It bore a resemblance to Super Saiyan 4, with a similarly robust physique, adorned with red fur and a crimson tail. No, this was not Super Saiyan 4. Both his hair and eyes had turned red. 18 shook her head and remarked, there are indeed some distinctions. He appears significantly younger and more handsome now. Just then, Lindsay's body gently descended to the ground, the fiery aura surrounding him gradually dissipating. Had he finally succeeded? Lindsay clenched his fist in excitement. Sensing a qualitative transformation within his body, he felt himself becoming increasingly robust. It appeared that this experience differed somewhat from Son Goku's ascension to the Super Saiyan God. Goku seemed to have evolved into the Super Saiyan God from his normal state. In contrast, I now felt as though I had transcended from Super Saiyan 4 to Super Saiyan God. This newfound power, while perhaps not as formidable as that of Super Saiyan 5, was certainly not lacking by any measure. Lindsay swallowed hard with excitement, speaking to himself. Moreover, his physical stamina was considerably enhanced, and his recovery abilities had also improved significantly. In the future, when he engaged in battle while utilizing the form of Super Saiyan God, He would no longer have to worry about the fatigue that had plagued him during his previous transformation into Super Saiyan 5. This sensation was truly exhilarating. He had initially lost hope of becoming a Super Saiyan god, but unexpectedly, Frost's unintentional actions had proven to be a tremendous boon for him. Lindsay found himself somewhat grateful for Frost's appearance. It allowed him to absorb the energy of more righteous Saiyans, perhaps intermingled with other elements, transforming him into a more formidable Super Saiyan god. Lindsay relaxed his fists and subsequently exited the form of Super Saiyan god. Although he had transformed into a Super Saiyan god moments earlier, he recognized the necessity of thoroughly comprehending the divine energy. Only then could he masterfully control this exalted state in the future. You seem quite pleased. It appears you have succeeded. 18 approached, equally delighted for Lindsay. Indeed, I have triumphed. I have successfully become a Super Saiyan god. It seems this journey to Universe 6 has proven exceedingly worthwhile. Lindsay was still quite exhilarated. If it were merely the Super Saiyan god, such excitement would be unnecessary. However, the Super Saiyan god he had transformed into was evidently far superior to Goku and Vegeta. It could be said that he was on an entirely different level. He then turned his gaze towards Gabe and said, "Thank you this time, Gabe. As a token of my gratitude, I shall reveal to you the method of becoming a Super Saiyan." "What? I can also become a Super Saiyan?" Gabe was initially taken aback, but soon a look of delight spread across his face as he hurriedly inquired. "Indeed. Every Saiyan possesses the potential to transform into a Super Saiyan, and your foundational combat power is nearly sufficient. You merely require an opportunity, and you will be able to achieve the transformation." Lindsay nodded and spoke. Gabe had indeed rendered him significant assistance, and he decided to share with him the method of transforming into a Super Saiyan. A catalyst? Gabe pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, one of the crucial elements in becoming a Super Saiyan is anger, which serves as the catalyst. At this moment, all you require is the right opportunity to unleash your rage, and you will be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Lindsay continued to elucidate that the Saiyans of the 6th universe, being peace-loving, were fundamentally different from those of the 7th universe. Consequently, the S cells within their bodies were undoubtedly sufficient, rendering the transformation into a Super Saiyan considerably easier. "I understand now. Thank you once again, Mr. Lindsay," Gabe expressed with excitement. Should he truly transform into a Super Saiyan, he would be able to protect more individuals and countless planets. "Well, you have assisted me, and I have aided you in overcoming the crisis on Salada. We are even now, until we meet again." With his purpose for visiting Salada fulfilled, there was no need to linger further. He sought a suitable place to cultivate and swiftly master the form of the Super Saiyan god. Subsequently, Lindsay departed Salada with Android 18. After leaving, Lindsay proceeded to the Namek of the 6th universe. Utilizing the power of the eternal dragon, Purunga, he ensured that Gaby and the others would forget the matter concerning the Super Saiyan god. Although he had imparted the method of transformation to Gaby, he had no intention of allowing the 6th universe to produce more Super Saiyan gods. Having accomplished this, Lindsay did not hasten back to the 7th universe. Instead, he dedicated time to training in the 6th universe. Days turned into weeks, and nearly a month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Kappa and Vados, who were searching for the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe, successfully located the 6th Dragon Ball and returned to the 6th universe. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Kappa, while enjoying his lunch, inquired, "Vados, I recall that a month ago, Wei Mei mentioned that a human from the 7th universe arrived in the 6th universe, correct?" "Indeed, Lord Kappa," Vados nodded in affirmation. "His name seems to be Lindsay, and he remains in the 6th universe to this day. P.S. Writing these chapters has been quite challenging for me, as several commentators suggested that once one achieves Super Saiyan 5, there is no need to pursue the Super Saiyan God form. My intention was to allow future Super Saiyan transformations to integrate the essence of divinity, thus becoming stronger. Additionally, while some have suggested eliminating the Saiyans of the 6th universe, I personally feel that such measures are unnecessary. The protagonist currently possesses the strength of Super Saiyan 5 combined with the unique power of the Super Saiyan God, akin to a robust elephant, while Gaby and others, even if they attain Super Saiyan status, would merely appear as insignificant ants in comparison. Moreover, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God necessitates a heart of righteousness. Hence the notion of exterminating all Saiyans of the 6th universe after their utility has been exhausted feels unsettling to me. I sincerely apologize to those who do not resonate with these chapters. The recent comments have indeed left me feeling quite anxious. Chapter 47. Is he now returning to the 7th universe, or does he remain in the 6th universe? As Kampa casually munched on his food, he inquired about a human, though he held little interest in the individual. However, since this person belonged to the 7th universe alongside Beerus, he felt compelled to inquire further. After all, he had been causing quite a stir in the 6th universe over the past month. Batos replied coolly, "A stir? Pray tell, what transpired?" Kampa raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. "You might want to see for yourself." Batos gestured with her staff, and before them appeared a projection. It vividly displayed Linza's brutal defeat of Frost and others. "What? That wretched scoundrel dared to commit murder on my territory?" Kampa, who had previously been relaxed, watched the unfolding scene with growing fury, causing his utensils to shatter in his grasp. The mere presence of this individual in the 6th universe had already irked him, but now he had audaciously slain one of its inhabitants. This rogue seemed to be courting death. "Batos, I recall there is a formidable assassin from our 6th universe named Hit. Am I correct?" Kampa squinted, suddenly asking. "It is merely the death of a human from the 7th universe. There is no need for a destroyer god to intervene personally. Indeed, he is the foremost assassin of the 6th universe. Does Lord Kampa wish to enlist Hit to eliminate Linza?" Batos inquired. "Precisely. Inform Hit to eliminate that human from the 7th universe within 3 days, or I shall obliterate him," Kampa declared with an air of dominance. After all, he was a destroyer god, and it would be beneath his dignity to personally deal with a mere human. Having Hit handle it would be most suitable. Though Hit was renowned as the top assassin of the 6th universe, should he dare defy Kampa's wishes, the assassin would find himself utterly erased in an instant. This was the power of a destroyer god, an ability that humans could never hope to rival. "Understood, Lord Kampa." Batos nodded before promptly departing the realm of the destroyer god. On the following morning, Linze stretched lazily. After a month of diligent training, he had finally mastered the form of Super Saiyan god. It seemed he could soon tidy up and return to the 7th universe. Linze murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that it had been 4 years since he departed from the 7th universe. By his calculations, the time had come for Majin Buu to be unsealed and resurrected. As Linze's voice faded, his brows gently furrowed. He sensed a formidable presence, one far surpassing that of Frost and his companions, imbued with a palpable aura of lethal intent. Could it be Hit? Among the humans of the 6th universe, there seemed to be no other with such overwhelming power than the assassin Hit. Whoosh! As soon as Linze finished speaking, a sudden sound of slicing through the air resonated, and a violet figure materialized before him. The newcomer possessed a tall and slender physique, adorned in a purple-hued trench coat, with violet skin and hands tucked casually into pockets, his demeanor exuding an air of indifference. An aura of formidable menace enveloped him. This person was none other than the renowned assassin from the 6th universe, Hit. The mere fact that he had sought Linze was perplexing. Could it be that remnants of Frost had employed Hit to eliminate him? "Are you Linze?" Hit inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Linze's, his tone devoid of warmth. "Indeed, that is I," Linze replied. "It is an honor to finally meet you, the foremost assassin of the 6th universe, Hit." Linze smiled as he gazed at sight. Did he truly know of my existence? Is the target that the god of destruction, Pax, has assigned for me to hunt down none other than him? It felt akin to peering into an unfathomable abyss, though his aura seemed rather ordinary. My keen intuition as an assassin warned me of the peril he posed, immensely dangerous. When Zeit and Linze locked eyes, a furrow formed on Zeit's brow. As an assassin, he possessed an exceptional sensitivity to danger. Moreover, Linze's confident smile stirred a sense of unease within him. "Have you come to kill me?" Linze inquired, noticing Zeit's slight raise of an eyebrow, indicating a hint of apprehension towards him. "Yes, someone has indeed commissioned me to eliminate you," Zeit admitted candidly with a nod. Before continuing, however, it appears that, given my current capabilities, I am unlikely to succeed. The unnatural tone of Zeit's voice revealed his discomfort. It was the first time he had expressed such a lack of confidence. Furthermore, neither of them had engaged in combat thus far. "You possess a modicum of self-awareness. With your skills, you could never hope to match me," Linze retorted. "I ask you, is it the remnants of Frost that have sent you to kill me?" Linze gazed at Hitler and inquired, "Did you kill Frost?" Hitler paused, evidently taken aback. While many were oblivious to Frost's true nature, Linze was acutely aware of the heinous acts he had committed. If someone had offered him a mere bun as a reward to eliminate Frost, he would have done so without hesitation. However, it was not the remnants of frost he sought to confront. Shaking his head, Hitler reflected on how, during past missions, he would never have spoken of such matters. Yet today, perhaps due to the formidable presence of his interlocutor, he found himself inexplicably compelled to answer the question. If not the minions of frost, it must be that infamous, gluttonous deity of destruction, Shankap. Lindsay slowly raised his head, gazing at the sky with a provocative smile playing on his lips. He was aware that the angels possessed the ability to monitor the entire universe, and thus, it was likely that Kampa and Beerus were covertly observing the two of them. At this moment, within the realm of the god of destruction in the sixth universe, Kampa's expression darkened, resembling that of overcooked liver, quite an unsightly sight. The cause of his ire was Lindsay's earlier remark, "Fat pig god of destruction Kampa." How dare a mere insect of a human address him in such a derogatory manner? Chuckling, he couldn't help but acknowledge that the fellow's insight was surprisingly astute. Indeed, he was from the same universe as Lord Beerus, and such a unanimous assessment of Kampa was remarkable. Although Kampa's face turned a deeper shade of anger, Beerus's attendant, Vados, was unable to contain her laughter. Aside from Lord Beerus of the seventh universe, it seemed no one had ever dared to call Kampa a fat pig. "Silence, Vados. If you refrain from speaking, no one will mistake you for a mute." Kampa barked at her, his face a mask of fury. Were it not for the fact that he could not best this individual in combat, he would have relished the opportunity to grind him into the ground. That damned little insect had not intended to kill him personally, but such humiliation could not go unpunished. He would ensure to snap his neck with his own hands. "Vados, take me to him at once. I yearn to slay him myself." Kampa growled at Vados, his anger palpable. "Reaching that planet will take 10 minutes. My lord, are you certain?" Vados inquired, a note of skepticism in her voice. Kampa was notoriously indolent, and she felt it necessary to confirm his resolve. Otherwise, he would incessantly complain. "Even if it takes an hour, I must personally execute that insolent wretch," Kampa declared with unwavering determination. "Very well then." Vados nodded in agreement, subsequently tapping her staff gently against the ground. Their forms became enveloped in a white light, and they swiftly vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Meanwhile, on the other side, "You actually know the god of destruction, Kampa?" He exclaimed, taken aback. He had not anticipated that this human was aware of the existence of the gods of destruction. Few in the universe were privy to such knowledge. And even among those who had lived for a millennium like himself, they were scarce. "If I were not familiar with him, do you think he would allow you to come and kill me?" Lindsay shrugged, then turned to Hitler and inquired, "Well then, do you still wish to kill me?" He offered Hitler a choice. "With my capabilities, I could never bring you to your demise. Thus, I abandon this task," Hitler replied, his tone remaining as frigid as ever. A keen intuition warned him that if he were to attempt to slay Lindsay, it would ultimately be his own life that would be forfeited. Moreover, he harbored a strong aversion to the lofty, commanding demeanor reminiscent of a destructive deity. "Nevertheless, I am still intrigued to experience your strength. For you are the first human who has instilled in me a sense of peril." "Very well, I shall oblige you." Lindsay nodded. It could be considered one of the pinnacle warriors of the universe. In the sixth universe, he likely found himself as unmatched as Jiren from the 11th universe, experiencing a profound solitude. Thus, it is only natural for him to yearn for a formidable adversary. However, this desire remained buried deep within their hearts. Upon hearing Lindsay's agreement, a subtle excitement flickered across Hit's face. It seemed that it had been quite some time since he had unleashed his full strength in battle. "Ha ha ha." Lindsay suddenly let out a roar, and a torrent of fiery spiritual energy erupted from his body in an instant. Lindsay stood enveloped in flames, his form undergoing a profound transformation. His hair and body hair turned a vibrant crimson, while his pupils shifted to a fiery red. "What is this? A metamorphosis? I can no longer sense his aura. Is this the realm of the divine?" Shiti's expression hardened, and within him, tumultuous waves of astonishment surged. After a millennium, he possessed knowledge far beyond that of ordinary mortals, for instance, the divine realm, the destroyer god, and so forth. After Lindsay transformed, although he could no longer sense his own energy, the feeling of impending danger intensified remarkably. The Lindsay before me indeed exuded immense power, validating my decision to abandon the mission. "Come now, Hit, let me witness your prowess." Having transformed into a Super Saiyan god, Lindsay beckoned to Hit and spoke. "In that case, I shall engage earnestly. I wonder if the instant transmission technique will be effective against him." Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, clenched his fists, and assumed a defensive stance, silently contemplating. Whoosh. In the next moment, Hit's body surged towards Lindsay, and in that fleeting second, his energy seemed to vanish entirely. Instant transmission, perhaps? Lindsay smiled faintly. Currently, Height's time flash ability could only leap a mere second, while his own could traverse 0.5 seconds. Even without employing the time flash, the point in time where he stood far surpassed Height's second of time flash. Thus, it was clear that Height could never be his adversary. Suddenly, Height's fist shot forward, aiming for Lindsay's chest. Was that an afterimage? Height's fist pierced through Lindsay's chest, only to realize it was merely a remnant left behind. The speed of this individual was astonishing. Missing his target, Height quickly turned his head, only to find Lindsay casually standing 5 meters away, arms crossed and wearing a relaxed expression. His speed was so extraordinary that the point in time he occupied had already exceeded the second leap of my time flash, rendering it utterly ineffective against him. Height thought with a frown, astonished. Nevertheless, he had no intention of conceding. Encountering such a formidable opponent was a rare opportunity, and he resolved to make one more attempt. With a swift motion, Height's body flashed forward again. He repeatedly unleashed his time flash to attack Lindsay. This time, however, Lindsay did not evade. Instead, he extended a hand to block Height's onslaught. The rapidity of Height's strikes was impressive, generating 4 afterimages that relentlessly assaulted Lindsay from various angles. Yet, Lindsay effortlessly deflected each one. Though reluctant to admit it, the chasm between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I never anticipated the existence of such a powerful human being. Height's brow furrowed deeper. After launching over 100 punches without landing a single hit, each one effortlessly parried by Lindsay, he could no longer contain himself. Lindsay, please fight seriously and show me your true strength. Height finally exclaimed, feeling belittled by the continuous evasion. It was the first time I had encountered such a request. Very well, I shall grant you this wish. As Lindsay's voice fell, his body vanished in an instant. Bang! The next moment, a fist landed heavily on Zitter's chest. A surge of bile erupted from his mouth, and Zitter's body was propelled like a cannonball. Boom! He tore through dozens of buildings, leaving behind a gaping chasm in the ground before finally coming to a halt. Chapter 49. Just as Zitter struggled to rise, another mouthful of blood spewed forth. He collapsed to the ground once more, clutching his abdomen, his face contorted in acute agony. How could one punch inflict such damage? How terrifying is this fellow's strength? Zitter's estimation of Lindsay escalated once more. The two were not even on the same level as adversaries. Fortunately, he had abandoned his mission earlier. Otherwise, Lindsay could have effortlessly ended his life in an instant. Moreover, the god of destruction, Xiangpa, had issued commands to him. And it was not in order to eliminate Lindsay, thus relinquishing this assassination did not violate his principles. Suddenly, a beam of white light appeared before Zitter. Beerus, Xiangpa. Have they finally arrived? Sensing the overwhelming divine power, a faint smile graced Lindsay's lips. With his current strength, he need not fear Xiangpa. He posed little threat to him. Upon seeing Xiangpa, Zitter's brow furrowed tightly. He had not anticipated Xiangpa's personal arrival. What a useless piece of trash. Claiming to be the #1 assassin of the 6th universe, such disgrace has brought shame upon the 6th universe. I will first deal with that insignificant ant from the 7th universe before taking care of you. Xiangpa's expression was exceedingly grim as he shot a fierce glare at Zitter. His tone icy as he spoke. He then turned his gaze toward Lindsay. This bastard not only kills in my universe but also dares to insult me as a fat pig. Absolutely unforgivable. Zitter gritted his teeth but dared not retort. The god of destruction could annihilate him in the blink of an eye. Prepare to die, you despicable creature. Xiangpa narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with murderous intent. It seemed that he had not desired to kill someone so fervently in millions of years. You wish to kill me? With a worthless god of destruction like you? Come, let us see. Lindsay beckoned to Xiangpa with a dismissive wave, his face a portrait of disdain. This expression of contempt ignited a firestorm of fury within the already enraged Xiangpa. The audacity of this insolent fool to openly deride him as garbage was nothing short of infuriating. It seemed he was truly courting disaster. How brazen it was for that fellow to insult Xiangpa. Did he possess the strength to disregard the god of destruction? Hit gazed at Lindsay with astonishment. It is worth noting that Xiangpa was indeed a deity of destruction, wielding dominion over the very cosmos. To annihilate a mere human would be a trivial endeavor. Simultaneously, Hit felt a pang of envy towards Lindsay. Did he not long to confront Xiangpa with equal fervor? It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent, and preparations were in order. Bardos let out a sigh, observing the palpable tension between Lindsay and Xiang Pa, and remarked, with a gentle wave of his staff, a verdant energy barrier enveloped an area of 5,000 zhang in diameter. Such a space would suffice for their duel, and more importantly, it ensured that their clash would not endanger the entire planet or its neighboring celestial bodies. You scoundrel, your talent for provoking my wrath is indeed formidable. Yet, the more you revel in your pride, the more tragic your demise will be, Xiang Pa growled, his countenance dark enough to draw ink from it, gritting his teeth as he addressed Lindsay. Ding! The 7-year sign-in gift pack has been distributed. Would the host like to open it? Just as Lindsay prepared to retort to Xiang Pa, the synthesized electronic voice of the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Has it truly been a full 7 years? Lindsay was taken aback. He had not anticipated that 7 years had swiftly passed since his arrival in the Dragon Ball world. The moment the gift package was announced, he knew he could not let this opportunity slip away, for it might contain something extraordinary. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully claiming the 7-year sign-in gift package. You have received destructive power and a tenfold Kaioshin without side effects. The system's voice resounded once more. Destructive power and a Kaioshin without adverse effects? Lindsay felt a surge of joy. It seemed that the system was indeed quite considerate. Just as he was about to engage in combat with the god of destruction, the system rewarded him with destructive power. Although he was exceedingly confident in his own abilities, the destructive energy of the god of destruction was not to be underestimated. One careless touch could lead to his immediate obliteration. Therefore, he might have felt somewhat constrained during the battle. However, with the acquisition of destructive power, he no longer harbored any fears regarding the god of destruction's energy. What's the matter, little ant? Weren't you just arrogantly invincible a moment ago? Are you now feeling fear? Even if you were to kneel before me, weeping and pleading, I would never grant you mercy. Observing Lindsay lost in thought, Xiang Pa mistakenly believed that this fellow had finally recognized the terror of the god of destruction and was now frightened into silence. Nonetheless, even if he begged on his knees today, he would not be spared. After receiving the sign-in gift package, Lindsay snapped back to reality. Hearing Xiang Pa's words, he smirked and replied, I was just contemplating how to eliminate you, you wretched fat pig. I extend the same sentiment to you. Even if you kneel and plead before me, I will not show you mercy. With the power of destruction coursing through him, Lindsay felt utterly unrestrained. As long as the angel Bados did not intervene, he was ready to unleash his might. Chapter 50. Such an arrogant and ignorant insect. Soon, I shall make you aware that the might of the god of destruction is not something as insignificant as you can compare to. Xiang Pa felt that continuing this exchange would surely lead to his own demise from frustration. Thus, he resolved to strike first, rendering Lindsay speechless, and then see if he would still be so sharp-tongued. With that thought, Xiang Pa concentrated, forming an energy sphere in the palm of his hand. The sphere rapidly expanded to the size of a barrel. This is your welcoming gift. Whoosh! The energy sphere hurtled towards Lindsay. Lindsay, unperturbed, casually turned his right hand and slapped the energy sphere away, as if it were nothing. The sphere was sent flying, landing 10 zhang away behind him. Boom! The ground erupted in an explosion, billowing mushroom clouds into the sky. What? It seems he possesses some strength. It's no wonder he has become so arrogant. Xiang Pa narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Lindsay. Yet, this was merely a greeting. The true battle was yet to commence. Whoosh! In the next moment, Xiang Pa vanished in a flash, moving with remarkable speed. Truly, as expected of the god of destruction, his speed far surpassed that of Hit. Observing the speed of Kampa, Lindsay expressed his astonishment. In the original Dragon Ball Super animation, Kampa seemingly did not showcase his speed and strength to any significant extent. Conversely, in the manga God of Destruction Rumble, he appeared rather underwhelming, and coupled with his corpulent physique, many came to perceive him as quite feeble. However, it is essential to remember that Kampa is, after all, a god of destruction, and his power cannot be underestimated. For Lindsay, Kampa's attacks posed no threat whatsoever. Moreover, it was evident that Kampa was still holding back his true strength. Bang! Their fists collided heavily, and an immense pressure surged from the point of impact. Boom! The ground erupted violently. To withstand my punch is a testament to your unexpected prowess, Kampa remarked, grinning at Lindsay. Just a bit? Soon. You shall reconsider that foolish notion. Lindsay also chuckled coldly. Although Xiang Pa had not exerted his full strength, he himself had merely utilized half of his Super Saiyan power. To boast so audaciously when faced with imminent demise was the mark of a detestable little insect. Clearly, Xiang Pa found no advantage in words. and thus, he launched another fist towards Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe also charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of fists and knees, colliding with each other in a fierce display of physical prowess. A column of earth spiraled upward like a tornado beneath their feet, carving a startling scar across the ground. With each impact, shockwaves of energy erupted, wreaking havoc on the terrain. The speed of their movements was so astonishing that I could hardly discern their actions. At that moment, Hitler, struggling to his feet, gazed in awe at the battle between Lin Zhe and Xiang Pa, exclaiming in disbelief. He had once believed himself formidable, yet it was now evident that he was far from the realm of true strength. Bang! The two fists collided with a resounding force, sending both combatants staggering backward. Xiang Pa retreated several dozen yards, while Lin Zhe fell back around 7 or 8 yards, clearly indicating that Lin Zhe had gained a slight advantage in this encounter. Who would have thought that you, this hefty cat, possessed such prowess? You are far stronger than I had anticipated. Lin Zhe gazed at Kampa, a cold smile gracing his lips. It seemed that Kampa had not truly revealed his prowess in Dragon Ball Super, leading him to underestimate the god's strength. However, from their recent skirmish, it was evident that this individual possessed formidable power, and his corpulent physique did not appear to hinder his swiftness. Kampa's expression darkened considerably. He had anticipated that a few well-placed strikes would suffice to eliminate this arrogant little insect, yet he was taken aback by the time it had consumed. Most frustratingly, he had gained no advantage whatsoever. Damn it, I was merely toying with you earlier. Now I shall get serious, Kampa declared, his voice frigid and demeanor grim. Is that so? How fortunate, for I have only exerted less than half of my strength thus far. Lin Zhe's lips curled into a cold smile as he responded. Indeed, the power he referred to was merely half of that of a Super Saiyan god. If he were to transform into a Super Saiyan 5, he would likely be able to defeat Kampa swiftly. However, the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 5 was immense, and he needed to effectively utilize combat to familiarize himself with the Super Saiyan God form. Every utterance from his opponent was irksome, akin to that insufferable Beerus. Now, let him experience the terror of hell. Suddenly, Kampa let out a piercing scream, and a terrifying bluish-purple aura erupted from his body. This aura, sharp and fierce like a drawn sword, pierced the heavens. In that moment, the world dimmed, and pale blue lightning flickered incessantly. The entire planet resembled a scene of apocalyptic devastation. Interesting, Lin Zhe mused quietly. He had not anticipated that Kampa, unleashing his full power, would be so formidable. It seemed that last time, the glutton had not exerted his complete strength. Yet, Lin Zhe had not given him the opportunity to do so, since Kampa was now serious. He too would engage earnestly in battle, honing his Super Saiyan God form through real combat. With that, Lin Zhe's arms trembled. Ha! A powerful roar erupted from his throat, and a fiery aura surged around his body. Rising like a blaze, it clashed with Kampa's bluish-purple flames, each asserting its dominance. Chapter 51. Pushing energy to the limit. Whoosh. In unison, both warriors burst forth. Bang, bang, bang. Explosive sound waves flickered as violet and crimson energies collided and entwined. The ground trembled violently, erupting and collapsing under the force. Had it not been for Beerus' protective barrier, the intensity of their clash would have surely wreaked havoc on nearby planets. The confrontation continued for 10 minutes. Panting heavily, Kampa and Lin Zhe finally separated, standing opposite each other. Kampa leaned on his knees, gasping for breath, clearly exhausted. His larger physique meant quicker energy depletion, and given his prolonged absence from training, his endurance could not compare to Lin Zhe's. Damn it! The sheer energy drain from using all his strength was too severe. At this rate, it would be challenging to defeat that guy. Had he known, he would have trained more diligently in the past. Regret began to seep into Kampa's mind, but in this world, there were no remedies for regret, and now, it was too late to turn back. In contrast, Lin Zhe's vitality remains exceptionally high, showing no signs of exhaustion whatsoever. Indeed, the Super Saiyan fruit is remarkably suited for prolonged combat. Had he been fighting in the Super Saiyan 5 form for such an extended period, he would likely have already succumbed to fatigue. Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement as he contemplated the very reason he had insisted on coming to the 6th universe to transform into a Super Saiyan God. The endurance and regenerative abilities of the Super Saiyan God are remarkably potent, with physical and energy levels reaching a peak state, complemented by an extraordinary recovery capacity. In Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku frequently employed the Super Saiyan Blue form during the Tournament of Power, utilizing its striking force for surprise attacks, only to revert to Super Saiyan God for rejuvenation. Now, Lindsay aspired to adopt a similar strategy against formidable opponents. It appeared that Lord Kampa was on the verge of defeat. What a sorrowful revelation, indeed. As he observed the stark contrast between Lindsay and Kampa, Beerus decided to take the stage first. Lindsay exhibited an almost complete lack of physical exertion, while Lord Xiangpa was nearing his limit. It was likely that, before long, Lord Xiangpa would be vanquished, unless Lord Xiangpa resorted to destructive energy. That wretched scoundrel, although I yearn to teach him a lesson. It seems such a feat is now unattainable. In that case, let destruction ensue. Let this scoundrel understand that even with power surpassing that of a god of destruction, he could never rival one, for a god of destruction possesses the ability to obliterate anything within the cosmos. Xiangpa thought furiously as he gazed at Lindsay. Then, a colossal purple sphere of energy coalesced in the palm of his hand. Preparing to wield destructive energy, are we? If so, allow me to present you with a delightful surprise. A smirk crept across Lindsay's face as he observed the energy sphere forming in Xiangpa's palm. Just in time. The system rewarded him with the power of destruction. Let us see whether Xiangpa's devastation surpasses his own. With that thought, Lindsay similarly concentrated a vast purple energy sphere in his palm, its perimeter swirling with silver lines. This familiar sensation, is that destructive energy? How can that be? It is impossible. How could a mere insect of a human possess the qualifications to wield the destructive energy reserved for a god of destruction? As he beheld Lindsay conjuring a sphere of destructive energy, Xiangpa's pupils constricted in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. How could a human command such noble destructive abilities? This must be an illusion, merely an attempt to intimidate me with ordinary energy. Shaking his head, Xiangpa resorted to self-deception akin to the tactics of a devil. What is happening here? Lindsay has actually mastered destructive energy. I have not heard of any candidates for God of Destruction in Universe 7. This makes no sense. Observing Lindsay conjure destructive energy, Beerus too found himself perplexed. Aside from gods of destruction and their candidates, no one else should be able to harness destructive energy. Not even angels. However, if Universe 7 had a candidate for God of Destruction, I ought to be aware of it. How strange. That damned insect seeks to deceive me with illusions. I shall destroy you now. Both combatants raised their energy spheres high above their heads, which instantly expanded to the size of half a basketball court. With a furious roar, Xiangpa shouted, "Ha! Drink this!" In that very moment, both of them pushed with all their might, their energy spheres colliding with a tremendous impact. Boom! A low hum resonated, followed by a series of sharp cracks that echoed almost simultaneously. Two colossal spheres of destructive energy collided, and contrary to expectations, instead of negating each other, they unleashed a fierce shockwave. The resulting blast propelled both Lindsay and Xiangpa away with tremendous force. Blood erupted from Xiangpa's mouth, while Lindsay felt a metallic taste in his throat but swallowed it down, nearly overwhelmed by the terrifying force of the shockwave. Under the immense pressure, even the energy barrier constructed by Bados began to show visible cracks. It was evident that the intensity of the explosion had far exceeded Bados's calculations. Was that individual truly human? How could one so seemingly youthful wield such formidable power? At that moment, Xiangpa had completely lost his usual composure and calmness, murmuring Lindsay's name in disbelief. Fortunately, when the shockwave struck, Bados had erected an energy barrier to shield Xiangpa, or else, given his strength, he would undoubtedly have been obliterated by the force. Wow! This confrontation is indeed quite formidable. It has exceeded my expectations, Bados remarked, glancing at the fissures in the barrier with a hint of exasperation. Surrounding Bados was a smaller barrier, ensuring that not even a speck of dust clung to her amidst the horrifying explosion. Damn it, that fiend's destructive energy is indeed genuine, Xiangpa thought, his face now resembling the color of liver, an unsightly hue. The situation was exceedingly awkward. His strength paled in comparison to this human, both possessing destructive energy. Under such circumstances, he had no chance of victory. It seems your destructive energy is rather mediocre after all. Reveal any other abilities you possess, Xiangpa? Lindsay coldly fixed his gaze upon Xiangpa, mockingly uttering, "Damn you, there should be a limit to your arrogance." Xiangpa gritted his teeth in frustration. If even destructive energy had no effect on him, then he truly found himself at a loss. Having already experienced a decline in physical strength, he had sustained further injuries from the recent explosion and could barely muster 50% of his power. "I must apologize. I truly have no understanding of what a limit entails. Useless and fragile destroyer of worlds, kneel before me. Lin Zebang's chilling voice suddenly echoed. And then his body lunged directly towards Xiangpa Chapter 52. Bang. Lin Zhe's speed was astonishingly swift. The already injured Xiangpa had no time to react before Lin Zhe's fist struck heavily against his chest. Subsequently, his body was sent hurtling backward. Crack. The barrier, which had already developed cracks, was shattered by Xiangpa's impact. He slid along the ground for several hundred feet before finally coming to a halt. Spurt. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from him. However, Xiangpa possessed an impressive vitality. Despite absorbing such a powerful blow, he managed to rise once more after spewing blood. Although his breath began to wane, he had not completely lost his combat capability. Damn it! I will surely kill you. Xiangpa bellowed furiously. Clearly blinded by rage and having lost all semblance of reason. With clenched fists, he charged at Lin Zhe. Xiangpa's speed had diminished significantly, allowing even me to perceive his movements clearly. It seemed that the formidable deity, Xiangpa, truly could not contend with Lin Zhe, who was indeed a monstrous being. Height. Astonished, watched as Xiangpa lunged toward Lin Zhe and murmured to himself, simultaneously feeling grateful for his earlier decision. At that moment, Xiangpa's body had reached Lin Zhe's side, launching a fierce punch in his direction. Lin Zhe subtly shifted his body to evade Xiangpa's punch, simultaneously launching a powerful knee strike. Bang! Wow! As his knee connected with Xiangpa's abdomen, a surge of bile erupted from his mouth. Following this, Lin Zhe delivered a swinging punch that struck Xiangpa's face with tremendous force. Xiangpa was sent flying, his body carving a deep trench into the ground. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's figure flickered, reappearing before Zampa. A slight smirk graced his lips as he looked down upon the prostrate Zampa. Disdain dripping from his words. A feeble god of destruction like you believes you can kill me? Have you looked in the mirror to behold your own pitiful state? How utterly detestable! Zampa, seemingly consumed by rage, trembled all over, struggling to rise once more. However, after enduring another devastating blow, he appeared to have completely lost his ability to fight. Damn you, vile insect! I will not let you escape. I shall kill you no matter what. Zampa roared again. Is that so? If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. Upon hearing Zampa's words, Lin Zhe's voice turned icy, brimming with murderous intent. Since this scoundrel wished to take his life, how could he show mercy? What of the god of destruction, even if he were to slay him? It was unlikely that the king and the high priest would intervene. After all, in the future timeline, Zamas had annihilated all gods without consequence. With that thought, Lin Zhe's fist, enveloped in fiery spiritual energy, surged forth with incredible speed, aimed directly at Zampa's chest. In his current state, Zampa had all but lost his fighting capability. There was no way he could evade it. Bang! Lin Zhe's fist struck forcefully against Xiangpa's chest once more. The impact was thunderous. Xiangpa's body was propelled through the air, crashing through dozens of buildings before finally coming to a halt after traveling 1,000 miles. He was completely unconscious, utterly devoid of awareness. Despite Xiangpa's state of unconsciousness, Lin Zhe had no intention of relenting. With a swift motion of his right hand, a violet energy sword emerged, forged from destructive energy. Since Xiangpa sought to end his life, Lin Zhe vowed not to let him escape, regardless of his status. Swish! Lin Zhe's figure flickered and then soared into the air. The energy sword in his hand descended directly towards Xiangpa Clang. Just as Lin Zhe's destructive energy sword came within a meter of Xiangpa's body, it was abruptly halted. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld the countenance of Beerus. At that moment, Beerus nonchalantly intercepted Lin Zhe's energy sword with his staff. Enough, Mr. Lin Zhe, he stated calmly. Lord Kappa is the god of destruction of the sixth universe. You cannot slay him. With a serene expression and a placid tone, Beerus addressed Lin Zhe. Enough? How absurd. If it were I lying on the ground at this moment, would you still advocate for Kampa to cease? I think not. Must I simply allow Kampa to end my life while I am powerless to retaliate against him? Lin Zhe let out a cold smile, finding the situation rather ironic. It is my duty to protect Lord Xiangpa. Minor skirmishes are permissible, but now that Lord Xiangpa has fainted, and you have not suffered any loss, it is best to cease this altercation. Bardos replied with an unwavering tone. If a god of destruction were to be slain, it would be tantamount to my dereliction of duty, resulting in the cessation of all my functions as an angel. Furthermore, I would undoubtedly be reproached by both the Omni King and the Grand Priest. Such an eventuality must be averted at all costs. It seems that the law allows the officials to set fire while forbidding the common folk from lighting their lamps. The cold smile on Lin Zhe's face gradually solidified as he slowly retracted his destructive energy sword. If that is the case, then allow me to experience the might of the angels. Since Bados wishes to impede me, it is the perfect opportunity to witness just how formidable the angels truly are. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe suddenly shook his arms, and the fiery aura instantly bathed the entire planet in a hue of flames. His divine energy was now even more terrifying than when he battled with Kampa. How naive I was to have once requested Lin Zhe to fight me with all his might. Had he truly unleashed his full power in a single punch, I would have likely been reduced to mere ashes. It swallowed hard, marveling at the scene. The foremost assassin of the sixth universe now seemed like a mere fish out of water, only capable of lamenting. Chapter 53, An Interesting Fellow. It appears he possesses a keen understanding of my identity, and yet, emboldened by this knowledge, he dares to challenge me. Beerus mused with a faint smile. Although this individual is indeed formidable, having even bested Lord Kampa, he still lacks the capability to engage in combat with me. Defeating Lord Kampa would be but a fleeting moment's endeavor for me. Meanwhile, Lin Zhe's aura continued to soar to unprecedented heights. Lin Zhe let out a fierce roar, and then swiftly charged towards Bajuos with utmost speed. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's speed was astonishingly swift, leaving Hit unable to discern his movements, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a radiant flash. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe's fist glided past Bados's body, mere centimeters away, yet never making contact. Whoosh! 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 Lin Zhe launched another attack, his speed increasing exponentially. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. He merely grazed past the body of Bardos each time, failing to land a single hit. Is this what it means to integrate the ultimate mastery of effortless movement into the norm? The innate ability to evade is indeed formidable. Lin Zhe understood that angels like Bardos and Weiss had cultivated the ultimate freedom technique to an extraordinary level, seamlessly integrating it into their very existence. As a result, they could maintain the form of the ultimate freedom technique at any moment and in any place, without the exhausting toll or physical harm associated with it. Unlike Sun Wukong's utilization of the same technique, it appeared that, despite my ultra instinct being capable of defeating beings like Kampa, engaging in battle with angels was simply beyond the realm of possibility. Lin Zhe furrowed his brow, contemplating the situation. Despite his numerous attempts at attack, he had yet to graze even the fabric of Bados's attire. This clearly indicated a significant disparity in their respective powers. Cease your efforts, Mr. Lin Zhe. With your current capabilities, it is utterly impossible for you to inflict harm upon Lord Kampa, Bados remarked, observing Lin Zhe's furrowed brow. It is undeniable that a human reaching such a level of cultivation is indeed commendable. He had even bested a destroyer god from an entire universe. However, the chasm between him and the angels remains vast, even if she herself could not engage in battle with her full strength. You wish for me to desist? Let us first see if my Super Saiyan 5 strength will permit such a notion. Lin Zhe suddenly smiled coldly, withdrawing from the Super Saiyan god form. He then clenched his fists, arms poised in a stance. With a fierce roar, a golden aura erupted from his body. He bypassed the previous four forms, transforming directly into Super Saiyan 5. His silver hair cascaded down to his waist, contrasting with the shoulder-length hair of Super Saiyan 4. While Super Saiyan 5's hair reached his chest, adorned with a playful fringe dancing across his brow. His entire body was cloaked in silver fur, and his pupils shimmered with a blend of silver and dark purple hues. The golden aura spread around him like a majestic dragon. What? This young man harbors such formidable power within him? It is truly astonishing. Observing Lin Zhe's transformation into yet another form, with a tremendous surge in energy, left all astounded. This human from the seventh universe is indeed remarkable. The ability to cultivate to such heights with human potential is an exceedingly rare phenomenon. Given sufficient time, he could undoubtedly possess powers surpassing that of angels. Beside him, Hit was utterly petrified, at a loss for words to express his current astonishment. Before encountering Lin Zhe, he believed himself to be among the pinnacle of human strength. However, it was now evident that he fell woefully short. Looks like you're shocked, Bardos, Lin Zhe remarked, gazing at her with a calm demeanor after his transformation into Super Saiyan 5. Indeed, it is somewhat surprising. A human capable of such strength must be the first of your kind, Bardos replied with a slight smile. It was her first encounter with such a powerful human. However, if you wish to defeat a god of destruction, You still have some distance to cover. Bardos exuded confidence, while Lindsay was undeniably strong. A significant gap remained between him and the angels. Just how vast that gap is will become evident through trial. Lindsay, feeling disinclined to engage in further banter with Bardos, swiftly moved his body, dispersing the golden aura that enveloped him. A radiant glow emanated from his fist, propelling forward like an arrow released from a bow, aimed directly at Bardos. "Ah, it seems you have indeed significantly enhanced your prowess," Bardos remarked, slightly taken aback. The evident boost in Lindsay's strength and speed was remarkable. Had he fought with Lord Kampa from the outset in this transformed state, it was likely that Lord Kampa would have faltered within mere minutes. Lindsay's fist struck out, yet like the attack of the Super Saiyan god, it too failed to land on Bardos. It appears that even as a Super Saiyan 5, there remains a discernible gap between him and the angel. The angel's strength seems to surpass his initial expectations. Given this, he resolved to unleash his most formidable attack, if that too were futile. He would have no choice but to concede. Lindsay's gaze suddenly became resolute. In an instant, his body vanished before Bardos. This fellow actually possesses the ability to traverse time? Bardos was taken aback, clearly finding it hard to believe. Time manipulation is a power that even the gods cannot master. This human is indeed astonishing. Whoosh. Just as Vis was in shock, Lindsay's form re-emerged behind Bardos, delivering a powerful punch. Bardos quickly turned around, and with a swift motion of his staff, a barrier materialized before him. Crack. Lindsay's fist struck the barrier, reverberating with a resounding hum accompanied by the crisp sound of shattering. The barrier was shattered in an instant by Lindsay's powerful blow. Chapter 54. Lindsay's fist shattered the energy barrier and directly landed upon Bardos' staff. The immense force caused Bardos' body to tremble slightly, although he did not retreat. The ground beneath his feet sank by an inch. Had the attack been effective? Observing the slight collapse beneath Bardos' feet, excitement surged across Lindsay's face. Though it was but a minor effect, it was enough to impress the angel Bardos. How astonishingly powerful this little fellow was. Bardos, taken aback, realized that his barrier had been shattered by sheer brute strength. Despite having exerted only a modicum of energy, the fact that it could be breached was a testament to Lindsay's formidable prowess. Once more, invigorated by the success of his previous strike, Lindsay charged at Bardos again. Truly a tenacious little creature, there was no time for games. Bardos' delicate brows furrowed slightly as her calm voice resonated, and then, in an instant, her figure vanished. Whoosh. Gone. In the next moment, she appeared directly behind Lindsay, who was caught completely off guard. Slap. Bardos' hand, like a blade, gently rested upon Lindsay's neck. Ah! Lindsay let out a faint groan, and suddenly his mind went blank, the golden aura surrounding him vanishing in an instant. He reverted back to his normal state. Thud. His body fell to the ground, one knee hitting the earth as he gasped for breath. Is this the power of an angel? Just moments ago, he had failed to perceive her movements, lacking even the slightest chance to evade. As his consciousness returned, Lindsay appeared dazed, his heart churning with tumultuous waves. One moment he believed his strength could challenge an angel, and the next he was effortlessly returned to his normal state with a mere flick of her hand. Was the power of an angel truly so unfathomable? Though he had achieved the form of Super Saiyan 5, in the presence of these genuine powerhouses, he remained pathetically weak. If even an angel could render him powerless with a single touch, what of the Grand Priest and Zeno? The path of cultivation, it seemed, allowed for no moments of respite. Meanwhile, Hit stood by, utterly astonished and at a loss. He had always assumed that the woman was merely a servant of Kampa, responsible for conveying messages and attending to his daily needs. To discover that she was the mightiest of them all was a revelation. Even Lindsay, whose strength was nearly unimaginable, had been easily subdued by her. What immense power did she possess? Shortly thereafter, Beerus departed with the unconscious Kampa. Are you all right? At this moment, Hit approached Lindsay and inquired. I am fine. Lindsay stood up, shaking his head, and gazed in the direction where Bardos had departed. Bardos had merely rendered him momentarily incapacitated, without inflicting any actual harm. He was now gradually regaining his strength. To his astonishment, he remarked on the impressive prowess displayed. Inquiring curiously, did you perhaps employ the time flash technique just now? During the battle between Lindsay and Bardos, I felt as though he had employed the technique of instantaneous movement. Yet, I am not entirely certain. These matters are of no concern to you. It would be wiser for you to contemplate how to address your situation with Pa Linze patted Hit's shoulder before departing from the ravaged battlefield. Given the petty nature of Xiang Pana, it is likely that he would not let Hit, who had performed poorly, off the hook. Especially after being knocked unconscious by Linze. Upon awakening, he would surely be consumed by fury. Subsequently, Linze returned to his dwelling. The entire hotel was enveloped in an energy barrier, a precautionary measure. Had there not been Bardas's shield during such intense combat, the entire planet would likely have faced annihilation. Number 18 would certainly have been affected, yet Linze's energy barrier should be robust enough to withstand the force of a planetary explosion. You're back? The entire planet was trembling just now, and it was you behind it, wasn't he it? Number 18 inquired as soon as he entered the room. Well, one might say so. Linze nodded slightly. Are you all right? You look rather pale. The 18th naturally offered a glass of water and inquired, observing Linze's wan complexion. I'm fine. Let's tidy up and return to the 7th universe shortly. Linze shook his head and spoke to Android 18. He had just been defeated in an instant by Bardas, and fortunately, she had no intention of killing him. Otherwise, he would have met a grim fate. This experience made him acutely aware of the considerable gap in his strength. Therefore, it was imperative that he devoted himself to rigorous training, ideally mastering a flawless fusion of the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 5 forms. On Earth in the 7th universe, the hyperbolic time chamber stood as a sanctuary for cultivation. Spending just a few years within its confines would undoubtedly enhance his power significantly. In such a case, even if he were unable to defeat Bardas, he would at least avoid the humiliating defeat he had just suffered. Are we heading back now? I'll pack up quickly, he said, and Android 18 nodded eagerly. Having been away for 4 years, she was also eager to reunite with her brother, Android 17. After a brief moment of tidying up, Linze and Android 18 returned to Earth in the 7th universe. However, the state of the planet was dire. It was a scene of devastation, with remnants of once majestic skyscrapers reduced to mere ruins scattered across the landscape. Linze and Android 18's bodies materialized in midair. What is happening? How has the Earth been ravaged to such an extent? Android 18 turned around, surveying her surroundings, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. It felt as though she had wandered into the wrong place. It appeared that Majin Buu had broken free from his seal. To the west, 2 distinct energies were present. One belonged to Son Goku, while the other exuded a malevolent essence, undoubtedly that of Majin Buu. Upon sensing these 2 energies, Linze contemplated that, in this time frame, there should be no other adversaries. Let us proceed and investigate. Chapter 55. Whoosh. Linze and the 18th number flickered into existence above a city that had been utterly devastated. At that moment, 2 familiar figures loomed over the ruins. Majin Buu, who had absorbed Gohan, and Goku. Notably, Goku adorned his left ear with a Patera earring. Had Gohan and the others already been consumed? Linze glanced at Majin Buu, who was clad in Gohan's martial arts uniform, and spoke softly. What an immense aura! Who could it be? Ah, it is indeed Linze's energy. I never imagined that after 4 years apart, his power would undergo such a remarkable transformation. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, his expression soon shifting to one of astonishment. This fellow had vanished for a full 4 years, and upon his return, his energy had experienced such a tremendous enhancement. When Linze departed, he had already attained a form adorned with crimson fur. This was a manifestation they had yet to master. Perhaps his current prowess far surpassed that of a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level. Another warrior, imbued with formidable energy, emerged, yet he could never hope to rival me. Majin Buu, having noticed Linze, turned his gaze towards him and confidently declared that with the absorption of Gohan, there was no one left in this world who could challenge him. Suddenly, Goku appeared before Linze. It's been a while, Linze. It seems you have grown significantly stronger. Goku greeted Linze with a smile. You two have made considerable progress, but it appears that Earth is in quite a predicament. Linze glanced at Sun Wukong and then at the ruins beneath his feet, exclaiming, that fiend, Majin Buu, is truly formidable. When he first emerged, I could barely hold my own against him, but now that he has absorbed Gohan, Piccolo, and Goten, I am utterly no match for him. The smile on Sun Wukong's face gradually transformed into a look of seriousness. However, as he turned to Linze, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes. Oh, I was just searching for a partner to fuse with, wasn't I? I was so close to merging with Dondi just moments ago. Now that you have appeared, with your strength, our fusion would yield an extraordinarily powerful warrior. Lindsay, quickly place this earring on your right ear. Once we fuse, we shall undoubtedly defeat Majin Buu. Sun Wukong hurriedly tossed the earring to Lindsay and said, Fusion? Are you jesting, Sun Wukong? Do I really need to fuse with you to handle a petty villain like Majin Buu? Lindsay was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Sun Wukong and remarked, This fellow certainly is quite familiar. Although he had spent 3 years on Earth, he had not engaged in much interaction with Sun Wukong or the other Earth warriors. To his surprise, he was immediately prompted to merge with him. It seems the pressure from Majin Buu has become quite intense. What? Are you suggesting that Majin Buu is merely a minor character? Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at Lin Zhe in disbelief, questioning if he had misheard. Having absorbed Gohan, Majin Buu had grown so powerful that even the Super Saiyan 3 form was utterly incapable of contending with him. In my eyes, Majin Buu is no different from a mere fly, Lin Zhe replied, stating that he had now attained the form of Super Saiyan 5 after 7 years of rigorous training. Coupled with a tenfold increase in his training speed, his foundational combat power might even surpass that of Goku's most formidable state. Moreover, after engaging in battles with Jiren, Whis, Kappa, and Beerus, he found little interest in Majin Buu, perceiving him merely as a bothersome fly, easily swatted away. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's arrogant declaration, Goku furrowed his brow and responded, Lin Zhe, I acknowledge your enhanced strength, yet Majin Buu is not to be compared with Cell, especially after absorbing Gohan. It's possible he has now become the strongest being in the world. Thus, I still hope you can fuse with me. Together, we can surely defeat Majin Buu. Goku implored once more. Clearly, during this period, Goku had not yet devolved into the simplistic and combative version of himself seen in Dragon Ball Super, prioritizing the safety of Earth and everyone's lives above all else. I have stated before, Majin Buu is merely a fly in my eyes. I have no need for such measures, Lin Zhe asserted. Lin Zhe gazed at Sun Wukong and spoke once more. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, the ancestral figure remarked, so it is Lin Zhe who has returned. If he could merge with Wukong, they would undoubtedly be able to vanquish Majin Buu. Jebbet, filled with excitement, watched Lin Zhe through the crystal ball and exclaimed, Fool. Now that Lin Zhe has returned, the Patera earrings are utterly unnecessary. The old Kaioshin rolled his eyes at Jebbet, chastising him with a hint of exasperation. What? Is it possible that Lin Zhe truly believes he can defeat Majin Buu single-handedly? Jebbet queried, astonished. He could scarcely recall the magnitude of Lin Zhe's power, yet the fear instilled by Majin Buu lingered vividly in his mind, casting doubt upon Lin Zhe's capabilities. It seems he has successfully mastered a form beyond Super Saiyan 4th level, and from his presence, I sense a familiar yet terrifying energy. The old Kaioshin remarked, narrowing his eyes as he intently observed Lin Zhe in the crystal ball. This sensation, strikingly familiar, sent a shiver through him. Even 4 years ago, Lin Zhe could easily defeat Majin Buu, he continued. The Super Saiyan 4th level is an entirely different echelon compared to Wukong's Super Saiyan 3rd level. Chapter 56, Is it really true? Jebbet was visibly stunned, grappling with disbelief. So, Lin Zhe was capable of defeating Majin Buu 4 years ago? That would make him exceedingly formidable. Now, 4 years later, his strength must be even more terrifying. Furthermore, if the ancestors' words hold true, Lin Zhe has now mastered an even more powerful Saiyan transformation. Remove the doubt, the Majin Buu is indeed formidable. There exists a monumental gap between him and Lin Zhe. Watch closely. The old Kaioshin expressed unwavering confidence in Lin Zhe, addressing Jebbet. Hearing such high praise from the ancestor, Jebbet felt reassured. He fervently hoped the ancestor's words were accurate, as this would spare the universe from calamity. Meanwhile, on Earth, Majin Buu, having absorbed Piccolo, naturally acquired his keen hearing and clearly overheard Lin Zhe and Sun Wukong's conversation. Hey, you arrogant fool. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Majin Buu appeared before Lin Zhe and Sun Wukong, exuding confidence as he spoke. Of course, I could erase you from existence with but a mere finger, Lin Zhe smiled, wearing a teasing expression as he spoke to the demon Majin Buu. What Lin Zhe proclaimed is indeed true. Having mastered the art of destruction, he merely needs to utter a command of annihilation towards your Majin Buu for him to vanish entirely from this realm. Even his extraordinary regenerative abilities would be rendered futile. What? You believe a mere finger can defeat me? Ha ha ha. You truly amuse me. A mere human dares to utter such foolish words. It appears you are utterly oblivious to the magnitude of my current power, which prompts you to make such laughable assertions. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Majin Buu erupted into laughter, clutching his belly as if he had encountered the most delightful jest in existence, tears of mirth streaming down his face. Laugh freely, for soon the laughter shall cease. Lin Zhe maintained a serene expression as he gazed at the formidable Majin Buu, speaking with a hint of disdain. How arrogant you are. Your energy seems quite potent. I can only imagine how delightful you would taste as chocolate. As Majin Buu's words echoed, he charged directly towards Lin Zhe. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong swiftly sidestepped, having already experienced Buu's terrifying prowess firsthand. After absorbing Gohan, this creature had become extraordinarily powerful. Wukong's Super Saiyan 3 form was utterly no match for him. With a whoosh, Majin Buu's speed of attack was astonishing. Gohan's strength had already surpassed that of Super Saiyan 3 Sun Wukong, and now, with the fusion of his power after being absorbed by Majin Buu, his overall capabilities had grown exponentially. Lin Zhe slightly tilted his body, effortlessly evading the attack from Majin Buu. Although Majin Buu's current strength might surpass that of Lin Zhe in his normal state, Lin Zhe had mastered the technique of instant transmission, rendering Majin Buu incapable of landing a single blow. TCH, he actually managed to dodge. Majin Buu furrowed his brow, clearly recognizing that Lin Zhe was extraordinary. Whoosh. Swish. Once again, Majin Buu launched an assault on Lin Zhe, yet not a single strike found its mark. What astonishing speed! What is that fellow capable of? He has even transformed, yet he can effortlessly evade Majin Buu's attacks. In the split second of his dodging, it was as if he completely vanished, leaving no trace of his presence. Sun Wukong gazed at Lin Zhe in disbelief, murmuring to himself. It was astonishing to think that the Majin Buu, against whom he could not contend even after transforming into Super Saiyan 3, was unable to land a single punch on Lin Zhe. This guy has improved at an alarming rate over the past 4 years. Your speed is simply too slow. Majin Buu. Lin Zhe cast a teasing glance at Majin Buu, and then his form abruptly vanished. Bang! In the next moment, Majin Buu was struck as if by a tremendous force, his body soaring downward at an angle. Rumbling. Upon landing, he created a massive crater in the ground. Such astonishing speed. He had managed to propel Majin Buu away in an instant. Moreover, I had scarcely caught a glimpse of Lin Zhe's movements. No, this was not merely the result of speed. It was as if he had completely disappeared in an instant. Sun Wukong's mind was tumultuous, and he murmured as he observed Lin Zhe. If it were merely a matter of speed, even at such a rapid pace, I should have sensed Lin Zhe's presence. Yet just moments ago, Lin Zhe's aura had entirely vanished. This defies all logic. It appears that during his 4-year absence, Lin Zhe has mastered new extraordinary techniques. Boom. At that moment, the ground erupted. Majin Buu leaped into the air, his face contorted with a sinister expression, exuding an icy menace. Clearly, Lin Zhe's previous assault had provoked his ire. How dare this wretched being attempt a sneak attack on me? I shall not let you escape unscathed. With a sudden roar, Majin Buu unleashed a surge of purple energy from within, as terrifying shockwaves radiated outward in ripples. A sneak attack? Against someone as pathetic as you? Is there even a need for such treachery? Lin Zhe smiled, and his figure vanished once more. In the next instant, a powerful knee strike landed squarely on the chin of Majin Buu, sending him hurtling backward. His movements were still imperceptible, only visible at the very moment of impact. Son Goku furrowed his brow and murmured, "It's only natural. Lin Zhe's current strength far exceeds your imagination." Beside him, Android 18 glanced at Goku and spoke. Chapter 57. Son Goku cast a sidelong glance at Android 18 before directing his attention back to Majin Buu and Lin Zhe. Indeed, Lin Zhe's prowess was evidently beyond his comprehension. "You bastard, you have truly angered me this time. I will make you realize that the more you provoke me, the more devastating your demise will be." Majin Buu wiped the blood from his nose, glaring furiously at Lin Zhe. Despite appearing to be in a frenzy, Majin Buu was acutely aware of his surroundings. Having absorbed Gohan and Piccolo, his intellect had significantly increased. The human who had suddenly appeared before him was undeniably formidable. His speed was so swift that Buu could scarcely comprehend it. It seemed that the only way to defeat him would be to absorb Son Goku as well. If that were the case, he would effortlessly dispatch this human. Fortunately, he had previously taken precautions by leaving part of his tentacle unretracted. It was now fortuitously useful. With this thought, Majin Buu glanced towards Son Goku. At that moment, the exposed half of his tentacle inched closer to Goku's back. Sensing Buu's gaze, Goku suddenly became alert. "Be careful, Son Goku," Android 18 exclaimed in astonishment. But it was too late. The tentacle lunged at Goku, instantly enveloping him. Haha, what a forgetful fool. Knowing my ability, yet offering no resistance, it's only fitting you be absorbed. Majin Buu, with a flick of his mind, retracted the purple, adhesive substance that had encased Son Goku, wrapping it around himself instead. Mr. Goku has been absorbed? The Supreme Kai Dandi, who was watching from the ground, cried out in horror. He had never anticipated that Majin Buu would absorb Mr. Goku as well. Now, all hope rested upon Mr. Lindsay. Meanwhile, in the God of Destruction realm, God Jebbet wore an expression of sheer terror. He could hardly believe that Mr. Goku had been so careless. Knowing Majin Buu's capabilities and that Piccolo and Gohan had already been absorbed, he still let his guard down. With Mr. Goku absorbed, what could they do now? Jebbet anxiously paced back and forth. Now, Majin Buu would undoubtedly become even more formidable. Calm down and observe carefully, he admonished himself. Did you not notice that after Majin Buu absorbed Goku, he exhibited no discernible changes? The old Kai reprimanded Kibito with a sharp remark. Although Goku can be rather carefree at times, he possesses remarkable intelligence during battle. Given that he is aware of Buu's ability to absorb others, it is unlikely that he would be caught unprepared. Thus, the old Kai surmised that Goku might have deliberately allowed himself to be absorbed by Majin Buu, perhaps with his own ulterior motives in mind. After absorbing Son Goku, Majin Buu appeared to feel no alterations in his own physique. He turned his gaze towards Lindsay, sneering as he proclaimed, "Now that I have even absorbed Son Goku, it is time for me to annihilate you." With that, Majin Buu lunged once more towards Lindsay. "Very well. In that case, allow me to demonstrate true power." Lindsay let out a cold laugh, and then his gaze suddenly sharpened, clenching his fists tightly. A fiery aura erupted from his body, transforming him into the form of a Super Saiyan god. As Majin Buu charged forward, before he could even make contact with Lindsay, he was sent flying backward, half of his head vanishing from sight. Purple blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, followed by anguished groans escaping from his throat. It was evident that, despite his regenerative abilities, he still felt pain. After absorbing humans, his power had indeed surged significantly. Yet his regenerative capabilities had weakened, rendering his pain receptors more acute. Meanwhile, the elder Kaioshin in the Kaioshin realm sensed the terrifying divine aura emanating from Lindsay, his face betraying a look of horror. No wonder he felt an unsettling familiarity upon Lindsay's arrival. It turned out that the young warrior had reached the divine realm. The fact that a Saiyan could achieve such a feat astounded him profoundly. As time ticked away, Majin Buu found himself battered and bruised, his energy levels plummeting dramatically. What on earth was Son Goku doing? Why hadn't he brought him out yet? Lindsay raised his brows and murmured to himself. Others might be oblivious, but he was well aware that Son Wukong's absorption was intentional. He had deliberately entered the body of Majin Buu to rescue Gohan, Piccolo, and Goten, among others. Ah, how perplexing. As Lindsay's voice faded, the malevolent Majin Buu cried out in anguish. A torrent of white vapor began to emanate from the small orifice atop his head, his hands clutching his skull in evident torment. At that moment, Goku's figure abruptly materialized in midair, grasping the collars of Gohan, Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks. "Have you finally emerged?" Goku exclaimed, surveying the scene around him and then glancing at the four he held aloft, his heart swelling with excitement. His plan had come to fruition. All four had been rescued. Consequently, Majin Buu's power would be significantly diminished. "Thank you, Lindsay. Had it not been for your efforts to buy time outside, I doubt I could have saved Gohan and the others," Goku said, soaring directly before Lindsay with a grateful smile. "Now that they're safe, perhaps you should step aside. Majin Buu is far too feeble, and I'm beginning to lose interest. To be frank, battling Majin Buu has proven rather tedious. Thus, this confrontation can come to a close." "What? You don't require our assistance?" Goku asked, momentarily taken aback. "No need." Lindsay shook his head. At that moment, Majin Buu roared in fury, transforming into his primal form and angrily pounding his chest. Suddenly, the primal Buu let out a piercing scream and charged at Lindsay. Observing the rushing primal Buu, Lindsay's fingertips coalesced a sphere of violet energy. In an instant, it pierced through the primal Buu's body. Subsequently, his form began to vanish at a visible pace, dissolving into violet specks of light. The haunting cries of Majin Buu echoed through the heavens and earth for an extended period. With his form reduced to violet motes, he ultimately vanished without a trace. Gulping, Son Goku and the celestial being Dandi, who had been spectating the spectacle from the ground, simultaneously exhaled in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. The once formidable Majin Buu, who had rendered all Earth warriors powerless, devouring countless lives and nearly annihilating the universe, had been so effortlessly obliterated? Moreover, the battle between Lin Zhe and Majin Buu had merely been a prelude. It was difficult to fathom that a mere beam of energy emitted from Lin Zhe's fingertip could lead to Majin Buu's demise. How had he cultivated such power? Son Goku remained incredulous. It is well known that Majin Buu's regenerative abilities are exceedingly formidable. Ordinary energy attacks could hardly inflict harm upon him. Initially, he had believed that confronting Majin Buu would necessitate a fusion with Lin Zhe. To his astonishment, Lin Zhe had been truthful in his eyes. Majin Buu had appeared as a mere insect, easily dispatched. Wonderful! After such a long wait, everyone on Earth can be revived, Dandy exclaimed with elation. When Gohan and Uncle Piccolo had been absorbed by Majin Buu, he had feared for Earth's fate. Little did he know that Mr. Lin Zhe possessed such immense strength. Meanwhile, in the realm of the old Kai, the elder's frail body began to tremble uncontrollably. Shaking his head, he muttered in a panic that violet energy from Lin Zhe. It cannot be. Who, other than Lord Beerus, could possibly wield such power? Old ancestor, what troubles you? Majin Buu has been vanquished by Lin Zhe. We should be rejoicing, exclaimed the god Jebet, his face alight with excitement. Indeed, Lin Zhe's prowess was astonishing. With but a fragment of energy, he had obliterated Majin Buu, a primordial demon whom the 5 great Kais had once been unable to contend with, losing 4 of their own in the process. Useless fool. Can you not sense the anomaly in Lin Zhe's energy just now? The elder Kai glared fiercely at Jebet, exclaiming loudly. How on earth can such a useless individual become a Kai? What is the matter? Jebet awkwardly scratched his head. The energy displayed moments ago was indeed powerful enough to annihilate Majin Buu in an instant, yet it hardly seemed problematic. Truly a foolish ignoramus. What Lin Zhe demonstrated was the destructive energy that only a god of destruction can wield. The elder Kai gazed gravely at Lin Zhe within the crystal ball. His tone weighted with concern. Destructive energy? Jebet still appeared utterly bewildered, having never heard of such a thing. A child who cannot be taught. Observing Jebet's ignorance, the elder Kai found himself at a loss for words. Lin Zhe is merely a scion, yet he has astonishingly mastered the exclusive destructive abilities of a god of destruction. One cannot help but ponder whether this is a boon or a bane for the entire universe. Following the demise of Majin Buu, Son Goku and Dandy retrieved the Dragon Balls and subsequently wished for the resurrection of all. The fallen, including Vegeta and Krillin, who had faced death multiple times, were revived by the Dragon Balls of Namek. Earth reverted to its original state, and the once turbulent universe regained its tranquility. At this moment, within the heavenly temple, the gratitude expressed towards Mr. Lin Zhe was profound. Son Gohan, Krillin, Piccolo, and others conveyed their heartfelt thanks to Lin Zhe. Had it not been for Lin Zhe's vanquishing of Majin Buu, it is likely that everyone would have perished, and Earth, indeed the entire universe, would have faced annihilation. You need not thank me, Lin Zhe replied, for the defeat of Majin Buu was a necessity for our continued existence on Earth. Lin Zhe placed his arm around the shoulder of number 18 and spoke. Despite his words, a profound sense of gratitude lingered in the hearts of all present, particularly within Sun Wukong. He was acutely aware that Lin Zhe possessed the extraordinary capability to obliterate Majin Buu in an instant. Yet, he had deliberately allowed himself to be absorbed by Majin Buu, choosing instead to wait until he had rescued Gohan, Piccolo, and the others before vanquishing the fiend. Mr. Lin Zhe, you have now become the savior of the entire Earth. Everyone from the lower realms, just like us, wishes to express their heartfelt gratitude for your miraculous resurrection. Dandy said, his face alight with joy as he approached Lin Zhe. In truth, 7 years prior, Lin Zhe had ascended to the status of Earth's savior after defeating Cell. Express gratitude in person? I currently lack the luxury of time for such trivialities. It is rather uninteresting, he retorted. In the time that follows, I intend to cultivate within the hyperbolic time chamber. During this period, I kindly request that no one disturbs me. Lin Zhe glanced at Dandy and remarked, in my previous life, I dreamt of becoming the savior of the world. However, at this moment, it feels utterly meaningless. My only desire now is to rapidly enhance my strength, at least to a level where I can contend with angels. That would grant me a modicum of self-preservation. The time chamber, you say? Very well. I assure you that no one shall interrupt Mr. Lin Zhe's cultivation. Dandy quickly nodded, speaking with utmost respect. You truly are remarkably powerful. I sincerely hope for the opportunity to engage in a fair contest with you. Sun Wukong approached Lin Zhe, grinning as he said, before you challenge me, you should first transcend to the divine realm. Lindsay also smiled and addressed Sun Wukong. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were taken aback. The term Divine Realm was entirely unfamiliar to them. Are you referring to the form you assumed when you vanquished Majin Buu? Sun Wukong promptly inquired. At that time, Lindsay's power had been tremendously formidable, yet he had been completely oblivious to Lindsay's energy. Much like his inability to sense the energy of the Kaioshin. Something along those lines, Lindsay replied. Lindsay nodded slightly. However, even if Sun Wukong and Vegeta were to attain the Divine Realm, they could never hope to match his strength. Chapter 59. Can we also transform into that form? By the way, please tell me how I can achieve that divine state you mentioned. Sun Wukong looked at Lindsay with immense excitement. As a battle-hungry scion, he was naturally fervent about attaining such a more powerful form. Yet, it was Vegeta who was even more intrigued. Having been overshadowed by Sun Wukong for so many years, he was desperately eager to surpass him, a sentiment that only Vegeta could truly comprehend. However, their relationship 7 years ago had not been particularly harmonious. And though he was deeply interested now, he felt too shy to inquire. I've already revealed the secrets of the divine state to you. Why don't you devise a method for me to teach you? Or should I simply chew your food for you at our next meal? Lindsay gazed at them with palpable excitement and remarked with a cold smile. While he could certainly divulge the existence of the divine realm, it would be out of the question to assist them in achieving it. Well, that won't be necessary, Sun Wukong said, scratching his head awkwardly. However, now that he was aware of the divine realm, he was determined to find a way to reach that level. All right, you may proceed with your own affairs. I shall retreat to my cultivation. After Lindsay spoke, he immediately led number 18 into the time chamber. Initially, he had no intention of allowing her to accompany him, considering the dismal environment within. However, reflecting on 18's current frailty, he realized that this time could serve as an invaluable opportunity for her to cultivate her strength, thereby acquiring the means for self-defense in the future. As Lindsay and 18 stepped into the time chamber, Vegeta swiftly approached Goku, his voice sharp with inquiry. Hey, Kakarot. What exactly was that divine realm you mentioned earlier? Though he had hesitated before, Vegeta could no longer contain his curiosity. This time, he was determined to surpass Kakarot. No matter what. It's essentially an extraordinarily powerful transformation, Goku replied candidly. I experienced it during my battle with Majin Buu, although I couldn't sense his energy at all. It was overwhelmingly potent. Unlike Vegeta, who was driven by a desire to outdo others, Goku's ambition stemmed from a pure wish to grow stronger, to reach greater heights, and to safeguard the earth and its inhabitants. However, that scoundrel failed to inform us how to attain such a realm. Vegeta clenched his fists, visibly displeased. The frustration of knowing about the divine realm without understanding the means to achieve it was far more excruciating than ignorance itself. Don't worry about that. We can consult the dragon. Even if the Earth-S dragon doesn't know, the dragon from planet Namek will surely have the answer. Goku chuckled, addressing Vegeta. With a swift leap, Vegeta descended from the Supreme Kai's palace. Hey, Vegeta, wait for me, Goku exclaimed, somewhat exasperated by Vegeta's remarkable speed, before following suit. After Lindsay and Sun Wukong departed in succession, Son Gohan and Krillin also left the sacred temple. Meanwhile, within the room of spirit and time, let us first experiment with the possibility of achieving a flawless fusion of the 5 Super Saiyan gods. Lindsay took a deep breath and murmured to himself. This was also the primary purpose of his visit to the Time House of Spirits. In the next moment, Lindsay transformed into Super Saiyan 5. Beginning to gradually unleash the divine aura, Lindsay began to gradually release his divine energy. Just as he was about to unleash it, he abruptly exited the Super Saiyan 5 form, as if 2 formidable forces were repelling each other. It appeared that the situation was not as simple as he had envisioned. However, he had anticipated the challenge and was not disheartened, knowing that he had ample time to explore this path. Meanwhile, Android 18 was diligently honing her skills. Days turned into weeks, and it had been a full year since the defeat of Majin Buu. Throughout this year, Lindsay would spend an entire day each month in the hyperbolic time chamber to cultivate. After all, training could be an exceedingly monotonous endeavor, and enduring a year in such an environment was quite a trial. At this moment, in the realm of the destroyers of Universe 6, Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus had awakened. Has this bag of bones finally roused from slumber? Kampa remarked coldly, having waited a whole year for Beerus to awaken. Bardos, quickly establish a connection with Beerus, Kampa instructed. Yes, Lord Kampa, Bardos replied, nodding before reaching out to the Angel Whis of Universe 7. In Universe 7, Within the realm of the destroyers, Beerus appeared groggy, lazily licking his paw and asking Whis in a languid voice, "Whis, how long have I napped this time?" 39 years. My lord, Whis answered in a calm and gentle tone. Huh, only 39 years. No wonder I feel utterly unrest. Beerus stretched and struggled to open his eyes, still feeling quite drowsy. It seems that this nap was unusually short for you, my lord. What could be the reason? Whis inquired, equally curious, as Beerus typically required at least 50 to 100 years for a proper slumber. Upon hearing Whis's question, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, a chilling glint emanating from them. I had a prophetic dream, in which a powerful individual appeared, seemingly my rival, Beerus mused. What? A rival in your dreams, my lord? Whis was taken aback, then chuckled teasingly. Ho ho ho, your dream accuracy is quite low, isn't it? Last time, you dreamt that your idol would move next door, yet that never materialized either. Chapter 60, this time is different. This time, the prophetic dream felt exceedingly vivid, which is why I awoke after such a brief slumber, Beerus stated with firm conviction. In his premonitory vision, the strength of that individual was on par with his own, igniting both excitement and irritation within him. The thrill arose from the fact that, as a god of destruction, he had not encountered a worthy adversary in a considerable length of time. Conversely, Whis possessed overwhelming power, and every sparring session with him ended in relentless mockery, depriving Beerus of a genuine battle, while the god of destruction from Universe 4 could rival him. Dueling between gods was forbidden, lest both universes be obliterated. Thus, the emergence of such a formidable opponent in his dream naturally stirred his desire for a proper confrontation. Moreover, the notion that his universe harbored a human capable of matching his strength was an unsettling reality for any god of destruction. Oh, is that so? Does Lord Beerus know the name of this formidable rival from his dream? Whis inquired, casting a skeptical glance at Beerus. During the decades of Beerus's slumber, Whis had not closely observed the affairs of Universe 7, and thus had not heard of such a powerful being's existence. It was likely nothing more than an ordinary dream of Lord Beerus. After all, humans capable of contending with a god of destruction are a rarity, emerging perhaps once every 100,000 or even millions of years. The name? It was something like Super Something God. Oh dear, I seem to have forgotten. Beerus waved his hand dismissively, his irritation evident. Clearly, pondering such matters was not his forte. He recalled the essence of his rival, but had not committed the name to memory. Whis, quickly use your abilities to help me locate that individual, Beerus urged. Glancing at Whis. As an angel, Whis possessed far superior capabilities, likely enabling him to assist in identifying Beerus's dream adversary. What are you jesting about, Lord Beerus? You can't even remember the name of your rival. How am I to assist you in finding him? Whis responded with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. Despite possessing the skills, finding someone without even knowing their name posed a significant challenge. Such a petty fellow, Beerus muttered, casting a sidelong glance at Whis before earnestly contemplating the name of that individual. Super Something God? Super Saiyan God? Super Sire God? I can't recall. Beerus tugged at his ears, feeling increasingly vexed. The existence of that individual was thoroughly unsettling to him. At that moment, the gem atop the staff of Whis suddenly began to shimmer. It's a call from my sister. It seems that Lord Kampa has matters to discuss with you. Should we connect, Lord Beerus? Whis glanced at the gem, and then turned to Beerus inquiringly. Kampa? What does that gluttonous pig want with me? Surely, it's nothing good. Beerus replied disdainfully. He had always had a contentious relationship with Kampa, who seldom reached out to him. Now, just as he had awakened from slumber, Kampa decided to contact him. It could not possibly bode well. By the way, Whis, how did that gluttonous pig know I was awake? Did you mention it? Beerus fixed his gaze on Whis, questioning him. Oh ho ho, I merely engaged in casual conversation with my sister earlier and inadvertently brought it up. Whis chuckled, covering his mouth. How troublesome. Connect the call. Let us see what that rascal Kampa wants. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. Very well, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded and proceeded to establish the connection. Hello, Beerus. Long time no see. Kampa greeted with a sinister grin. The sight of that gluttonous pig always inexplicably irked Beerus. He shot a disdainful glance at Kampa and impatiently retorted, What is it? Speak quickly. Kampa, seemingly unfazed by Beerus' bluntness, maintained his composure and said, Beerus, are you aware that a remarkably powerful human has emerged in your 7th universe? I've heard he aims to defeat you and usurp your position as the new god of destruction of the 7th universe. Hee hee. What? A human from the 7th universe? Seeking to replace me? Ha ha. You must have eaten too much dung, Kampa, to utter such preposterous words just to provoke me. What a joke. Beerus laughed heartily, berating Kampa. The strength of a human could never be compared to that of a god of destruction. Kampa's lies should at least be somewhat credible. Believe it or not, once that fellow replaces you as god of destruction, you will surely regret it. Don't say I didn't warn you, brother. By the way, that individual, like us, has also mastered destruction energy. Hee. With that, Kampa abruptly ended the call. In the 6th universe, the realm of the gods of destruction, he cackled. You two should engage in a proper duel. Ideally, let Beerus eliminate that scoundrel, and it would be delightful if Beerus also received a good thrashing. Just the thought is exhilarating. After the call, Kampa let out a triumphant laugh. Lord Kampa, it seems you have become quite clever, remarked Vados, observing Kampa's sinister grin. Of course. I have always been quite intelligent, haven't I? I am eager to witness the disarray of those two fools as they bring about each other's downfall. With that in mind, Vados, let us venture once more to Universe 7. I cannot afford to miss such an exhilarating spectacle. Kampa mused, stroking his chin and addressing Vados. Chapter 61. It may be somewhat inappropriate for Lord Kampa to stir trouble in Universe 7 at this time, don't you think? If Linza discovers your presence, what will happen? Moreover, your relationship with Lord Beerus is rather strained, Vados teased, eyeing the excited Kampa. Humph, that is precisely why I wish to see that fellow's fate. Kampa retorted, his lips curling in disdain at the thought of the humiliation he had endured at the hands of that scoundrel. Very well, since you are so determined, let us depart. Vados conceded with a nod, resolving that if need be, she would carry Lord Kampa back herself. The two then set off towards Universe 7. Whis. What does Kampa mean? Beerus raised an eyebrow, inquiring of Whis. Is it true that a being capable of wielding destructive energy has emerged in Universe 7? Despite his skepticism about the existence of another human with such power, curiosity compelled Beerus to ask. Indeed, it is true. My sister informed me of this before you awakened. There is indeed a human in Universe 7 named Linza, who has defeated Lord Kampa with absolute power. Furthermore, he has also mastered destructive energy, rendering Lord Kampa's destruction futile against him. Whis nodded, recalling the astonishment he felt upon learning that a human could overpower a god of destruction, leaving them utterly defenseless, something that had not occurred in many years, despite Lord Kampa from Universe 6 being notably weaker. What? Such a being truly exists in Universe 7? Beerus was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. How was I never aware of this before? Moreover, I had not heard anything about it prior to my afternoon nap. Whis, why didn't you inform me of this sooner? Beerus chided Whis, his tone tinged with reproach. The emergence of a human with destructive power is no trivial matter. As a god of destruction, I should have been the first to know of such developments. Didn't Lord Beerus just awaken? Upon awakening, I found myself entangled in the perplexities of that prophetic dream. When would I have the opportunity to speak? Whis cast a sidelong glance at Beerus and remarked, humph. As if you were the only one capable of speaking. Beerus shot a glare back at Whis. Truth be told, there were moments when I truly could not tolerate this individual, yet alas, I was powerless to best him. Otherwise, I would genuinely relish the chance to give him a good thrashing. By the way, it seemed that Beerus had recalled something. Could that human be the formidable rival I envisioned in my dream? I had just dreamed of a formidable adversary, and now, in the 7th universe, such a being has manifested. If that were the case, perhaps they could indeed be one and the same. Is there a possibility of that? Whis, however, remained unconvinced, as he held little faith in Beerus's dreams. It is too coincidental. Perhaps there is a significant likelihood. Whis. What is that human's name? Beerus hastily inquired. Perhaps knowing the name of this individual could jog my memory of that rival from the dream. My sister mentioned he is called Linza, a Saiyan. However, he has already attained divine status through his own power, capable of transforming into the Super Saiyan god and such. Whis pondered for a moment before responding. That is precisely the words of Bardos. Super Saiyan god? Yes, that is the name. My formidable rival is indeed called Super Saiyan god. Beerus's pupils constricted tightly as he suddenly recalled. That name Super Saiyan god. Is it possible that Lord Beerus's dream is indeed true? This is rather hard to believe. Whis exclaimed, astonished that Lord Beerus's dream might hold validity. Whis, you surely know where that Saiyan is now, correct? Beerus asked with a grave expression. It was unexpected that Kampa would provide me with details regarding my dream rival. But why does Kampa know so much? Could it be that this individual has crossed paths with Kampa? Indeed, Beerus. Linza is currently residing on a remote planet called Earth. Located in the North Galaxy of the 7th universe, Whis affirmed with a nod. After my sister informed me about Linza, I endeavored to learn a bit more. Earth in the North Galaxy, you say? Beerus's elongated eyes narrowed slightly, a glint of cold light flashing within. Since this individual could become my dream rival and was mentioned by Kampa, it seemed I must investigate this character thoroughly. A human who wields destructive energy. Let us hope he does not present himself as too weak and disappoint me. Let us prepare briefly. We shall now venture to Earth in the North Galaxy to observe this Super Saiyan god. After Beerus finished speaking, he felt utterly awake. Very well, Lord Beerus. Allow me to fetch some snacks, Whis replied with a nod before departing the Grand Hall to prepare. Half an hour later, two figures swiftly traversed the cosmos, their speed astonishing as they darted past several planets in an instant. By the way, Whis, how did Kampa come to know of the existence of the Super Saiyan god? Do they share an acquaintance? Beerus inquired with curiosity. Logically, one would assume that even the most powerful beings in the 7th universe would not be known to Kampa, the god of destruction of the 6th universe. That is because Linza has visited the 6th universe, and it seems he gave Lord Kampa quite the beating. Was casually informed Beerus. This is all information relayed to me by my sister, Vados. What? That gluttonous Kampa was bested by a mere human? Beerus's pupils dilated in disbelief. The notion that a human could defeat a god of destruction was utterly astounding. Chapter 62. Indeed. Lord Beerus, you should witness it for yourself. The Saiyan known as Linza possesses remarkable strength. He may even rival you. Whis presented his staff to Beerus, inviting him to observe the battle between Linza and Kampa. Ah, what nonsense. If I were truly defeated by a human, I might as well relinquish my position as god of destruction to him, Beerus scoffed confidently. While it was impressive for a human to defeat Kampa, he remained convinced of the significant disparity between himself and Kampa. Soon, an image appeared on the gem of the staff, displaying the fierce confrontation between Linza and the god of destruction, Kampa. Linza's entire body was enveloped in a fiery aura, unmistakably transformed into a Super Saiyan. Indeed, it was exactly as such, his form adorned with crimson fur and hair, reminiscent of the figure from my dreams. Beerus squinted his eyes and spoke in a somber tone. Upon awakening, the details of this individual's appearance had become somewhat hazy in my mind. Yet the moment I laid eyes on Linza, everything came rushing back. The silhouette from my dreams overlapped perfectly, an exact match. Linza appeared to have uttered something provocative that incited Xiangpa, leading to an intense confrontation between the two. The battle raged on for a full 30 minutes, culminating in Linza decisively vanquishing Xiangpa with overwhelming superiority. However, the spectacle of Linza's clash with Vados was not depicted. It was truly disgraceful for Xiangpa, that ineffectual and corpulent figure, to succumb so effortlessly, ultimately being knocked unconscious, thereby tarnishing the dignity of the god of destruction. Upon viewing the entire segment, Beerus's expression darkened as he muttered a reproach towards Xiangpa. Yet, concurrently, he was quite astonished. The human named Linza exhibited remarkable strength, defeating Xiangpa with sheer force and maintaining a dominant advantage from the outset. How about it, Lord Beerus? Do you feel confident in besting Linza? Whis inquired with a subtle smile, seemingly sensing Beerus's astonishment. He himself regarded that human as exceptionally formidable, estimating that even if he did not surpass Lord Beerus, the disparity would be minimal. Even if he has attained the divine realm, he remains merely a human. Utterly insignificant before me, Beerus declared with pride. He would only concede to the strength of a human if it were unequivocally demonstrated in battle. Otherwise, such recognition was out of the question. I hope there won't arise a need for me to intervene, Whis sighed as the two vanished once more into the cosmos. Meanwhile, on Earth, it was Bulma's birthday celebration, and most of the warriors had received invitations. Initially, Goku was training on King Kai's planet, but he could not resist the compelling invitations from Bulma and Chi-Chi, ultimately returning to Earth. At the sacred world of the Kais, Linza, it seems Bulma has invited us to her birthday party. Are we not going? Android 18 inquired, glancing at Linza. After all, it was a genuine invitation, and she had heard there would be extravagant raffle prizes. Although she did not particularly need such things, attending for leisure could prove enjoyable. Let's wait a bit. It would likely be too early to go now, Linza replied. As Linza savored the exquisite delicacies prepared by Bobo, he expressed his anticipation for the arrival of two significant individuals. By the way, Mr. Linza, Dandy said, a hint of awkwardness in his tone. I must confess that I, too, am among those invited by Lady Bulma, so I may be attending the gathering. His disinterest in the prizes and food was evident. His sole intention was to enjoy a delightful reunion with Gohan and the others. Why don't you accompany Dandy? Lindsay suggested. I shall join you shortly. Upon hearing that Dandy would also be present, it seemed fortuitous for them to attend together. Very well. Please hurry, Dandy replied with a nod. And the two departed from the Heavenly Palace. As time elapsed, approximately half an hour passed. They had arrived. Lindsay suddenly lifted his head, his piercing gaze revealing his thoughts. He sensed an overwhelming divine aura, one that far surpassed that of Kampa. It was evident that this divine presence undoubtedly belonged to Beerus, the god of destruction of the seventh universe. This aura had already penetrated the northern galaxy and was likely to reach Earth in just a few minutes. It seemed the time had come to confront this mightiest of gods of destruction. I wonder how much stronger Beerus is compared to Kampa? Lindsay smiled. And with a swift motion, he vanished from the celestial palace. Meanwhile, aboard the opulent cruise ship celebrating Bulma's birthday, a vibrant atmosphere enveloped the gathering, with nearly all the prominent figures in attendance. Oh, Lindsay, I didn't expect to see you here. Upon Lindsay's arrival, Sun Wukong approached him with a smile and inquired, What? Am I not welcome? Lindsay gazed at Sun Wukong and inquired, surprised that this fervent practitioner would attend such a gathering. It is well known that in Dragon Ball Super, Sun Wukong exhibited no interest in such affairs. Of course, I merely believed you would be engrossed in your training, disinterested in these social events. However, seeing you here brings me a sense of equilibrium, he remarked. Sun Wukong continued to smile, acknowledging that he had been coerced and enticed by Chi-Chi and Bulma to attend. Now, witnessing Vegeta and Lindsay also prioritizing socializing over training, he felt considerably relieved. I did not come to partake in this tedious gathering. I am here to await someone. Lindsay spoke to Sun Wukong, expressing his lack of interest in merely attending a gathering. Waiting for someone. Who might that be? Sun Wukong inquired, astonished. Isn't everyone already here? Who else could Lindsay be expecting? You shall soon find out, came the reply. Chapter 63 Vegeta, overhearing Lindsay and Sun Wukong's conversation, slightly furrowed his brow. The individual for whom Lindsay had personally come to wait surely could not be an insignificant figure, regardless of who it might be. He resolved to ensure that no one would disrupt Bulma's birthday celebration. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Supreme Kai, the Elder Supreme Kai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a grave expression adorning his face. This is disastrous. We are truly doomed. Why has Lord Beerus awakened at this precise moment? He pondered, noting the direction of Beerus's movement toward Earth in the North Galaxy. This was precisely the scenario he had dreaded. A year ago, upon learning that Lindsay had harnessed the power of destruction, he had been consumed by anxiety over such an occurrence. Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, stood at the pinnacle of the universe, possessing the authority to obliterate anything within it. Should Lindsay's abilities come to Beerus's attention, it would undoubtedly precipitate an unprecedented conflict, potentially leading to the annihilation of the entire cosmos. Now, with his worst fears realized, Beerus was indeed heading toward Lindsay on Earth. The greatest calamity the universe had ever faced loomed on the horizon. Ancestor, what troubles you? Is there some grave matter unfolding in the universe? Asked Jebbet, observing the Elder Supreme Kai's anxious pacing, perplexed by his demeanor. If there were not a significant crisis, the Elder would not exhibit such distress. His expression mirrored that of a year ago when he first learned of Lindsay's destructive capabilities. Fool, can you truly not sense it? The Elder Supreme Kai retorted coldly, casting a scornful gaze at Jebbet. How could this individual be so oblivious? He couldn't even perceive the presence of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? What? Jebbet exclaimed, bewildered, clearly unaware of what the Elder Supreme Kai meant. It was a misfortune for the entire universe that this man had been appointed as a Supreme Kai. The Elder Supreme Kai shook his head in resignation and, with a weary tone, revealed, Lord Beerus has awakened. Lord Beerus? I did sense a divine aura just now. Could it be that the aura I felt was indeed that of Lord Beerus? The deity Jebbite swallowed hard, having just sensed an overwhelming aura of divine energy. However, due to the considerable distance between them, he could not ascertain who it was. A year prior, his ancestor had recounted tales concerning Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. This deity, symbiotically linked with their Supreme Kai, possessed the power to obliterate all that exists within the universe. If he so desired, he could annihilate the entirety of existence. He was undoubtedly the most formidable entity in the cosmos. Who else could rival him? The old Supreme Kai remarked with irritation. Yet, now that Lord Beerus has awakened, There is no need for such trepidation, is there? Did you not previously inform me that the god of destruction and the supreme Kai share a symbiotic relationship? Thus, even though he is a god of destruction, he should not slay us, right? Jebite inquired timidly. You truly are a fool, and you seem incapable of using your brain. Have you not taken a moment to sense the direction in which Lord Beerus is headed? The old Supreme Kai expressed his disappointment in Jebite. This individual was indeed more foolish than a pig, utterly devoid of intellect. It was baffling how such a person could ascend to the position of Supreme Kai. It seems we have reached the northern galaxy. Is it possible that Lord Beerus is bound for Earth? Jebite pondered, feeling the powerful divine energy. His eyes suddenly widening in fear. This direction must indeed lead to Earth. If that is the case, Lord Beerus will undoubtedly encounter Linzei and Son Goku. Those troublesome fellows. None of them are particularly easy to deal with. They might foolishly propose a contest with Lord Beerus. The ancestor had once stated that the god of destruction could never be bested by mortals. With a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate the entire universe. Should Lord Beerus be provoked and unleash his wrath upon other planets, it would spell catastrophic doom for the cosmos. This scenario was undeniably more severe than the death of their Supreme Kai. My greatest concern now is that Lord Beerus is targeting Linzei. That individual possesses tremendous strength and may have already ventured into the realm of the god of destruction. Should a confrontation arise between them, even the shockwaves could render the universe non-existent. The old Supreme Kai spoke gravely. The aura of Lord Beerus draws ever closer to Earth at their current pace. They will likely arrive in 3 or 4 minutes. We must devise a strategy to prevent Mr. Linzei from meeting Lord Beerus. At that moment, Jebite seemed to experience a surge of intelligence and spoke earnestly. Indeed, as long as they do not cross paths, this impending calamity may yet be averted. The old Kai nodded, finally feeling that Jebite had a modicum of sense. Thus, you must go to Earth and ensure that Linzei departs, regardless of the means employed. It is imperative that he leaves, and the farther, the better. This matter pertains to the very survival of the universe. You should comprehend its gravity. The old Kai spoke to Jebite with utmost seriousness. Jebite hesitated. What means could he possibly employ to make Linzei leave Earth? Very well. I shall do my utmost, ancestor. He nodded, realizing that the safety of the universe necessitated action, even if it was difficult. It would be best if those two troublemakers, Son Goku and Vegeta, also vacated Earth. Neither of them is particularly harmless, the old Kai reminded him once more. In fact, none of the Saiyans could be deemed inconsequential. To mitigate potential risks, the ideal solution would be to prevent Son Goku and Vegeta from meeting Lord Beerus. I shall make every effort, Jebite replied, somewhat dejectedly. Those individuals were all exceedingly proud and self-assured. How could they possibly heed the words of a mere Kai? Perhaps only Mr. Goku might listen, while Linzei and Vegeta would hardly regard him with any seriousness. With that, Jebite utilized instant transmission to arrive on Earth. Lord Kai, what brings you here? Son Goku exclaimed in surprise aboard his luxurious yacht. It was uncommon for the Kai to visit Earth. Have you come to enjoy a day on Earth? Hey, Vegeta. Did you secretly invite Lord Kai? Goku turned to Vegeta, assuming Jebite had come at his behest. Humph. I would never extend an invitation to such a being. Besides, I cannot even reach the Kai's realm, Vegeta retorted coldly, crossing his arms. That realm is inaccessible even to Kakaroto's instant transmission unless there is a human presence. All right, Vegeta, since you cannot use instant transmission, you indeed cannot reach the Kai's realm, Goku lamented. He then turned to Jebite and asked, So, Lord Kai, who summoned you here? A frown crossed Jebite's face as he quickly addressed Goku. Mr. Goku, this is not the time for such discussions. He then approached Linzei with urgency, saying, Mr. Linzei, could you possibly leave Earth for a brief period? Just for one day, half a day would suffice. Jebite's words left everyone momentarily speechless. Wasn't the Kai visiting Earth to attend a birthday celebration? Instead, should Linzei depart from Earth? Why? Why must I leave this planet? Linzei took a delicate sip of the juice in his hand, smiling as he inquired. In truth, he was acutely aware that the King of All and his companions must have sensed Beerus's divine energy. They likely anticipated their arrival on Earth, which explained their insistence on his hasty departure. I implore you, all you need to do is leave Earth for half a day. Thereafter, I shall comply with any request you may have. Jebite hesitated, his expression fraught with difficulty. He was not particularly adept at fabricating tales, and thus, he appeared exceedingly troubled and awkward at that moment. If you are merely going to inform me that the god of destruction is about to arrive on Earth, and that I should take cover, There is no need for such a warning. Lindsay continued to smile gently as he spoke softly to the god of Jebet. He suspected that what he was about to say was precisely this, and his true intention was to await the arrival of Beerus, to engage in a splendid battle with him. Now, for the god of Jebet to advise him to leave was nothing short of absurd. How could you possibly know Lord Beerus, the god of destruction? Moreover, how could you be aware of his impending arrival on Earth? The god of Jebet trembled violently, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Lindsay. A year ago, even he had learned about Lord Beerus from his ancestors. Generally speaking, ordinary humans were entirely oblivious to the existence of a god of destruction. Even Goku and Vegeta were unaware. Why then did Lindsay possess such knowledge? Furthermore, if Lindsay was indeed aware of Lord Beerus, he should be acutely conscious of the immense power that the god of destruction wielded. Yet, there was not a trace of apprehension or concern evident in him. Of course I know, Lindsay replied. Did I not inform you all long ago? There are numerous things I am aware of that you are not. Lindsay spoke in a calm demeanor. In order to prevent destruction to the entire Earth and even the universe, I implore Mr. Lindsay to temporarily leave the Earth for half a day. The deity Jebet understood well that confronting the situation with sheer force was futile given his own powers. Thus, he resorted to appealing to emotions. Although this approach might undermine the dignity of the Supreme Kai, it paled in comparison to the safety of the entire universe. Rest assured, neither the Earth nor the universe will come to harm, and you are truly quite verbose. Please cease your incessant chatter. I have no inclination to listen to your ramblings. Lindsay glanced at the god of Jebet and coldly remarked, this incessant back and forth is indeed becoming quite tiresome. He had not even mentioned his intention to depart. The expression on the god of Jebet's face was exceedingly complex. If Lindsay remained so resolute, there was little he could do. With a sigh, he approached Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Mr. Wukong, Mr. Vegeta, why not train with the North Kai? Since Lindsay insisted on staying, he felt compelled to persuade Sun Wukong and Vegeta. After all, convincing even one of them would suffice. Lord Kai, we heard your earlier conversation with Lindsay. Sun Wukong interjected with a mischievous grin. Is that destroyer god, Beerus, truly as formidable as you claim? Observing the Kai's expression, it seemed he indeed possessed remarkable strength. Did you all hear that? Very well. Lord Destroyer Beerus is indeed extraordinarily powerful, entirely unlike any adversary you have previously encountered. With but a mere flick of his finger, he could obliterate the entire universe in an instant. Given that Sun Wukong and the others had already overheard, the god of Jebet could only speak the truth. He was not particularly adept at deceit. What? He could annihilate the universe with a mere gesture? Surely, you exaggerate, Lord Kai. Sun Wukong and the others were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. Could such a powerful being truly exist in this world? It was somewhat hard to fathom. I assure you, it is no exaggeration. He is even more formidable than I have described, the god of Jebet asserted earnestly. Did you mention the destroyer god, Beerus? At that moment, Vegeta, who had been silent, suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired in a deep voice. Yes, the god of Jebet nodded. Do you know him, Vegeta? Sun Wukong asked, noting Vegeta's expression. If he were unfamiliar, he likely would not look so troubled. I feel as though I have heard that name before. It seems so familiar, yet I cannot recall where, Vegeta admitted, his brow furrowing deeper. It is an unsettling sensation, akin to a thorn in my throat. I suggest you both hasten to the North Kai's planet for safety. Lord Beerus is about to arrive, and it may soon be too late, the god of Jebet urged, his anxiety palpable as he paced. 2 minutes had already passed, and Lord Beerus's energy was approaching Earth at an alarming rate. Well, if this Lord Beerus is truly that powerful, it would be a shame not to meet him and perhaps learn a few techniques, Sun Wukong chuckled, evidently disinclined to leave Earth. Alas, this outcome was entirely expected. The god Jebet has relinquished all hope. Attempting to convey the terror of Lord Beerus to these scions is akin to playing a lute to a cow. Their inability to comprehend is surpassed only by their unwarranted excitement. At that precise moment, a chilling voice resonated from the heavens above. Who seeks to challenge me? In the instant that the cold voice echoed, Jebet's body froze momentarily before succumbing to a violent tremor. Lindsay lifted his gaze and was greeted by 2 remarkably familiar figures. One was a feline humanoid draped in purple, and the other exuded an air of refined elegance. Both donned peculiar attire. These 2 were none other than the god of destruction Beerus from Universe 7 and the Angel Whis. At that moment, Beerus stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd aboard the cruise ship with an expression of haughty superiority. After a brief scan of the assembly, His gaze settled upon Lindsay, his eyes narrowing slightly. That individual appears to be aware of our arrival, as if he has been anticipating us, mused Beerus. Whis. Casting a glance at Lindsay, noted that the latter was equally fixated on them, displaying an air of remarkable composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Clearly, he had anticipated their arrival. It was only natural that someone who had attained a divine realm could sense the presence of gods. Beerus found no cause for astonishment. As for Lindsay's calm demeanor, it was likely a result of his recent victory over Kampa, which had perhaps inflated his confidence. However, he would soon come to realize that such excessive arrogance could prove perilous. Ah, are they truly the god of destruction, Lord Beerus? Goku exclaimed, observing Beerus and Whis. He scratched his head, speaking with a carefree tone. Indeed, he felt no formidable aura emanating from either Beerus or Whis. Mr. Goku, please lower your voice. While you may not be able to perceive the divine energy, do not underestimate the might of a god of destruction. Jebbet, standing nearby, tugged at Goku's arm and whispered a caution. To him, the aura of a god of destruction felt as vast and unfathomable as the cosmos itself. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and others regarded Beerus and Whis with equal curiosity. They too sensed no overwhelming power radiating from the duo, perhaps indicating that Jebbet was overly anxious. It reminded them of their expressions upon encountering the Demon King Dabura and Majin Buu years ago. The god of destruction, Beerus? Vegeta's pupils constricted at the sight of Beerus, his face betraying a look of sheer terror. A memory surged forth. Instinctively, Vegeta recoiled. He had felt a sense of familiarity when Jebbet spoke of Beerus. But seeing that feline visage brought back vivid recollections. In his youth, Beerus had visited Planet Vegeta and, over a mere comfortable pillow, had callously trampled his father underfoot. A single glance from Beerus had rendered him completely incapacitated, leaving him prostrate on the ground, unable to move. Even now, the specter of that encounter loomed large in his mind. Ah, it has been a long time, Prince Vegeta, Beerus remarked. The figures of Beerus and Whis suddenly materialized before everyone. Beerus first directed his gaze towards Vegeta, his voice icy as he inquired. Lord Beerus. Vegeta's voice quivered slightly as he continued to ask, what brings you to a planet like Earth? Upon hearing Vegeta's trembling tone, all eyes turned towards him. Vegeta seemed rather peculiar today, exhibiting an unusual fear of Beerus, a stark contrast to his usual prideful demeanor. Piccolo glanced at Vegeta, silently contemplating. For Vegeta, who was typically so arrogant, to be so terrified indicated that this Beerus must indeed be an extraordinarily formidable being. Meanwhile, Dandy appeared even more frightened than Vegeta, his body shaking violently, akin to a mouse confronted by a cat. Hey, Vegeta, what's wrong? Goku queried, observing Vegeta's distress. Less talking, Kakarot, Vegeta shot back, glaring at Goku. Had he recalled Beerus sooner, he would have heeded the words of the Supreme Kai and taken Kakarot to the North Kai's planet. Am I not permitted to come to this planet? Beerus's voice was cold. Of course not, Lord Beerus. Please, have a seat. Vegeta shook his head vigorously. His former arrogance entirely vanished, as he respectfully addressed Beerus. Vegeta, what on earth is happening? Is this Beerus truly that powerful? Goku still appeared bewildered, noting Vegeta's evident fear of Beerus. Until now, Vegeta had never displayed such an expression. Kakarot, if you wish to live, it would be wise to remain silent. Vegeta coldly cautioned Goku. At that moment, Beerus finally approached Lindsay. This is bad. Both Vegeta and the Supreme Kai's eyes twitched sharply. Beerus halted before Lindsay, who was leisurely sipping juice. You are the one who defeated Kampa, the so-called Super Saiyan god, aren't you? Beerus inquired, his gaze dark and condescending as he scrutinized Lindsay. Indeed, that would be me. It is an honor to meet you, Beerus. Lindsay set down the juice in his hand, rose to his feet, and met Beerus's gaze with a smile. You actually know me? How audacious for a mere human to call my name directly. It infuriates me. Beerus was momentarily taken aback, but then a flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. The audacity to address him so directly was indeed quite arrogant. If you are feeling enraged, I could assist in alleviating that fury. What do you think? Lindsay maintained a smile as he calmly spoke. At that moment, Lindsay and Beerus locked eyes, the atmosphere charged with tension. Arrogant creature. Do you believe that having defeated the gluttonous Kampa grants you the audacity to act so boldly before me? Beerus squinted, a chilling light emanating from his gaze as he addressed Lindsay. In my eyes, you are no different from the rest, so do not overestimate your worth. Lindsay's voice remained remarkably calm. The sharp exchange of words between him and the gods Jebbet and Vegeta sent beads of cold sweat cascading down their brows. If this continued, an epic confrontation between the two is imminent. It has been millions of years since I encountered someone as arrogantly ignorant as you. I shall ensure that you learn a painful lesson for your insolence in my presence. Beerus clenched his fist, clearly incensed by Lin Zhe's provocation. After all, since becoming the god of destruction, few have dared to speak to him in such a manner. Then I shall await the spectacle. Lin Zhe narrowed his eyes. After speaking, both of their bodies gradually floated into the air. Chapter 67. I recall that you can transform into the so-called Super Saiyan god. Hurry and show me. After their bodies levitated, Beerus coldly addressed Lin Zhe. Although he had already witnessed it in the video provided by Whis, he yearned to see it with his own eyes. Was it truly akin to the Super Saiyan god of his dreams? Very well. To engage in battle with you, I indeed require a transformation. Lin Zhe nodded slightly, then focused his gaze, his fists clenched tightly. The might of Beerus was beyond what he could typically contend with. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, a fiery aura erupted from his body, enveloping him in a torrent of spiritual energy. Was this the form of a Super Saiyan god among the warriors of Earth? Apart from Son Goku, no one had witnessed Lin Zhe's Super Saiyan god transformation. Thus, seeing this form now was nothing short of breathtaking. Resembling a divine being descending from the heavens, radiant and resplendent, his aura had completely vanished. It seemed he had indeed transformed into a god. Can that guy truly be a match for Beerus? Piccolo murmured softly. Vegeta, with a face full of envy and anxiety, pondered the implications. If Lin Zhe were not a rival to Beerus, the entire Earth would likely suffer the consequences. This divine energy of Lin Zhe's is indeed formidable. It appears Lord Beerus can indulge himself today, Whis remarked, observing Lin Zhe in his Super Saiyan god form with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, in mid-air, Beerus's pupils narrowed slightly. Indeed, he resembles the formidable opponent I envisioned in my prophetic dreams. A mere human possesses such immense divine energy. No wonder he could defeat Kampa. Beerus's words clearly acknowledged Lin Zhe's strength. At this level, he could indeed rival an average destroyer god. However, in his presence, he still fell short. Defeated? To be more precise, he was thoroughly thrashed by me. What? Do you wish to avenge your good brother? Lin Zhe cast a glance at Beerus and calmly remarked that a fierce battle with him was inevitable. Thus, Lin Zhe had no intention of buttering up Beerus. Although Kampa was not particularly likable, he was, after all, his brother, and Beerus's self-righteous demeanor greatly displeased him. Therefore, he was prepared to give him a proper lesson. Beerus smirked and addressed Lin Zhe, revealing that, in truth, he found no anger in Kampa being pummeled by the mortals of the seventh universe. Rather, he looked forward to using that incident to mock him in their future encounters. However, Beerus was somewhat irked by Lin Zhe's naive belief that defeating Kampa would enable him to contend with all the gods of destruction. If you wish to teach me a lesson, then let's see if you possess the requisite strength, Beerus challenged. Lin Zhe beckoned to Beerus, signaling him to make his move. Beerus frowned, contemplating the audacity of this human. This arrogant and ignorant being truly believed that having reached the divine realm rendered him my equal? Today, I shall enlighten you. Even among gods of destruction, there exists a hierarchy. As Beerus's words echoed, his form suddenly burst forth in an astonishing display of speed, delivering a powerful punch towards Lin Zhe. Come forth. Lin Zhe slightly narrowed his eyes, displaying a serious expression. Undeniably, although Kampa and Beerus both embody the essence of destruction, a significant disparity exists between them. Beerus's strength undoubtedly far surpasses that of Kampa, a fact that cannot be contested. Lin Zhe also delivered a powerful punch. Boom. The fists of the two collided instantly, creating a shockwave that sent ripples through the surrounding air. Even the cruise ship on the sea was displaced by the invisible force. Following the impact of their fists, both Lin Zhe and Beerus staggered back a few steps. What a remarkable lad! Your strength is indeed formidable, Beerus exclaimed, seemingly exhilarated by the encounter. He had not anticipated Lin Zhe's power to be so immense. As soon as Beerus's words fell, he vanished and reappeared in a flash. Lin Zhe advanced once more. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two figures vanished, and the sky was filled with a succession of colossal sonic circles. Waves of immense pressure cascaded downward. The speed was so astonishing that their movements were indiscernible. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others could only witness the emergence of these explosive rings. As for Piccolo and his companions, their perception was even more obscured, given the circumstances that had unfolded. It seemed there was nothing I could do to assist. The god Jebet sighed as he observed Lin Zhe and Beerus locked in combat. After uttering these words, he instantaneously teleported back to the Kaioshin realm. He could only return and consult with the ancestors to explore alternative methods of intervention. Bang, bang, bang. In the heavens above, the two combatants continued their clash without employing any energy, relying solely on their fists. Despite this, the sheer force of their collisions had already begun to cause the ground to cave in, with terrifying fissures spreading like serpents in all directions. In this manner of battle, the earth could hardly endure. Lindsay glanced at the ground, furrowing his brow as he spoke. Both he and Beerus had yet to unleash even a fraction of their true power, yet they had already inflicted such devastation upon the earth. If they were to unleash merely 30% of their strength, a casual shockwave could obliterate the planet. At such a critical moment, to be distracted was truly a sign of underestimating me. Seizing the opportunity created by Lin Zay's momentary lapse in focus, Beerus suddenly smirked triumphantly and delivered a powerful punch squarely to Lin Zay's face. Lin Zay was sent flying hundreds of feet by a single punch. Humph! Is this a sneak attack? Lin Zay steadied himself, spat on the ground, and a glimmer of anger flickered in his eyes. In an instant, he executed both instant transmission and time skip simultaneously. Within a heartbeat, he found himself directly before Beerus, and then he forcefully drove his right knee into Beerus's chin. A resounding thud echoed as Beerus was sent hurtling backwards. At that moment, Lin Zay's form abruptly materialized on the deck of the cruise ship. Whis, could you assist me by creating an energy barrier at the location where I am battling Beerus? Lin Zay addressed Whis, acknowledging that although he could achieve the task himself, it would require an excessive amount of energy. With a battle against Beerus looming, he could not afford to squander his resources. Very well. Let us consider it an endeavor to safeguard these delectable delicacies. Whis pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. After all, should Lord Beerus ultimately prevail over Lin Zay, the fate of Earth would be but a mere utterance away. Chapter 68 subsequently, Whis lightly tapped the ground with his staff, and a colossal emerald energy barrier erupted from the earth. What is happening? That individual possesses such formidable power as well. Vegeta, Goku, and the others exchanged incredulous glances at Whis. Previously, this individual had remained silent, quietly trailing behind Beerus, leading everyone to subconsciously regard him as the deity's attendant. However, they had not anticipated that he harbored such extraordinary abilities. Lin Zeke had no time to regard the astonishment of the onlookers. Instead, he swiftly ascended back into the air. With this maneuver, he could engage in battle with Beerus without reservations. TCH, that bastard Whis. Why does he heed that human's words so closely? It's truly exasperating. Beerus muttered to himself with a dismissive sneer. Nevertheless, his objective remained to engage in a formidable duel with this human. If he did not devise a proper strategy, that fellow might hesitate to unleash his full power, concerned that the planet would be caught in the crossfire. Whoosh! Beerus reappeared before Lin Zeke, stroking his chin contemplatively. You do possess some strength. Your previous attack indeed elicited a slight twinge of pain. After millions of years, you are the first human to make me feel such discomfort. But this is merely the beginning. The pain you will experience next will undoubtedly exceed 100-fold of what you feel now. Lin Zay smirked, confidently addressing Beerus. Humph. A mere compliment, and you seem to be oblivious to your own limitations, aren't you? I haven't even unleashed a fraction of my true power. Beerus furrowed his brow, coldly replying, such arrogance in a human is truly a first for me. If I don't adequately teach this conceited being a lesson today, I would not be worthy of the title of the strongest god of destruction. What a coincidence, Lin Zay retorted. I too have yet to exert even a fraction of my strength. Lin Zay shrugged and remarked, over the course of this year spent in the time chamber, my fundamental strength has experienced a remarkable enhancement. Thus, my Super Saiyan God form and Super Saiyan 5 form are now incomparable to what they were a year ago. Indeed, you possess quite the silver tongue. Beerus retorted with a menacing grin. However, when the moment arrives that I have you firmly beneath my foot, we shall see if you maintain such arrogance. This arrogant fellow, every word he utters is utterly infuriating. Well then, let us see if you have the capability to back up your words. Lin Zay let out a cold smile, and then his body abruptly flashed away. Now, Weiss had erected an energy barrier on their battlefield, so Lin Zay was unconcerned about any potential destruction to the earth. Whoosh! Lin Zay's speed was astonishingly swift. Was this fellow truly intent on being serious? As he observed Lin Zay charging towards him with remarkable velocity, Beerus's expression darkened slightly. Clearly, he had not anticipated Lin Zay's speed to be so extraordinary. Hastily, he raised his arms to shield his head, bracing for the impact of Lin Zay's punch. Bang! In the next instant, Lindsay's fist struck heavily against Beerus's arms. The sheer force unleashed in that moment was overwhelming. What? The tremendous punch landed on Beerus's arms, causing his expression to shift dramatically. Shock flickered in his eyes, revealing that Lindsay's strength had taken him by surprise. Beerus's body was propelled backward for several hundred feet before he managed to stabilize himself. It appears I may have underestimated this individual. However, that only adds to the excitement. If I were to defeat him in a single blow, it would be far too tedious. Though taken aback, Beerus was evidently not angered. Rather, he felt a surge of exhilaration. After all, it had been several millennia since he had engaged in a truly formidable battle, and encountering a worthy opponent was undeniably thrilling. In a flash, Beerus's figure materialized before Lindsay, delivering a punch with no embellishments, striking with equal ferocity against Lindsay's chest. Lindsay was sent flying by a single punch. Shortly after, he charged towards Lindsay once more. Indeed, the prowess of Beerus far surpasses that of Kampa. Lindsay rubbed his chest and then vanished in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, a deep collision reverberated through the sky, with explosive rings flashing incessantly, and shockwaves reverberating against the barriers, producing a constant hum. How formidable! It was utterly impossible to discern the movements of the two combatants. Is this the true power of the destroyer god, Beerus? To engage Lindsay to such an extent, clearly, Lord Supreme Kai did not speak falsely. The destructive deity is indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others were utterly astonished. The strength displayed by the two far exceeded their wildest imaginations. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that neither of them was fighting with their full might, not even unleashing their base power. How I longed to engage in battle with them, Sun Wukong said, excitement dancing upon his lips. Witnessing their fierce combat sent his blood boiling. As time passed, Lindsay and Beerus had been engaged in battle for over 20 minutes. Yet, their energy seemed to remain remarkably high, showing no signs of waning. Moreover, their desire for combat only intensified. Goodness, to be able to compel me to exert half my strength. It's been eons since a mere human accomplished such a feat. You are indeed worthy of my attention, Beerus remarked, excitement glimmering in his eyes. It had been far too long since he had experienced such exhilarating combat. What a verbose exchange. Lindsay let out a cold snort, his fists clenched tightly as an aura of energy erupted from within him, propelling his body forward once more. At this moment, Lindsay was thoroughly exhilarated by the battle. This confrontation was undeniably more thrilling than his previous fight with Kampa. Suddenly, a sound pierced the air, followed by the appearance of two figures on the deck of the cruise ship. What? Who are these two? Sun Wukong and the others quickly turned their attention to the newcomers, specifically, one individual and a cat. This creature resembled a plump version of the god of destruction, Beerus. Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed at the purple, rotund feline. The attire of the two was strikingly similar, and they emitted no discernible aura. Could they also be gods of destruction? Piccolo remarked in surprise. Indeed, Uncle Piccolo, I sense something within him that is identical to Lord Beerus, Dandy said, his face pale with fear. The oppressive aura was unmistakably the same. Oh, what brings you here, sister, and Lord Kampa? At that moment, Whis stood up and inquired with a smile at the two unexpected visitors. Precisely, we have come to observe the battle between Lord Beerus and Lindsay. As requested by Lord Kampa, Beerus's attendant, Vados, replied nonchalantly. I see. However, Lord Kampa, your unannounced visit to Universe 7 without Lord Beerus's consent may incite his ire. Whis noted, casting a glance at Kampa. The two brothers had a long history of discord. Am I to be intimidated by that bag of bones? He is too preoccupied with dealing with that rascal Lindsay to concern himself with me, Kampa retorted, proudly lifting his chin. Lord Kampa's courage seems to have grown. Sister, the cuisine on Earth in Universe 7 is quite exceptional. Allow me to take you on a culinary journey. Whis shot an exasperated glance at Kampa before turning to Vados. Is that so? If that is the case, I shall indulge myself thoroughly. Vados's eyes sparkled with excitement. For a true gourmet, the allure of delectable food is simply irresistible. Though both Whis and Vados were angels, they were undeniably food enthusiasts. As the two departed to seek sustenance, Kampa's gaze shifted back to the fierce battle between Beerus and Lindsay. It seems that the strength of that little ant has increased once more. Observing the back-and-forth battle between Lindsay and Beerus, Kampa raised an eyebrow and remarked. However, throughout the course of this year, Beerus had undergone intense training himself. His abilities had significantly improved over this time. Today, aside from merely spectating, he was determined to exact revenge. Once Beerus defeated that insufferable insect, he would personally ensure its demise. At this moment, Beerus and Lindsay naturally took note of the arrival of Beerus and Kampa. What brings that gluttonous pig to the 7th universe? How dare he come without my consent? Seems he has a penchant for trouble, Beerus mused, casting a wary glance at Kampa. Yet, the immediate priority was to engage in combat with Lindsay. He found this individual rather peculiar. Every time he enhanced his own strength, Lindsay's power seemingly escalated in tandem. It rendered him incapable of suppressing him, which was quite vexing. Kampa had the audacity to wander into the 7th universe once more. Evidently, the last lesson had not been sufficient. Thus, today, he would ensure that the lesson was indelibly etched in memory. Lindsay cast a sidelong glance at the formidable Kampa, coldly remarking that since the opportunity had presented itself, he would relish the chance to deliver another thrashing. After all, his previous bout had been interrupted by Bardos, leaving him unsatisfied. However, the immediate priority was to vanquish Beerus. The two exchanged glances before re-engaging in combat. At this moment, both had elevated their powers to about 70 or 80%, and with each clash, the very earth trembled violently. Hey, Beerus, you can't even handle a mere human from your own universe. As a god of destruction, you are truly pathetic and utterly disgraceful. Kampa began to mock Beerus, observing the fierce struggle between Lindsay and Beerus. Damn that scoundrel. Upon hearing Kampa's taunts, Beerus furrowed his brow, momentarily distracted. This fool, who had just been thoroughly beaten by Lindsay and knocked unconscious, now had the audacity to mock him, utterly shameless. Boom. At that very instant of distraction, Lindsay's knee struck Beerus's abdomen with tremendous force. Ugh. Beerus's face contorted in pain as his body curled like a shrimp. Lindsay followed up with a sweeping kick to Beerus's cheek, sending him plummeting like a meteor, crashing against the barrier. Curse you, that wretched Kampa. Beerus rubbed his cheek. His face twisted with rage. It wasn't merely the impact from Lindsay that angered him, but rather Kampa's sudden interruption that had diverted his focus, leading to his current predicament. Look at your pitiful state, Beerus. You still dare to call yourself the strongest god of destruction? It's downright laughable. Kampa grinned maliciously, continuing his taunts. His intent was clear, to incite Beerus, thereby intensifying their battle to the point where they might both suffer grievously. Beerus, for the moment, decided to set aside his grievances with Kampa until after he dealt with Lindsay. Resolute, he charged at Lindsay once more, and the two resumed their fierce clash. As your loyal brother, seeing you struggle so, allow me to assist you, Beerus. Kampa's sinister smile reappeared as he gathered a purple energy orb in his palm, hurling it towards Lindsay. Be careful. Son Goku's sudden warning cut through the tension, followed by an irritated glare directed at Kampa. What a devious character this sudden intruder was. While Lindsay and Beerus engaged in a fair fight, he sought to intervene with a treacherous ambush. Lindsay had long sensed the subtle movements of Xiangpa. He then turned around and, with a casual swipe of his hand, sent Xiangpa's energy orb flying. However, at that very moment, Beerus's fist also struck Lindsay's face. The strength of both individuals was evenly matched. Any distraction on either side would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. Bang! Lindsay was sent flying by a single punch from Beerus, causing the energy barrier to resonate with a deep hum. The energy contained within Whis' barrier could not dissipate, yet external forces were capable of assaulting those within. This damned gluttonous swine seems to have truly exhausted its will to live. Lindsay tightly clenched his fist, casting a furious glare at Kampa. Kampa, with an infuriatingly smug expression, seemed to revel in the tension. You damn fool, who asked for your assistance? He exclaimed. Beerus was equally incensed. Their battle had been fair, yet Kampa, that rascal, persistently resorted to underhanded tactics. Hey, Beerus, don't mistake kindness for weakness. I am merely trying to assist you, considering it appears you are no match for that fellow. Am I right? Kampa taunted, his face brimming with arrogance. Beerus, in his pride, was likely to unleash even greater power when provoked. Let us not forget who was knocked out cold by a mere human, Kampa, Beerus retorted coldly. The audacity of Kampa, who had been bested so thoroughly. To mock him was beyond comprehension. Upon hearing these words, Kampa's expression drastically shifted. The memory of that humiliating defeat ignited a fierce blaze of rage within him. Just wait. You overgrown pig. I shall ensure you receive a lesson you will never forget. Lin Zebang cast a cold glance at Xiangpa, his tone as chilling as eternal ice. The act of ambushing from behind indeed ignited a considerable fury within him. Is that so? If that is the case, then allow me to deal with you first. Xiang Pa gritted his teeth tightly. The mere mention of being knocked unconscious by Beerus only intensified his rage, threatening to unravel his composure. Over the course of a year, his strength had seen substantial enhancement, and now he was determined to settle the score. Whoosh! Xiang Pa swiftly darted into the barrier. Step aside, Xiang Pa. This opponent is mine, Beerus bellowed as he observed Xiang Pa's eagerness to join the fray. Humph! You won't stand a chance anyway, so let me handle this, Beerus. Xiang Pa suddenly smirked coldly before launching an attack at Lin Zebing. Get out of the way, you fat pig. That prey is mine. Who permitted you to interfere? Beerus followed closely behind, his body erupting into motion. In almost an instant, both rushed towards Lin Zebing to strike. Shall we confront him together? Then let it be so. Lin Zé shook his head, swiftly moving forward. Ultimately, they had to confront the situation, so why not face it together? In an instant, the three engaged in a fierce battle, their speed astonishing. Sun Wukong and Vegeta could scarcely discern the movements of Lin Zé and Beerus. Although the two gods of destruction had consistently opposed one another, it appeared they had now formed an alliance. Given this development, Mr. Lin Zé's path to victory seemed exceedingly challenging. Though Son Gohan could not perceive the details of their combat, he grasped the gravity of the situation. The strength of a single god of destruction was already formidable, and with two collaborating, it was likely that even Lin Zé, no matter how powerful, would struggle to contend with them. Indeed, it seemed prudent for us to assist Lin Zé. After all, we are all human. Sun Wukong nodded, his expression heavy with concern. After all, engaging beings of such caliber might render their efforts futile, and they could be defeated in an instant. Nevertheless, given our combined strength, even together we would be as powerless as throwing a stone against an egg. We would be of little help, Piccolo remarked, shaking his head. His fear was not of death, but rather the futility of their involvement, which would not alter the outcome. Father, do you remember when Mr. Lin Zé spoke of transforming into a Super Saiyan god? Son Gohan suddenly interjected. Later, you inquired of the dragon about the method to achieve that transformation. If you could become a Super Saiyan god, you could certainly hold one god of destruction at bay, allowing Lin Zé to avoid the disadvantage of fighting two opponents. Indeed, how could I have forgotten? If I could transform into a Super Saiyan god, perhaps I could stand against Lord Beerus. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes suddenly alight with inspiration. However, to become a Super Saiyan god, it requires 5 Saiyans with righteous hearts to channel their energy into another Saiyan possessing a righteous heart. Currently, we only have 5 Saiyans in total, making it utterly impossible to achieve this transformation. Just as hope had sparked, it was swiftly extinguished, leaving Sun Wukong somewhat disheartened. Finding another Saiyan would not be an easy task, and locating one with a righteous heart would be even more challenging. Mr. Lin Zé is currently stretched thin, otherwise, he might have been able to assist, Son Gohan remarked, casting a wistful glance at Lin Zé battling in the sky. Humph, that fellow may not possess a truly pure heart, so even if he were present, it is uncertain whether the transformation could be accomplished, Vegeta coldly interjected. This was not a personal affront to Lin Zé, but rather a statement of fact. Then, does that mean we have no other options left? Moments ago, everyone wore expressions of delight, but now their faces were etched with despair. Just as disappointment settled over the crowd, Biddy Lee approached with a sudden grace. What's wrong? Biddy Lee? Perhaps you should head back. This place is too perilous, Sun Wukong said, hastening to her side with an affectionate tone. I'm fine, Gohan. There's no need to worry. I just overheard everyone discussing Saiyans. Is there a missing one? Biddy Lee inquired, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Son Gohan. Yes. To transform into a Super Saiyan god, we require 6 Saiyans with hearts of justice, but currently we only have 5. Son Gohan smiled reassuringly at Biddy Lee. Now, you needn't concern yourself with these matters. Earth is in peril. I wish to contribute in any way I can. Perhaps I can assist you in this endeavor. Biddy Lee said playfully, winking at Son Gohan. What? Sun Wukong and Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment, turning their gazes toward Biddy Lee. Did this young girl truly comprehend the gravity of her words? They were in search of a new Saiyan with a heart of justice. I'm pregnant, and Gohan's offspring should count as a Saiyan, right? Biddy Lee declared, her cheeks flushed with shyness, leaving everyone in a state of shock. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Beerus and Kappa seemed to be engaged in a fierce competition over who would strike Lin Zé first, exerting every ounce of their strength. With a resounding impact, both launched their fists simultaneously, and Lin Zé met their blows with his own. The moment their fists collided, Lindsay was propelled backward, crashing forcefully against the barrier. Damn those two troublesome cats. Lindsay curled his lips slightly. The alliance of these two posed a considerable challenge to his Super Saiyan form. Chirp, chirp, little ant. Where has your arrogance from a year ago vanished to? Reduced to a mere retreat now? Kampa remarked coldly, a taunting expression directed at Lindsay. Step aside, Kampa. Beerus scoffed dismissively at the figure beside him. As a god of destruction, he found himself unable to engage in direct combat with Kampa. For such a clash would spell doom for both universes. Humph. Did you not see how I forced that little insect to retreat? You alone would never achieve this. Therefore, you ought to express gratitude towards me, Beerus, Kampa declared with an air of superiority, hands on his hips. Hey, little ant, if you have the courage. Come at me again, Kampa teased, sticking out his tongue in defiance. Such a brazen challenge is a first for me, yet I shall indulge you. Lindsay gradually relaxed his tightly shut eyes, a wicked smile suddenly curving his lips. As he gazed at Lindsay, Pa felt an unsettling wave wash over him. Suddenly, a deep roar erupted from his throat. A golden aura exploded in an instant. Lindsay's body hair transformed into a lustrous silver, and his hair cascaded down to his waist, also adopting the same silvery hue. In that instant, it was evident that Lindsay had ascended into the form of Super Saiyan 5. What a formidable aura! Who would have imagined that Lindsay harbored such a terrifying transformation? On the deck, Goku and the others, who had aspired to attain the divine Super Saiyan form, were left in utter astonishment. They had always believed that the divine Super Saiyan represented the pinnacle of Lindsay's power, yet here he was, unveiling yet another transformation. Moreover, they could now sense Lindsay's energy, indicating that this was a new Saiyan transformation rather than a divine state. Kampa, having previously witnessed Lindsay's Super Saiyan 5 form, showed a slight change in expression but was not overly shocked. In contrast, Beerus was taken aback. He was unaware that Lindsay had retained such formidable power. That rascal had been holding back all along, which was quite infuriating. Beerus clenched his fists tightly, realizing that defeating Lindsay would not be an easy feat. Kampa, weren't you just yearning to experience the sensation of being pummeled once more? Allow me to fulfill that wish for you. Instant transmission. Lindsay's lips curled into a smile, and then his body abruptly vanished. What? Completely disappeared. Both Beerus and Kampa displayed expressions of astonishment, for in an instant, Lindsay's aura had entirely dissipated. Whoosh. When Lindsay reappeared, he stood before Xiang Pa, his expression twisted into a diabolical grimace. With a resounding thud, he drove his knee forcefully into Xiang Pa's chest. A sharp crack echoed as bones fractured beneath the impact. Blood erupted from Xiang Pa's mouth, and his body was propelled like an arrow released from its bow, crashing violently against the barrier. Lindsay, of course, was not prepared to let Xiang Pa off so easily. His body swiftly followed suit, and with a firm palm, he pressed Xiang Pa's head against the barrier. I did not seek you out, yet you dared to provoke me. Your audacity is indeed remarkable, you bloated swine. Lin Zebang's icy voice resonated as his knee struck Xiang Pa's chest with tremendous force. A gasp escaped, and a fresh spurt of blood erupted from Xiang Pa's mouth, leaving his entire being instantly deflated. Chapter 71. Bang, bang, bang. Lindsay executed 3 consecutive knee strikes, each delivered with exceptional precision, inflicting excruciating pain upon Kampa without rendering him unconscious. Since their last encounter in the 6th universe, Lindsay had come to realize that his aspiration to eliminate the god of destruction was somewhat implausible. The angel Vados would undoubtedly intervene. And even if he were to succeed in slaying Kampa, Vados possessed the ability to reverse time, thereby resurrecting him. Thus, killing Kampa would be a futile endeavor. It would be far more gratifying to allow the insufferable fat cat to truly experience the sensation of pain. A series of agonized groans escaped Kampa's throat, with blood seeping from the corners of his mouth. Meanwhile, Vados, who was savoring delicacies on the cruise ship's deck, paused and directed her gaze towards the barrier. She would only intervene if Lord Kampa's life was in jeopardy. Oh, it appears that Mr. Lindsay's strength surpasses my expectations considerably, she remarked, noting that her sister had not informed her of his ability to assume such a form. Whis also focused his attention on Lindsay, speaking with a calm demeanor. At this moment, it was evident that Lindsay's power had indeed surpassed that of Lord Beerus. To defeat Lord Kampa in an instant suggested that if Lindsay had transformed into this form earlier, even the combined efforts of Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus would not suffice to challenge him, unless, of course, Lord Beerus employed the Ultra Instinct technique. I never anticipated that this fellow would become even more formidable since our last meeting, Whis mused. In just a year, his growth is astonishing. I once believed that with a millennium, he might possess the potential to surpass the angels. However, it seems he requires far less time than that. Vados furrowed her brow slightly and addressed Whis. Indeed, sister. His potential is undeniably strong. Perhaps he will become our colleague in the future. Whis replied with a smile. Within the barrier, as he witnessed Kampa being mercilessly beaten by Lindsay, Beerus instinctively clenched his fists. Initially, he thought he would take pleasure in seeing Kampa being punished, even finding amusement in his brother's misfortune. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Regardless of their frequent disagreements, seeing Kampa in such a state ignited a spark of anger within Beerus. This scoundrel shows such disrespect for the god of destruction. Beerus scowled, tightening his fists before charging towards Lindsay. Sensing Beerus's movement behind him, Lindsay grasped Kampa's head and swiftly pivoted, hurling him towards the rapidly approaching Beerus. The latter moved with such speed that by the time he realized what was happening, he could not halt his momentum. Bang! The two figures collided with one another. Both propelled backward. Beerus forcefully pushed Kampa aside, causing Kampa's body to slump down limply. Whis gently tapped his staff, and Kampa's form landed before the two. Pained groans escaped from Kampa's throat, a clear indication of his intense suffering. I had warned Lord Kampa not to come, yet he insisted on witnessing the spectacle. Now, he has become part of the commotion, sighed Vados, her voice tinged with sympathy for Kampa. It was a thought that had crossed her mind even before they departed from the sixth universe. With a gentle wave of her staff, Vados enveloped Kampa in a verdant energy, swiftly healing his wounds. However, his complexion remained ashen. Raising his gaze, he stared at Linza, his eyes ablaze with boundless fury. That damn bastard. I've become strong, yet I was still defeated in such a humiliating manner. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Kampa's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into flesh. Yet he felt no pain. Humiliation and rage surged within him, yet he found himself powerless. Just when he believed he had grown sufficiently strong, Linza had ascended far beyond him, standing at an unattainable height. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Beerus wore a grim expression, although he had just quarreled with Kampa. The truth was they had indeed joined forces against Linza. To his astonishment, one of them had been incapacitated despite the combined might of two gods of destruction. If other deities, especially Quitella and Mojito, were to learn of this, he and Kampa would undoubtedly become the laughingstock among their peers. Such an occurrence must remain a secret. Since that bastard had unleashed his full power, Beerus resolved to engage in a serious battle. A look of determination flickered in his eyes. In truth, he had not fought to his fullest capacity thus far. He had always believed that no matter how powerful a human might become, they did not merit his full effort. However, it was now evident that if he did not unleash his true potential, he might suffer the same fate as Kampa, a scenario he absolutely could not allow to transpire. Linza, is it? I shall remember your name. What follows will be the true battle. Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of cold light shimmering within them. Ha ha ha. With a sudden roar, a terrifying purple aura erupted instantaneously. The entire barrier was transformed into a vivid shade of purple. In that moment, Beerus's divine energy surged explosively. Excellent. I too wish to witness just how powerful the full force of the destroyer god Beerus truly is. Lindsay let out a cold smile, and almost simultaneously, their bodies shot forth. A golden and a purple beam of light collided like two meteors under the gaze of the onlookers. A deafening hum echoed, prompting everyone to instinctively cover their ears. The earth trembled violently, reverberating with a thunderous roar. Crack, crack. The sharp sound of shattering filled the air, and following the noise, one could see distinct fissures appearing on the energy barrier, continuously spreading outward. Wow, I did not expect the collision to be so intense. A flicker of surprise crossed Weiss's face, though it quickly faded. He had believed that the energy barrier he had conjured would be sufficient to withstand the full force of their battle, but it appeared that the confrontation was far more ferocious than he had anticipated. Subsequently, Weiss waved his staff once more, reinforcing the barrier, for the impending clash would undoubtedly yield even greater destructive power. After their initial attack, Lindsay and Beerus retreated to their respective sides. It seemed that Beerus's full strength was indeed formidable. Lindsay moved his arms slightly, secretly reflecting on the formidable nature of his Super Saiyan 5 form, which rendered his physique remarkably robust. To his surprise, he still experienced a tingling sensation. In contrast, Beerus's astonishment was even more profound, for at that moment, his entire arm felt somewhat incapacitated. He had not anticipated that, despite exerting his full strength, he would find himself in such a disheveled state. Suddenly, Lindsay's body darted towards Beerus once more. Observing Lindsay's astonishing speed, Beerus remained remarkably composed. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded Lindsay's punch. Lindsay launched a series of punches in rapid succession, yet each strike was deftly evaded by Beerus, who exhibited an air of effortless grace. Could it be the mastery of the ultimate technique? Lindsay halted his assault and turned to face Beerus, remarking upon the latter's formidable strength. Beyond his own immense power, Beerus possessed an extraordinary mastery of the Ultra Instinct, a technique that eluded all other gods of destruction. Thus, his title as the strongest god of destruction was undoubtedly justified. Although his command of this technique remained imperfect, it had already conferred upon him a significant advantage in battle. Chapter 72. You actually comprehend Ultra Instinct? It seems you possess quite a wealth of knowledge. Beerus exclaimed, astonished as he regarded Lindsay. It is worth noting that Ultra Instinct is a divine ability. Among the 12 universes, only Beerus himself had grasped its imperfect form. For humanity, Ultra Instinct is an enigmatic phenomenon, an unattainable state. To his surprise, the individual before him had knowledge of this elusive technique, leaving him utterly flabbergasted. I am well versed in many matters, Lindsay replied confidently. However, your mastery is merely an imperfect version of Ultra Instinct. Such an ability will not suffice to defeat me. Lindsay smiled and addressed Beerus. You know this as well? I must say, you certainly astound me. Yet, even an imperfect mastery of the ultimate technique is sufficient to contend with you. Upon finishing his words, Beerus's arms suddenly trembled, and a terrifying purple aura erupted once more from his body. In an instant, his form darted forward like a dragon, swiftly closing the distance to Lindsay. Although his speed appeared unremarkable, he reached Lindsay in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch directly at him. Lindsay quickly sidestepped, evading Beerus's powerful punch. Almost simultaneously, he executed a high kick directed at Beerus. Beerus's expression remained unchanged. However, he instinctively halted his assault and gracefully retreated, narrowly avoiding Lindsay's elevated leg strike. Taste this, Lindsay exclaimed, as he launched both palms forward, unleashing 10 energy beams that shot forth from his fingertips towards Beerus. Observing the incoming energy beams, Beerus's expression shifted slightly. Yet, with an almost uncanny agility, he evaded all 10 beams at a peculiar angle. In that fleeting moment of dodging Lindsay's onslaught, Beerus concentrated destructive energy into 2 spheres within his palms and hurled them towards Lindsay. Such things are of no use to me. Lindsay swiftly swatted away the 2 energy spheres. It must be acknowledged that Beerus, employing the Ultra Instinct technique, proved to be quite formidable. However, I still possess a hidden card yet to be played. Indeed, the destructive energy appears to have no effect on him. Though I am reluctant to concede this fact, it seems that vanquishing this adversary may prove to be a daunting challenge. Beerus furrowed his brow in contemplation. Prior to arriving on Earth, he believed that defeating a mere human would require no more than 30% of his strength. Yet now, having exerted his full power and utilized Ultra Instinct, he found himself unable to overcome this opponent. If this battle continued, the likelihood of his defeat loomed large. It appears that Lord Beerus is on the verge of being bested. At that moment, looking at the scene between Lindsay and Beerus through the barrier, Bardos remarked with a smile. Indeed, while Lindsay is undeniably powerful, this form of his seems to be quite taxing on his stamina. Although Lord Beerus has yet to fully master Ultra Instinct, his energy expenditure remains minimal, and Lindsay's assaults do not seem to inflict any significant damage upon him. Therefore, in a prolonged confrontation, Lord Beerus may not be faced with an inevitable defeat, was pondered, stating thoughtfully. The advantage of Ultra Instinct lies in its extraordinary ability for muscle reflexes, allowing the body to react instinctively without the need for conscious thought. Lindsay had attacked dozens of times, yet not once had he managed to strike Lord Beerus. If this continued, his stamina would likely become a severe challenge. That fellow seems to possess other hidden cards. He appears capable of temporal leaps, Bardos remarked once more. What? Able to leap through time? A mere human can manipulate time just like us? Upon hearing Bardos's words, Whis was evidently taken aback. The ability to control time was something he could only achieve through a 3-minute rewind. However, should one master such temporal powers, they would undoubtedly hold a significant advantage in battle. If Mr. Lindsay truly possesses time manipulation, then my previous statements have become moot. Whis mused while glancing at Lindsay. At that moment, Beerus suddenly sensed a glimmer of good news. Was that fellow's energy diminishing? Indeed. Lindsay's aura seemed to be waning. It became clear to Beerus that Lindsay was not intentionally conserving his strength. Rather, this transformation was excessively taxing on his stamina. The divine state, comparatively, consumed far less energy, hence his choice to fight in that form. Understanding this, Beerus felt a surge of confidence. A smug smile crept upon his lips. If he simply continued to exert his energy through the Ultra Instinct, he would ultimately find it easy to defeat Lindsay without even resorting to the technique. Though this might not be particularly glorious for him, he resolved to press on. With that thought, Beerus launched another attack towards Lindsay. Do you think my stamina is dwindling? The mind of a god of destruction certainly isn't the sharpest. Lindsay smirked as he faced the oncoming Beerus. Let me show you my true strength, Beerus. With a deep, resonant voice, he uttered, flash step. And in the next instant, his body vanished from sight, causing Beerus's punch to land in empty air. What? He disappeared? Beerus's expression shifted dramatically. That fellow's energy and aura were clearly diminished. Yet how could his speed remain so swift? No, it wasn't merely speed. In that fleeting moment, Lindsay's aura had completely vanished as if he had dissolved into the very fabric of space. Crack. Before Beerus could process this bewildering turn of events, a searing pain struck his face. Lindsay's instep struck Beerus's face with considerable force, sending his body flying at an angle. With a resounding thud, he collided heavily against the energy barrier. How is this possible? That scoundrel's energy has clearly diminished, yet his speed remains astonishingly swift. Furthermore, I have not sensed his movements at all. Beerus was taken aback, completely bewildered by the situation. Surprised, are we? Fool. Did you truly believe that a mere skirmish could deplete my stamina? Just as Beerus was grappling with his astonishment, Lindsay's cold voice echoed in his ears once more. Before Beerus could react, he was propelled away once again. Chapter 73. What on earth is happening? Why can I not perceive his energy at all? Beerus was utterly stunned. Despite maintaining an imperfect state of Ultra Instinct, he could not feel Lindsay's presence. Without sensing Lindsay's energy, even his body's instinctual reactions could not provide any discernment. This left him in a position of passive vulnerability, entirely unable to counterattack. Unbelievably powerful, the god of destruction Beerus found himself at a disadvantage. Although he had always known Lindsay was formidable, this was utterly beyond comprehension. Goku and the others watched the unfolding battle with sheer astonishment. While they were unable to discern the specifics of Lindsay's attacks, it was evident that Beerus was on the receiving end of a beating. TCH. That scoundrel's power has surpassed that of a god of destruction. It is truly irksome. Vegeta furrowed his brow and remarked in a somber tone as he gazed at Lindsay. Reflecting on the arrogance with which he had challenged Lindsay 8 years prior, he now recognized that Lindsay stood at the pinnacle. Not only had he transformed into a Super Saiyan god, but even Beerus was no match for him. As a fellow Saiyan, Vegeta could not help but feel a profound sense of inadequacy. More importantly, he was a Saiyan, possessing the purest royal bloodline. It was hard to fathom that a Saiyan could possess such terrifying potential. Piccolo remarked with an expression of envy. Lindsay's remarkable prowess suggests that both Sun Wukong and Vegeta possess similar potential. It is astonishing to recall that my strength once matched that of Sun Wukong. However, the current disparity is truly staggering. Moreover, this gap will inevitably widen over time. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Beerus, having endured 2 severe blows, sensed the sting of injury. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this scoundrel shall not go unpunished. Rising to his feet, he wiped away the blood, his eyes gleaming with a fierce murderous intent. Since ascending to the role of god of destruction, he had never encountered such humiliation. Even other gods of destruction had never rendered him so utterly defeated. The fact that a mere human from his universe could bring him to this state was simply unacceptable. I will not let you escape, you wretch. Beerus bellowed in fury, as a terrifying purple aura erupted from his being. In that moment, the purple energy surged against the top of the barrier, transforming it into a colossal sphere of shimmering violet light. Then, with a sudden flourish of his hands, countless purple orbs of destructive energy materialized behind him, adorned with silvery lines. Destruction. Beerus's deep voice resonated as the purple orbs fell like rain upon Lindsay. It seems you are truly cornered, Beerus, knowing full well that such tactics are utterly futile against me. Lindsay let out a cold smile. casually uttering the word destruction. In an instant, a surge of violet energy shot toward the multitude of energy spheres. Those tiny droplets dissolved into the energy as if they had come into contact with a column of water, vanishing without a trace. "Fool, this is precisely my intention." A voice echoed, and when Beerus reappeared, he was already before Lin Zhe. A triumphant grin adorned his lips as he launched a fist toward Lin Zhe's abdomen. With a swish, Beerus's fist struck Lin Zhe's midsection but merely passed through. An illusion? Beerus was taken aback. His earlier assault had employed a feint. While he appeared to attack with destructive energy, he had actually been poised for a sudden strike. He had not anticipated that this fellow would see through his ruse. Moreover, he had adeptly evaded his punch, but where was his true form? As this thought crossed his mind, cold sweat broke out on Beerus's brow, prompting him to swiftly glance around. However, just as he turned, a massive fist met him head-on. Bang! The punch landed heavily on Beerus's face. Ah! A cry of agony escaped from Beerus's lips as his body was sent flying once more. It was evident that after Lin Zhe executed his time-skip technique, the moment he occupied was beyond Beerus's reach. Thus, his feint was utterly ineffective against Lin Zhe. Well, it seems Lord Beerus has been dealt a severe blow. Whis remarked with a slight frown. Though he had contemplated the possibility of Beerus struggling before arriving, he had not anticipated that Lin Zhe would be this formidable. Once he unleashed his full power, Lord Beerus was simply no match for him. If Lord Beerus remained unaware of Lin Zhe's time-skip ability, his defeat was inevitable. Indeed. Batos chimed in. Meanwhile, Kampa eavesdropped on their conversation, secretly pondering how to vanquish the pesky Lin Zhe. No, sister. Even if Lord Beerus were to discover Lin Zhe's time-skip technique, he would still be unable to defeat him. I observed closely. And Lin Zhe's jump duration is approximately within the range of 0.5 seconds. Such a time frame is simply unattainable for Lord Beerus. If he were facing an opponent of slightly lesser strength, he might have a chance, but Lin Zhe's power surpasses Lord Beerus's, making victory impossible. Whis shook his head. Addressing Batos, the outcome of this match is already predetermined. It now remains to see how long Lin Zhe wishes to prolong the engagement. TCH. Can that wretch's strength truly be such that even Lord Beerus cannot prevail? In such circumstances, I perceive little hope of eliminating him. Upon hearing Weiss's words, the expression on Paka's face darkened considerably. After being humiliated twice and left without the means to exact revenge, this sentiment was undoubtedly stifling. Meanwhile, Beerus, with half of his face swollen and a bluish-purple trail of blood at the corner of his mouth, presented a pitiful sight. Damn it, you bastard. I shall kill you. Beerus bellowed once more, seemingly driven to madness by his overwhelming fury. Kill me? You lack the capacity for that now. Moreover, engaging in battle with you two brothers has grown rather tedious, so it is time to bring this monotonous skirmish to a close. Lin Zhe coldly uttered a remark. After employing the ultimate freedom technique, Beerus had attained his most formidable form. Yet, even in this state, he remained no match for Lin Zhe. Thus, continuing the battle in such a manner held little significance. As Lin Zhe's voice faded, his form abruptly vanished. This time, he executed both instantaneous movement and time manipulation simultaneously, leaving Beerus with no opportunity to evade. Bang! Lin Zhe's fist struck fiercely against Beerus's face, causing him to stagger backward. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's form suddenly vanished once more, reappearing behind Beerus. With a swift and decisive motion, he raised his hand and struck down. A resounding thud echoed through the air at that moment, causing Beerus's pupils to constrict sharply before he lost consciousness, his body collapsing limply to the ground. Chapter 74. Lord Beerus has been defeated. Observing the fallen Beerus, Whis remarked nonchalantly. He then waved his staff, causing the enormous, emerald-green energy barrier to dissipate. Beerus's form gradually descended before Whis and Bardos. This is the first time I have encountered such a formidable human. I suspect that when Lord Beerus awakens, he may become quite frantic, Bardos commented, glancing at the unconscious Beerus. Indeed, Lord Beerus is exceedingly proud, and being defeated by Lin Zhe, this human, will undoubtedly be a significant blow to his ego. Whis concurred with a nod. However, he did not rush to awaken Beerus, for given his temperament, doing so would likely lead to another bout. It would probably result in him being knocked out by Lin Zhe once more. At that moment, Lin Zhe's form descended onto the deck, subsequently appearing before Zampa. At this juncture, Lin Zhe still maintained his Super Saiyan 5 form. Despite enduring a prolonged battle, his energy remained remarkably high. This was a testament to the fruits of his year-long training. Originally, the The strain and energy consumption of the Super Saiyan 5 form were exceedingly taxing on the body. Yet now, the consumption had diminished significantly. Even after several hours of combat, he could effortlessly sustain the Super Saiyan 5 state. Fat pig. I never imagined your good buddy would also fall to my might. Lin Zhe's lips curled into a provocative smile as he addressed Xiangpa. This fellow undoubtedly believed that he could defeat Beerus and had come to seize the opportunity. However, the outcome was likely beyond his expectations. Yet, the matter of his sneak attack on Lin Zhe was far from settled. Such a character would never learn a lesson unless taught one. Damn that pest. Xiangpa gritted his teeth, his voice barely fading when a sharp slap echoed through the air. Lin Zhe delivered a resounding strike to the plump face of Xiangpa, causing it to swell dramatically, resembling a purple dumpling. It seems you are utterly useless except for your underhanded tactics. You can't even articulate your thoughts properly. In light of this, I shall take it upon myself to educate you today. Lin Zhe gazed coldly at Xiangpa and spoke. During the time in the 6th universe, he had contemplated eliminating this individual, yet with Bardos present, it remained an unattainable endeavor. Today, he was determined to impart a lesson in humility and decorum, making it clear that ambushes from behind were utterly unacceptable. I shall rid the world of you, you wretched little insect. A searing pain coursed through his face, and Xiangpa's expression darkened in an instant, followed by an enraged roar. As a god of destruction, dignity held paramount importance. Having been knocked unconscious had already stripped him of his pride, and now, to be struck directly across the face was a blow to his self-esteem far greater than the previous humiliation. With a resounding slap, Lin Zhe delivered another blow to Xiangpa's cheek, leaving the so-called little insect utterly powerless. One must ponder who truly embodies the essence of a little insect. Lin Zhe regarded Xiangpa with a cold, mocking smile and inquired, his discontent palpable at Xiangpa's lofty demeanor. Meanwhile, Weiss observed the unfolding scene and turned to Beerus, questioning, will you not intervene, sister? After all, Xiangpa is also a god of destruction from the 6th universe, essentially a disciple of Angel Beerus. Have you forgotten the tenet of our angels? We are permitted to act only when the life of a god of destruction is in peril. Moreover, I had previously cautioned Lord Xiangpa, yet he chose not to heed my warning. A little lesson could serve him well, Beerus replied nonchalantly. Clearly, she would refrain from intervening while Xiangpa's life was not in jeopardy. On the other side, Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. The two mighty gods of destruction had been vanquished, and now Xiangpa was being openly slapped. While Wukong and Piccolo may not have had a clear understanding of the gods of destruction, Vegeta was acutely aware of their terrifying power. At this moment, Lin Zhe's overwhelming strength completely redefined their perception. 5 minutes had elapsed. For each profane utterance from Xiangpa, Lin Zhe's palm met his face with a resounding slap. In total, he had been struck a dozen times. Xiangpa's visage had swollen grotesquely, resembling a puffed-up balloon. His eyes reduced to mere slits, yet still emanating a chilling glare. Fury, an endless well of rage, surged within Xiangpa. However, the remnants of his rationality cautioned him that further words would only lead to his own detriment. He vowed to seek revenge in the future. Well, it seems you have quieted down considerably. In that case, it's time for a good sleep. Observing Xiangpa glaring at him but too intimidated to speak, Lin Zhe delivered a precise chop to his neck. Xiangpa's expression momentarily froze before he let out a muffled grunt and promptly lost consciousness. Throughout the ordeal, Xiangpa had been granted no opportunity to retaliate. Gazing at the unconscious forms of Xiangpa and Beerus, Lin Zhe approached Weiss and Beerus with a smile, remarking, I sincerely apologize, esteemed ones, for inadvertently rendering your pet unconscious. I trust you won't mind. Weiss and Beerus rose, and Weiss chuckled, replying, Lord Beerus and Lord Xiangpa are gods of destruction, not mere pets. However, having been bested by Mr. Lin Zhe, I suspect they will be quite vexed for some time, and will surely strive to improve. Very well, Weiss, I shall take my leave with Lord Xiangpa. The cuisine of the 7th universe is indeed delightful. I shall return alone to savor it next time. All right, sister, you are always welcome. Bardos did not respond to Lin Zhe's inquiry. Instead, she exchanged a few words with Whis before departing the 7th universe with Kampa. In that case, I shall escort Lord Beerus back as well. By the way, Mr. Lin Zhe, do you have any interest in becoming a god of destruction? Whis suddenly inquired, noting that the 7th universe is currently in need of a candidate for the role. Lin Zhe, however, expressed no immediate desire for such a position, though he warmly welcomed Whis to visit Earth often to savor its culinary delights. Lindsay shrugged and addressed Weiss. He wished to inquire about certain aspects of the Zizai Gong. Mastering this technique could potentially lead to a monumental enhancement of his capabilities. Who knows? Perhaps mastering the Zizai Gong would elevate his power to surpass that of the angels. Chapter 75. Ha ha ha, since you so graciously extend the invitation. I would certainly feel remiss to decline, Weiss replied with a smile, clearly delighted at the mention of culinary delights. Well, the next time you visit Earth, I shall prepare some exquisite delicacies for you, truly the finest and unparalleled in the world. Lindsay smiled confidently and remarked that if a single meal could enable Weiss to master the Ultra Instinct technique, it would be an exceptionally worthwhile exchange. His current strength had already surpassed that of a god of destruction, yet he had not yet reached the level of an angel. Should he acquire the Ultra Instinct, it would undoubtedly elevate his prowess to that of an angel. Well then, I shall express my gratitude to Mr. Lindsay in advance. I will take Lord Beerus back now. Given how thoroughly Mr. Lindsay has bested Lord Beerus, he is likely to sulk upon our return. Weiss nodded. And with a flick of his staff, a grass-green energy sphere enveloped Beerus. Such sulking is merely a result of indulgence. A thorough beating would remedy any misbehavior. Lindsay spoke softly. That makes perfect sense. I shall certainly give it a try next time. Until we meet again. With a wave to Lindsay, Weiss and Beerus then vanished from Earth. Once Weiss, Beerus, and the others had completely disappeared, everyone approached. Are you all right? Android 18 asked, her concern evident as she gazed at Lindsay. I am the strongest man in the universe. How could anything possibly be amiss? Do not worry. Lindsay gently tousled the hair of number 18, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Why did you feign such weakness in front? You made me worry. Number 18 pouted and replied, I actually wanted to rush in and assist, but you had already instructed me that during your battles, I was absolutely forbidden from intervening. Thus, she refrained from offering help. More importantly, she feared that her presence might complicate matters for Lindsay. Although her strength had significantly increased under his rigorous training, there remained a considerable gap between her abilities and those of the destructive gods. Even if she had joined the fray, she likely would have become a burden rather than a support. Lindsay, you are astonishingly powerful. Had it not been for today's battle, I would have never realized that you could transform into an even mightier form aside from the Super Saiyan god. Goku exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with envy. As a fellow warrior of the Saiyan race, he harbored an intense desire to grow stronger. This form is known as Super Saiyan 5. To attain such a level, one must first achieve the previous form, Super Saiyan 4, characterized by its vibrant crimson hair. Lindsay addressed Sun Wukong, revealing that he had been fully aware of their previous conversation. It was evident that they genuinely wished to assist him in countering the god of destruction, which stirred a sense of gratitude within him. Thus, Lindsay endeavored to adopt a tone as amicable as possible. Was that form you previously exhibited the Super Saiyan 4? In other words, does surpassing Super Saiyan 3 lead one to attain Super Saiyan 4? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Meanwhile, Vegeta attentively leaned in, eager not to miss a word from Lindsay. In truth, Super Saiyan 4 is not classified as a transformation above Super Saiyan 3. Rather, it is known as the Awakens Saiyan, and more accurately, it signifies an evolution of bloodline. This transformation parallels that of Super Saiyan God. Both represent new forms, with the former pertaining to bloodline evolution and the latter to an enhancement of power. Lindsay elucidated his understanding to Sun Wukong, who merely nodded, seemingly grasping the essence yet remaining somewhat perplexed. Regardless of the circumstances, both forms were undeniably formidable. The fact that Lindsay had concurrently mastered these two forms was nothing short of astonishing. Can Kakarot and I transform into Super Saiyan 4? Vegeta finally interjected, unable to contain his curiosity. In contrast to the Super Saiyan God, he was far more eager to comprehend the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, as he believed that the evolution of his bloodline was far more suited to him, given his long-standing concern for his Saiyan heritage. Lindsay glanced at Vegeta, surprised that this proud individual actually used the words "may I ask." In truth, transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 is remarkably simple. Far easier than it is for Son Goku, Vegeta. Lindsay addressed Vegeta, explaining that the prerequisite for transforming into a Super Saiyan 4 is the presence of a tail, the ability to become a Super Saiyan, and exposure to the moon or the light of a Blutz wave. Ultimately, one must maintain their sanity while in the form of a great ape. As a member of the Saiyan royal lineage, Vegeta can effortlessly retain his intellect in the great ape form. Consequently, it is easier for Vegeta to achieve Super Saiyan status than for Goku. Now, He simply needs to regrow his tail, which would essentially complete the transformation. What? Is that true? Upon hearing Lin Zhe's words, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by a surge of excitement. Please, Mr. Lin Zhe, enlighten me. With a respectful bow, Vegeta expressed his eagerness. The prospect of becoming a Super Saiyan 4 ignited a fervent desire within him to surpass Kakarot, a dream he had harbored for over a decade. Now, it seemed that this aspiration was within reach, filling him with unparalleled exhilaration. To transform into a Super Saiyan 4, one must first allow their tail to regrow, as it is the source of a Saiyans power. Secondly, one must transform into a great ape, and then revert back to their human form while in the golden great ape state to complete the process. Lin Zhe spoke succinctly to Vegeta. Is that truly the case? How splendid. Thank you, Mr. Lin Zhe. Upon hearing this, Vegeta hastily expressed his gratitude. Was it really that simple to transform into Super Saiyan 4? All he needed to do was allow his tail to regrow, and he would achieve it. Oh, speaking of which, Vegeta does seem particularly suited to become a Super Saiyan 4. However, I believe that Super Saiyan God is far more befitting of me, Goku chuckled as he remarked. Moreover, they now possessed all the necessary conditions to attain the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Well then, I have exceptionally shared so much information with you today. Now, it is up to you to contemplate your next steps. Let us depart. Lin Zhe spoke a few words to Sun Wukong and the others before departing with number 18. In the time that followed, he resolved to find a way to comprehend the ultimate skill of freedom, striving to reach the level of an angel at the earliest opportunity. Chapter 76. After Lin Zhe departed, he returned directly to the heavenly temple to resume his cultivation. His strength remained insufficient. Had he possessed power surpassing that of the angels, he would undoubtedly have slain Xiang Pa before Bardos today. Thus, his training must not cease. In this manner, a fortnight swiftly elapsed. Vegeta, employing the techniques imparted by Lin Zhe, first wished for the Namekian dragon Purunga to restore his tail. Subsequently, he fabricated an artificial moon and successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Of course, as a condition for instantaneously traveling to Namek, Vegeta pledged to assist Goku in achieving the form of a Super Saiyan God once he attained Super Saiyan 4. Therefore, upon Vegeta's transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Goku also realized his aspiration of becoming a Super Saiyan God. At this juncture, within the heavenly temple, Vegeta and Goku suddenly materialized. Mr. Goku, Mr. Vegeta, what brings you to the heavenly temple? Dandy inquired, observing the abrupt appearance of Goku and Vegeta. Both were known for their fervent dedication to training. If there were no pressing matters, they would certainly not venture to the heavenly temple. Dandy, is Lin Zhe in the room of spirit and time? Goku asked. Their primary purpose for visiting the heavenly temple was twofold. First, to express their gratitude to Lin Zhe for revealing the methods to attain Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan 4, and second, to ascertain the extent of the gap in power between themselves and Lin Zhe, now that they had significantly enhanced their abilities. Mr. Lin Zhe is indeed in the room of spirit and time, but he is currently engrossed in training, Dandy affirmed with a nod, implying that they should refrain from disturbing him. Although Dandy maintained a cordial rapport with Goku and Vegeta as a deity, he certainly did not wish for the two to irritate Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe's prowess is unfathomable. Should he be provoked, it would indeed spell trouble. Let us venture in to seek him out. After uttering these words, Sun Wukong bypassed Dandy and Bobo, striding towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Mr. Wukong, please do not enter just yet. Your approach may incite Mr. Lin Zhe's ire, Dandy urgently interjected. Fear not, Dandy, we merely wish to express our gratitude to Lin Zhe. Sun Wukong replied with a smile, disregarding Dandy's protests as he stepped into the chamber. Upon their entrance, however, they were met with a scene of astonishing incredibility. Lin Zhe and Android 18 were engaged in a training session. More accurately, Lin Zhe found himself in a passive position, constantly evading blows. What was happening? Was he a victim of domestic violence? Sun Wukong gazed at the scene before him, incredulous. Could it be that someone as formidable as Lin Zhe had to endure such suffering? Humph, it seems that every woman chosen by a Saiyan possesses an overpowering strength. Vegeta scoffed, recalling Bulma. Now, this proud prince of all Saiyans had become entirely subservient to his wife. Otherwise, he would not have attended such a tedious birthday celebration. Sensing the arrival of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Lin Zhe and Android 18 ceased their training. What brings you two here? Lin Zhe gazed at the two individuals standing at the doorway and inquired. Vegeta Vegeta and I have come specifically to express our gratitude to you. Sun Wukong chuckled softly, then approached Lindsay. It appears that both of you have successfully attained a breakthrough. Quite impressive. You have taken the first step into the realm of the formidable. Lindsay glanced at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, nodding as he spoke. In truth, their breakthroughs were entirely anticipated, for they possessed all the requisite conditions for such an advancement. However, I suspect that you two have come more to challenge me, rather than to express gratitude. It is rather absurd to think that two Saiyans would take the time to extend their thanks. Clearly, after their breakthroughs, they were unable to suppress their desires to test their mettle against me. Please, Mr. Lindsay, allow me to demonstrate the gap that exists between us. Vegeta candidly expressed his true intentions. He had indeed come to challenge Lindsay, fully aware that there might still be some distance between their powers. Your timing is impeccable. As I have grown somewhat weary of training with Android 18, you two will serve as perfect substitutes. Lindsay smiled and addressed the two individuals. Although only half a month had passed in the outside world, he had spent a full 3 years within the Spirit Time House. This was all in pursuit of mastering the ultimate freedom technique. Truly, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were elated, never anticipating such smooth progress. Naturally, Lindsay nodded. These two individuals were just the perfect opportunity for him to test the profound techniques he had comprehended. Since he had companions to practice with, he decided to step outside for some fresh air. Android 18, with a look of relief, turned to Lindsay and said, "Good luck. I hope you both enjoy yourselves." With that, she exited the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta instinctively furrowed his brow, sensing an unsettling emotion in the air. "All right, transform into your most powerful forms." Lindsay instructed Goku and Vegeta after 18 had departed. Understood. They both responded with a nod. While Goku typically enjoyed testing his strength incrementally during combat, he dared not approach Lindsay in his normal state. Doing so might result in an instantaneous loss of his combat prowess. Ha! Ha! Both warriors simultaneously unleashed a powerful roar from deep within their throats. Instantly, their energies erupted forth. Surrounding Goku was a fiery aura, his hair and pupils turning a vivid crimson, clearly indicating his transformation into Super Saiyan God, identical to his appearance in Dragon Ball Super. Meanwhile, Vegeta was enveloped in a golden energy, projecting outward in a spectacular display. His appearance had undergone a significant transformation. His body was now covered in crimson fur, his spiky hair standing tall, and unlike Lindsay, his pupils shone a light blue. He resembled Vegeta from Dragon Ball GT, with the only distinction being the absence of that flamboyant blue leather attire. Interesting, let us proceed. Lindsay waved at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, saying, "Oh, aren't you planning to transform?" Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Sun Wukong looked surprised and asked, "I have transformed into a Super Saiyan God, completely different from my previous Super Saiyan forms, and my power has significantly increased." Vegeta, too, had become exceptionally strong. Could it be that Lindsay intended to battle them in his base form? "For the two of you, my base form is more than sufficient." Lindsay smiled and remarked, Chapter 77. What? Mr. Lindsay, while I acknowledge your formidable strength, even if we were to surpass our limits, we could never hope to match you. However, to engage us while you remain in your usual state seems rather presumptuous, does it not? Vegeta said, his eyes reflecting a hint of defiance as he regarded Lindsay. It was evident that he felt Lindsay was somewhat dismissive of both himself and Kakarot. After all, the power of Super Saiyan 4 was immensely potent, representing a transformation that was nothing short of revolutionary. A stark contrast to Super Saiyan 2, a difference that could only be described as astronomical. Kakarot's Super Saiyan God form was equally formidable. Moreover, Lindsay's implication that they should confront him together was indeed difficult for him to accept. Whether I am being presumptuous or not, you shall soon discover when the battle commences. Lindsay smiled and, with a strategic demeanor, spoke, "In that case, allow me to experience Mr. Lindsay's prowess." Kakarot. "You need not make your move just yet," Vegeta remarked to Goku. He had never wished to collaborate with Goku, regardless of the circumstances. Moreover, he remained unconvinced that Lindsay could triumph over them in his normal state. "Very well, Vegeta, then you shall go first," Goku nodded, showing no particular concern over the order, as he was eager to observe the clash between Lindsay and Vegeta. "I beg your pardon." Vegeta addressed Lindsay before his body suddenly darted forward. Indeed, transforming into Super Saiyan 4 had significantly enhanced Vegeta's speed. He appeared instantaneously before Lindsay, delivering a straightforward punch devoid of any flamboyance. The might of Super Saiyan 4 was formidable, rendering extravagant displays unnecessary. As Vegeta's fist approached, Linzei subtly shifted his body to the right, evading the strike. Observing that Linzei had dodged, Vegeta swiftly followed up with a sweeping kick. Linzei could only retreat 2 steps, narrowly evading Vegeta's sweeping kick. Mr. Linzei, you have indeed overestimated your abilities. Your usual strength is simply insufficient to defeat me. Although Linzei managed to dodge the 2 attacks, the overwhelming pressure clearly dominated him, which filled Vegeta with a sense of pride. Is that so? Then why not give it another try? Linzei smiled confidently. As his voice faded, a shimmering brilliance of intertwining silver and light purple suddenly enveloped him, with silver lines continuously rising around his body. In that fleeting moment, Linzei's pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue. What was happening? Vegeta and Son Goku gazed at Linzei's transformation, momentarily stunned, their faces soon adorned with expressions of astonishment. Could this be Linzei's new form? Yet, it seemed that there had not been any significant change. The only alterations were the silver aura and the shift in his eyes. His energy showed no signs of increase, remaining as tranquil as the gentle streams behind Bao Mountain. Son Goku, sensing Linzei's current energy, remarked that there was absolutely no enhancement, and typically, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's energy would become volatile and fierce. At this moment, Linzei's energy had not intensified. Rather, it exuded a remarkable calmness. This indicated that Linzei had not undergone a Super Saiyan transformation. However, despite the lack of increased energy, I sensed an ominous presence. Linzei must have grown stronger. Vegeta furrowed his brow and spoke. Let's test it out. Son Goku replied to Vegeta. Whether there has been an enhancement and to what extent can be discerned through a proper battle. Indeed, Vegeta nodded, his gaze resolutely fixed on Linzei. In the next instant, Vegeta charged forward once more. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Linzei. However, this time, Linzei merely shifted slightly, effortlessly evading Vegeta's strike. Although it appeared slow, the movement was executed with remarkable precision, deftly dodging Vegeta's attack. He evaded it? What is going on? Vegeta frowned, having clearly observed Linzei's seemingly sluggish speed, yet he had perfectly avoided the punch. It had to be mere coincidence. Linzei's energy had not heightened, so there was no way he could have dodged it. Vegeta gritted his teeth, muttering to himself. In the next moment, Vegeta charged at Linzei again. With rapid succession, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each creating a resonating wind that disturbed the air. Every strike seemed destined to land on Linzei, yet just as they were about to connect, Linzei would narrowly evade them. Once or twice could be attributed to chance, but after so many missed punches, even Vegeta, despite his stubbornness, understood that this was no mere coincidence. This meant that Linzei's strength had indeed seen a significant rise, to the extent that even in his Super Saiyan 4 form, he could not touch Linzei. What a monster Linzei had become. It was astonishing that within just half a month, he had undergone such a transformation, though his power had not escalated. His evasion skills were remarkably superior. Vegeta had exerted himself to the fullest in his assaults, yet he had failed to land a single blow on Linzei, not even grazing his garments. Goku, standing by, was utterly astonished, exclaiming that, despite being fellow Saiyans, the disparity between them was unexpectedly vast. All right, Vegeta, with your current prowess, you cannot touch me. Come at me together, said Goku. Linzei glanced at Sun Wukong and spoke. Indeed, this is the culmination of 3 years of hard work. In the Spirit Time House, he had, through his own efforts, comprehended the ultimate technique of Zizai Ji Gong. Although he was still in an imperfect state, he was certain that he would eventually grasp the perfection of this technique. Of course, this required the dedicated training assistance of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta. He chuckled. Well then, let me give it a try. Sun Wukong, brimming with excitement, stretched his body, then formed his hands into claws, striking a combat pose. Let's go together, Vegeta. Almost simultaneously, the two flashed forward, their bodies transforming into golden and orange-red afterimages as they charged towards Linzei. Yet, Linzei remained remarkably calm, his presence unwavering. His feet remained firmly planted in their original position as he skillfully swayed left and right, evading all of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's attacks. Chapter 78. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Their fists continuously struck out, leaving behind a series of afterimages, the punches weaving together like a dense net. Despite this, neither of their fists ever made contact with Linzei's body. It was evident that, even in the face of their fierce assaults, Linzei remained entirely unperturbed. What is happening? Clearly, Vegeta and I are moving at incredible speeds. Yet Lindsay stands there, not moving at all, effortlessly avoiding all our attacks. At this moment, Sun Wukong's expression grew serious, perplexed by the mysterious ability Lin Zay seemed to possess. This guy's speed is astonishing, even at full force. I cannot land a hit on him. Vegeta's expression was equally grim. He had initially thought that after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, the gap between him and Lin Zay would narrow. However, it now appeared that the distance was not only unchanged but was, in fact, widening. He had transformed into the Super Saiyan 4 form, while Lin Zay seemed to be maintaining his normal state. This disparity was insurmountable. What has happened to you two? Is this the extent of your power after the breakthrough? If so, this is rather disappointing. Lin Zay effortlessly dodged the attacks of the two adversaries while nonchalantly remarking, however, the prowess of the Super Saiyan 18 and the 4 Super Saiyan gods, even with an imperfect Ultra Instinct, is utterly beyond your reach. A hint of disdain flickered in Vegeta's eyes as he furrowed his brow. Clenching his fists, he felt his energy surge dramatically. The golden aura erupted like a sword. And Son Goku, not want to back down, joined the fray. The two launched themselves at Lin Zay once more. Swish, swish, swish. Their punches quickened exponentially. Yet Lin Zay remained remarkably composed, effortlessly evading every strike directed at him. Time passed gradually, and after a full hour, both Goku and Vegeta were panting heavily. Positioned 5 meters away from Lin Zay, struggling to catch their breath. Although the energy expenditure of Super Saiyan 4 and Super Saiyan God was relatively minimal, an hour of relentless assault had worn them down significantly. Lin Zay, too, was feeling the strain. The toll of the imperfect Ultra Instinct was considerable. And even after 3 years of honing his control over his stamina in that form, he was not unscathed. All right, I concede. You truly are a monster. After all this time, I haven't even managed to land a hit on you, Goku grumbled, waving his hand dismissively. He then reverted to his normal state, surrendering outright. It was immensely frustrating. Despite his formidable strength, he was no match for Lin Zay. Vegeta, equally incensed, felt as though he had been made a fool of. This battle instilled within him a sense of impotence, as he had not anticipated being toyed with even after enhancing his abilities. What then? Was the purpose of their arduous training? I'm done. This is infuriating. Vegeta muttered, also reverting to his normal state. Let us take a proper break. However, now that you two are here, do not think you can leave this place so easily, he added with a sly grin. Lin Zay suddenly wore a mischievous smile and addressed the two individuals. Such excellent training partners would not be easily let go. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods of destruction in the 7th universe, Whis and Beerus were engaged in practice. Lord Beerus, I have been training with you for several days now. Shall we take a break? Whis remarked with a long face, turning to Beerus. This fellow, ever since returning from Earth, seemed to have transformed completely. Previously, he was fervently passionate about gourmet food and slumber, but now, his sole focus was on cultivation and becoming stronger. Even his once cherished interests in cuisine and rest appeared to have waned. It seemed that his defeat at the hands of Lin Zay had dealt a significant blow to Lord Beerus. No, you must assist me in mastering the perfect Ultra Instinct. I cannot afford to halt my training, Beerus declared with unwavering resolve. Being bested by a mere human from his own universe was a tremendous disgrace. To cleanse this humiliation, he had to grow stronger, to vanquish that fellow in the same manner. Sighing, Whis then had a sudden inspiration. Lord Beerus, I can take you to a place for training. There, your efforts will yield remarkable results. The thought of Earth's delectable cuisine after being away for half a month made him eager. That place? Although the environment is harsh, it is indeed suitable for cultivation. Beerus contemplated aloud. In the past, he would have never subjected himself to such discomfort. However, his desperation to grow stronger and defeat Lin Zay compelled him to reconsider. Thus, it truly was an excellent destination. Very well, then, please proceed, Lord Beerus. Whis smiled, and with a flourish of his staff, a purple rift appeared in the sky. Beerus furrowed his brow slightly, and, with a swift motion, leaped into the rift. Ha ha ha, this means I can go to Earth and enjoy its cuisine. Lord Beerus, please train well inside. Whis chuckled triumphantly and then vanished from the realm of destruction. Meanwhile, on Earth, after a month of rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber, Lin Zay, Goku, and Vegeta finally emerged. Mr. Lin Zay, you have returned. Dandy and Mr. Popo exclaimed as they rushed over to greet them. Noticing the wearied expressions on Goku and Vegeta's faces, clearly, their experience in the chamber had not been pleasant. By the way, is there any food? The provisions in the hyperbolic time chamber were terribly unpalatable. Lindsay glanced at Dandy and Bobo, inquiring, is there something? Just a moment, please, came the reply. Mr. Bobo. I apologize for the trouble. Dandy quickly nodded and then turned to Mr. Bobo, commenting on his exceptional culinary skills. Very well, my lord. Bobo acknowledged with a nod before proceeding with the preparations. Lindsay, Vegeta, and I shall take our leave now, Son Goku remarked, looking at Lindsay. What? Are you departing without finishing your meal? Lindsay observed the two individuals, smiled, and inquired, Oh, there's no need for that. I'm not accustomed to the food here. Vegeta hastily shook his head and then fled the Supreme Kai's temple as if in escape. I'm leaving too. Goodbye. Goku waved his hand and promptly departed from the temple. Weren't Goku and Mr. Vegeta different before? Dandy, bewildered, gazed at the retreating figures of the two and remarked, It appears that during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, they received a thorough education from Lindsay. I advised them against it, yet they insisted on going. Half an hour later, Bobo prepared an extravagant feast that, to be honest, looked incredibly appetizing. I haven't seen such an array of dishes in ages. Splendid. Let's dig in. Lindsay swallowed hard at the sight of dozens of dishes, just as he was about to begin, when suddenly, a figure appeared. Whoosh. Whiss's form materialized before Lindsay. Goodness, this fellow certainly has impeccable timing. Is he a dog with a keen nose? Lindsay glanced at Whis, silently contemplating. Wow, such a plethora of delectable dishes. It seems I have arrived at just the right moment. Whis' eyes sparkled as he gazed at the abundant feast, completely oblivious to Lindsay and the others. Chapter 79. Mr. Lindsay, would you mind if I joined you for the meal? Whis shamelessly inquired, fixated on the enticing array of food before him. Lindsay clearly observed the Adam's apple of Mr. Whis bobbing. Seeing Mr. Whis in such a state, one might wonder if the god of destruction, Beerus, has been mistreating you by withholding food or something of that nature. Lindsay smiled and playfully inquired, Indeed, that is the case. However, it is you, Mr. Lindsay, who bears the brunt of the blame. It is precisely because you vanquished Lord Beerus that he now insists on having me train with him daily. All in a bid to gain strength to defeat you, was stated with an air of righteousness. Is it my fault then? Of course, indulging in food is entirely permissible. Furthermore, I can offer you a variety of exquisite dishes every day, provided you accompany me in my training for a day, and then. Lin Zetten paused momentarily, a sly expression flickering across his face. And what else? Whis inquired with curiosity. Moreover, you must thoroughly enlighten me about the intricacies of the free and unfettered technique. Lindsay continued. What? You, of all people, are aware that I practice the Ultra Instinct technique? Whis paused for a moment, visibly surprised as he gazed at Lindsay and remarked, It is well known that many are aware of the destroyer god Beerus. Yet the identities of the angels remain largely obscure. They merely appear to be the attendants of the destroyer god. Naturally, the Ultra Instinct technique is not a mandatory lesson for every angel, or even for the apprentice angels, is it? Lindsay retorted. It is noteworthy that in the second season of the Dragon Ball Super manga, the apprentice angel Meruz has also mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct technique. Even the apprentice angel is aware of this. It seems Mr. Lindsay is quite knowledgeable. Whis gazed at Lindsay and commented. Just then, a rumble emerged from Whis' stomach, betraying him. Well, very well. I shall acquiesce to your request. After all, it is merely for one day. Let us indulge swiftly. Each dish appears utterly delectable. Whis rubbed his hands together and then began to devour the food with remarkable speed, completely shedding his usual composed and elegant demeanor. Hey, I must ask you to eat with a bit more decorum. Leave some for me, Lindsay exclaimed, observing Whis' uncharacteristic gluttony. Goodness, it was as if he had never seen food before. Wow, this is absolutely delightful, Whis exclaimed, releasing a euphoric cry, his entire being seemingly rejuvenated. Ah, Mr. Bobo, it appears we lack sufficient food. Please prepare some additional dishes. Dandy looked bewildered at Lindsay and Whis, before offering a wry smile to Mr. Bobo. He had previously thought that Mr. Goku and his companions had impressive appetites, yet these two surpassed even Goku in their voracity. Very well, my lord, Mr. Bobo nodded, dutifully continuing to prepare the meals. After a full hour, Lindsay and Whis, their stomachs swollen, let out satisfied belches. It was exquisite, in the span of countless eons. I have never tasted such magnificent cuisine, Whis marveled, reflecting on his billions of years, realizing how mundane his existence had been. It seems your existence over these billions of years has lacked in richness. Do visit Earth more often. Every dish here will be a culinary delight for you. Lindsay glanced at Whis and remarked, indeed. However, that is contingent upon the condition that Earth remains unscathed by Beerus. Whis smiled and replied, rest assured, with Beerus's power, he is yet incapable of annihilating Earth. Lindsay confidently proclaimed, although Weiss had just mentioned that Beerus was diligently training. It was not an easy feat for him to contend with Lindsay. As long as Lindsay remained alive, Beerus could never destroy the Earth. Indeed, Mr. Lindsay exuded remarkable confidence. However, Beerus possessed an extraordinary talent for cultivation as well. Perhaps by their next encounter, Lord Beerus might even surpass Mr. Lindsay. Weiss appeared to have considerable faith in Beerus's potential. Is that so? I find myself rather looking forward to our next meeting with Beerus. By the way, we had an agreement before our meal. After eating, you must accompany me in training for an entire day and impart knowledge about the Ultra Instinct technique. Lindsay, having successfully executed his cunning plan, gazed at Whis and proclaimed, having indulged in a sumptuous feast, it is now time to fulfill our promise. Oh dear. It seems that gluttony is not without its consequences. I find myself regretting it a tad. Whis furrowed his brow, muttering softly. Just when I thought I had escaped the clutches of Lord Beerus, it appears I have unwittingly entangled myself with another predicament. Very well. I can only remain on Earth for a day at most. Having made a commitment to Lindsay, Whis found himself with no choice but to acquiesce. After all, the Ultra Instinct technique was not an esoteric secret, but merely a means to cultivate more formidable warriors for the seventh universe. All right. I assure you it will not exceed a day. Let us proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber. By the way, Dandy, if you would be so kind, please arrange for Mr. Bobo to deliver us a variety of distinct dishes every 10 minutes. As for the ingredients, I shall have Android 18 assist with that. Lindsay addressed Andy, stating that a single day on Earth equates to a year within the confines of the time chamber. Regardless, since Weiss had previously calculated it, one cannot remain on Earth for more than a day. Very well, Mr. Lindsay, I comprehend. Dandy promptly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Lindsay and Weiss entered the time chamber together. What? The passage of time in this room is so slow? Upon entering, Weiss immediately sensed the stark difference. The time flow here must be several hundred times slower than that on Earth. It was astonishing to discover such a marvelous place on Earth. Considering that even with the capabilities of an angel, one could not possibly create a time chamber like this. It seems I have fallen for your trick, Weiss remarked. Casting a glance at Lindsay, do not dwell on such trivialities. After all, you have already made your promise. As an angel, I trust you shall not dispute this. Lindsay continued. Moreover, every week, Dandy and Mr. Bobo bring us extraordinarily delectable food, the likes of which you could scarcely imagine. Lindsay gazed at Weiss with an alluring expression. Although Weiss had a passion for exquisite cuisine, he was not one to abandon his principles for the sake of indulgence. His agreement with Lindsay was indeed accompanied by his own intentions and considerations. Very well. I shall refrain from hastily acquiescing to others in the future. Weiss shrugged. However, upon arriving in the realm of destruction, he would aid Lord Beerus in his training, and yet there would be no meals to savor. It seemed that the conditions here were slightly more favorable than those in the realm of destruction. Weiss, could you please enlighten me about the Ultra Instinct technique? Lindsay directly addressed the topic at hand. This was, after all, the primary purpose of his strategy to seek out Weiss. Chapter 80. If I am not mistaken, Mr. Lindsay, you have indeed touched upon the threshold of the supreme mastery of the art of tranquility, have you not? Weiss glanced at Lindsay and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Well, I suppose so. Lindsay nodded. For he had indeed touched the threshold of the ultimate mastery of freedom. Subsequently, with a flicker of thought, a radiant aura of interwoven silver and pale purple suddenly enveloped his body, reminiscent of flames. His pupils transformed into a silvery gray hue, and shimmering silver lines continuously ascended from his entire form. Remarkably, it was an imperfect manifestation of the ultimate mastery of freedom. This was the interpretation of the ultimate mastery of freedom that I had attained myself. It was likely akin to Beerus's own version, both belonging to the realm of imperfect mastery. Lindsay continued, pondering whether his mastery of the Ultra Instinct differed significantly from that of Beerus. Indeed, while Beerus's Ultra Instinct seemingly demanded minimal energy, verging on negligible expenditure, Lindsay found that his own version was quite taxing. Even after 3 years of diligent practice, he had learned to modulate his energy consumption during the execution of Ultra Instinct, yet the toll on his body remained substantial, resulting in considerable strain. They are indeed distinct, exclaimed Whis, shaking his head. Distinct? Is it not true that even Beerus has yet to attain a flawless execution of Ultra Instinct? Lindsay inquired with a hint of astonishment. In Dragon Ball Super, Whis had explicitly stated that Beerus's Ultra Instinct had yet to reach a state of perfection. Indeed, Lord Beerus's Ultra Instinct is not flawless. However, your forms of Ultra Instinct are entirely distinct. To be precise, Ultra Instinct can be categorized into two types. While yours also qualifies as Ultra Instinct, it belongs to the erroneous variant, Whis explained calmly. What? An erroneous Ultra Instinct? How could that be possible? Lindsay exclaimed in astonishment once more. During the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, Son Goku indeed comprehended this imperfect Ultra Instinct. Just when he was on the verge of defeat by Jiren, he achieved the perfect Ultra Instinct. Furthermore, when Son Goku attained the perfect Ultra Instinct, all the gods of destruction stood in awe. Clearly, it was not erroneous as Whis had suggested. This could be referred to as the Ultra Instinct Omen. Even if you were to continue your understanding in this manner to reach the perfect Ultra Instinct, your stamina would deplete rapidly in battle, resulting in significant physical damage. Although Lord Beerus also wields an imperfect Ultra Instinct, it incurs no energy loss and poses no risk of injury. Thus, do you truly believe that your Ultra Instinct is analogous to his? Whis continued to elucidate with utmost seriousness to Lindsay. It is akin to my own attainment of the perfect, pinnacle Ultra Instinct, where it becomes a state of being with no energy expenditure whatsoever. Should Lindsay persist in his current approach to understanding, even upon achieving the perfect Ultra Instinct, he would never stand as a match against my form of Ultra Instinct. The disparity in endurance is far too vast. It seems I comprehend now. In essence, your Ultra Instinct and Lord Beerus's are indeed the rightful forms, while mine is but a counterfeit. Lindsay nodded, as if he had come to a realization. Indeed, after Sun Wukong mastered the perfect free and supreme skill, the consumption was remarkably immense. He simply could not maintain it for an extended period, ultimately being defeated by Jillian. In contrast, the angels could effortlessly uphold the form of the perfect free and supreme skill at any time and place, without any expenditure. It cannot be deemed a counterfeit. Perhaps a high imitation, mused Weiss with a smile. In truth, for Lindsay, as a human, to grasp such a profound skill on his own is already quite impressive. Nevertheless, whether it is a counterfeit, high imitation, or a bargain deal, the consumption of this skill is genuinely substantial. It is best to abandon it altogether. Therefore, in the coming year, I humbly request Mr. Weiss to impart to me the methods of the perfect free and supreme skill. Lindsay gazed earnestly at Whis and spoke. He found himself in a predicament, although he possessed an intricate understanding of the narrative surrounding Dragon Ball Super. He could only grasp the essence of the Pinduoduo version of Ultra Instinct through his own insights. Yet, the training methods for the Angel's Ultra Instinct were not documented within Dragon Ball Super. Furthermore, his rather peculiar system vanished after bestowing upon him a 7-year sign-in gift, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Thus, he could only turn to Whis for guidance. Very well, Whis replied. However, do not harbor excessive expectations, Mr. Lindsay. After all, Lord Beerus has trained for billions of years, and even he has only attained an imperfect form of Ultra Instinct. As for the other gods of destruction across various universes, despite having angels to mentor them, they have not even grasped the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Therefore, even for a prodigy, mastering it within a year may prove to be quite challenging. Whis did not underestimate Lindsay. Rather, the truth remained that the Ultra Instinct was indeed not easily comprehended. This fact is underscored by the reality that among the 12 gods of destruction, only Lord Beerus has managed to comprehend the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Give it a try? Perhaps success awaits you. Lindsay smiled and spoke. After all, he had the protagonist Guanhuan watching over him. Then, Mr. Lindsay, please first experience my Supreme Ease technique. Abandon your current form of Supreme Ease and engage with your utmost strength in its natural state. However, I implore you to remember, when attacking or evading, do not contemplate any techniques. Strive to achieve a complete separation of consciousness and body, allowing your form to react instinctively. Of course, accomplishing this is exceedingly challenging, Whis earnestly instructed Lindsay. All right then. Lindsay nodded slightly. Subsequently, he clenched his fists tightly, his arms quivering with serpentine veins. Whoosh! In the next instant, his body transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Weiss. Swish, swish, swish. Lindsay unleashed a tempestuous barrage of attacks against Weiss. His speed remarkably swift. Not quite, Mr. Lindsay, Weiss remarked, effortlessly evading all of Lindsay's strikes. though your velocity is impressive. Your mind is preoccupied with the strategy to land a hit on me. Thus your body remains under the dominion of your consciousness, severely constraining your true potential. Lindsay was well aware of this, yet achieving a complete separation of consciousness and body proved to be quite challenging. He had recognized this 3 years prior. Chapter 81. Certainly, if the mastery of the ultimate freedom technique were an easy feat, then every destroyer, under the guidance of angels, would surely have comprehended it. Currently, he had only 1 year left, and he hoped to make significant progress within this time frame. Proceed, Mr. Lindsay, Weiss encouraged after offering some guidance. In truth, he harbored a genuine desire for Lindsay to grasp the ultimate freedom technique within the year. After all, Lindsay was a human from the 7th universe, while Weiss was an angel of the same realm. The elevation of the overall strength of the 7th universe would be mutually beneficial. The 7th universe consistently ranked among the lowest, which was somewhat embarrassing in the presence of the other angels. All right, let us continue. Lindsay took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. In the next moment, he launched himself towards Weiss once more. However, this time, his speed appeared somewhat diminished, a shade slower than before. Furthermore, his movements bore a clumsy awkwardness, akin to that of an infant just learning to walk, exhibiting a stark rigidity. Oh, no need to be overly deliberate, Mr. Lindsay. If you continue to force a separation between your body and consciousness, even if you grasp the principles of the ultimate freedom technique once again, it will be no different from your previous attempts, Weiss remarked, observing Lindsay's renewed efforts. Although Lindsay had made a slight advancement, it seemed that the ultimate outcome would mirror his earlier endeavors. Indeed, it was a challenging task. Perhaps a year was a rather brief span for such an undertaking. Lindsay let out a bitter smile. However, the elusive ultimate technique capable of confounding all gods of destruction was undoubtedly beyond his grasp to comprehend in mere minutes. Thus, within the confines of the hyperbolic time chamber, 6 months had elapsed. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, the petty and envious god of destruction, Vermouth, could not shake off the memory of Lindsay. Over the course of more than a year, his animosity towards Lindsay had not waned with the passage of time. Instead, it had intensified. In the realm of the gods of destruction of Universe 11, 4 figures gathered: the god of destruction Vermouth, the angel Margarita, the candidate for god of destruction Topo, and the supreme Kai of Universe 11, Kai. Topo, do you know where Jiren is now? Vermouth suddenly inquired. Jiren is currently at the headquarters of the Pride Troopers. Does Lord Vermouth seek him for something? Topo responded while observing Vermouth, internally speculating that it was likely not for anything pleasant. After all, the last incident involving Lindsay had strained the relationship between Jiren and Lord Vermouth. Bring Jiren here and inform him that I have something to say to him, Vermouth stated with a grim expression. He had conceived a plan to deal with that human from Universe 7, a plan that would undoubtedly eliminate him. However, Lord Vermouth, Jiren probably will not come. Topo furrowed his brow. Although Vermouth was a god of destruction, Jiren was notoriously obstinate, and given their previous conflict, he likely had no intention of visiting the realm of the gods of destruction. Moreover, Topo knew he could not forcibly bring him. He will come. Vermouth replied with a sinister smile, then said to Topo, just tell him I possess a means to help him find the ones who killed his master and annihilated his entire clan. What? Lord Vermouth has a way to identify those villains who destroyed Jiren's clan? Topo's face registered shock upon hearing Vermouth's words. He understood all too well that Jiren's silence and cold demeanor stemmed from this very tragedy. After the death of his master, all his companions had forsaken him, leading him to believe that trust was futile. This was also the reason why, despite working together for so many years, Jiren had never considered them as allies. Indeed, while Jiren was the most formidable human in Universe 11, he was also a tragic figure. For years, he had been relentlessly searching for those responsible for the demise of his family and the murder of his master, bearing a burden far heavier than that of his companions. Of course, as a god of destruction, such matters are trivial for me. With a slight curl of her lips, Weimei chuckled coldly. Beside her, Makalita furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent. Since you, esteemed Weimei, are aware of the demon responsible for the annihilation of Jillian and his entire clan, why did you not disclose this sooner? Tropo inquired, a hint of displeasure in his tone. I have only just received this information and discovered a means for Jillian to locate his adversary, Weimei replied. Moreover, Troper, be mindful of your tone when addressing me. Do you understand? She cast a glance at Troper as she spoke. I understand. My apologies, esteemed Weimei. Troper quickly nodded, seemingly realizing his breach of decorum. Subsequently, with the assistance of Kai, the god of destruction, Troper departed from the realm of destruction. Are you truly prepared to reveal the identity of Jillian's foe? Makalita asked Waimei once Troper had left. If Jillian were to learn the identity of his enemy, it might not bode well. Rest assured, I have my plans regarding this matter, Waimei said, a confident smile gracing her features. 2 minutes later, Kai reappeared in the realm of destruction alongside Troper and Jillian. Do you know who my enemy is? Jillian asked, his expression stern, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty intent as he addressed Waimei. Calm yourself, Jillian. I do indeed know how to find the one responsible for the demise of your entire clan, and I have only recently come to know this, Waimei replied, raising her hands in a gesture of openness. What method? Jillian hastily pressed for details. For years, he had been unable to sleep, haunted by dreams of his clan's extermination and the betrayal of comrades. Thus, he dared not close his eyes, consumed by thoughts of locating those demons and slaying them himself. Waimei found Jillian's tone rather irksome, but refrained from admonishing him, considering the potential utility of his presence. There exists a phenomenon in the universe known as the Super Dragon Balls. They can fulfill any wish, she proclaimed. If you can find the Super Dragon Balls, discovering the identity of your enemy will be a trivial matter. Moreover, do you not desire the acknowledgement of your master, Jiqing? The Super Dragon Balls may very well grant that as well, Waimei added, a wicked grin illuminating her face as she spoke to Jillian. What? The Super Dragon Balls? Jillian was taken aback, having never heard of such a thing. Can that object truly assist me in finding my enemy? Jillian questioned, skepticism evident in his voice. For decades, he had been on a relentless quest for his adversary and the means to confront them, yet he had made no progress and uncovered no leads regarding his foe. The concept of the Super Dragon Balls was entirely foreign to him. Certainly, the Super Dragon Balls can fulfill any wish, Waimei nodded in agreement. He was not deceiving Jiren. The Super Dragon Balls were crafted by the dragon god, Zalama. The power of dragon god Zalama is exceedingly formidable, likely rivaling even that of the Grand Minister. Thus, granting such trivial wishes is certainly within his capabilities. Unfortunately, the Super Dragon Balls are exclusively located in the 6th and 7th universes. And as the god of destruction from the 11th universe, I cannot freely traverse to those realms. The 6th universe might be manageable, but the god of destruction in the 7th universe is Beerus, an individual with whom I have never seen eye to eye. Should I venture into the 7th universe and be discovered by Beerus, he could very well report me to the Omni King, leading to considerable complications for me. This is precisely why I have refrained from seeking the Super Dragon Balls myself. But where exactly are these Super Dragon Balls? Are they on other planets? Jiren inquired eagerly. No, the Super Dragon Balls are not situated in the 11th universe. They are distributed across the 6th and 7th universes. I genuinely wish to assist you in your quest. But as a god of destruction, it is against my prerogative to enter other universes, so this endeavor must fall upon you, Waimei sighed, a hint of regret in his tone. It must be said that his acting was commendable, as he had successfully convinced Jiren of his sincerity. Is that so? Jiren pondered for a moment before looking at Waimei and saying, I sincerely apologize for the previous incident, Lord Waimei. Thank you for sharing this information with me. Indeed, this matter is of utmost importance to him. If he could truly locate his nemesis through the Super Dragon Balls and even resurrect his master, then Waimei would be his benefactor. He vowed to repay this kindness in the future. I am the god of destruction of the 11th universe, and you are our universe's most formidable human. Aiding those from our universe is my duty, Waimei stated with an air of inevitability. Now, Jiren, allow the Supreme Kai to escort you back to prepare, Waimei concluded, and with that, Kai took Jiren away. Meanwhile, Toppo gazed at Waimei with a sense of admiration. Truthfully, Waimei's actions had inspired a degree of reverence within him. Toppo, reveal to me your identity and responsibilities, Waimei asked Toppo with a serious demeanor after Jiren's departure. I am the captain of the Pride Troopers, tasked with ensuring peace throughout the universe and protecting the entirety of the 11th universe. Furthermore, I am also a candidate for the god of destruction of the 11th universe, responsible for upholding its honor and striving to elevate our universe above the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes. Responded earnestly. Indeed, he possessed a profound understanding of his identity and responsibilities. Now, I require you to accompany Jiren to the 6th and 7th universes. A sinister smile re-emerged on Wei Mei's face. What? Am I to join as well? It made sense. Lin Zhe was a human from the 7th universe, and Jiren might find it challenging to confront him alone. Having my support would certainly be beneficial. After a moment's contemplation, Torpo nodded and spoke. Over the past year, he had been in the realm of destruction, training under Margarita and significantly enhancing his strength. Even if he could not overpower Lindsay, he should be able to engage him long enough to assist Jiren in locating the Dragon Balls. No, your responsibility does not lie in that direction. Wei Mei whispered conspiratorially into Torpo's ear. What? Upon hearing her words, Torpo's expression stiffened, his brow furrowing as a grave weight settled upon him. Torpo, I recognize your loyalty. Yet you must understand your identity. As the candidate god of destruction for the 11th universe, your duties should be clear. The future of the 11th universe is what you should consider. I hope you do not disappoint me, Torpo. Wei Mei's voice turned icy as she addressed him. But how disappointing would that be for Jiren? Torpo struggled to accept Wei Mei's perspective. This seemed exceedingly cruel to Jiren, who had already endured immense pressure and suffering from the annihilation of his entire clan. Surely, you do not wish for me to dismantle the Pride Troopers? Do you truly believe Jiren can withstand my destructive power? Wei Mei clearly began to threaten Torpo. The scoundrel from the 7th universe must perish. Even if it is not by my own hand, it matters not. I understand, Lady Wei Mei. I will accompany Jiren, Torpo conceded. You must comprehend that Wei Mei's words are final. For a god of destruction, extinguishing lives and obliterating worlds is but a trivial matter. Excellent. You have come to terms with this. You remain the captain of the Pride Troopers, the finest candidate god of destruction for the 11th universe. Prepare yourself well. Wei Mei patted Torpo's shoulder, encouragingly. Meanwhile, outside, a day swiftly passed. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Lindsay and Whis were approaching the conclusion of their training. All right, Whis. Today we shall forego training and indulge in the pleasures of life. Lindsay directly made his way to the small room at the entrance of the time chamber. Inside, a table was laden with a sumptuous feast. Oh, it seems that Mr. Lindsay has finally come to his senses today. Quite impressive, Whis remarked with a teasing tone. Over the past year, this fellow had devoted himself tirelessly to his training, pushing himself to the limit. His dedication to cultivation surpassed even that of the beleaguered Lord Beerus. Whis, by the way, I still need you to teach me something. Lindsay suddenly spoke during the meal. What is it? Whis inquired, looking up. It's quite simple. I would like you to instruct me in the language of the gods. Chapter 83. Lindsay smiled lightly and spoke to Whis. In truth, the divine language was merely a spontaneous thought that had crossed his mind, holding little significance. If it possessed any utility, it would solely be for the purpose of making wishes. To summon the eternal dragon and make a wish, one must indeed employ the divine language. Although he had yet to conceive a specific use for the Super Dragon Balls, he believed that their utility would eventually reveal itself. What? The divine language? Mr. Lindsay, aside from his interest in cultivation, is also intrigued by the divine language? How surprising, Whis remarked, observing Lindsay. He was well aware that the divine language held no real value for Lindsay, as communication could effortlessly occur in human language. As the saying goes, one learns as long as one lives. The ocean of knowledge knows no bounds. Hence, acquiring an additional language is undoubtedly beneficial. Lindsay playfully remarked, all right. On this final day, allow me to impart the language of the divine to you. Whis nodded in agreement. After all, Lindsay had already entered the realm of divine comprehension, making the pursuit of the sacred language quite reasonable. A day later, Whis and Bardos emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. Well, I must return now. I have left Lord Beerus in that place for an entire day. He is likely on the verge of madness, Whis stated, addressing Lindsay. Initially, he had merely intended to enjoy a meal and then return, but unexpectedly, he had been ensnared in Lindsay's elaborate scheme for the entire day. To be precise, it had been a full year. Now, as he prepared to head back, Lord Beerus was undoubtedly seething with fury. Well, I truly appreciate your assistance this time, Whis. I promise to refrain from any further tricks when you visit Earth in the future. Lindsay smiled and addressed Weiss. Ho ho ho, very well. Until we meet again. You too as well. As Weiss prepared to leave, he exchanged a few words with Lindsay, Dandy, and Bobo. Wait a moment, Mr. Weiss. Dandy called out as Weiss was about to depart. Oh, is there something else, Mr. Dandy? Weiss inquired. Indeed, I have prepared some food for you. As a small token of my appreciation, Dandy promptly handed a box to Weiss, aware that someone of Lindsay's stature must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this individual had a close relationship with the god of destruction, Beerus, and Dandy speculated that his actions might yield benefits for Earth. If a mere offering of food could secure peace for the planet, It would be a most advantageous exchange. Oh, Weiss paused, then smiled. You are truly thoughtful, Dandy. After accepting the gift box, Weiss vanished from Earth. I must express my gratitude to Dandy and Mr. Bobo for their hospitality during my stay. It appears I must return now. Once Weiss departed, Lindsay turned to Dandy and Bobo. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent over a decade training in the hyperbolic time chamber. His progress in cultivation had reached a modest level, allowing him to slow his pace and engage in other endeavors. Oh, Mr. Lindsay, are you not continuing your training? Dandy asked, somewhat surprised. To be honest, Lindsay had grown accustomed to his time in the sacred realm for over a year. Well, cultivation does require moderation. All right, I shall take my leave. Until we meet again. Lindsay waved goodbye to Dandy and Mr. Popo, then vanished into the Divine Temple. 3 days later, Lindsay resolved to embark on a journey to the Nameless Star in search of the final Super 4 Star Ball. During his time in the hyperbolic time chamber, with Wiss's guidance, he had mastered the correct form of Ultra Instinct. However, akin to Beerus, it remained an imperfect version of Ultra Instinct. Although it was the accurate variant, it still felt somewhat lacking in strength, even though he had grasped the imperfect Ultra Instinct. Attaining the kind of stable Ultra Instinct that was possessed would likely require some time. Therefore, he planned to gather the Super Dragon Balls. The Super Dragon Balls were crafted by the previous Grand Priest, the Dragon God Salam, whose strength was undoubtedly formidable, likely rivaling that of the Grand Priest himself, or perhaps even surpassing it. Nonetheless, these remain mere conjectures, as Dragon Ball Super does not explicitly showcase the powers of Dragon God Salam and the Grand Priest. However, one thing is certain, the creator of the Super Dragon Balls is not to be underestimated. Thus, it is possible that the Super Dragon Balls could elevate his Ultra Instinct to its perfect form. Whoosh! Lindsay's form materialized directly in the vast expanse of space above the Nameless Star. One must admit that the ability of unrestricted teleportation is remarkably useful. As long as there exists a location within the cosmos, one can effortlessly arrive there, unlike the teleportation of the Yardratans, which necessitates the sensation of air. Is this the essence of the Super Dragon Balls? At this moment, Lindsay gazed down from the vast expanse of space at the colossal dark red planet below. Indeed, it was tremendously immense. According to the lore of Dragon Ball Super, each Super Dragon Ball is thrice the size of Earth. Suddenly, Lindsay's fingertip emitted a violet energy sphere. With a resounding boom, the energy sphere detonated upon striking the Earth, creating a resonant hum. Subsequently, fissures began to radiate from the epicenter of the explosion, exuding a golden luminescence. As layers of dark red skin peeled away, the Nameless Star transformed into a magnificent orange-yellow Super Dragon Ball, adorned with 4 crimson stars. A Super 4 Star Ball, perhaps? He pondered whether it could fit within the confines of the system's space. Observing the immense Super Dragon Ball, Lindsay chuckled softly to himself. With a mere thought, the colossal Super Dragon Ball vanished from his sight, effortlessly transported into the System S realm. Though this insufferable system had withheld rewards for years, it still proved somewhat useful. Upon sensing the presence of the Super 4 Star Ball within the system, Lindsay smiled and remarked, now that the Super 4 Star Ball was secured, it appeared to be time to acquire the remaining Super Dragon Balls from Kampa. At this juncture, the narrative of Dragon Ball Super had already commenced. Kampa had likely gathered the other Super Dragon Balls. All that remained was to devise a plan to obtain them. Meanwhile, in the realm of destruction of the 6th universe, 2 familiar figures materialized. Chapter 84. Hey, who are you two? How dare you trespass into my realm of destruction in the 6th universe? Have you lost your senses? Beerus addressed the 2 imposing figures that had suddenly appeared in his domain with an icy tone. 2 mortals dared to enter his sanctum? Lord Kampa of the 6th universe. Please do not be enraged. Allow us to introduce ourselves. We hail from the 11th universe. I am Topo, the candidate for the God of Destruction of Universe 11. And this is my companion, Jiren. Topo stepped forward respectfully, addressing the God of Destruction Kampa. Regardless of the universe, all gods of destruction wield terrifying power, capable of annihilating both himself and Jiren. The destructive energy they commanded was formidable. Even though Jiren possessed strength surpassing that of a god of destruction, it was purely raw power, excluding the destructive capabilities of a god. I care not from which universe you come, state your purpose, or you shall remain here for eternity in the 6th universe. Although it has been more than half a month since the humiliation in the 7th universe, the ire of Kampa has not diminished in the slightest. Rather, it has deepened. Thus, upon encountering these humans, he feels an inexplicable aversion. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Jiren's expression subtly contorted, his fists instinctively clenching. Are all destroyers so haughty and loathsome? Kampa, may I have a word with you? Jiren, please wait here for a moment. Topo instructed, leading Kampa several dozen yards away to ensure their conversation remained unheard by Jiren. Your words must hold sufficient justification for me to release you. Otherwise, anyone daring to intrude upon my divine realm, even if they are as delectable as you claim, shall face dire consequences, Kampa stated. His gaze icy as he fixed it upon Topo. Our objective is to eliminate Linze. Would such a rationale suffice for you, Lord Kampa? Topo replied, his tone resolute. What? To slay that wretched little insect, Linze? Kampa's expression faltered momentarily, only to be ignited by a blaze of fury in his eyes. His recent mood had been abysmal, leaving him restless and unable to find solace, as he pondered how to rid himself of that insufferable Linze. However, despite his contemplation, no feasible solution emerged. That individual's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, rendering him as powerless as a mere child in a kindergarten. Furthermore, Beerus offered no assistance in confronting this adversary. Thus, day by day, his frustration mounted. Indeed, to kill Linze. The grievances against Linze extend beyond Kampa alone. Our Lord Topo from Universe 11, along with myself and Jiren, have all faced his scorn, leaving our sentiments aligned with those of Lord Kampa. Observing Kampa's face twisted with rage, Topo began to comprehend the depth of his hatred for Linze, likely surpassing even that of Lord Beerus. It seems the situation is far less challenging than anticipated. While I yearn to eliminate Linze, do you truly believe that the two of you can achieve this? How ludicrous. Kampa suddenly smirked coldly at Topo. The prowess of these two from Universe 11 is indeed formidable, ranking among the pinnacle of humanity. However, compared to the perverse strength of Linze, they hardly qualify as opponents. Having mastered destructive energy, a mere utterance of destruction directed at them would likely see them vanish without a trace. Indeed, even when combining our strengths, we remain no match for Linze. Thus, we have traversed vast distances, crossing the cosmos to seek collaboration with Lord Kampa. If we join forces, we could effortlessly eliminate Linze. Torpo sighed with a wry smile. Engaging in battle with Linze seems an insurmountable task. From what I learned from Lord Vermouth, even the combined might of the 6th universe's god of destruction Kampa and the 7th universe's god of destruction Beerus was subdued by Linze. This indicates that after departing the 11th universe, his power has surged astonishingly. Even with myself, Jiren, Kampa, and Lord Vermouth, it is unlikely we could contend with Linze. Collaboration? That does pique my interest. Do elaborate. Kampa appeared intrigued. The prowess of these two individuals is indeed commendable, particularly that large-eyed creature, whose strength may well surpass my own. Perhaps they possess a genuine strategy to defeat Linze. It would be prudent to hear their thoughts. We require your Super Dragon Balls from the 6th universe, Lord Kampa, Torpo stated plainly. What? The Super Dragon Balls? Did Lord Vermouth inform you of this? Kampa inquired, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it was Lord Vermouth who enlightened me. With the Super Dragon Balls, we can wish for Linze to become an ordinary person. Thereafter, leaving him to your discretion, Lord Kampa, Torpo continued. This is Lord Vermouth's intention. He believes you will surely acquiesce, as you both belong to the same ilk. Super Dragon Balls? Kampa pondered, stroking his chin. I have already collected 6 of the Super Dragon Balls, yet I have spent 2 years searching for the 7th. With no success. Initially, my quest for the Super Dragon Balls was motivated by a simple desire, to wish for the finest delicacies in this world, and subsequently allow Beerus to experience the depths of despair. However, after being soundly defeated by Linze, such interests have entirely waned. Now, my sole desire is to eliminate that scoundrel who has humiliated me twice. Very well. I possess 6 Super Dragon Balls. Only one remains unfound. I shall grant you 1 month to bring Linze before me. Should you fail, I shall not concern myself with which universe you hail from. I will personally annihilate you. Do you understand? Kampa stated without hesitation. Agreed. A month should suffice. Tro nodded, fully prepared for the encounter. The 11th universe, being an advanced realm with highly developed technology, had devised a comprehensive plan even before their arrival in the 6th universe. For them, the quest for the 7th Dragon Ball was not a daunting task. Chapter 85. After reaching an agreement, they returned to Jiren's side. It's settled, Jiren. We will soon uncover the identity of your adversary, Tro declared as he approached Jiren. Tro, by defying the wishes of Whis, you may find yourself at risk of facing his wrath, Jiren replied, his tone grave as he regarded Tropical. I am aware of that. However, we are partners. And I am acutely conscious of the psychological burdens you have borne over the years. I refuse to resort to such underhanded methods to eliminate Linza. One day, I will defeat him with my own hands, Tro asserted, his gaze unwavering. Indeed, he had made a promise to Whis, yet he had no intention of adhering to Whis's desires. Such despicable tactics would only bring shame to the 11th universe. His earlier intent was merely to deceive Zampa into relinquishing the Super Dragon Balls. Once he had gathered all the Super Dragon Balls, he would wish for Jiren to locate his enemy and then challenge Linza in the 7th universe. Even if it led to his demise, it would matter not. Zampa, please present the Super Dragon Balls, Zampa commanded. Very well, Lord Zampa, he replied, nodding, with a gentle wave of his staff. 6 enormous orange Dragon Balls soared into the air, orbiting the God of Destruction's realm like colossal celestial bodies. Hey, you're the candidate for the God of Destruction from the 11th universe, right? These are the 6 Super Dragon Balls. Remember, you have only 1 month. If you fail to bring Linza back, I will obliterate you, Zampa stated coldly, directing his words toward Tro and Jiren. The two exchanged glances, their expressions brightening with joy. They had not anticipated that Zampa would collect all 6 Super Dragon Balls by himself, which saved them a great deal of time. Very well. Then we shall await good news from you, Lord Zampa. Tro signaled to Jiren, then produced an item resembling a cosmic travel cube, an artifact provided by Whis for gathering the Super Dragon Balls. Just as Tro prepared to collect the 6 Super Dragon Balls, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. A figure materialized before the 4 of them. Wah, what? Except for Bados, Jiren, Tro, and Zampa were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock as they beheld the troublesome figure. Familiar, too familiar. Who else could it be but Linza? Why had he come here? Xiangpa blinked his bewildered little eyes, murmuring to himself. TCH, this fellow has appeared. It seems the situation is not as simple as it appeared. Both Tuape and Ji Lian wore solemn expressions on their faces. Just moments ago, they had felt that everything was proceeding exceedingly smoothly, but now, the sudden appearance of Linza has undoubtedly escalated the difficulty of locating the Dragon Balls to a staggering 10 stars. Hello, it is indeed familiar faces. I am quite astonished to see that you all have come together. Linza gazed at the trio with a mocking expression, coldly remarking that their gathering must surely be linked to him. After all, in the original narrative, these individuals had no prior intersections. The only thread weaving them together was undoubtedly himself as the intermediary. Damn pests, worthless ants. What brings you to the divine realm of our 6th universe? Xiangpa glared at Linza with a fierce countenance, his voice dripping with fury. There was no escaping the fact that this wretched being incited an overwhelming rage within him, momentarily blinding him to Linza's perilous nature. Truly, what a fool. Lacking any sense of recollection. Suddenly, as Xiangpa's words fell, Linza's form vanished in an instant. A sharp crack echoed through the silence as a resounding slap reverberated, causing both Jiren and Topo to tremble. Xiangpa was propelled backward, crashing into his palace with a thunderous roar. Linza reappeared where Xiangpa had just stood, leaving the latter in utter disbelief. What a farce. Is this some kind of trick? Topo's eyes widened in shock, overwhelmed by the enormity of the situation. After all, Xiangpa was a true god of destruction. How could he be sent flying by a mere slap from Linza? Even if Topo had failed to comprehend the scene, Xiangpa himself was left completely unresponsive. Umph, this fellow's strength has undergone a remarkable enhancement, Jiren remarked in astonishment. While Linza had previously exhibited immense power through various transformations, this time he achieved a terrifying level of speed and strength without any transformation at all. The thought of what he could accomplish if he did transform was chilling. Despite his own relentless training over the past year, he felt utterly incomparable. Observing the stunned expressions of Topo and Jiren, Linza mused to himself, what a jest. Though my actions were but a fleeting moment, I employed the 3 abilities of the ultimate instinct, instant transmission, and flash step. If I failed to send Xiangpa flying, that would indeed be a disgrace. Then, with a mere thought, Linza commanded the system to absorb the 6 Dragon Balls surrounding the God of Destruction's realm into its spatial confines. Striding through iron shoes in vain, yet achieving success effortlessly, he reflected, astonished that he had managed to acquire all the Dragon Balls upon his arrival. What? The Super Dragon Balls had been taken by Linza. At this moment, Topo and Jiren finally grasped the gravity of the situation, their expressions shifting dramatically. Their purpose for coming here was precisely to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. How could it be that the prize had slipped through their fingers? Mr. Linza, Please return the Super Dragon Balls to us. Toppo and Jiren stepped forward, addressing Lindsay. What do you mean by returning the Super Dragon Balls to you? The Super Dragon Balls are inherently unclaimed treasures, rightfully belonging to the capable. Moreover, even if they were to have an owner, they would belong to the 6th and 7th universes, which has nothing to do with you two. Observing Toppo and Jiren's growing agitation, Lindsay remarked coldly. The Super Dragon Balls are indeed unrelated to either of you. Toppo and Jiren were left speechless. Lindsay is indeed correct. This item does not belong to them, but to the 6th and 7th universes. This was just bestowed upon us by Lord Zampa, and we genuinely require it. So we kindly ask for its return. Toppo spoke once more, while Jiren clenched his fist even tighter. If Lindsay remains unwilling to relinquish it, then there is no choice but to seize it. Chapter 86. What Zampa has given you. Apologies, but this item is now in my possession. No words will sway me. Lindsay tilted his head slightly, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, the Super Dragon Balls are quite beneficial to me as well. Suddenly, a deafening explosion resonated within Kampa's palace. In an instant, Kampa leaped into view before Lindsay, his face marked by a pronounced swell, his eyes ablaze with seething fury. To his astonishment, in his own realm, he had been struck and sent flying by this individual, and that too, in front of other beings from the universe. It was a humiliation of the gravest order. However, Kampa had learned his lesson. Despite his intense anger, he refrained from unleashing a torrent of invective. Hey, you two, aren't you eager to eliminate him? He stands right before us. If we join forces, we can surely defeat him, Kampa said, casting a glance at Toppo and Jiren. His tone somber. He knew that, on his own, he was no match for Lindsay. Yet these two from Universe 11 seemed formidable, perhaps together they could contend with Lindsay. Upon hearing Kampa's words, both Jiren and Toppo furrowed their brows, clearly reluctant to ally with him. Even if they managed to vanquish Lindsay, they would feel no sense of accomplishment, perhaps even a tinge of disgrace. Lindsay, I shall say this once more, the Super Dragon Balls hold great significance for me. Please, grant them to me, Jiren implored earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lindsay. This matter was of utmost importance to him. He yearned to uncover the identity of his nemesis, a quest that had tormented him for many years. I apologize, Jiren. While I harbor no ill will towards you, the Super Dragon Balls are equally valuable to me. Do not hold out hope. Lindsay shrugged lightly and spoke with a nonchalant tone. Since the Super Dragon Balls had already found their way into his possession, returning them now would be utterly inconsistent with his character. Thus, despite his disdain for collaborative combat, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Jiren clenched his fists tightly and declared. Toppo shared a similar sentiment. Although he was reluctant to join forces, reclaiming the Super Dragon Balls necessitated an alliance with Kampa. It's not that I underestimate you. With your current capabilities, even 3 more of you would not pose a challenge. You seek a battle, do you? Come forth. I am eager for a fight. Lindsay was certainly unperturbed by the threats posed by the trio. Although their prowess was indeed renowned within the cosmos, to him, they were hardly worthy of concern. Despite his reluctance to engage in battle with these adversaries, it seemed that he had no choice but to confront them together with Jillian. With gritted teeth, Tuop addressed Jillian, and then clenched his fists tightly, unleashing a surge of divine energy from within. Jillian also let out a fierce roar, and an overwhelming aura erupted from his being, enveloping him in crimson flames. It appears that over the past year, both of you have indeed made considerable strides in your strength. However, at this level, you still lack the qualifications to contend with me. Lindsay coldly spoke. Immediately after his voice fell, Jillian, Toppo, and Kampa simultaneously surged forward, launching an attack against him. How arrogant. He dares not to transform. As if he holds us in contempt. Jillian thought with a furrowed brow, observing Lindsay's refusal to change form. However, this bravado proved advantageous for him, as it allowed Jillian to unleash his full power and swiftly defeat Lindsay, thereby reclaiming the Super Dragon Balls. The trio relentlessly struck at Lindsay with fists and feet, producing a cacophony of sounds as they tore through the air. Their speed was astonishing. Yet Lindsay evaded each attack with apparent ease. What is happening? Despite not transforming, he manages to sidestep our assaults effortlessly. Toppo's expression grew heavy. The longer the confrontation lasted, the worse his mood became. Jillian and Kampa shared the same astonishment. Could it be that he has mastered the Ultra Instinct? Suddenly, Kampa's pupils constricted, his face betraying utter shock. If it were not for Ultra Instinct, there was no way he could evade the combined onslaught of the 3 of them. Yet, Ultra instinct is something even the gods struggle to comprehend, with only Beerus grasping an imperfect version of it. How could this mere human possibly achieve such mastery? Moreover, just half a month ago in Universe 7, he had not even begun to comprehend Ultra Instinct. Such progress in a mere fortnight is utterly implausible. Fat pig. Are you underestimating me by fighting while distracted? Lindsay's voice suddenly rang out amidst Kampa's disbelief. Bang. Before Kampa could react, Lindsay's fist struck heavily against his chest. A wave of bile erupted from Kampa's mouth as his body was sent hurtling backward. Concurrently, as Lindsay sent Topo flying, Jillian's and Topo's fists approached rapidly. Lindsay's body moved with remarkable agility, evading their strikes just in time. He then executed a technique, appearing behind Jillian and Topo, with energy spheres positioned against their backs. Oh no. Sensing the searing heat behind them, both Jillian and Topo's expressions changed. However, before they could take any evasive action, the energy spheres detonated. Boom, boom, thick. Rolling clouds of azure smoke enveloped the air, as Jillian and Topo were violently propelled away. The back of the proud warriors' uniforms bore two ominous black holes, and both men were left bleeding from their backs in sheer terror. This scoundrel has become overwhelmingly powerful. Tuapa, feeling a searing pain in his back, spoke gravely. Their combined efforts posed no threat to Lindsay whatsoever. In truth, he was merely toying with the three of them, regardless of the circumstances. I must reclaim the Super Dragon Balls. After declaring this, Jillian charged once more towards Lindsay. At this moment, Jillian was evidently serious, his entire being enveloped in crimson flames as he hurled himself at Lindsay. However, Lindsay, having mastered the ultimate technique of Zizai Gong, was simply untouchable by Jillian's attacks. No matter how fiercely Jillian struck, he could not land a blow on Lindsay. It appeared that even their united strength was insufficient against Lindsay. That fellow has grown too formidable. Tuapo's expression was deeply conflicted. A year prior, although he and Jillian had both suffered defeat at Lindsay's hands, the disparity was not as stark. But the Lindsay of today instilled a sense of despair within him, making victory seem utterly unattainable, a chasm of difference. Jillian, in my quest to assist you in finding your nemesis, I have betrayed Lord Waime, committing to aid you to the very end, no matter what. I shall help you acquire the Dragon Balls today. Tuapa glanced at Jillian, who was being toyed with by Lindsay, furrowing his brow and muttering to himself. As for so-called justice, I shall cast it aside. Tuapa clenched his fists tightly. Suddenly, his pupils transformed. The formerly yellow irises emitted a radiant purple light, and the red aura surrounding him shifted entirely to violet. The proud warrior's uniform vanished, revealing red markings upon his body. Oh, this fellow has transformed into a god of destruction for the sake of the Super Dragon Balls. It seems this treasure is indeed of paramount importance to them. As Lindsay deftly evaded Jiren's onslaught, his gaze shifted towards Topo. It is worth noting that during the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super, Topo sacrificed his sense of justice for the survival of Universe 11, transforming into the god of destruction. However, it astonished Lindsay to witness Topo's metamorphosis into a deity of destruction merely to seize his Dragon Ball. After all, Topo was not typically an impulsive individual. How ironic that this fellow from Universe 11 has now embraced the role of a destroyer. Nevertheless, it seems that even in this state, he is unlikely to pose a challenge to Lindsay. It appears we have underestimated him. The god of destruction, Kampa, was increasingly reluctant to confront Lindsay directly. The brief skirmish earlier had made it abundantly clear that even with their combined strength, the three of them could not contend with Lindsay. Kampa had finally recognized the truth. Lindsay's power was now perilously close to that of an angel. At that moment, the previously silent Beerus suddenly spoke up. He too was taken aback by Lindsay's earlier display of strength. Half a month prior, Lindsay's prowess had been far from formidable, and he had yet to grasp the concept of Ultra Instinct. It was astonishing to witness such a remarkable enhancement in such a short span. If this progression continues, it wouldn't be long before he surpassed both Beerus and himself. What? Near angelic power? What nonsense! He is merely an ordinary human, Kampa scoffed. Although Beerus's words carried a credibility of nearly 100%, Kampa found it difficult to accept, unwilling to believe it. For if this were true, the chasm between them would only widen. The prospect of vanquishing Lindsay had now become a mere fantasy. Furthermore, should Lindsay's power eclipse that of an angel, Beerus would no longer be able to protect him. There was a real possibility that she might turn against him. No, such a scenario must never come to pass. If Kampa still regarded Lindsay as just an ordinary human, then his intellect was certainly in question. Beerus chuckled, directly mocking him. After all, deriding Kappa was merely a casual pastime for Beerus. Upon hearing Beerus's jibe, Kappa surprisingly refrained from retorting or rebuffing. At this moment, he sensed an overwhelming danger. The implications of Lin Zhe surpassing an angel were dire, and he could not allow Lin Zhe to continue his unchecked growth. He had to eliminate him. With that thought in mind, Kappa charged forward once more. Yet no matter how fiercely Kappa and Jiren attacked, they could not lay a finger on Lin Zhe. Jiren, you two need to step aside. At that moment, a voice emerged from Toppo, startling everyone. As Kappa and Jiren turned their attention, they beheld Toppo's form levitating in midair. His palms raised high, cradling an immense purple energy sphere, brimming with terrifying destructive power. Jiren and Kappa hastily retreated. That fool, Lin Zhe is completely unafraid of such things. Kappa muttered under his breath. If destructive energy were truly effective, he would have obliterated Lin Zhe countless times by now. Just then, Toppo spoke. Lin, the Super Dragon Balls are of utmost importance to Jiren. I implore you to return them to us. Otherwise, Toppo's words hung in the air. The implication unmistakable. Should Lin Zhe refuse to surrender the Super Dragon Balls, he would unleash his destructive power. TSK, 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 I said. Toppo, you are indeed a clever individual. You cannot genuinely believe that such a thing would pose any threat to me. Lin Zhe shook his head, a look of mockery dancing on his face as he regarded Toppo. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's voice, Toppo raised his eyebrows in contemplation. Indeed, if the energy of destruction were advantageous to Lin Zhe, then how could the gods of destruction, Beerus and Kappa, have been vanquished by him? Although it may prove futile, I feel compelled to give it a try. Toppo's expression suddenly transformed, filled with determination. With a loud roar, he lifted his palms high, unleashing an energy sphere that hurtled directly toward Lin Zhe. Such worthless power should not be paraded about. As he beheld the colossal sphere of destructive energy, Lin Zhe emitted a brilliant purple beam. Zing! The radiant light pierced through the energy sphere, causing it to vanish without a trace. Enough. I have lost interest in continuing this charade. My purpose in the 6th universe is to gather the Super Dragon Balls and explore the possibility of mastering the true essence of perfect Ultra Instinct. Now that I have acquired all the Super Dragon Balls and indulged in enough play, it is time to bring this battle to a close. Whoosh! As Lin Zhe's voice faded, his fist clenched, and he instantly transformed into Super Saiyan 5. With a swift motion, his body surged forward with astonishing speed. So rapid that even Jiren, despite his enhanced power, could barely perceive it. It is crucial to note that Lin Zhe had spent over a decade in the hyperbolic time chamber, dedicating much of that time to mastering transformations in the Ultra Instinct technique. Consequently, his foundational combat strength had been steadily escalating with every passing moment. Thus, the form of Super Saiyan 5 he now embodied was far beyond what he could achieve during his initial transformation. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds resonated simultaneously as Jiren and Toppo were sent reeling backward. Thunderous booms echoed in the air, and both warriors coughed up blood, their combat capabilities vanishing in an instant. Impossible! Had Jiren and Toppo truly lost their fighting spirit in the blink of an eye? Had this individual truly become so formidable? Toppo's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Lin Zhe. However, in the next heartbeat, a sharp pain radiated from the back of his head, and his consciousness began to blur. With ease, Lin Zhe had defeated all three opponents, and his form had already vanished from the realm of the gods of destruction. Chapter 88. The reason Lin Zhe refrains from directly eliminating Jillian, Tuopo, and Xiangpa is that he currently cannot dispose of Xiangpa, who is under the protection of Bardos. Although he feels that his strength is now almost on par with Bardos, there is likely still a significant gap. Furthermore, Bardos possesses the ability to manipulate time, a power he does not possess. As for Jillian and Tuopo, although both have come in pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls, Lin Zhe has previously held a favorable impression of them. Thus, there is no necessity to end their lives. He is not a cold-blooded killer. Lin Zhe's form materialized upon a desolate planet. Now, let me behold the magnificent Super Dragon. Lin Zexin's thoughts stirred, and he promptly retrieved the 7 Super Dragon Balls from the confines of the system's space. The 7 colossal orbs of energy enveloped the desolate planet entirely. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's figure flickered and suddenly materialized in the cosmos, transcending the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Arise, Eternal Dragon! Grant my wish, I command thee. Lin Zhe uttered the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon before the 7 Dragon Balls. A hum resonated. As Lin Zhe's voice faded, 7 orange-yellow Super Dragon Balls suddenly radiated a golden light. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though the entire sixth universe was bathed in a resplendent golden hue. Even Lindsay squinted slightly in response. In the next instant, a beam of golden light, thicker than a planet, erupted forth. The surrounding celestial bodies were immediately propelled away, and that golden light swiftly transformed into a colossal golden dragon. Its immense body was comparable to the size of several planets combined. A sudden roar echoed, as the mighty dragon opened its mouth wide and voraciously consumed numerous planets in one gulp. Lindsay's form was also engulfed by the super dragon. However, he was shielded by a golden protective barrier, rendering him unharmed. Within the belly of the super dragon, there resided another dragon, albeit considerably smaller. Yet, before Lindsay, it remained a formidable presence. "Human who has summoned me, declare your wish. I can fulfill any desire you may hold," the dragon's deep and resonant voice proclaimed. Can any wish truly be realized? Lindsay pondered for a moment before suddenly speaking up. Indeed, any wish can be fulfilled, the super dragon nodded in affirmation. Then can we erase the Omni King and the Grand Priest? Lindsay smiled and inquired, is that possible? The super divine dragon was momentarily taken aback and shook its head. Although it was created by the dragon god Salama, it did not possess such abilities. Even the dragon god himself was incapable of achieving such feats. Otherwise, he would not have been sealed away. Is it possible for me to acquire an ability that cannot be erased by the Omni King? Lindsay continued to inquire. Well, it is impossible. The All-King reigns supreme over all existence. Whatever he wishes to obliterate cannot escape his wrath, and my powers are insufficient to thwart his erasure. However, I can assist in restoring that which has been annihilated by the All-King. The super dragon explained, a hint of embarrassment in his tone. He was taken aback by the human's extensive knowledge, as if he possessed a profound understanding of the All-King. Then it seems to be of little use, he concluded. Lindsay spoke softly. A dark line crossed the forehead of the super divine dragon. Never before had anyone claimed that the super divine dragon was ineffective. For my final wish, grant me the mastery of the perfect and free ultimate skill of angelic level. If you are unable to fulfill this, then you may take your leave. Lindsay gazed upon the super divine dragon and spoke once more. Is it the angel's supreme freedom technique? This is merely a trifle. Utterly inconsequential. The super divine dragon nodded in agreement. The power of the dragon god is not something that a mere angel could hope to compare with. Thus the supreme freedom technique poses no challenge whatsoever. You have proven to be of some value. Lindsay nodded, speaking with a hint of excitement. He had initially sought merely to test his luck, for there had been no precedent of the divine dragon directly enhancing one's power. To his astonishment, success had graced him today. The super divine dragon's eyes shimmered with a crimson glow. Very well, your wish has been granted. Thus, we shall meet again. After Lindsay's wish was granted, the super divine dragon uttered a phrase and then transformed into 7 golden rays of light, vanishing from Lindsay's sight. Indeed, he sensed a profound transformation within his body, his perceptive abilities becoming remarkably sharper. Lindsay exclaimed with excitement. Initially, he had merely wished to experiment, harboring little hope for success. However, to his astonishment, he had indeed triumphed. Having mastered the exquisite art of the ultimate freedom technique, he now believed his prowess could rival that of Weiss. Lindsay clenched his fist and confidently spoke. One must understand that if the mastery of the Zizai Gong were so easily attainable, there would be no need to squander time in pursuit of its understanding. Just as Lindsay was overwhelmed with excitement, suddenly Tua Pua and Ji Lian reappeared, racing towards him. Whoosh! Their figures materialized before Lindsay. TCH. You two are rather bothersome. Do you really think I would hesitate to eliminate you? Lindsay gazed coldly at Jillian and Tuapu, his voice laced with disdain. These two individuals, if they continued to entangle themselves in this manner, might provoke him to the point of truly ending their lives. If there remained no means to seek vengeance against his family's annihilators, he would rather meet his demise at their hands. This time, it was Jillian who took the initiative to speak, addressing Lindsay directly. The vendetta against my clan? Is your pursuit of the Super Dragon Balls driven by a desire to locate the perpetrators of your family's massacre? Lindsay gazed at Jiren and inquired. He had initially thought that their quest for the Super Dragon Balls held some grand significance. To his surprise, it was merely a straightforward endeavor to seek out Jiren's adversary. Indeed, however, you have already made a wish using the Super Dragon Balls, haven't you? Once a wish is granted, a year must pass before they can be utilized again. It seems we must await another year, Jiren. Topo glanced at Jiren and offered words of comfort. Though reluctant, there was little choice in the matter. The situation had reached this point, and in truth, they stood no chance against Lindsay. Wait a moment, If it is merely such a trivial matter, perhaps I can offer my assistance. Lindsay suddenly lifted the corners of his mouth, smiled, and spoke. Chapter 89. Those who have watched Dragon Ball Super are well aware that Jiren's participation in the Tournament of Power was not motivated by the safety of Universe 11. Rather, it was driven by his desire to obtain the Super Dragon Balls, to uncover the identity of his family's annihilator, and to seek the acknowledgement he has longed for from his mentor, Jeki. Although Jiren has become immensely powerful, arguably the strongest human, he harbors a profound regret. He has never received recognition from Jeki. Thus, he yearns to resurrect Jeki to finally earn that validation. It was the god of destruction of Universe 11, Vermaud, who informed Jiren of the Super Dragon Balls, prompting his participation in the tournament. What? You can help me? You truly wish to assist me? Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Jiren's expression shifted to one of disbelief. While he and Lindsay were not mortal enemies, their relationship hardly qualified as friendship, especially after having fought twice. The notion that Lindsay now offered his aid was astonishing to Jiren. However, the Super Dragon Balls had once again vanished from Universes 6 and 7, and even if they were to be gathered again, it would take a year before another wish could be granted. Topo, too, expressed his incredulity, remarking that for someone like Jiren, such trivial matters hardly warranted the use of the Super Dragon Balls. It was akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Observing the skeptical looks exchanged between the two, Lindsay chuckled softly and stated, in fact, the Dragon of Namek could fulfill Jiren's wish. Why do you wish to help me? Jiren inquired, gazing at Lindsay. Because I am a good person. Is that reason not sufficient? Lindsay glanced at Jillian, lowering his brow with a gentle smile. Indeed, he considered himself a good person. However, his assistance to Jillian was driven by his own intentions. Few could claim to have slain Jillian's master in the 11th universe. After all, it is worth noting that Jillian's master, Jiqing, was a formidable warrior. Among the mighty beings of the 6th universe, only Topo stood out. Otherwise, the power tournament would not have been limited to the Pride troopers. Yet, Topo and those like Dispo would certainly not engage in such actions. There remained another possibility, the god of destruction from the 11th universe, Vermaud. He possessed the means to annihilate Jillian's entire clan and to kill Jillian's master. If this were indeed the case, upon discovering that his clan's nemesis was Vermaud, Jillian would likely throw himself into battle without hesitation. At that moment, Lindsay would have quite the spectacle to behold. Of course, this was merely his speculation. If, in the end, Vermaud was not the culprit, he would simply consider it an act of kindness in aiding Jillian. Jillian? Topo looked towards him, seemingly seeking his input. I trust you. With your strength, there is no need for deceit. If you truly can lead me to my clan's murderer, I, Jillian, shall be at your service henceforth. Jillian spoke earnestly, his demeanor serious. His greatest desires were encapsulated in these two matters. Should they come to fruition, it appeared he would have little else to pursue. Is that so? What an unexpected boon. By the way, I have a question for you. Concerning the Super Dragon Balls, I assume it was Vermaud who informed you? Lindsay gazed at Jillian and Tuopo, inquiring. Indeed, it was Weimei who conveyed this to us. Tuopo appeared somewhat hesitant, while Jillian simply nodded and replied. Due to this matter, I still harbor a sense of gratitude towards Weimei. However, when Tuopo revealed Weimei's true intentions to me, I realized that the scoundrel was utterly undeserving of my gratitude. He continues to evoke my disdain, employing such sinister and despicable methods. His objective in seeking the Super Dragon Ball should not be to assist Jillian in avenging himself, correct? Is that so, Tuopo? Lindsay glanced at Topo and inquired. Given the nature of the individual known as Vermouth, it was unlikely that he would be particularly inclined to assist others. If that were the case, he would not have waited until the commencement of the Tournament of Power in Dragon Ball Super to inform Jiren about the Super Dragon Balls. The sudden mention of the Super Dragon Balls clearly indicated ulterior motives. Upon hearing Lindsay's words, Topo's expression shifted slightly, and he regarded Lindsay with an incredulous gaze. Who exactly was this person? His formidable strength was one thing, but the knowledge he possessed was astonishing. Despite being merely human, he emanated an aura of profound mystery. By your expression, it seems that the task entrusted to you by Vermouth concerns me directly, such as ending my life. Am I correct? Lindsay remarked. Observing Topo's astonished countenance, given his current prowess, Vermouth must have recognized that he was no longer capable of eliminating him. Thus, the quest for the Super Dragon Balls was likely aimed at countering him. What an elaborate scheme this was. What? How do you know? Topo's countenance paled once more. This individual had entirely discerned Vermouth's intentions. Indeed, Vermouth had conveyed such instructions. However, at that time, no one was privy to this information, and later, Topo disclosed it to Jiren, reluctant to follow Vermouth's orders. He believed that such actions were unbecoming of a true warrior of justice. Is that so? If viewed from this perspective, both Jiren and Vermouth, those foolish hounds, indeed harbor murderous intent towards me. I shall not spare those who wish me harm. In Lindsay's eyes, a fierce killing intent surged forth as he clenched his fists and spoke softly. Had he not mastered the art of ultimate freedom, he might indeed fall short against both Batos and Makalita. However, having perfected this formidable skill, he was confident he could stand against them. The notion of vanquishing a god of destruction was no longer an insurmountable task for him. Thus, he felt it imperative to make them understand that to seek his demise would exact a grievous toll. Then let me take the first strike, he declared. All right, Jillian. I shall now lead you to the means of confronting your adversaries. Lindsay pondered for a moment before turning to Jillian. Jillian quickly nodded, his eagerness palpable as he yearned to uncover the nature of the demon that had slaughtered all his kin. You two are holding on to my body. Lindsay spoke a phrase to Jillian and Tuapa, prompting them to promptly comply by resting their hands upon his shoulders. In an instant, their bodies vanished from their original location. Upon reappearing, they found themselves on a verdant green planet. They materialized directly in a quaint settlement that resembled a miniature town. Before them stood two nameless beings, their forms entirely enveloped in a green hue. Ah, Mr. Lindsay, exclaimed an elder nameless as he recognized Lindsay. Indeed. I have come to intrude upon you once more, great elder. Lindsay smiled and spoke. The elder before him was the Grand Elder of Namek from the 6th universe. A year ago, they had met when he had transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan god. However, fearing that the revelation of this transformation might lead to the emergence of more Super Saiyan gods within the 6th universe, he had utilized the Dragon Balls of the 6th universe to wish for Gabe and all Saiyans to forget that memory of the Super Saiyan god. Is there something that brings you to Namek, Mr. Lindsay? The Grand Elder inquired. He sensed a formidable aura emanating from Lindsay. Yet the young man's demeanor was exceptionally cordial. Possessing strength without arrogance, Lindsay left a favorable impression on the elder. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. I wish to borrow your Dragon Balls once again. Lindsay spoke with a hint of embarrassment. While he showed no mercy towards individuals like Xiang Pa, his demeanor had completely shifted in the presence of ordinary people such as the Grand Elder before him. Dragon Balls. Does this planet also possess Dragon Balls? Upon hearing the term, both Jillian and Tuapa exclaimed in astonishment. This was something they had never heard of before. Indeed, Lindsay nodded slightly. Although the Dragon Balls of Namek and the Super Dragon Balls are incomparable, certain simpler wishes can indeed be fulfilled. Dragon Balls, you ask? While excessive use of them may not be advisable, if Mr. Lindsay wishes to employ them, then so be it. The Grand Elder, naturally, was quite perceptive. He understood that the three individuals before him possessed formidable power, each capable of obliterating Namek. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. After all, the significance of the Dragon Balls far outweighed the safety of Namek. Soon, the Grand Elder presented the 7 Dragon Balls. What? They resembled the Super Dragon Balls so closely. They were merely a miniature version. Both Topo and Jiren exclaimed with excitement. Perhaps, just as Lindsay suggested. These Dragon Balls could indeed assist Jiren in obtaining the answers he sought. Grand Elder, please summon Barunga. Lindsay addressed the Elder, stating that summoning Barunga, the Dragon of Namek, necessitated the use of the Namekian language, thus rendering him unable to make a wish. Very well, the Elder nodded. Then turned to the Dragon Balls and intoned, Arise, Shinron. Upon the Elder's utterance, a brilliant golden light erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls. This radiant energy swiftly coalesced into a magnificent golden dragon that soared into the heavens. It then transformed into a colossal green creature. One could scarcely call it a dragon. Is this truly Shinron? Torpo mused, gazing at Barunga with a hint of confusion. It appears quite different from my expectations. The Elder, having summoned Barunga, turned to Lindsay and inquired, What wish do you seek? Lindsay replied, Inquire of Barunga, who is the nemesis of Jiren from Universe 11. Lindsay directly asked the question without any preamble. All right. The Elder nodded and subsequently conveyed Lindsay's words to Barunga in the Namekian language. Upon hearing the inquiry, Barunga appeared to hesitate, remaining silent for an extended period. What is the matter? Have you encountered a glitch? Lindsay gazed at Barunga and remarked. What are you hesitating for? Perhaps you should pose a different question. I cannot provide an answer to this one. Barunga seemed to harbor some unspoken concerns and replied. It appears you are aware of the answer, yet you dare not voice it. Am I correct? Observing Purunga's hesitant demeanor, Lindsay inquired further. It is worth noting that the Dragon of Earth was utterly terrified upon encountering the destroyer god Beerus, breaking into a cold sweat. Although Purunga from Namek is marginally superior, there remains a significant disparity when compared to the destroyer god. The fact that Purunga is clearly aware of the answer but refrains from revealing it suggests that it pertains to a person of considerable stature. Purunga hesitated in silence. Tell me who it is, or I shall make you vanish this instant, Jiren declared, clearly eager to uncover the truth. Witnessing Purunga's indecisive expression, Jiren stepped forward and exclaimed, "Return and learn what it means to seek assistance." Lindsay cast a frosty glance, his voice icy as he reprimanded Jillian. Jillian was taken aback, stealing a glance at Lindsay before obediently retreating. Indeed, it was unwise to act recklessly at this moment. His earlier impatience had momentarily overwhelmed his composure. Belanga, I now pose a question to you. If it is indeed you, nod your head. If not, shake your head. My previous inquiry was whether that individual is a deity. Lindsay gazed at Polona and inquired. In truth, only 2 questions were necessary to unveil the identity of that individual. Upon hearing Lindsay's questions, Polona nodded in acknowledgement. Could it be that divine being? Jillian's expression suddenly shifted, his eyes alight with a fierce intent to kill. A deity capable of annihilating his entire clan could be inferred even with the slightest hint. Moreover, is that deity from the 11th universe? Lindsay inquired once more. Behold, Polona nodded again. Witnessing the dragon's ascent for the second time, Tuapo's complexion paled instantly. Even someone as naive as he could deduce the identity of Jillian's nemesis. To his astonishment, it turned out to be none other than Lord Waimei. The adversary Jillian had sought for decades was, indeed, the deity of their 11th universe. Chapter 91. Enough. I have concluded my inquiries. You may depart now, dragon. Lindsay waved his hand at Shinsei and spoke. In truth, the 2 questions he had just posed, even the most dim-witted could deduce the answers. First and foremost, it was a deity. Secondly, it was the god of the 11th universe. The power required to annihilate the entire Jiren clan and slay Jiren was certainly beyond the combat prowess of Kai. To think, it was that despicable vermin, Vermeed, who had concealed this for so many years. Why had it not dawned on me sooner? Jiren clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, crimson blood dripping onto the ground, yet he felt no pain. He should have realized it long ago. The number of individuals in the 11th universe with such formidable strength was exceedingly scarce. Jiren, calm yourself. This matter has yet to be confirmed as the doing of Lord Vermeed, said Tuppo, observing the seething anger of Jiren, and hastened to interject. Indeed, this matter has not been fully investigated, so it cannot be definitively attributed to Vermeed. Moreover, even if it were truly Vermeed's doing, as a destroyer god, there is little you can do to him. Destruction is merely an expected occurrence for one of his status. Lindsay smiled slightly and spoke. However, his tone was entirely different from that of Tuapa. It carried a hint of incitement. Whether he was responsible or not, I must confront him directly to ascertain the truth. Jillian's expression was exceedingly grim. In his heart, he was already 90% certain that this matter was indeed orchestrated by Waimei. In the 11th universe, no one else could annihilate their own entire clan. He simply had not considered this angle before. Tuapa, I am grateful for your assistance in this matter, but for what lies ahead, I hope you will refrain from intervening. Jillian turned to Tuapa and stated, if it truly is Waimei who is responsible, then regardless of the cost to my own life, I must avenge my kin. I would not hesitate to face death. Sighing, Tuapa expressed his reluctance. He truly did not wish to see Jillian and Lord Waimei engage in battle. For both personal and public reasons, he wished to prevent such a confrontation. However, if the nemesis that Jillian had been relentlessly pursuing was indeed Lord Waimei, then unless Jillian were to perish, it seemed unlikely that anyone could avert this conflict. Shall I escort you both to the 11th universe? Lindsay glanced at Jillian and inquired. In such moments, one naturally seeks to join the fray. I appreciate your assistance. Jillian regarded Lindsay and replied, it would indeed require some time for himself and Tuapa to return to the 11th universe. However, with Lindsay's ability to teleport, they could arrive in an instant. He was eager to clarify with Waimei what precisely was unfolding. Was it true that his family was involved in this matter? Very well, you two may continue to grasp my shoulders. Lindsay spoke to Jillian and to Oppo, prompting them to quickly place their hands upon Lindsay's shoulders. Until we meet again, esteemed elder. Lindsay waved at the Grand Elder of Namek, and in an instant, vanished from the planet. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 11, Kay asked, Master Whis, do you believe that Topo can successfully eliminate that human, Lindsay? He felt that given Topo's nature, he would likely disdain undertaking such a task. Moreover, his relationship with Jiren was amicable, leaving Kay uncertain about Topo's decision. Rest assured, as long as we acquire the Super Dragon Balls, we will undoubtedly be able to eliminate that human, Whis stated confidently. In fact, I believe Kappa desires to eliminate that fellow even more than I do, so there should be no unforeseen complications. Furthermore, Topo would never dare to defy my will. Should he attempt to do so, even if he is my chosen candidate for God of Destruction, I would ensure his destruction. Suddenly, as Whis spoke, a sound of tearing air echoed, and three figures materialized before Whis, Margarita, and Kay. What? Jiren, Topo? And you wretched scoundrel. What is the meaning of this, Topo? Whis exclaimed, his expression shifting from shock to fury. He was taken aback that Topo not only failed to eliminate Lindsay, but had instead brought him to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 11. What was his intention? My apologies, Master Whis, Topo replied, lowering his head. It has been a long time, Jester. I came to Universe 11 today specifically to see you. And to finish you off. Lindsay wore a delightful smile as he addressed Wei Mei. This fellow actually intends to exploit the Super Dragon Balls to eliminate me. Truly a cunning individual. Such intelligence poses a significant threat to the world. How dare this insignificant insect attempt to bring about my demise? He should take a moment to reflect on his own capabilities. Jiren, swiftly eliminate him. Wei Mei commanded directly to Jiren and Tropical. However, the two stood motionless. What are you two dawdling for? Do you still desire to become the candidate destroyer of Universe 11? Jiren, do you not wish to confront your family's nemesis? Wei Mei's gaze turned icy as he threatened Jiren, and Tropical furrowed his brow, remaining silent and inactive. I have already discovered my family's nemesis, Wei Mei, Jiren said. His eyes coldly fixed on Wei Mei, infused with a palpable murderous intent. What? You have found your family's nemesis? Wei Mei exclaimed in shock. That is absolutely impossible. Jiren could not possibly have found his family's killer. You hypocritical beast, having annihilated my family, you dare deceive me about seeking vengeance? Today, I shall personally put an end to you. Prepare to meet your demise, Wei Mei. At this moment, Jiren was consumed by rage. A terrifying crimson aura erupted from his body. The fabric of his clothing shattered, and his veins bulged ominously. Have I been discovered? It must be that scoundrel's doing. Wei Mei's expression darkened as he glanced at Lindsay. Originally intent on killing Lindsay, it now appeared he would suffer losses on both fronts. Chapter 92. Jiren. Calm yourself. Attempted to restrain Jiren, but it was futile. Jiren was engulfed in fury, having entered a frenzied state beyond control. In an instant, Jiren's body flickered and appeared before Wei Mei, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Lindsay. Damn it, had I known. I would have eliminated you as well from the start. Now I find myself harboring a dangerous beast. Wei Mei's expression turned grave as he retaliated with a punch directed at Jiren. Initially, he believed Jiren possessed remarkable potential and, fueled by hatred, would undoubtedly emerge as a formidable warrior for Universe 11. Indeed, as he anticipated, Jiren had become the most powerful human in Universe 11, even surpassing his own status as a destroyer. However, he had never considered that one day this truth would be revealed, allowing Jiren to realize that he was, in fact, his enemy. Such a development certainly posed a significant problem. Boom. The fists of the two adversaries collided with a resounding impact. Wei Mei was forcefully propelled backward by Jillian's punch, leaving a clear trail of footprints in her wake. Wei Mei perished. Following her retreat, Jillian swiftly conjured a crimson energy sphere in the palm of his hand and hurled it toward Wei Mei. It is undeniable that your prowess surpasses mine. But do you truly believe that this makes you a worthy opponent of the God of Destruction? You greatly overestimate your significance, Jillian. A fierce glint of murderous intent flickered across Wei Mei's face. Since I cannot harness your power for my own, I shall ensure your complete eradication from the cosmos. Suddenly, a beam of violet energy erupted from Wei Mei's fingertips, directly targeting Jillian's energy sphere. Crack! The moment the two energies collided, Jillian's sphere vanished without a trace. No matter your strength, a human remains merely a human. How much havoc can you truly wreak before the God of Destruction? After effortlessly dismantling Jillian's energy sphere, Wei Mei spoke coldly. While she acknowledged that both Jillian and Lindsay surpassed her in strength deep within her heart, she still regarded humanity as inconsequential in the presence of a deity. Hearing her words, even Tua Po's face betrayed a hint of displeasure. Clearly, Wei Mei held them in complete disdain. Whoosh. At that moment, Jillian charged toward Wei Mei once more. If energy attacks prove futile, then I shall take my vengeance with my fists. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in another fierce bout. The intensity of the battle was remarkable, and Wei Mei's strength surprised Lindsay. He had not anticipated her to be so formidable, clearly operating on a different level than Xiang Pa. However, against the battle-scarred Jillian, Wei Mei found herself at a disadvantage. As they exchanged blows, Wei Mei's form continuously retreated. Damn it, I never expected this scoundrel to grow so powerful. At this rate, I stand no chance against him. Wei Mei's expression turned grave as she contemplated her predicament. The current situation transcended mere combat. It had evolved into a life-and-death struggle, though it is somewhat regrettable. If you seek death, I shall oblige. As Wei Mei continued to retreat, she gathered destructive energy in her palm, launching it directly at Jillian. While this adversary indeed possessed formidable strength, she knew that engaging in this fight would lead to her certain defeat. Yet, her destructive energy could potentially harm him. The god of destruction. Swish. As Wei Mei's destructive energy approached, Jillian instinctively sensed the imminent danger and swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the incoming attack. Crack. The destructive energy fell upon a nearby purple tree, causing it to vanish without a trace. Dodging the destructive force, Jillian charged forward once more, delivering a thunderous punch to Wei Mei's face. A resounding impact echoed as Wei Mei was propelled away by the terrifying force, crashing heavily against the palace wall several dozen yards away before collapsing to the ground. Damn it, I shall not let this go unpunished. Wei Mei pounded the ground in a fit of rage, flames of fury blazing in his eyes. He could hardly believe that Jillian had dared to treat him with such disrespect, despite the fact that it was he who had annihilated Jillian's family. Yet, to the god of destruction, such matters were inconsequential. For destruction was the very essence of his duty. Did you think I would spare you, Wei Mei? You have slain all my kin. Today, I shall ensure your obliteration. Jillian roared in anger, launching himself once again at Wei Mei, who swiftly evaded the attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two fighters exchanged blows, and with each collision, Jillian's momentum surged, his power escalating dramatically. The fury he felt was immeasurable, particularly the wrath born from the annihilation of his lineage. After decades of pent-up emotion, the force he unleashed now seemed boundless. Boom. The ground trembled as the two clashed for several minutes, until Jillian once more sent Wei Mei flying with a powerful punch, embedding him into the earth. Die, you despicable clown. Jillian hovered in midair, raising his palms to the sky. A colossal orange-red energy sphere coalesced within his hands before he hurled it down towards Wei Mei. At that moment, Margarita suddenly appeared before Wei Mei, her staff waving gently, causing Jillian's energy sphere to vanish without a trace, as if it had been utterly erased. There's no need for your interference, Margarita. I will personally eradicate this scoundrel, Jillian declared. Enough. This battle must cease. Regardless of who falls, the loss to Universe 11 would be tremendous, Margarita stated calmly, glancing at Wei Mei before turning her attention to Jillian. Have you considered that even if you kill Lord Wei Mei, your kin cannot be resurrected? Moreover, after slaying a god of destruction, there is no escape for you. That assertion is misguided, Margarita. The principle of retribution is as ancient as time itself. If Jillian lacked the power, it would be one thing. However, now that he possesses the strength to avenge himself, why should he relent? Is not the culmination of decades of effort meant to exact vengeance upon his enemies? At that moment, Lindsay suddenly appeared before Jillian, a cold smile gracing his lips as he addressed Makalita. My dear, this pertains to the affairs of the 11th universe. Surely, it has little to do with you. Does it? Makalita glanced at Lindsay, her tone unruffled as she replied, how could it be unrelated? You must be aware that this individual conspired to take my life. I am rather vindictive, harboring a desire for retribution. So do you truly believe this does not concern me? Lindsay continued to speak to Makalita. Today's battle concludes here. Suddenly, Makalita spoke in a tone that was almost commanding, suggesting that she did not possess the same neutrality as Vis and Bados. Do you wish to intervene? If so, allow me to entertain you. Lindsay smiled faintly and said to the reader, Makalita. Just right. Now I can test the extent of the difference between myself and the angel. Chapter 93, Jillian, seek your revenge with vigor. Angel Makalita. I shall assist you in this endeavor. Lindsay glanced at Jillian and spoke. Thank you. Jillian looked back at Lindsay, gratitude evident in his eyes. Although he had yet to witness the power of an angel firsthand, he had heard whispers of their might. undoubtedly surpassing that of a destroyer god. If Margarita intervened, he would stand no chance of avenging Waymeda. However, with Lindsay standing in for him against Margarita, he was confident he could eliminate Waymeda. Lindsay, is it? Jillian continued. Though your prowess among humans is remarkable, even a destroyer god like Lord Beerus cannot contend with you. Do not be so naive as to believe you can engage an angel in combat. The strength of an angel is beyond your imagination. Should you aspire to vanquish Lord Waymeda, with my presence, such dreams are futile. Margarita regarded Lindsay, her previously warm demeanor now replaced by a serious expression. Is that so? Given your claims, I find myself even more intrigued by the power of angels. Upon hearing Margarita's words, Lindsay smiled faintly. With his mastery of Super Saiyan 5 combined with the perfected Ultra Instinct, how could he possibly be as inadequate as Margarita presumed? Today, he would demonstrate that he was not only superior to the destroyer gods but could also transcend even an angel. Ha ha ha. Lindsay suddenly let out a fierce roar, transforming into the form of a Super Saiyan god. While such an act might seem somewhat presumptuous, he felt it necessary to gauge the true extent of Margarita's power. In battle, he needed to gradually unleash his strength, especially considering that the energy consumption of Super Saiyan 5 was significantly higher than that of Super Saiyan God. If he were to initiate the fight with the transformation into Super Saiyan 5, it was unlikely he could maintain it for an extended period. The confrontation between himself and the angel would undoubtedly evolve into a protracted struggle, even in his Super Saiyan form. It would be impossible to resolve the conflict in a brief time frame. Could he truly reach the divine realm? However, if one believed this transformation would render him a worthy opponent for the angel, such a notion would be exceedingly naive. Margarita regarded Lindsay, now in his Super Saiyan form, and spoke with a hint of indifference. Undeniably, Lindsay's current strength surpassed that of a god of destruction, yet he still fell short of being able to contend with an angel. With a swift motion, Lindsay, in his Super Saiyan god form, launched himself towards Margarita. She appeared to regard his assault with disdain, her staff held casually behind her back, as she effortlessly deflected his attack with a single hand. Bang! Lindsay's fist struck heavily towards Margarita. Before her stood what appeared to be a conjured shield. When Lindsay's fist made contact with that intangible energy barrier, he felt a slight pain in his knuckles. It was indeed capable of effortlessly blocking my blow. It seems that the angels are indeed somewhat different. However, the battle has only just commenced, and I have yet to exert even 1/10 of my strength. Lindsay did not feel disheartened by a single failed attack. After all, he had merely transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan god, intending only to gauge the true extent of the angel's power. Once he had sufficiently assessed this strength, he would undoubtedly unleash his full potential. Once more, Lindsay's fists clenched tightly, and this time he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches in rapid succession. Thud, thud, thud. His fist struck the invisible shield before Margarita, producing a deep, resonant sound with each impact. Margarita's body staggered backward, though the retreat was gradual. It was evident that even under Lindsay's fierce assault, she could not remain entirely immobile. How formidable! Lindsay actually managed to force Margarita back. Trope, incredulous, gazed at the unfolding battle in astonishment, murmuring to himself. While others might not fully grasp Margarita's extraordinary strength, he was acutely aware. After all, Margarita was essentially his mentor, and most of his skills had been imparted by her. Thus, he understood her prowess better than anyone. He had never been able to touch her. Yet, here was Lindsay, compelling Margarita to retreat. This truly exceeded his expectations. Thud, thud, thud. Lindsay unleashed a tempestuous assault upon Margarita, causing her to retreat step by step. Is he truly this formidable? I seem to have underestimated him, she mused in astonishment as she fell back. Initially, she believed this individual to be no match for her, yet he possessed such remarkable strength. This prowess was enough to vanquish the esteemed Waymei in an instant. However, I do not have the luxury of engaging in a protracted battle, Margarita coldly remarked, before suddenly swinging her staff towards Lindsay. Though she did not intend to deliver a fatal blow, the strike was sufficient to incapacitate him. Yet, her strategy was flawed, as she had underestimated Lindsay's capabilities. Just as Margarita launched her attack, Lindsay instinctively retreated several steps, narrowly evading the strike of her staff. What? He dodged it? A look of shock crossed Margarita's exquisite face. In that moment of disbelief, Lindsay charged forward once more, delivering a powerful sidekick aimed directly at her. Margarita was compelled to retract her staff, directing the gem at Lindsay's foot in response. With a resonant thud, the moment their contact was made. Lindsay was propelled backward several dozen paces. Indeed, it was evident that the Super Saiyan was no match for an angel. Given this revelation, it was time to elevate his power once more. With a fierce roar, Lindsay summoned forth a fiery aura that dissipated, transforming into a swirling amalgamation of silver and lavender energy. Lindsay's pupils transformed into a shimmering silver gray, exuding an ethereal aura. Although his form bore a striking resemblance to that of Super Saiyan 5, there existed a subtle distinction. The aura of Super Saiyan 5 radiated a golden flame that spread outward like a mighty dragon, enveloping the surroundings in a sense of fullness. In contrast, the aura surrounding him now was not golden and lacked that sense of abundance. Chapter 94. Lindsay's current form surpasses even the Super Saiyan 5 in the perfect Ultra Instinct. This remarkable state is a seamless fusion of the two. Evolving from the foundation of Ultra Instinct into Super Saiyan 5, it represents Lindsay's ultimate transformation. Although he may not yet wield this form with perfect control, it is unlikely that Margarito will face significant difficulty in engaging Khalida in battle. What is happening? The energy emanating from him has explosively surged within an instant. While it bears a resemblance to his confrontation with Jiren in the past, it is entirely distinct. The silver aura surrounding his body is reminiscent of Ultra Instinct. Margarita gazed at Lindsay in his transformed state, her expression one of astonishment. Previously, when Lindsay had transformed into a Super Saiyan god, she regarded him with indifference. However, this new transformation commanded her full attention. The tranquil energy he exuded instilled within her a sense of danger, an unfamiliar sensation since he ascended to angelhood. At that moment, Jiren, who was locked in combat with Waymide, also turned his gaze towards Lindsay. He was taken aback by the extent of Lindsay's growth. He had intended to spar with him at a later time, but it now seemed that would be a recipe for trouble. Jiren cast a shocked glance at Lindsay, his mind racing. Despite charging once more at Waymide, it appeared that Lindsay's presence had invigorated him, enhancing both his power and speed. That bastard, is he joking? How can he hold his ground against Margarita for so long? Waymide felt a twinge of anxiety as Jiren's attacks grew increasingly fierce. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. As a god of destruction, his most potent weapon was the destructive energy capable of annihilating all things. However, if his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, such energy would prove largely ineffective. Presently, his destructive energy barely grazed Jiren. The prospect of eliminating him seemed ever more improbable. If only Margarita were by my side, I would feel no concern, for it is the angel's duty to safeguard the lives of the gods of destruction. Yet now, Margarita was engaged in battle with that insufferable human. If she were unable to dispatch him swiftly, my own safety would be jeopardized. Hey, Margarita, could you please deal with that bastard quickly? Waymide shouted at her. Focus on your own survival, Waymide. Just as Waymide called out to Margarita, Jiren's voice suddenly rang out. Bang! In the next moment, Jiren's fist landed heavily on Waymide's face, sending him flying. Damn it, you wretched beings, dare to show disrespect to the divine. Absolutely unforgivable. As I rose once more, my fury reached a boiling point. Teetering on the edge of violence, my arms suddenly extended, and countless spheres of destructive energy coalesced above my head. Hundreds of these spheres densely clustered above me. An overwhelming sight. TCH, this adversary is indeed quite formidable. Observing the multitude of energy spheres, Jillian furrowed his brow and spoke in a somber tone. Though my power surpasses that of Maida, the disparity between us is not insurmountable, thus rendering me unable to withstand the destructive energy head-on. Die, you wretched insects. Maida bellowed, thrusting his palms forward as the multitude of energy spheres surged toward Jillian and Trappa. Be careful, Jillian, Trappa urgently warned, then unleashed a colossal purple energy sphere from his palm. Boom. The moment the two energies collided, they vanished without a trace. Trappa, Jillian glanced at him with gratitude, surprised that Trappa had intervened to assist him. You treacherous traitor, daring to strike against me, are you truly oblivious to your impending doom? Maida glared at Trappa, angrily rebuking him. Jillian's confrontation was one thing, but Trappa's betrayal only intensified his rage. After all, he had entrusted Trappa with significant responsibilities and nurtured him as a candidate for the god of destruction. How could he repay such kindness with enmity? Joining forces with that scoundrel Jillian against him? Trappa's expression remained grave, his silence speaking volumes, as he himself was bewildered by the sudden impulse to act. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lindsay simultaneously invoked the ultimate freedom skill, and transformed into Super Saiyan 5, charging once more toward Makalita. Whoosh! Lindsay's figure flickered and instantly appeared before Margarita. Startled, Margarita was taken aback by Lindsay's astonishing speed, which seemed to rival her own. Without a moment's hesitation, Lindsay unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Margarita. Reacting swiftly, she extended her right palm, conjuring an invisible shield before her to intercept Lindsay's strike. Bang! Crack! The deep resonance of the impact and the sharp sound of shattering occurred simultaneously. Lindsay's punch shattered the energy shield with a tremendous force, sending Margarita skidding back several yards before she could steady herself. What a terrifying power! What on earth is this guy made of? Margarita's eyes widened in disbelief. She had exerted nearly 80% of her strength to counter Lindsay's punch, yet the energy shield was obliterated, and she was forced back a considerable distance. This force exceeded all her expectations. From your astonished expression, it seems even angels are not so formidable, Lindsay remarked with a slight smirk, sensing Margarita's shock. Perhaps his strength had reached a level comparable to that of the angel Margarita. And he had yet to reveal his ultimate trump card, his tenfold King-S fist without side effects. Do not become too complacent, although your power surpasses my expectations. Defeating an angel is an impossible feat, Margarita replied, her brows furrowed as she addressed Lindsay. With that, she swung her staff upward, unleashing an invisible blade of energy. Screech! The ground was carved into a wide trench, the terrifying blade of energy slicing toward Lindsay with lethal intent. Perceiving the lethal intent of the attack, Lindsay slightly shifted his body. A magnificent purple mountain behind him was effortlessly cleaved in two, revealing an astonishing display of destructive power. Although it lacked the explosive force of a ki blast, its might was exponentially greater, likely capable of obliterating even a deity in a single strike. However, for Lindsay, such an assault was lamentably slow. Upon witnessing Lindsay evade her attack, Makalita appeared entirely unfazed, for given Lindsay's previously demonstrated prowess, it was evident that such an onslaught would be challenging to land. With a swift motion, Makalita brandished her staff repeatedly, unleashing a terrifying barrage of energy blades that surged towards Lindsay like an intricate net. While Lindsay's innate reflexes could facilitate evasion, the sheer breadth of the net made it clear that even his remarkable agility would be inadequate to escape its grasp. Lindsay suddenly clenched his fists tightly and let out a roar. A vast aura erupted from his body. Boom! As the powerful shockwave collided with Makalita's energy blade, a deafening explosion resonated through the air. The ground around them was continuously shaken, forming enormous craters. The two forces quickly began to neutralize each other. In that fleeting moment of energy dissipation, Lindsay's form flickered and appeared right before Makalita. His fists unleashed a barrage akin to a machine gun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The force of his punches caused the air to tremble. Meanwhile, Makalita deftly evaded, retreating gracefully, skillfully dodging all of Lindsay's assaults. The mastery of the freeform technique? It seemed that this technique was indeed a fundamental course for every angel. Observing how Makalita evaded all his attacks, Lindsay pondered silently, realizing her comprehension of the freeform technique was on par with his own. As he watched Makalita skillfully employ the freeform technique, he recognized the challenge he faced in landing a hit on her. Consequently, Lindsay activated the time flicker technique, instantly positioning himself behind Makalita. And then he launched a powerful punch. Bang! Lindsay's fist struck Makalita's back with a resounding thud, akin to a low rumble. It was as if Makalita were enveloped in a protective energy barrier. However, the sheer force of Lindsay's blow sent Makalita hurtling away, crashing through a massive boulder. Though she remained uninjured, she appeared quite disheveled. How could this be? How could Makalita, an angel, be so easily dispatched by that despicable insect? Waymeda watched the situation unfold, his expression darkening. He had never considered that Makalita could be defeated. Such a feat should only be possible for the Omni King or the High Priest. It was astonishing to witness her suffer such a significant setback at the hands of a mere human. Not only Waymeda, but also Topo and Jiren were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Lindsay possessed such formidable strength, capable of forcing an angel into retreat. How could this be? This individual clearly wielded the power of time. A mere human, capable of mastering an extraordinary transformation, the ultimate technique, and the control of time itself. Makalita's delicate features grew serious. If this continued, while she could not be killed, Lord Waymeda would undoubtedly perish. Should the god of destruction she served fall, her own duties as an angel would cease. She would certainly face the wrath of the High Priest and the Omni King. Such a fate was intolerable. Resolute, Makalita brandished her staff, unleashing a barrage of terrifying energy blades toward Lindsay. This time, however, Lindsay did not evade with his ultimate technique. Instead, he shattered the energy blades with powerful punches. Meanwhile, on another front, after nearly half an hour of combat, Waymeda appeared to be struggling. Each time he attempted to unleash his trump card, the destructive force, that rascal Topo intervened to thwart him. Consequently, the destructive power had proven nearly ineffective. Waymeda's strength was already inferior to Jiren's, and after such an extended battle, both his stamina and energy had been significantly depleted. He had never experienced such disarray before, especially at the hands of his own kind, a human from his universe. Waymeda thought to himself, when you annihilated my entire race, you should have anticipated this outcome. You slaughtered so many innocents. Today, you shall join them in their demise. In Jillian's eyes, a flicker of murderous intent ignited. In the next instant, he charged towards Waymei, his body soaring above her. With clenched fists, he struck down heavily upon her head. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as Waymei's body crashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. A gasp escaped her lips as blood erupted forth, her already weakened form now rendered utterly pitiful, her divine aura rapidly waning. With no intention of sparing her, Jillian dove downward like a hawk swooping from the sky. Boom! He knelt forcefully upon Waymei's chest. Crack! Her chest visibly caved in, accompanied by the sharp sound of bones fracturing. Another spurt of blood escaped Waymei's mouth, her vitality fading in an instant. Her chest lay in ruins, life ebbing away. Jillian, you cannot kill me. I am the god of destruction. Should you take my life, the Omni King and the High Priest will surely not let you go. You will face execution in due time. I will repent. I will compensate you. Please spare me. In the face of imminent death, Waymei's once lofty demeanor crumbled, her expression one of sheer terror as she pleaded for mercy. If her life were lost, all would be for naught. When you annihilated my entire clan, did you ever spare a thought for them? Even if I were to perish at the hands of those you mentioned, it matters not. You must die. Jillian, having sought vengeance for decades, was not swayed by Waymei's threats or pleas for mercy. Jillian, do you truly intend to kill him? Troppa stepped forward, gazing at Jillian with concern. In truth, Waymei had treated him fairly well. Yet today, Waymei's fate was sealed. He must die, Jillian replied coldly. Though Makalita was exceedingly anxious, she found herself completely restrained by Linza, unable to lend aid to Waymei. Go and repent to the innocent kin you have slaughtered. Jillian's voice resonated as he gathered an energy sphere in his palm, hurling it directly at Waymei's head. Chapter 96, Boom, accompanied by a deafening explosion. The enormous crater beneath Jillian expanded once more. Waymei's body had vanished, her divine essence entirely dissipated. Lord Waymei has been slain, Troppa murmured, his brow furrowed in disbelief. The exquisite flavor of the destruction deity of Universe 11 is now extinguished. With its demise, the Grand Priest and the Omni King will undoubtedly intervene. In that eventuality, Jiren, and even himself, would surely meet their end. Furthermore, with the demise of the deity, the god of destruction, the Kaioshin of Universe 11, Kai, has also vanished. After all, the fates of the god of destruction and the Kaioshin are intertwined. If one perishes, the other cannot survive. At this juncture, Meruz has also ceased hostilities. The death of a god of destruction leads to the suspension of the angel's functions until a new deity ascends. Has it truly come to an end? Lindsay cast a glance at Jillian. At that moment, Jillian appeared to wear an expression of profound relief. Although he was acutely aware that slaying the god of destruction could potentially invite dire consequences upon himself. The burden of this matter had weighed heavily upon his heart for decades. Now that his long-awaited vengeance had been fulfilled, even the prospect of his own demise seemed inconsequential. At last, I have avenged myself. Jillian, a man of unwavering resolve, found his eyes shimmering with tears. These years had been unbearably stifling for him. Jillian, now that you have slain the mighty god of destruction, are you satisfied? At this juncture, Makalita suddenly addressed Jillian. I only know that I have avenged myself. The hatred that had long resided within me has finally been laid to rest. I understand that with the demise of the god of destruction, you will not simply let this matter rest. Now, leave me to face the consequences. One must bear the burden of their own actions. It was I who killed the god of destruction, and it is in no way related to Mr. Lindsay or Tuapa. Jillian turned to Makalita and declared. Without the assistance of Lindsay and Tuapa, he would have been unable to fulfill his quest for vengeance or confront the god of destruction. Thus, he felt an immense gratitude towards them, especially Lindsay. Were it not for Lin Zhe's guidance, he might still be oblivious to the identity of his adversary, remaining a fool, manipulated by others. Therefore, he was deeply appreciative of Lin Zhe and wished to shield them from any repercussions. Makalita remained silent. Following the death of the god of destruction, her role as an angel had ceased entirely, rendering her incapable of entering the hall of the Omni King. It would be no exaggeration to say that she could not even contend with an ordinary warrior at this point. Moreover, given the demeanor of the Omni King, it was uncertain whether he would even regard such a trivial matter. Do not be so pessimistic, Jillian. I believe that in the eyes of the Omni King, the god of destruction holds little value. Furthermore, with the demise of the god of destruction, does that mean there will be no more gods of destruction in Universe 11? Look, Tuapa is a candidate for the position of god of destruction. Is it not reasonable that he would directly inherit the role upon the god of destruction's death? Lin Zhe cast a glance at Topo and spoke in a calm tone. In truth, he had no interest in the affairs of the 11th universe. His sole purpose for being here was to witness the outcome of the delectable Majin, and now that he had done so, it seemed there was no other course of action. Makalita pondered inwardly. To restore her angelic powers, a new destroyer must emerge. Topo, having met all the requisite conditions, was indeed a fitting candidate for the role of destroyer. Mr. Lin Zhe, I am truly grateful to you. Whenever you require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I will do everything in my power to fulfill your request. Jiren approached Lin Zhe, his expression one of profound gratitude. At that moment, Jiren appeared to have undergone some transformation, perhaps due to the release of a heavy burden after avenging a great grievance. Very well. Should I need your assistance in the future, I shall inform you. As for the matters of your 11th universe, it is for you to resolve. I shall take my leave now. After Lin Zhe finished speaking, he vanished directly from the 11th universe. Consequently, Topo naturally ascended to become the god of destruction of the 11th universe. At Topo's suggestion, Jiren also became the Kaioshin of the 11th universe. With a thirst for vengeance against the annihilation of his clan, Jiren now yearned to uphold justice and protect the 11th universe. This had always been his dream, though he had previously been consumed by hatred. Now, it was time to realize this aspiration. Meanwhile, in the god of destruction realm of the 6th universe. What? Are you saying that the god of destruction of the 11th universe, Vermaud, was killed by that large-eyed monster named Jiren? Kappa exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Beerus. The notion of a god of destruction being slain was utterly shocking, in billions of years. Such an occurrence had never transpired. This was due not only to the immense power of the gods of destruction themselves, but also to the angels who provided them protection. Therefore, aside from angels or the higher-ups, it was inconceivable for anyone to defeat a god of destruction. Indeed, Lord Kappa, Beerus nodded, equally astonished by the revelation. Makarita's power is comparable to mine, and it would not be easy for her to defeat Vermaud. Jiren's strength is indeed formidable, perhaps even surpassing Vermaud's. But how could a mere human kill a god of destruction? Kampa remained incredulous. That Vermaud fellow must have been exceptionally weak. Lord Kampa, do you recall the candidate god of destruction named Topo? He was the one who helped Jiren block all of Vermaud's destructive energy, allowing Jiren to successfully defeat him. Beerus explained, is that so? But wait, did the angel of the 11th universe, Makarita, simply watch as Vermaud was killed? Isn't it the angel's duty to protect the lives of the gods of destruction? Kampa inquired again. Makarita was restrained by Lin Zhe and could not assist. Moreover, it seems Lin Zhe's power has surpassed that of the angels, which is why Makarita was unable to intervene. Beerus elaborated. Surpassed the angels? What a ridiculous notion. How could that be possible? Kampa naturally found this hard to believe. To them, angels were revered beings. For someone to surpass even them was unfathomable. I, too, am perplexed. For when I last encountered Lin Zhe, he was not that strong. That individual is indeed quite extraordinary. Beerus furrowed his brow, then continued to address Kampa. Thus, I suggest, Lord Kampa, that you abandon any thoughts of confronting Lin Zhe in the future, lest you meet a fate akin to Vermaud's. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Kampa trembled, fear manifesting in his eyes as trepidation began to grip his heart. If Lin Zhe is capable of defeating Makalita, it implies that he possesses the power to vanquish even himself. In such a scenario, the safety of Kampa would be jeopardized. Should he continue to provoke Lin Zhe as he did before, he may very well face a dire fate. Given Lin Zhe's audacity, it is certain he would not hesitate to eliminate Kampa. Provocation? Who was it that first stirred my ire? Kampa clenched his teeth, clearly indignant. Must he henceforth scurry like a rat whenever he encounters that scoundrel Lin Zhe? He is, after all, a formidable god of destruction. Aside from the Omni King and the Grand Priest, he has never cowered from anyone. Nevertheless, regarding who instigated whom, if Lord Kampa wishes to avoid demise, it would be prudent to refrain from provoking him. Otherwise, it seems a new god of destruction may need to be appointed for Universe 6. Bados interjected once more with a note of caution. TCH. Kampa furrowed his brow tightly, choosing not to respond further. He recognized the validity of Bados's words, which were intended for his own safety. Yet, the prospect of avoiding that insufferable pest was indeed a tall order. Meanwhile, in the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 7, Beerus's expression mirrored that of Kampa's, filled with disbelief. The human from his universe managed to slay the insufferable Wei Mei? Beerus gazed incredulously at Whis, inquiring about this shocking revelation. As he spoke, the image of Lin Zhe flashed in his mind. Could he, like the humans from Universe 11, also bring about the downfall of a god of destruction? Indeed, the candidate god of destruction from Universe 11 has ascended to true divinity, was confirmed with a nod. Are the humans of Universe 11 truly that formidable? Although Wei Mei was detestable, his strength was considerable. To slay him was no trivial feat, especially with the protection of an angel by his side. How could he possibly be killed? Both Beerus and Kampa shared the same perplexity. While a god of destruction might be surpassed by humans, an angel is an entity that cannot be surpassed. To kill a god of destruction in the presence of an angel is, without exaggeration, akin to scaling the heavens. I must inform you, Lord Beerus, without causing you undue astonishment, that the only reason the human from Universe 11 was able to slay the god of destruction Wei Mei was due to Lin Zhe's involvement. He engaged in battle with Makalita, preventing her from aiding Wei Mei, which ultimately led to Wei Mei's demise. Whis spoke softly to Beerus. Indeed, as Whis's voice resonated, a look of astonishment spread across Beerus's face. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his mouth fell agape, unable to articulate the profound shock he was experiencing at that moment. Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, has managed to withstand the formidable angel Makalita. Their last confrontation was merely a fortnight ago, and although his strength then surpassed my own, it was not overwhelmingly dominant. One could say he was only marginally stronger. I can assert with absolute certainty that he is by no means a match for an angel. To my astonishment, I now hear that he has the ability to contend with angels. Furthermore, if he was able to thwart Makalita's attempt to rescue Waimide, it implies that his power has ascended to the level of an angel. Perhaps he is even stronger than an angel. The mere thought of this sends a chill down my spine. During these past 2 weeks, I have been diligently honing my skills with the aim of surpassing Lin Zhe and teaching that arrogant fellow a lesson. Little did I know that while I was enhancing my own abilities, his strength has reached a height that I can only admire from afar. Whis. Considering that Lin Zhe aided the 11th universe in slaying Waimide, do you think we might be held accountable for this? After pondering for a moment, Beerus suddenly spoke up. Lin Zhe is a human from the 7th universe, and he has now intervened in matters pertaining to the 11th universe. Although Waimide can no longer report to the Omni King and the Grand Priest, the gods of destruction from other universes are far from benevolent. Furthermore, their relationships with him are generally strained. Should they seize the opportunity to inform the Omni King and the Grand Priest, it would not only bring calamity upon Lin Zhe, but also lead to repercussions for themselves. This is quite concerning, Lord Beerus. Your inability to maintain amicable relations with the other gods of destruction is evident, and even your own brother likely wishes to see you embarrassed, was remarked nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Beerus furrowed his brow even more intensely. Lin Zhe, that scoundrel, why meddle in the affairs of Universe 11? Now he has put himself at risk of punishment. A day later, the news of the death of the god of destruction from Universe 11 at the hands of a human had spread throughout all the universes. Of course, only the god of destruction and the angels were truly aware of the situation. All the gods of destruction were quite astonished. In the grand scheme of things, it was Jiren who had actually killed the god of destruction, but he received little attention. However, Lin Zhe was renowned throughout the cosmos. A human capable of contending with angels was undoubtedly explosive news. All the gods of destruction seemed to sense a threat. This human from Universe 7 appeared to jeopardize their very existence. While they did not know one another, and Lin Zhe had no reason to eliminate them, that was not the crux of the matter. The critical point was that should that individual desire their demise, he possessed the capability to achieve it. Such an eventuality was something they wished to avert. Thus, the sole means to eliminate this peril was to ensure that individual vanished completely. This was the best and only approach. Meanwhile, in Universe 4, Keetra, Assist me in contacting the other gods of destruction. By the way, exclude universes 7 and 11. Commanded Keitra to his attendant angel, Konik. Regardless of the opinions of the other gods of destruction, he absolutely could not permit such a human to exist in the universe. Like a ticking time bomb, he could explode at any moment, possessing enough power to annihilate them outright. Understood, Lord Keitra, Konik replied, nodding, and began using his staff to reach out to the other gods of destruction. Chapter 98. Soon enough, Angel Konik managed to contact the other gods of destruction. All 9 universes, excluding 7 and 11, were involved. Hey, Keitra, what brings you to summon us? Inquired the god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramses, in a booming voice. Yes, if you have something to say, hurry up, we're quite busy. The god of destruction from Universe 1, Ewan, impatiently pressed. This individual rarely contacted them, and it was unprecedented for all 10 gods to participate in such a clandestine gathering. Please, everyone, remain calm. As you may have heard, a human has recently emerged, aiding the candidate god of destruction from Universe 11 to become a true god of destruction, and even killed the god of destruction, right? Keitra spoke with an air of sarcasm. Of course, we are aware of such matters. Get to the point. We are occupied. The sea monster of the 12th universe coldly addressed Keitra, clearly revealing the irritable tempers of all the destruction gods. Speak quickly. If you don't, I shall take my leave. The destruction god of the 5th universe, Yarrick, expressed his impatience. Very well. Since you all are aware of this matter, then you should also understand that the human named Lindsay from the 7th universe possesses strength that surpasses that of the angels. His existence is akin to a ticking time bomb for all destruction gods, as we cannot predict when he may descend upon our respective planets. With power rivaling that of an angel, he could effortlessly eliminate us all, with the most exquisite example being Wei Mei, Keitra stated in a grim tone. After hearing Quittra's words, everyone pondered deeply, yet Xiangpa's expression was particularly somber. While the others may not fully grasp the malevolence of Lindsay, he was acutely aware of the threat posed by that individual, who had become arrogant and disregarded the destruction gods entirely. Now that his strength had grown formidable, he would likely become even more insufferable. The most infuriating aspect was their utter helplessness. Indeed, that human's prowess was overwhelmingly strong, and he could appear at will in any universe, posing a threat to all. The destruction god of the 10th universe, Ramses, nodded thoughtfully. Quittra's concerns were not unfounded, for they were uncertain whether Wei Mei had offended that individual. I say, Keitra, you cannot be so naive as to suggest we unite to eliminate him, can you? The destruction god of the 12th universe, Jin Long, remarked coldly. It must be understood that a human with angelic strength is unfathomably powerful. Each destruction god possesses their own abilities, yet even if they were to collaborate, they might not stand a chance against an angel. Thus, the notion of joining forces against Lin Zhe seemed implausible. Moreover, if that individual were to target them with lethal intent, what would they do if fortune turned against them? This endeavor is far too perilous. I implore you all to cease the endless cycle of violence. Would it not be better to cultivate a world filled with love? I refuse to believe in hatred without cause, and therefore, regardless of what you intend to do, the 2nd universe shall not participate. Proclaimed the female destruction god of the 2nd universe, Helles, before exiting the conversation. She held the conviction that neither gods nor mortals should engage in senseless slaughter and hatred. Love has the power to transform all. How foolish. When you find yourself in peril, you will come to realize whether there is such a thing as unprovoked hatred. Keitra muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow at Helles's abrupt departure. Keitra, do you have any ideas? Speak up quickly. At that moment, Kampa seemed restless and hastily inquired. When it comes to fear and animosity towards Lindsay, Kampa undoubtedly took the lead. Thus, he was eager to learn of any method Quitella might possess to eliminate Lindsay. Listen to me, he urged. That individual named Lindsay undoubtedly wields terrifying power. If we were to confront him head-on, it is likely that our combined strengths would not suffice for a decisive victory. Therefore, a direct confrontation would be exceedingly unwise. My proposal is for us to collectively report to the King of All, embellishing the details slightly, so that he might personally eradicate Lindsay. In this manner, none of us would be harmed, and we could rid ourselves of this persistent threat. What does everyone think? Quitella spoke with a notably somber tone. Although this method might not entirely align with the demeanor expected of a destroyer, it represented the most prudent course of action, allowing all destroyers to remain unscathed while eliminating the menace. Quitella harbored additional thoughts. If Lindsay were merely a human from another universe, he might not take the lead in this endeavor. Yet, since Lindsay hailed from the universe of Beerus, Quitella felt compelled to intervene. The notion of Beerus's universe being deemed a higher universe due to the actions of a single human would surely leave him uncomfortable. Was this the best approach? While it might tarnish the image of a destroyer, it could serve as a permanent solution. Upon hearing Quitella's suggestion, the destroyers of Universe 1, E1, Universe 8, Ligil, and Universe 12 contemplated thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. If they did not have to act, there would be no danger. The king of all could simply erase him. I concur with Quitella's proposal. That insufferable human, who disregards us destroyers, must not be spared. Campa was the first to step forward in agreement with Quitella. After all, he was currently the most endangered individual. Having frequently provoked Lindsay, he feared that the latter could seek revenge at any moment. Thus, no one desired Lindsay's eradication by the king of all more than he. I also agree. A human who looks down upon us destroyers is far too audacious to be allowed to remain. The destroyer of Universe 10, Ramses, also expressed his agreement. Following suit were E1 from Universe 1, Mosk from Universe 3, Arak from Universe 5, Ligil from Universe 8, and Shin from Universe 12, all in consensus. Hey, Sidra. What are your thoughts? Quitella inquired, casting a glance at the indecisive destroyer of Universe 9, Sidra. I apologize, but I shall not participate. My duty is to manage Universe 9 effectively. This matter does not concern me, and I do not believe that Lindsay would challenge a destroyer without just cause. Zaidala did not acquiesce. Instead, he departed directly. His intuition advised him that it was best to remain uninvolved in this matter. Chapter 99. Humph. These two scoundrels. If they refuse to ally with us, let them fend for themselves. Ketla declared with a countenance shrouded in gloom. However, this time, we must ensure that Lord Quan obliterates that individual. Ketla continued, his expression darkening. But we currently possess 8 destroyers. In 3 days, we shall convene at the Temple of Quan to elucidate the situation and the threat posed by that human to the universe. Ketla addressed the assembly. Very well. Let us gather at the Temple of Quan in 3 days. Xiangpa was the first to acquiesce, for this matter ultimately served his own interests, and it also afforded him a chance for vengeance. Meanwhile, Lindsay had returned to Earth, blissfully unaware of Ketla and the others scheming this affair. Lindsay believed that killing a god of destruction should not provoke trouble from the Omni King or the Grand Priest. After all, in the future timeline, Zamasu had annihilated all the gods without the Omni King intervening. Moreover, in the current 11th universe, only the god of destruction Vermaud had perished. Both the god of destruction and the Supreme Kai had already ascended, resulting in minimal impact. Most importantly, he had merely engaged in combat with Margarita, while it was Jiren who had delivered the fatal blow to Vermaud. I have delightful news for you, exclaimed number 18, her face radiating joy as she approached Lindsay. Delightful news? What is it? Lindsay feigned curiosity, although he had already surmised the answer from her exuberance. I'm pregnant, number 18 confessed, a hint of shyness in her voice. Over the past few years, Lindsay had often felt his power was insufficient. The thought of having a child without the strength to protect them had weighed heavily on his mind. It wasn't until their time in the hyperbolic time chamber that he began to reconsider. Really? I'm going to be a father, even though he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing it from number 18 still filled him with uncontainable excitement. In the Dragon Ball universe, he was quite familiar with the narrative, yet he had no experience in fatherhood. For the past several years, he had refrained from having children due to his perceived weakness and the fear of being unable to safeguard them. However, he now possessed the power to protect his family. Unless the Omni King or the Grand Priest intervened, he had few rivals in the universe. Yes, number 18 nodded, her face beaming with happiness. The child would be the embodiment of their love, and they had finally reached this significant milestone together. Sit down quickly, from now on. I shall handle everything. Lindsay hurriedly urged number 18 to take a seat, his excitement palpable. No, you are pregnant now. You mustn't work any longer. Tomorrow, I shall find a few nannies to take good care of you. No matter how strong Lindsay may be, at this moment, he resembled an ordinary man. The thrill was simply overwhelming. Oh dear, it's only been 2 months. Besides, I am not like most women. I am not so delicate. So you need not be overly cautious, number 18 replied as she stood up, addressing Lindsay. While your words hold some truth, this matter still requires you to heed my wishes. Lindsay once again gestured for number 18 to take a seat. Then, with a sudden flick of his right hand, an energy barrier enveloped the entire villa. This was a shield forged from Lin Zhe's most potent energy, including destructive forces. Even an angel would require a considerable amount of time to breach it. Mere mortals, and even destroyers, stood no chance. With this, he could ensure number 18's safety in his absence. Days passed swiftly, and in the span of 3 days, Lin Zhe chose not to engage in training, but instead devoted his time to accompanying number 18. He even employed several caretakers to attend to her needs. Although number 18 regarded such actions with disdain, having never been accustomed to being waited upon. Meanwhile, within the Grand Minister's palace, the gods of destruction and angels from the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, 10th, and 12th universes had gathered. Oh, what brings so many of you here today? Is there something of significance? Outside the palace, a diminutive figure with a white halo behind his head, radiating warmth, inquired of the assembled deities. Salutations, Great Minister. The crowd knelt in reverence before him. Rise and speak. The Great Minister's calm voice beckoned to Lin Zhe. The assembled beings hastily stood upright. Great Minister, we seek an audience with the King of all to report a matter of great importance. Katra respectfully addressed the Great Minister. The figure before them was indeed a person of considerable stature, possessing the power to command their very lives. Is that so? Then please follow me, the Great Minister nodded, leading them into the Grand Palace. Inside, the King of all sat regally upon the central throne, flanked by 2 formidable guards. Salutations, King of all. The crowd entered and promptly knelt in homage. The diminutive figure was, without a doubt, a supreme being at the pinnacle of the universe. With but a thought, he could erase them all, a feat simpler than squashing an ant. What brings you here? Are you all here to play with me? Splendid. I've been rather bored these past few days. The King of all displayed a childlike enthusiasm upon seeing Katra and the others. Your Majesty, I have important matters to report. Katra quickly interjected. Nanny? Not here to play? The king's expression shifted to one of disappointment, the previous excitement fading instantly. Your Majesty, please allow me to finish, Katra continued. Perhaps there are indeed matters of great significance. The High Priest addressed the Omni King. Very well, then. Proceed to speak. The Omni King replied with a look of impatience directed at Katra. Yes, Your Majesty. Katra promptly nodded and recounted all the events that transpired in the 11th universe. Your Majesty, this is how the situation stands. Therefore, that human from the 7th universe, named Lin Zhe, who has blasphemed the divine, ought to be eradicated. In Chapter 100, Katra conveyed the matters of the 6th universe truthfully to the Omni King and the High Priest, though he harbored a desire to embellish the account somewhat. However, despite his intent, he lacked the courage, for should the High Priest and the Omni King discover his deceit, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences, perhaps even obliteration. Thus, he could only relate the events as they were. Nevertheless, even this should suffice to ensure that the human in question could not recover. It seems that this individual named Jiren is quite formidable. I wonder if he is entertaining? The Omni King seemed to overlook the crux of Quitra's remarks, instead fixating on the fact that Jiren had vanquished the destroyer, Vermouth. After all, it was Jiren who had slain the destroyer, not Lin Zhe. The destroyers present were momentarily taken aback. Your Majesty appears to have misunderstood, Zampa whispered, glancing at Katra. I share that sentiment. Katra replied with a troubled expression. At that moment, the Omni King turned his gaze toward the High Priest and inquired, High Priest, how do you propose we address this matter? Upon hearing the Omni King's question, the High Priest pondered for a moment before responding, Your Majesty, this situation is indeed grave. However, the fact that a human has managed to slay a destroyer indicates that some of these destroyers have grown complacent in their exalted status, neglecting their training after attaining such power, thus allowing a mere human to surpass them. Upon hearing the High Priest's words, the 8 destroyers kneeling on the ground were instantly drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling. Although the destroyer had been slain, they found themselves in a position of advantage. Yet a single statement from the High Priest made it feel as if the death of the destroyer was their own concern. Reflecting on it, none of them had diligently trained since becoming destroyers. After all, within their own universes, they were the most powerful deities, requiring no further cultivation. Indeed, that is a valid point. I too believe these individuals have grown rather lethargic. It has been several centuries since we last met, and it appears their strength has not improved at all. In fact, it seems they may even have regressed. The king surveyed the gathered assembly, casting a final glance at Xianpa, who instinctively recoiled in fear. Could it be that he would fail even in thievery, suffering a loss instead? Indeed, the esteemed king. The High Priest nodded in affirmation. However, I find myself particularly intrigued by Jillian, the one who vanquished the Delectable, and Linza, who possesses the capability to combat angels. Might you summon them forth, venerable high priest? The king inquired. Certainly, esteemed king. Please grant me a moment. The high priest replied with a smile, before gracefully exiting the grand hall of the king. Meanwhile, the destroyers, kneeling on the ground, dared not utter a single breath, though they had come to lodge complaints. The atmosphere now felt akin to that of awaiting punishment. Moreover, from the king's words, it appeared there was no intention to eliminate Linza. Instead, the focus remained on Jillian. At that moment, on Earth in Universe 7, the previously clear sky was abruptly engulfed in a violet haze. Linza, who was indoors, furrowed his brow in alarm, sensing an unprecedented and terrifying aura of oppression, far surpassing that of any angel, rendering them incomparable. What is it? Noticing Linza's sudden distress, number 18 quickly inquired. The matter that could elicit such a reaction from Linza must be extraordinary. I perceive an overwhelming sense of pressure, an intensity one have never encountered before. Stay inside. I shall investigate. Linziu spoke to number 18 in a low, somber tone. Subsequently, his body flickered and he exited the room with a swift motion. Whoosh. When Linze reappeared, he was already suspended in midair. Before him stood a figure, adorned with a subtle smile. It was none other than the high priest. The high priest? At the moment Linze beheld this figure, his brow furrowed tightly, and his expression darkened considerably. Could it be that the high priest sought him out due to his assistance in slaying Weimei? Linze felt a sense of wariness. Aside from this matter, there was certainly nothing else that could prompt the high priest to seek him out. You must be Mr. Linze, the high priest said, still wearing a faint smile as he gazed at Linze. Indeed, that is correct. It is an honor to meet you, high priest. Linze nodded respectfully and spoke. Although he could be somewhat arrogant at times, he understood that the figure before him was none other than the high priest, a being of a caliber far beyond that of a mere destroyer. In fact, even an angel could not be compared to the high priest's little finger. As Vis had explicitly stated, you actually know of me? How intriguing. No wonder you can hold your own against angels. The high priest remarked with a hint of indifference. His existence was known only to the gods and angels, so it was quite unexpected that a mere human from a remote universe like Linze would also be aware of him. The purpose of my visit is primarily concerning the demise of the destroyer of Universe 11, Weiss. I have heard from other destroyers that you, Mr. Linze, were involved in this matter. Thus you must accompany me, the high priest continued, his tone remaining remarkably even. Indeed, it was surprising that this incident had ultimately drawn the attention of both the high priest and the Omni King. Linze cast a sudden glance, pondering within himself. Should he go or not? With his current abilities, there was a 90% chance he would not escape the grasp of the high priest. However, now that they were taking him with them, it was unlikely they would obliterate him outright. Logically, that would not be the case. Otherwise, the high priest would have eliminated him directly. From the tone of the high priest, it seemed that the gods of destruction from other universes had informed them, hadn't they? Linze gazed at the grand priest, tentatively inquiring. Had it not been for those individuals, it is likely that the Omni King would not have taken such matters to heart. Indeed, aside from the 2nd, 7th, 9th, and 11th universes, the other gods of destruction have gone to the Omni King to file their grievances. The grand priest, however, offered no concealment, speaking directly to Linze. So it is, these individuals dared to act in such a manner. Linze clenched his fist tightly, clearly displaying a hint of anger. These destructive beings were truly hard to appreciate. Very well, Mr. Linze, Lord Zeno has instructed me to escort you for a discussion. Please follow me. Chapter 101. The high priest regarded Linze with a calm gaze and spoke. All right. Please hold on a moment. I shall be out shortly. Linze could only nod. Before the high priest, he surmised that even escaping was beyond his capabilities. Thus, it seemed that regardless of the outcome today, he must meet that little prince of the All-King. Very well, but it is preferable not to keep him waiting for too long. Rest assured, I shall inform my family to spare them any worry. After Linze finished speaking, he turned and returned home, informing No. 18 that he would be stepping out for a brief moment. 3 minutes later, Linze emerged. Let us be on our way, esteemed high priest. Linze approached the high priest and spoke. The high priest nodded slightly, and then the two of them vanished into the purple rift behind them. When they reappeared, they found themselves not in the King's temple, but in the 11th universe. Were we not supposed to go to the King's temple? Linze curiously inquired. As the one responsible for the demise of the god of destruction, it is imperative that Jiren and Topo from Universe 11 accompany us as well. The Grand Priest stated with a calm demeanor. Under the Grand Priest's guidance, they were transported directly to the realm of the god of destruction in Universe 11. Grand Priest. What brings you to Universe 11? Makirita asked respectfully. Topo, fully aware of the formidable presence of the Grand Priest, knelt on the ground. The events in Universe 11 have stirred significant unrest. The gods of destruction from other universes have reported this matter to Lord Zeno. May I inquire if I could have a glimpse? The Grand Priest inquired, maintaining an unwaveringly tranquil tone. Apologies for causing trouble for Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest. The situation has already been resolved, and a new god of destruction has assumed their role. I had hoped to avoid further complications, Makirita responded, understanding Zeno's character well enough to know that such minor issues would not warrant his attention. You may wish to avoid trouble, yet it seems that trouble has sought you. Very well. The three of you shall accompany me to the Zeno's palace, the Grand Priest declared, glancing at Makirita, Jiren, and Topo. Grand Priest. The act of slaying the god of destruction, Vermouth, was solely my doing. It has no bearing on Mr. Lindsay or Topo. If punishment is to be meted out, I implore you to direct it solely towards me. Jiren stepped forward, addressing the Grand Priest earnestly. The conflict arose from his quest for vengeance, and he wished to shield others, particularly Lindsay, who had aided him in locating his ancestral enemies. The thought of involving Lindsay filled him with profound guilt. This matter does not rest solely in my hands. You may express your concerns to Lord Zeno when we arrive, the Grand Priest replied with a smile. He was merely a messenger. The ultimate decision and judgment lay with Lord Zeno. Very well, Jiren conceded with a nod, following the Grand Priest to Zeno's palace. The palace was vast, adorned with towering columns, yet its architectural style resembled that of a kindergarten. Lindsay had grown accustomed to the Grand Priest's palace in Dragon Ball Super, thus it no longer struck him as peculiar. Upon entering the Grand Hall, the first thing Lindsay noticed was the exceedingly simplistic figure of the diminutive Zeno, whose head resembled an egg. With a bored expression, Zeno rested his chin on his hand, seemingly lost in thought. Below him knelt 8 individuals, while another 8 stood, all of whom bore familiar visages, such as Kampa, Quatella, Lomzi, Lick, Jin, and Iwan. Behind them stood the angels of various universes. Lord Zeno, Lindsay, Jiren, and the new god of destruction from Universe 11, Topo. Have all been brought here? The Grand Priest announced. Upon hearing his voice, every gaze turned towards them. Among the 8 gods of destruction, only Kampa had seen Lindsay in person. The others had never laid eyes upon him, and thus their curiosity was piqued. As their eyes shifted to Lindsay, he met their gaze with an equally icy stare. The other gods of destruction remained relatively unfazed by Lindsay's chilling expression, as they were all formidable beings who had not encountered his terrifying prowess. However, Kampa felt an unsettling jolt within him upon receiving Lindsay's glance, akin to being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, as fear began to seep into his heart. Though reason dictated that he was exceedingly safe within the Grand Priest's palace and had no need to fear Lindsay, the primal terror was beyond his control. Salutations, Lord Zeno. At that moment, Margarita suddenly knelt. Salutations, Lord Zeno. Following suit, Jiren, Topo, and Lindsay also knelt on one knee. This was not an act of submission, but rather a recognition of the situation. The tiny Zeno was indeed a being standing at the pinnacle of the universe. Should he take offense, every universe could be obliterated in an instant. Thus, he was not someone to provoke. Moreover, Zeno possessed a child's temperament. Being overly casual before him was absolutely inadvisable. Please rise. By the way, which of you 3 is Lindsay and which is Jiren? Zeno inquired, suddenly animated as he looked at the trio. Lord Zeno, I am Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 11. This is the new Supreme Kai of Universe 11, Jiren. And this is Mr. Lindsay, Topo promptly introduced. Then why did you seek to eliminate the god of destruction, Vermouth? The Omni King suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing the question, Lindsay and Tuapa slightly raised their eyebrows, while Julian's expression became grave. In contrast, the faces of Katra and the other destroyers revealed a sense of amusement and schadenfreude. Your Majesty, this matter is solely my doing. It is because the god of destruction, Wei Mei, annihilated my entire clan and deceived me for many years that I took his life, avenging my kin. This incident has nothing to do with Tuap or Mr. Lindsay. If you wish to impose punishment, let it fall upon me alone, Julian declared. Gazing earnestly at the Omni King, clearly prepared to face death, Tuap observed Julian with a furrowed brow. He too had been involved in this affair, and felt a pang of guilt for allowing Jillian to bear the burden alone. I am immensely grateful for your assistance, but this matter is fundamentally mine. You have already aided me. I cannot allow you to suffer punishment further, Jillian said, glancing at Tuapa and Lindsay. Why must there be punishment? The Omni King inquired, seemingly puzzled. This question left everyone present momentarily dumbfounded, particularly Katra and Xiang Pa, who had just clearly articulated the crimes of Lindsay and Jillian. Jillian, too, wore a bewildered expression. Was the Omni King jesting? Your Majesty, it was indeed Jillian who killed the god of destruction, Wei Mei. Shouldn't he be punished? The High Priest quietly reminded the Omni King. Though the Omni King was the most powerful being in this universe, at times his demeanor resembled that of a child. In that case, I shall punish you by having you play with me. When I feel entertained enough, I shall not hold you accountable. The Omni King mused after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over everyone's faces once more. Jillian and Tuapa could hardly believe it. Was the High Priest's purpose in bringing them here merely to amuse this little being? Katra and his companions were visibly displeased. Such a punishment from the Omni King bore no semblance of reprimand. Their intent in coming here was to have the Omni King punish Lindsay, preferably erasing him from existence. Now, however, the Omni King had completely disregarded Lindsay in his pronouncement of punishment, which was so trivial as to amount to little more than a game. Was this truly a punishment? Although Lindsay was equally astonished, it seemed he could hardly believe it. For in Dragon Ball Super, the Omni King possesses such a disposition. His only apparent concern seems to be amusement. Indeed, it is strikingly similar. Lindsay gazed at the rudimentary depiction of the Omni King, pondering to himself. His initial motivation to assist Jiren in vanquishing Vermout stemmed from a desire to confront the Omni King's blatant disregard for the destroyers. The Omni King, capable of slaying a destroyer, had committed an affront to the divine. Would such a punishment not be rather lenient? The destroyer of Universe 12, Jaime, furrowed his brow and addressed the Omni King. Indeed, Your Majesty. Furthermore, the reason Jiren from Universe 11 was able to defeat Vermout was that Lindsay intervened to prevent the Angel Margarita from rescuing him, leading to the demise of a destroyer. Hence, I firmly believe that Lindsay of Universe 7 must not be spared. Kuetra cast a cold glance at Lindsay before speaking. They had already initiated this campaign against Lindsay, having truly provoked his ire. Should the Omni King fail to eradicate him completely this time, the lives of these destroyers would become increasingly arduous. Therefore, it was imperative that Lindsay be utterly obliterated. Upon hearing Vermout's words, a chilling malice surfaced on Lindsay's countenance. While watching Dragon Ball Super, he had harbored a profound disdain for this insufferable rat. If Vermout and Kappa had their grievances, this rodent had no prior connection with him or the other destroyers. Thus, this rat must perish. Are you questioning the Omni King's judgment? The Grand Priest suddenly fixed a cold stare upon Kuetra and Jaime, inquiring. Nay, we would not dare. Please, Your Majesty, forgive us. The two hastily prostrated themselves, their voices trembling. Humph. Did I not mention earlier that your laxity in training and negligence in managing your universes have led to a decline in their ratings? Thus, your deaths at the hands of mortals merely showcase your indolence. The Omni King spoke in a tone devoid of emotion to Kuetra and the others. It seems this fellow harbors no fondness for the destroyers. The Omni King's words caused the faces of all the destroyers to redden, instilling a profound fear within them. The Omni King uttering such sentiments could very well lead to a decree for the replacement of the destroyers. Should he declare such a fate, it would be tantamount to a death sentence for them all. The Omni King then turned his gaze towards Lindsay and Jiren, stating, You lot who have slain a destroyer must ensure my delight today, or else. The Omni King did not finish his sentence, yet the implication was exceedingly clear. Topo and Jiren exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions becoming grave. Both were typically consumed with training, having little time to amuse a child. Now, how were they to discern what would bring joy to the Omni King? At the moment when the two were in a predicament, Lindsay, with a faint smile, spoke up, saying, Lord Zeno, why not allow me to engage in a friendly match with the esteemed gods of destruction? It might prove to be quite entertaining. Oh, a battle with all the gods of destruction? That sounds rather enjoyable, exclaimed Zeno, visibly excited upon hearing Lindsay's words. In truth, Zeno was indifferent to the nature of the activity. He had spent such a prolonged period within the confines of the Zeno's palace that even the most mundane events appeared extraordinarily novel to him. It would indeed be exceedingly amusing. Lindsay's piercing gaze swept across the faces of all the gods of destruction as he spoke with a smile. In Dragon Ball Super, The Omni King seems to take great pleasure in watching others engage in battle. Thus, he merely sought to indulge this preference while also delivering a sound lesson to these oblivious beings. Upon hearing Lin Zhe's suggestion, the expressions of all the gods of destruction shifted, revealing a mix of concern and anger. Their concern stemmed from Lin Zhe's formidable strength, which rivaled that of the angels. Their anger arose from the audacity of this individual to challenge all the gods of destruction simultaneously, an affront that naturally left them feeling quite unsettled. Chapter 103. Very well. If this is to be such an enjoyable spectacle, let us commence at once. The Omni King exclaimed with excitement, clapping his hands in delight as he addressed Lin Zhe. Indeed, he possessed an insatiable curiosity for various matters, having grown weary of the mundane pastime of treating planets as mere marbles. The prospect of witnessing a competition today was, in fact, rather enticing. Your Majesty, this is utterly unacceptable. Kampa hastily waved his hands, attempting to dissuade the Omni King from issuing such a decree. Engaging in battle with Lin Zhe was tantamount to courting death. His strength, comparable to that of the angels, was certainly beyond the capacity of these gods of destruction to contend with. While it was likely that he would refrain from outright killing them in the presence of the Omni King, the prospect of enduring yet another humiliation weighed heavily on their hearts. Why should it not be permissible? Do you wish to vanish? The Omni King shot a cold glance at Kampa, his tone devoid of childishness, now imbued with authority. This remark sent a shiver down Kampa's spine, compelling him to prostrate himself on the ground. He certainly did not wish to disappear, otherwise he would not have come here in the first place. Then let us engage in this competition. If I find today's entertainment lacking, you 18 shall face obliteration. The Omni King declared once more, his words causing all present, including Lin Zhe, to tremble slightly in response, a frown knitting Lin Zhe's brow. The discontent within him surged. This was the power wielded by the ruler at the pinnacle of the universe, able to erase those who displeased him with a mere thought. Such a reality was indeed profoundly unsettling. His strength still fell short. Had he been more powerful, he would not find himself in this position today. Like a mere monkey entertaining this child. With greater power, he would have long since obliterated these misfits. Lin Zhe glanced at the Omni King and Quitella, feeling a twinge of reluctance in his heart. This sensation was indeed quite uncomfortable. If he were merely an ordinary person from his past life, he might not have pondered such matters, regardless of his efforts. However, now endowed with formidable power and boundless potential, he found himself yearning to grow stronger. Dear friends, although that individual possesses considerable strength, he remains merely human. We are the gods of destruction. When the time comes for battle, we shall unleash our destructive powers. I refuse to believe that a single human can withstand the might of all 8 of us gods of destruction. Quitella declared in a somber tone to the assembly of deities. Since the Omni King had resolutely decided on their competition, they had no choice but to give their utmost. They were not necessarily destined to lose. Indeed, I also doubt his ability to contend with all 8 of us. It would be best to eliminate him in the forthcoming battle. Should the Omni King express any ire, we can always feign ignorance, remarked Ramses, the elephant god of destruction from Universe 10, his tone heavy with foreboding. If such a being were allowed to continue his ascent, he would undoubtedly pose a tremendous threat. Now that they had already incurred his displeasure, they should seize this opportunity to eradicate him before he could grow any stronger. Omni King, since this is a competition, we must bear in mind that in the heat of battle, injuries or even fatalities may occur. Lin Zhe slowly lifted his head and gazed at the omnipotent king, speaking with conviction. Since the omnipotent king desired for him to engage in battle with the god of destruction, he resolved to eliminate 1 or 2 of those he found intolerable during the conflict, to set an example and demonstrate that provoking him was far from a wise decision. After all, in this world, strength reigned supreme. As Lin Zhe's voice faded, the king had yet to speak when the high priest took the initiative to address him. Mr. Lin Zhe, it would be prudent to exercise restraint when competing before the king. To slay a god of destruction within the king's temple may not be advisable. Given your formidable strength, I trust you can master your power with ease. The high priest then cast a glance at Lin Zhe, his expression hinting at an inscrutable emotion. A sudden pang of apprehension surged through Lin Zhe upon sensing the high priest's gaze, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Is this the weight of confronting a true powerhouse? Lin Zhe's expression darkened as he pondered to himself. Although his strength was comparable to that of an angel, he was acutely aware of his vulnerability. A mere gesture from the high priest could utterly obliterate him. Realizing this, he quickly clarified, I merely inquired out of curiosity. Please do not take it to heart, high priest. Lindsay could only speak again, while the high priest maintained a serene expression, no longer casting a glance at Lindsay. With a gentle snap of his fingers, a monumental arena suddenly materialized before the crowd, towering at least 1,000 feet high. "All right, everyone, the arena is now ready," he announced. "I must reiterate, this competition is primarily for entertainment purposes, intended to showcase our talents for the esteemed king. Therefore, do not harbor any intent to kill during your performances." It seemed the high priest's words carried a deeper meaning, subtly cautioning Lindsay. This caused Lindsay's brow to furrow slightly. It appeared the king was not overly concerned about the death of the destroyer. Yet the high priest regarded the matter with considerable gravity. Given this, it seemed that Lindsay's aspiration to eliminate the destroyer would prove somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, he vowed that one day, the rogues before him would learn that crossing him would incur consequences. It seemed as if the high priest's remarks were deliberately directed at Lindsay. "Chirp, chirp, that fool thinks he can kill us. What a delusional dream," Keitra remarked with a sardonic laugh, addressing the crowd. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately, Keitra and the others leaped into the arena. "Lindsay, there are 8 destroyers on their side. Can you handle them?" Jillian inquired, glancing at the 8 destroyers who had taken the stage. Although he was aware of Lindsay's formidable strength, contending with 8 destroyers simultaneously was no trivial task. "Rest assured, against such weaklings, it matters not how many come," Lindsay replied confidently. Lindsay smiled faintly. Then, with a leap, he appeared directly on the arena. He regarded the gods of destruction with indifference, but he sensed a subtle threat emanating from the Grand Priest's demeanor. In Chapter 104, when the Grand Priest spoke to him, Lindsay distinctly felt an aura of menace and malice directed towards him. It seemed that the Grand Priest was not as amicable as portrayed in Dragon Ball Super, lacking the kind and benevolent demeanor one might expect. At that moment, the 8 gods of destruction surrounded Lindsay in the arena. "Everyone, attack together. We must not allow ourselves to be defeated before the Omni King and the Grand Priest." Ketla urged the other gods of destruction, before suddenly vanishing from sight. In an instant, as Ketla disappeared, the other gods of destruction swiftly followed suit, their bodies enveloped in various hues of energy, hurtling towards Lindsay. Ha! Lindsay suddenly let out a furious roar, transforming into Super Saiyan 5. A silvery purple aura erupted fiercely from his being, causing the god of destruction rushing towards him to stagger back several paces, shaken by the sheer force. Wow, how powerful! Lindsay radiated a magnificent brilliance. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Omni King's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, his strength was formidable. Just a mere aura was enough to repel all the gods of destruction. It seems that Lindsay possesses the prowess to rival that of the angels, demonstrating his remarkable capabilities and techniques. The Grand Priest, maintaining an expression of serene composure, commented on the unfolding scene. On the arena, the collective might of the gods of destruction was repelled several steps back by Lindsay's overwhelming aura, their expressions now etched with gravity. They had not anticipated that merely the altered energy from his voice could force them all to retreat. Although they previously believed that a mere human could never attain such strength, the reality of the experience left them profoundly astonished. "Humph, let us attack together," declared the fox god of destruction, Lakir, from Universe 8. Following this, several gods of destruction began to unleash their unique abilities. Divine Binding. The elephant god of destruction from Universe 10, Ramushi, formed hand seals, directing a radiant ring towards Lindsay in an attempt to bind him. However, before the ring could even make contact, it transformed into a purple energy and vanished into thin air. How infuriating. Why is this happening? Ramushi's expression shifted dramatically. This individual stood there, seemingly unperturbed, effortlessly dispelling his divine binding technique. At that moment, everyone surged forward once more. Lakir's tail morphed into 9, enveloping his body in a protective embrace. Subsequently, the tips of the 9 tails incessantly launched spheres of destructive energy, while the others continued their assault on Lindsay. Lindsay's body moved with fluidity, effortlessly evading the attacks of all his opponents. Meanwhile, the expressions of Jillian and Tuapa, who were observing the battle, grew increasingly grim. Just moments ago, the Grand Priest had clearly stated that this exhibition match should be devoid of any intent to kill. Yet, it was evident that those destroyers were holding nothing back. Jillian remarked as he watched the fierce combat on the stage. Those brutes strike with unparalleled ferocity, and each one harnesses destructive energy, evidently intent on eliminating Lindsay. Conversely, the Grand Priest and the Omni King appeared utterly indifferent, neither intervening nor uttering a word. Rest assured, Those individuals are certainly no match for Lindsay. Perhaps the Grand Priest and the others share this sentiment, which is why they have chosen not to intervene. Tuapa chimed in. Nonetheless, the situation remained unsettling. As time slipped away, a full 10 minutes passed. Throughout this duration, Lindsay remained in a defensive posture, opting not to launch any counterattacks, seemingly aiming to prolong the match. However, his patience was wearing thin. Meanwhile, Keitra and his companions seemed to underestimate Lindsay's prowess, attributing his ability to evade their onslaughts to a mastery of ultra instinct akin to Beerus, thereby enhancing his dodging capabilities. This misconception only fueled their arrogance. Notably, Keitra, Ligier, and Ramsey grew increasingly reckless, launching relentless close-range assaults. Though I may not claim your lives today, I shall ensure you bear a lasting impression of this encounter. Lindsay glanced at Keitra and the others, and a fierce light suddenly flickered in his eyes. In an instant, Keitra's fist surged toward Lindsay. This time, Lindsay did not evade. Instead, he seized Keitra's fist with a firm grip. What? The moment Keitra's fist was captured, his expression changed drastically. He felt as though his fist was ensnared by an iron vice, the immense strength rendering him utterly unable to retract it. In that very moment, Lindsay swung Keitra's fist in a wide arc bang. Bang! Bang! At that moment, the attacking Ligier, Jean, and Ramsey were sent flying. You scoundrel, let me go! Keitra exclaimed in agony, cursing wildly. It was not that simple. Lindsay's lips curved into a cold smile as he seized Keitra's body, relentlessly slamming it against the ground with forceful blows. Each impact resonated with a thunderous sound, leaving distinct cracks in the earth. Within mere seconds, the ground bore 2 substantial craters from the relentless assault. Keitra's breath diminished significantly, resembling a lifeless rat, his body limp and dangling in Lindsay's grasp. The other destroyers, witnessing Lindsay's brutal tactics, were struck with fear, their expressions shifting drastically. Among all the destroyers, Keitra was arguably the strongest after Beerus, yet here he was, treated like refuse. In that moment, Keitra had entirely lost his combat prowess. Let me go, you despicable bastard. I will not let this slide. Keitra's voice was laced with weakness, yet he showed no signs of capitulation, his fury only intensifying. Do you, a pitiful rat, truly believe you have the right to threaten me? It seems the pain you've endured has not been sufficient to teach you a lesson. After Lindsay's cold voice fell, he relentlessly slammed Keitra's body against the ground several times. It seemed as though every bone in Keitra's body had shattered, with blood pouring forth continuously. He was on the brink of death. However, Lindsay knew he could not kill him just yet. With a casual flick, he discarded Keitra's body like refuse, leaving him before the Angel of Universe 4, Conic. He then turned his gaze towards the terrified Ramsey and Legiel. Chapter 105. Oh, the human from Universe 7 truly is ruthless. Had the Grand Priest not previously declared that killing was forbidden, Lord Keitra might have already met his demise. Observing the nearly lifeless Keitra, Angel Conic frowned and waved his staff lightly, healing Keitra's wounds completely. Upon recovering, Keitra's face twisted in fury as he glared at Lindsay. Though his anger was palpable, he was acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated him from Lindsay, a disparity that could hardly be bridged through mere training. This bastard. I must find a way to kill him. Keitra clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage. While he was currently powerless to end Lindsay's life, he knew there were others capable of doing so. On the arena, Lindsay's brutal assault on Keitra had rendered the other 7 gods of destruction hesitant to confront him further. After all, they had witnessed the fate of the first to challenge. Thus, they were understandably reluctant to engage recklessly again. Hey, why have they stopped fighting? This is so boring. Everyone has just halted. The Omni King, who had been engrossed in the spectacle, grew discontent as all combat ceased. You must resume the battle quickly, or else the Omni King will be displeased, the Grand Priest remarked coolly, observing the fighters on the stage. His words caused the expressions of Legiel and Compa to shift. It was not that they were unwilling to continue. Rather, they understood that once the fight resumed, they would only be on the receiving end of punishment. Since it appears you are not inclined to take action, allow me to initiate, Lindsay said, a cold smirk playing on his lips as he observed the vigilant gods of destruction. Suddenly, he vanished from sight. Swish. Lindsay's speed was astonishing, arriving before Xiongpa in the blink of an eye. Bang. In the next moment, Lindsay's fist struck fiercely against Xiongpa's abdomen. A gasp escaped as blood erupted from Xiongpa's mouth, his body propelled away like a cannonball. It was so swift that there was no time to react. Xiangpa's expression was gravely serious, especially as tumultuous waves churned within him, and an excruciating pain racked his abdomen. Whoosh! Lin Zhe's form vanished once more, reappearing atop Xiangpa's head. With a swift motion, he interlocked his fists and struck downwards. Bang! The resounding clash echoed through the arena, as Xiangpa's body became embedded in the unyielding platform. In merely 2 assaults, Xiangpa's energy plummeted drastically. Lin Zhe descended once again before Xiangpa. You foolish glutton. I had thought that after teaching you 3 lessons, you might gain some wisdom. Yet, I find you to be as foolish as ever, daring to provoke me once more. Today, you are shielded by the divine priest, but mark my words, there will come a day when I shall surely end your existence. Lin Zebang's cold voice echoed as he delivered a powerful kick to Xiangpa's chest. The sharp crack resonated, and Xiangpa's chest caved in, rendering him unconscious once more. His body fell before Bados, who sighed, lamenting the plight of the unfortunate Xiangpa. With a wave of his staff, Bados restored Xiangpa to consciousness. How infuriating! This scoundrel has become even more formidable. Xiangpa clenched his fists, rage surging in his eyes. Xiangpa, I advise you to refrain from provoking Lin Zhe further. Today, you owe your lives to the high priest. Had it not been for his intervention, both you and Lord Kudra would surely have met your demise. Bados spoke to Xiangpa with an earnestness he had never before witnessed. In truth, upon realizing Lin Zhe possessed the strength to rival angels, Xiangpa felt a profound fear and was reluctant to challenge him again. Yet, he feared Lin Zhe would remember their past grievances and come for him. Thus, he resolved to accept Quitra's proposal to strike first, hoping that the high priest and the king would eliminate Lin Zhe, ensuring their safety. However, he never anticipated that the king had no intention of punishing Lin Zhe. Now, with Lin Zhe unscathed, they found themselves in deeper trouble. Xiangpa fell silent, his gaze shifting to the arena. Having been eliminated, Lin Zhe resembled a wolf among sheep, relentlessly attacking the other destroyers, who were utterly outmatched, left only to endure the assault without any chance to retaliate. As time passed, the other 6 destroyers met the same fate as Kudra and Xiangpa, suffering immense pain. Some barely clinging to life, others rendered unconscious, all cast from the arena by Lin Zhe. Is it over? I feel somewhat unsatisfied. The king mused. However, Lin Zhe is truly remarkable. Even the combined might of 8 destroyers is no match for him. Indeed, my lord, the destroyers are no match for Lin Zhe. When the opportunity arises, let us organize a more grand event. I assure you it will be most exhilarating, the high priest remarked, glancing at the king before turning his attention to Lin Zhe. This individual is undeniably impressive. In just a few decades of cultivation, he has reached a level comparable to that of angels. If he were afforded a better training environment and ample time for cultivation, this individual would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of the cosmos, perhaps matching one's own strength. However, should he align with their faction, it would bode well for them. Conversely, if he were not one of their own, he would pose a considerable threat. Given that the Grand Priest has expressed such sentiments, so be it. We shall await the next occasion. Although the Omni King appeared somewhat reluctant, he could only nod in acquiescence. At that moment, all the gods of destruction had fully recovered from their injuries. Aside from Quatella, Arnshi, and Ligil, whose eyes brimmed with ire, the other gods of destruction regarded Lin Zhe with a hint of trepidation, for Lin Zhe now represented an insurmountable pinnacle to them. Chapter 106. So, esteemed Omni King, are you satisfied with this match? Should Lin Zhe and his companions still face punishment? The Grand Priest inquired of the Omni King. Indeed, I found this match quite satisfactory. Therefore, Lin Zhe and his group shall not face any punishment. Rather, the other gods of destruction are woefully inadequate. With such feeble prowess, how can you govern a universe? Should you remain this weak in the future, I shall have no choice but to impose penalties. The Omni King addressed the assembly of gods of destruction. If these 8 were unable to best Lin Zhe, then they were indeed lacking in strength. Understood, esteemed Omni King. We shall diligently train upon our return. The gods of destruction hastily responded, trembling with apprehension. It was evident that upon their return, rigorous training was imperative, whether due to the Omni King's influence or Lin Zhe's prowess. Very well, you may all return now. The Omni King instructed the group. Yes, esteemed Omni King. Quatella and the others quickly nodded in agreement. Although their initial intent was to lodge complaints, they now felt as if they had erred and were eager to depart the realm of the gods of destruction. You lot should return as well. Grand Priest, please escort them back. The Omni King glanced at Lin Zhe, Jiren, and the others before addressing the Grand Priest. Understood, esteemed Omni King. The Grand Priest nodded and subsequently led the group out of the realm of the gods of destruction. Upon exiting, the gods of destruction from each universe were escorted away by their respective angels. Lindsay, we shall take our leave now. Do take care of yourself. Jiren and Topo bid Lindsay before departing alongside Beerus. At that moment, only Lindsay and the Grand Priest remained outside the Omni King's palace. Mr. Lindsay, your strength is formidable, having surpassed that of the angels. What are your future plans? The High Priest suddenly turned to Lindsay and inquired, what are your intentions? Lindsay was momentarily taken aback. Why would the Grand Priest suddenly pose such a question? I recall that in Dragon Ball Super, the Grand Priest seemed indifferent to such matters. Despite possessing considerable strength, I am acutely aware that it does not reach a level that would pique the Grand Priest's interest. This implies that the Grand Priest here is rather different from the one in Dragon Ball Super, or at the very least, displays a distinct demeanor. I have no particular intentions. Lindsay shook his head. Naturally, he would not disclose to the Grand Priest his innermost desire to stand at the pinnacle of this universe, to seize control of his fate, and to gaze down upon the deities. Might Mr. Lindsay have an interest in the position of an angel? The Grand Priest suddenly inquired. This question caused a slight tremor in Lindsay's body. The position of an angel? Could it be that the Grand Priest wished for him to become an angel? Aren't angels all offspring of the Grand Priest? Although the status of an angel is esteemed and their powers formidable, to be candid, Lindsay held no desire for such a role. First, he had no intention of serving the Grand Priest and the Omni King. Second, the constraints placed upon angels are excessively burdensome, apart from safeguarding the destroyer gods. They are prohibited from unleashing their full potential. Should one dare to exert their complete strength, they would vanish entirely. For Lindsay, the notion of abstaining from battle was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, to serve a destroyer god who is significantly weaker than himself would be akin to inviting suffering upon himself. However, outrightly rejecting the Grand Priest would clearly be ill-advised, for this Grand Priest appeared markedly different from the one Lindsay had come to know in Dragon Ball Super. Moreover, he possessed the capability to extinguish Lindsay's life in an instant. Might I be afforded the opportunity to contemplate this matter thoroughly? Lindsay smiled and spoke. It is certain that he would not aspire to be an angel, for doing so would mean he was merely serving these individuals. Much like a caged bird, yearning to surpass them while under their watchful gaze, such aspirations would be nothing more than a delusion. Therefore, he must seize this time to diligently cultivate his abilities, striving to enhance his strength within a short span. Very well, then you should return and ponder this matter carefully. I trust that Mr. Lindsay is a wise individual and understands that becoming an angel is a supreme honor, a commendable choice indeed. The High Priest's tone was remarkably calm, even laced with a hint of amusement. Yet to Lindsay, it was undeniably a blatant threat. It appears that the High Priest is somewhat unhinged. Of course. Lindsay nodded slightly, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. All right, I understand that Mr. Lindsay possesses the ability of instantaneous movement, so I shall not accompany you any further. The High Priest continued to maintain a calm expression as he said, farewell. Lindsay nodded slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from the Hall of All Kings. Who was the person that took you away earlier? Did they trouble you? Back at home, Number 18 gazed at Lindsay with concern, sensing that he bore some burden. Of course not. Who could possibly trouble me? However, I might need to retreat to the hyperbolic time chamber for training in the near future. Therefore, these days may prove to be arduous for you. Lindsay gently massaged the shoulder of number 18 and spoke, although he should remain by her side to take good care of her at this moment. He found himself unable to do so due to the perilous situation he was facing. He believed that unless he acquiesced to the High Priest's demands and became an angel, the High Priest might take drastic measures against him, potentially erasing him entirely. He must not allow such a fate to befall him, for the sake of number 18, their unborn child, and his own survival. He needed to grow stronger in the shortest time possible, at least to possess the strength to escape the clutches of the High Priest. Yes, you should go. I'm truly not that fragile. But do take care not to exhaust yourself, number 18 said earnestly as she looked at Lindsay. She could sense that he was undoubtedly entangled in a troubling predicament. Otherwise, he would not wear such a grave expression. Well then, I shall take my leave. Lindsay nodded slightly, and then, with a swift motion, he made his way to the time chamber of the Divine Hall. Chapter 107. Within the time chamber, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. It had been 2 years. Although my strength had seen significant enhancement, if this continues, I would still be unable to contend with the High Priest or the Omni King. Lindsay's expression darkened as he muttered to himself. His cultivation speed had indeed been remarkably swift, and he had not encountered any further bottlenecks. However, his progress merely entailed a continuous enhancement of his strength, which, while potentially threatening to beings like the angels, would not suffice against the high priest and entities of the Omni King caliber. Defeating them could not be achieved solely through sheer power, for they were the architects of the universe, wielding the very fabric of its laws. Particularly, the Omni King possessed the ability to annihilate the universe with but a thought. It was a matter far more complex than mere strength. Just as the destructive power of the god of destruction is imbued with the essence of universal principles, enabling the effortless obliteration of all existence. The only means to counteract such laws is to transcend them, either by shattering the rules themselves or by elevating oneself above the constraints of this world. In such cases, the laws would lose their efficacy. Consider the scenario when one surpasses the god of destruction by a significant margin. At that point, the destructive energies become largely ineffective. Although it is said that sheer strength can conquer myriad foes, my current power has yet to reach such heights. Given my current rate of cultivation, to attain the level of the high priest and his ilk would likely require at least a millennium, even if I were to possess an endless lifespan. It is doubtful they would grant me such an abundance of time. Lindsay spoke with a bitter expression. He had merely promised the high priest to consider the matter. And now 2 days had already passed. If he did not provide a response within a month, it would likely be untenable. It seemed he had overestimated his own capabilities. Even if he were to merge the powers of Super Saiyan, Super Saiyan 5, and the mastery of ultimate skill, it would be challenging to rival the high priest. The primary issue lay with this wretched system, which had seemingly ceased to provide any rewards after the 7 years of sign-in gifts. At this moment, if a miracle were to occur, it would undoubtedly be orchestrated by the system. Yet, this cursed system has remained silent for far too long. System? Hello, is anyone there? Lindsay tentatively inquired within his mind. If you haven't perished, then do emerge. If you remain hidden any longer, I may meet my demise. However, Lindsay was merely venting his frustrations, for this entity had not manifested for 13 years, including the time spent within the temporal sanctuary. Lindsay harbored little hope. 5 full minutes passed without any sign of activity. Alas, it would be best to diligently commence his cultivation. Lindsay let out a sigh and spoke to himself. Just as his voice faded, an electronic synthesized voice suddenly resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have received the 20-year sign-in gift package. Would you like to claim it? The ethereal quality of the electronic voice caused Lindsay's body to tremble slightly. Has the dog coin system finally attuned itself to my innermost thoughts? Lindsay's body trembled with excitement. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not experience such fervor. However, his current predicament was undeniably perilous. Lindsay was uncertain whether refusing the high priest would render him a target or, worse yet, cost him his life. Yet, if his own strength could rival that of the high priest, he could straightforwardly express his disinterest. Hurry, claim it swiftly. Lindsay felt an exhilarating emotion that was akin to the thrill of receiving a novice gift pack for the very first time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for claiming the 20-year sign-in gift pack, which includes the ability to devour Dragon Balls. The electronic synthesized voice of the system resonated once more. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Lindsay was momentarily bewildered, pondering in confusion. What exactly is the ability to devour Dragon Balls? As Lindsay's voice faded, the electronic synthetic voice of the system resonated once more, elucidating. It is quite simple. It is an ability that allows one to consume Dragon Balls, through which the host can continuously grow stronger. The power and abilities acquired from devouring Dragon Balls will undoubtedly astonish the host. To grow stronger merely by consuming Dragon Balls? And the strength gained from such consumption will leave one in awe? Lindsay immediately grasped the essence of this segment within the system. By the way, is it possible to absorb all the Dragon Balls? Lindsay quickly pondered within his heart. Ordinary Dragon Balls are utterly incapable of enhancing the host's strength. Thus, only by absorbing the Super Dragon Balls can the host attain a higher level of power. The system spoke with utmost seriousness. Is it truly the case that only by absorbing the Super Dragon Balls can one elevate their prowess? Lindsay felt a twinge of regret. Not long ago, he had made a wish with the Super Dragon Balls and acquired the Ultra Instinct technique. Had he known that the system would reward him with the ability to devour Dragon Balls, he certainly would not have wished so directly. Now, the quest to locate the 7 Super Dragon Balls from 2 different universes would likely consume a considerable amount of time. After announcing the rewards, the system fell silent once more, disappearing without a trace. It seemed that Lindsay had formed a peculiar connection with the ability to devour Dragon Balls. Since the act of consuming Dragon Balls could enhance his power, it appeared that further cultivation was unnecessary. The increase in strength could hardly contend with the Grand Priest. Perhaps only by devouring the Super Dragon Balls could he hope to match the Grand Priest in combat prowess. Lindsay felt a surge of excitement within him. The Super Dragon Balls, a creation of the Dragon God, Zalama, promised an extraordinary enhancement of power if all were consumed. It is well known that the malevolent dragons born from the Earth's Dragon Balls in Dragon Ball GT possessed formidable strength. And the Super Dragon Balls were even more formidable. Moreover, the system had just indicated that the power derived from devouring the Dragon Balls would undoubtedly leave him astounded. With this in mind, there was no time to waste. Resolutely, Lindsay departed from the hyperbolic time chamber, with the immediate priority being the swift acquisition of the Super Dragon Balls. He intended to consume all 7 before the Grand Priest and the Omni King became aware of his actions. In doing so, he would surely gain the strength necessary for self-preservation. Upon leaving the hyperbolic time chamber, Lindsay returned directly to West City and found himself at Bulma's residence. "Mr. Lin, is there something you need?" Bulma inquired. Vegeta, sensing Lindsay's presence even before he appeared, hastily emerged from the gravity chamber. Ever since Lindsay had taught him the transformation into Super Saiyan 4, Vegeta had held Lindsay in deep reverence. After all, Lindsay's strength was undeniable, and he had graciously assisted both Vegeta and Goku in enhancing their powers. "I have come seeking Bulma's assistance," Lindsay stated. "I need her to create a Super Dragon Ball radar." Lindsay spoke directly to Vegeta, recalling that in Dragon Ball Super, the Super Dragon Ball radar was created by Bulma. Although he currently possessed remarkable speed, enabling him to traverse universes in an instant. Without the Dragon Ball radar, he felt as if he were blind. Locating the 7 Super Dragon Balls across 2 universes would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Super Dragon Ball radar? Vegeta paused, having heard of the Dragon Ball radar, but not the Super variant. "Very well, Mr. Lindsay, please accompany me and 18. I shall inform Bulma immediately and request her assistance in crafting one." Nodding in agreement, Vegeta led Lindsay into the laboratory. At that moment, Bulma and her father, Dr. Briefs, were busy with some unknown project. "Hey, Bulma, come here for a moment," Vegeta called out to her. Bulma turned and approached, casting a reproachful glance at Vegeta. "Could you speak a bit more gently to your beautiful wife?" she remarked before glancing at Lindsay and continuing. It's Lindsay. A distinguished guest indeed. Are you here to see me?" Wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead, she inquired. "Indeed, I have come to find you." Lindsay nodded and inquired. "Have you truly come to seek me? What is it that you desire?" Bulma, taken aback, responded with surprise. She had merely asked in passing, never expecting that Lindsay had indeed come looking for her. "The matter is this. I require your assistance in creating a Super Dragon Ball radar, one that possesses a broader range, ideally capable of detecting Dragon Balls throughout an entire universe." Lindsay earnestly addressed Bulma, inquiring about the Super Dragon Ball radar. "I have never heard of such a thing, but developing a radar with a broader monitoring range should not pose a significant challenge." Bulma expressed her surprise, admitting her unfamiliarity with the concept of Super Dragon Balls. Approximately how long would it take to create? Upon learning that Bulma could indeed construct it, Lindsay posed another question. "About 3 days, I suppose. With my father's assistance, we might expedite the process," Bulma confidently replied. Having been a mechanical prodigy since childhood, she harbored great self-assurance in her technological abilities. 3 days seems rather lengthy," Lindsay remarked. "Very well. Please proceed with the creation, while I contemplate alternative solutions elsewhere." After Lindsay finished speaking, he vanished without a trace. Time was of the essence, and while 3 days might have felt fleeting in the past, he could not afford to squander even a moment now. "Oh, has that handsome gentleman left? I had hoped to invite him for coffee and perhaps a date." At that moment, Bulma's mother, with her golden locks, approached with a jug of orange juice, her eyes squinting in a cheerful smile. Despite her age, her beauty, figure, and grace remained unparalleled, rivaling even Bulma herself. "Humph, such a superficial woman," Vegeta muttered under his breath, ensuring his words did not reach Bulma and her mother, lest he face their ire. After all, being the prince of a warrior race, yet playing the role of a son-in-law was no easy task. Sigh. He truly is a handsome fellow, possessing remarkable strength. If only he had arrived sooner. Bulma jested, prompting a vein to throb on Vegeta's forehead in irritation. Meanwhile, Bulma and Dr. Briefs paused their earlier conversation, which had revolved around the Super Dragon radar. Lindsay, on the other hand, had departed from Earth and arrived on Namek. He had never visited the Namek of the 7th universe before, but the tales of his triumph over Majin Buu and his fierce confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus, had long since spread throughout the cosmos. Naturally, the Namekians, known for their keen awareness and extraordinary abilities, recognized Lindsay. "You are Mr. Lindsay, are you not? What brings you to Namek?" An elder Namekian inquired, his tone tinged with apprehension. "Nothing of great importance," Lindsay replied. "I merely wish to borrow your Dragon Balls and hope the elder can grant my request." Lindsay gazed at the elder of Namek before articulating his intentions with clarity. Bulma required 3 days to fabricate the Super Dragon Ball radar, a timeline that felt rather protracted for him. Thus, he contemplated directly inquiring whether the Namekian dragon, Purunga, possessed knowledge of the Dragon Ball's whereabouts, or, alternatively, if he could expedite the creation of a Super Dragon Ball radar. Such an approach would serve as a safeguard against unforeseen circumstances. The elder's expression, however, revealed a hint of concern as he furrowed his brow. What was the matter? Was it an inconvenience? Lindsay gazed at the frowning Namekian elder and inquired. "It is not that it is inconvenient, but rather that ever since the last attack by Frisia on our Namek, all the Dragon Balls have been entrusted to the Grand Elder for safekeeping," the Namekian elder replied. "Why didn't you mention this sooner?" Lindsay cast a sharp glance at the elder before instantly teleporting once more. Upon his arrival, he found himself at the residence of the Grand Elder, who seemed to have anticipated his visit, having already prepared the 7 Dragon Balls. "Mr. Lindsay, I presume? I believe you have come for the wish orbs. Please take them." Before Lindsay could utter a word, the Grand Elder of the Namekian people addressed him directly. "Indeed, the Grand Elder possesses remarkable abilities. I am grateful for your generosity." Lindsay clasped his fists respectfully towards the Grand Elder, then directly instructed another young Namekian beside the Grand Elder to summon Purunga. A large, grass-green frog, identical to the one from the 6th universe, materialized before them. "Those who have summoned me, state your desires. I can fulfill 3 wishes of any kind." Purunga's resounding voice echoed through the sky. "Mr. Lindsay, may I inquire what wishes you wish to make?" The young Namekian turned to Lindsay, inquiring respectfully. Lindsay's name is indeed resounding, and he is undoubtedly quite familiar to them. Thus, in conversation, there is a palpable sense of reverence. In brief, I seek to ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. Lindsay spoke softly. Chapter 109. Very well. The young Namekian nodded, subsequently relaying Lindsay's wish to Purunga. Upon hearing this desire, Purunga hesitated for a moment before reluctantly stating, "I sincerely apologize, but I am unable to fulfill this wish. My abilities are limited, and I cannot glean any information regarding the Super Dragon Balls. I kindly ask that you consider other wishes." This request surpassed Purunga's capabilities. "Mr. Lindsay, I am truly sorry. Purunga cannot grant your wish. Please propose an alternative." The young Namekian addressed Lindsay. "Is that so? Very well. In that case, I would like a Super Dragon Ball radar. Surely that wish can be granted." In truth, he had long suspected that the Namekian dragon could not ascertain the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls, given the vast disparity in their nature. The Super Dragon Balls were undoubtedly superior to the Namekian Dragon Balls by several magnitudes. However, with a Super Dragon Ball radar, he could still locate them. This wish was quite straightforward. The dragon Purunga uttered a phrase, and then a crimson glow flickered in his eyes. Soon, a radar, resembling a basketball in size, materialized in Lindsay's hands. "Your first wish has been granted. Please proceed with your second wish." Following the fulfillment of the first desire, Purunga's deep voice resonated once more. "Mr. Lindsay, please articulate your second and third wishes." The young Namekian gazed at Lindsay, inquiring. "At the moment, I cannot conceive of any other wishes." "Let it be as it is." Lindsay pondered for a moment before speaking. In fact, he had once entertained desires for immortality or eternal youth. However, he found himself rather indifferent to such aspirations now. He believed that once he consumed all the Super Dragon Balls, he would undoubtedly attain everlasting life. Thus, those desires seemed utterly unnecessary. After the young Namekian uttered a few words, the dragon Purunga vanished. Lindsay then departed from Namek, armed with the dragon radar, to search for the Super Dragon Balls. Beep, beep, beep. Upon leaving Namek and activating the Super Dragon radar, a crisp sound resonated. On the screen of the radar, a small golden dot flickered incessantly. The first Super Dragon Ball had been located. Lindsay gazed at the twinkling lights on the Super Dragon Ball radar, a smile gracing his lips. He then performed instant transmission, swiftly moving towards the location of the shimmering light. Whoosh! Lindsay's form materialized directly within the cosmos. Before him lay a colossal Super Dragon Ball, resplendent in gold, resembling a magnificent celestial body. It was, in fact, the Super 4-Star Ball. It seemed he was truly destined to encounter it. Lindsay gazed at the resplendent Super Dragon Ball before him, murmuring to himself. The first time he discovered a Super Dragon Ball, it was the Super 4-Star Ball. Yet, the thought of devouring such a colossal Super Dragon Ball seemed almost incredulous. The expanse of the Super 4-Star Ball was several times that of Earth. Thus, standing before the Super Dragon Ball and contemplating its consumption felt far more exaggerated than an ant attempting to swallow an elephant. However, Lindsay's thoughts soon crystallized. The power of absorption surged forth, and a massive vortex materialized above his head, drawing the Super 4-Star Ball into its embrace. Its size diminished continuously. Within merely half a minute, the enormous Super 4-Star Ball had vanished entirely. At that moment, Lindsay distinctly sensed the presence of the Super 4-Star Ball within his being. Instantly, his strength surged explosively, akin to a deluge inundating every inch of his skin. Such formidable power. He had not anticipated that merely absorbing the Super 4-Star Ball would yield such a tremendous enhancement. Feeling the burgeoning power within, Lindsay clenched his fists, his face alight with excitement. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully consuming the 4-Star Ball and acquiring the energy of fire. Just as Lindsay was engulfed in exhilaration, the electronic synthetic voice of the system resonated. Energy of fire? What could that possibly be? Lindsay was astonished and pondered within. In the realm of Dragon Ball, he had never encountered the concept of fire energy. However, in Dragon Ball GT, the 4-Star Dragon was referred to as the Fire Dragon, capable of unleashing attacks with temperatures soaring to 6,000 degrees, akin to the surface of the sun. Thus, the 4-Star Ball should indeed be categorized under the fire attribute, which intriguingly aligns with the Super 4-Star Ball. The system responded, stating, to simplify. When the Dragon God Salama created the Super Dragon Balls, each orb was infused with elemental laws, and the Super 4-Star Ball is classified as fire attribute. In essence, upon devouring the 4-Star Ball, all your energy attacks are now enhanced by the fire law, surpassing even the destructive laws of the Destroyer Gods. Wait a moment. Lindsay interjected. Are you saying that each Super Dragon Ball contains elemental laws? And merely by consuming the Super 4-Star Ball, my energy attacks could potentially exceed those of the Destroyer Gods? Lindsay was indeed taken aback. Simultaneously, he was filled with anticipation regarding the subsequent 6 Dragon Balls and the potential rules they might encompass. Would they share attributes akin to the malevolent Dragon Balls found in Dragon Ball GT? Subsequently, Lindsay gently spread his palm, and a flame-like orb of energy rapidly coalesced within his hand. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the temperature of the entire universe had surged dramatically. Meanwhile, in the realm of the God of Destruction in the 7th universe, was pondered the source of this searing energy and immense pressure. The practicing God of Destruction, Beerus, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing at Whis with a look of shock as he inquired about the phenomenon. Just moments ago, he had sensed an intense wave of scorching energy accompanied by a profound sense of oppression. I felt it too. The pressure is indeed formidable. It must be Mr. Lindsay, Whis remarked, furrowing his brow. In this universe, the only one capable of exerting such pressure on Lord Beerus and myself is likely Lindsay alone. He then lightly tapped his staff against the ground, causing a projection to materialize before them. At that moment, Lindsay's figure appeared within the projection, cradling the fiery crimson energy orb. So it is that fellow? This scorching energy emanates from the orb in his grasp. This individual is simply extraordinary. His power has increased tremendously. Beerus frowned deeply, his tone heavy. I never anticipated that merely 3 days after leaving the Omni King's palace, Lindsay's strength would advance so significantly. He is likely now surpassing even the angels. Whis echoed in a somber tone. Even if Lindsay were training in the hyperbolic time chamber, his progress would not be so rapid. Moreover, the intense energy within him is causing me discomfort. Chapter 110, Surpassing the Angels? It is truly incredible that this being is a human. Beerus furrowed his brow. Initially, he had contemplated avenging the humiliation he suffered at Lindsay's hands. But given the current situation, that seemed utterly impossible. Even 10 of himself would be unable to contend with Lindsay. Lord Beerus, Lindsay's transformation extends beyond mere power. It also encompasses his character. Following the demise of Vermoud, It appears Lin Zhe has little regard for the gods of destruction, particularly regarding Vermaud, Lord Kampa, and yourself. With Vermaud now dead, I advise you to exercise restraint and avoid provoking Lin Zhe under any circumstances. Whis earnestly reminded Beerus, recognizing that after billions of years together, some emotions inevitably lingered. Thus, he harbored no desire for Beerus to meet his demise. Of course I am aware of that. The strength of that fellow far exceeds my own capabilities. What could I possibly do to provoke him? Beerus retorted, a hint of disdain evident in his tone. Although such words seemed somewhat out of character, the necessity of self-preservation compelled him to speak thus. Indeed, there is a matter of grave concern. For instance, Lin Zhe has slain Lord Kampa, was stated, observing Beerus intently. What? Kampa has been killed? Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. Despite their frequent disagreements, Kampa was his twin brother, and the bond of blood was undeniable. The thought of witnessing Kampa's demise was utterly unacceptable. It was well known that Kampa held the deepest grudge against Lin Zhe, and this time he had accompanied Quitella to report their grievances to Lord Zeno, seeking his intervention alongside that of the Grand Priest to eradicate Lin Zhe. Given Lin Zhe's temperament, it was likely he would not let them escape unscathed. Is that so? That fool Kampa, knowing full well that Lin Zhe's power is comparable to that of an angel, still chose to involve himself, Beerus remarked, a grave expression emerging in his eyes. What would he do if Lin Zhe truly went so far as to kill Kampa? Meanwhile, Lin Zhe had retracted his energy sphere, and the temperature of the entire universe returned to normal. The overwhelming sensation of scorching energy that Beerus and Whis had felt dissipated. The Super 4-star Dragon Ball had been absorbed. Time was of the essence. Now, let me ascertain the whereabouts of the next Super Dragon Ball. Lin Zhe retrieved the Super Dragon Ball radar. The crisp sound of beeping resonated once more as it detected another Super Dragon Ball. At this rate, I should soon be able to consume all the Super Dragon Balls. With such an enhancement in power, once I have devoured them all, my strength will undoubtedly rival that of the Grand Priest. Lin Zhe murmured to himself, even if he could not triumph over the High Priest. Surviving under his control should be an effortless endeavor. Whoosh! In the next moment, Lin Zhe's form vanished once more. Moments ago, he had discovered the Super Dragon Balls in the Southern Galaxy, yet now he found himself in the Northern Galaxy. Before him lay a colossal Super Dragon Ball, gleaming with a resplendent golden hue. Embedded within this radiant orb were 5 crimson stars. It was the Super Dragon Ball of 5 stars, leaving one to ponder the elemental rules governing its existence. Lin Zhe gazed at the magnificent Super Dragon Ball before him, his expression filled with anticipation. In Dragon Ball GT, the 5-star ball is referred to as the Rampaging Dragon, possessing the power of electricity. Additionally, it possesses regenerative abilities, although not on par with those of Majin Buu. It nonetheless succeeded in saving the life of 1-star dragon. The power of devouring. Lin Zhe felt a surge of thought, and a colossal vortex reappeared above his head. The immense Super 5-star ball swayed a few times before soaring directly towards him, its size continuously diminishing. Soon, the Super 5-star ball was entirely engulfed by Lin Zhe. At the very moment it was consumed, Lin Zhe experienced an explosive enhancement of power within his body. He could distinctly sense that 2 Super Dragon Balls were now embedded within his system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the Super 5-star ball, thereby acquiring the attribute of an undying body. As Lin Zhe reveled in his newfound strength, the electronic synthesis voice of the system resonated once more. An undying body attribute? Lin Zhe's body trembled slightly, and then an expression of excitement appeared on his face. He initially believed that after devouring the Super 5-star ball, he would acquire powers such as electrical energy or regenerative abilities. To his surprise, he instead gained an immortal body. System, does this immortality have its limits? Lin Zhe inquired, recalling that Zamasu had wished for immortality using the Super Dragon Balls. Although Son Goku and his companions were unable to vanquish him, the Omni King could effortlessly obliterate Zamasu. If his own immortal form could also be eradicated by the Omni King, it would be rendered rather futile. For apart from the Grand Priest and the Omni King, he currently harbored no fears of anyone else. Should they possess the capability to eliminate him, then his immortality would lose its significance. In response, the system elucidated, indeed, the Omni King wields the highest authority over the rules of this universe, thus possessing the ability to annihilate any immortal being. After all, even the power of the dragon god Zalama pales in comparison to that of the Omni King. The creations he fashioned are inherently inferior in terms of the potency of their rule. Is that so? Lindsay pondered. It appears that contending with the Omni King is no trifling matter. Even with the consumption of the Super Dragon Balls, one cannot resist the Omni King's obliteration. Though a tinge of regret lingered, it was somewhat expected. At present, if he could withstand the Grand Priest, he could navigate through the immediate crisis. The process of devouring the Super Dragon Balls had proven far more seamless than he had anticipated. While his immortal body could not fend off the Omni King's erasure, perhaps by consuming all the Super Dragon Balls, he might acquire the strength to withstand the Omni King's might. With this thought, Lindsay felt an overwhelming urge to hasten the consumption of the remaining 5 Super Dragon Balls. This time, as Lindsay utilized the Super Dragon Ball radar to locate the Dragon Balls, he discovered 2 Super Dragon Balls in close proximity, moving at a remarkably swift pace. Chapter 111. What is happening? The 2 Dragon Balls were racing forward, and it appeared they had already exited the 7th universe. Lindsay wore a perplexed expression. Logically speaking, the Dragon Balls should not move on their own. Could it be that fool, Zampa, has once again ventured into the 7th universe to pilfer the Dragon Balls? Regardless of who it may be, it's best to investigate first. Lindsay pondered for a moment before swiftly dashing towards the coordinates displayed by the Super Dragon Balls. At that moment, 2 figures were racing through the void. Judging by their trajectory, they were headed towards the 6th universe. One had pink skin, bearing a resemblance to Majin Buu, with a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The other possessed black skin and wore a white armor vest, closely resembling the embodiment of malevolent energy. Both had black eyes with red irises, exuding an aura of wickedness. To their surprise, their mission was progressing far too smoothly. Having acquired 2 Super Dragon Balls almost effortlessly, it seemed the god of destruction from Universe 7 was rather inept. The one resembling Majin Buu chuckled coldly, expressing his disappointment that they had gone unnoticed. He had anticipated a confrontation with the so-called strongest god of destruction, eager to teach him a lesson, only to find him utterly useless. The one resembling the embodiment of evil energy echoed the sentiment with a sneer, lamenting that if not for Lord Salama's directive to avoid trouble for the time being, they would have relished a good fight. Fear not. We shall soon have the chance to contend with those so-called gods. They exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with cruel intent. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a figure appeared before them. Well, what? Who is this? Both were taken aback, incredulously gazing at the unexpected arrival. It was Lindsay, who had followed the direction of the Super Dragon Balls. Evil God. Lindsay's expression mirrored their shock, for he was somewhat familiar with these 2, although they did not appear in the canonical Dragon Ball lore. They were significant characters from the fan-made anime Dragon Ball Chaos. Mal and Gajotas, 2 of the 5 evil gods, subordinates of the dragon god Salama. To his astonishment, these beings had emerged from the shadows. A human? Gajotas, with his pink skin, regarded Lindsay with a cruel glint in his eye. I never imagined a mere human could survive in the cosmic void. It seems you are somewhat different from an ordinary insect. Mal examined Lindsay and remarked, Indeed, you are not like the rest, and it appears you have come specifically to seek us out. Then this is a perfect opportunity to stretch our limbs, Gajotas nodded, both of them clenching their fists, excitement evident on their faces. After all, it had been a long time since they had engaged in a proper battle. Listen, I am offering you both a chance to live. Relinquish the Super Dragon Balls, and I might consider sparing you. Lindsay observed the 2 individuals before him and spoke in a calm tone. Although these 2 were embodiments of malevolence, he found little interest in their demise at that moment. His foremost concern was to swiftly devour the remaining Dragon Balls. Such insignificant beings did not pique his desire for violence. What? A look of bewilderment suddenly crossed their faces. Ha ha. Soon, a chilling laughter erupted from them. They had not encountered such audacity in a long time. Even Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, would undoubtedly falter before them. How much more absurd it was for a mere human to brazenly utter such reckless words. Foolish human, do you comprehend the gravity of your statement? Do you realize how utterly foolish it is to speak so defiantly before the great evil gods? Mal suddenly flashed a sinister smile at Lindsay, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. They had existed for thousands, even millions of years, and had never before encountered such an arrogant human. It seemed you were unwilling to cooperate. The laughter of Gu Kaidesai and Mal elicited a sense of distaste in Lindsay. He had already granted them a chance at survival, though he anticipated they would not value it. Hee, I have not felt the thrill of battle and slaughter in ages. Leave this insolent little insect to me. Gu Kaidesai grinned malevolently, and in an instant, he soared towards Lin Zhe. Although Mao was eager to engage in combat as well, he had to concede as Gu Kaidesai made the first move. A mere human insect, it was unnecessary for both evil gods to join forces against it. I dare say the truly foolish ones are you two wretched beings. As Gu Kaidesai charged at him, Lin Zhe unleashed a punch with lightning speed. Bang! His fist landed heavily on Gu Kaidesai's face, causing his form to contort and splatter into a pink, viscous puddle. How could this be? Gu Kaidesai had been struck down in a single blow. Mao's expression shifted to one of shock. It was known that Gu Kaidesai's strength was comparable to his own. This human had just sent Gu Kaidesai flying with a single punch? With a squelch, the shattered remnants of Gu Kaidesai began to writhe, gradually reconstituting into his original form. Lin Zhe had watched the animated series Super Smash, and thus he was aware that Gu Kaidesai possessed formidable regenerative abilities akin to those of Majin Buu. Moreover, it seemed that this regenerative prowess might even surpass that of Majin Buu. What was more alarming was the fact that even the mastery of destructive energy could not obliterate him. How infuriating. That wretched little insect has actually made me feel pain. Gu Kaidesai touched his cheek, fury surging in his eyes. He could hardly believe that a mere human had inflicted such a sensation upon him. This was utterly unforgivable. In an instant, Gu Kaidesai's body flickered and surged once more towards Lin Zhe. Kill. What a nuisance. Vanish. Lin Zhe furrowed his brows slightly, and then concentrated a fiery energy sphere in his palm, hurling it directly at the ancient god, Qiaodas. While the destructive energy might not obliterate them, the energy he now commanded surpassed mere destruction in its ferocity. Whoosh! Qiaodas had no opportunity to evade. The energy sphere struck him directly. In that instant, he could not even muster a struggle before being utterly annihilated, vanishing without a trace. Beside them, Mao gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with terror. The malevolent god Qiaodas had been destroyed just like that. This implied that Lin Zhe possessed the capability to eradicate him in an instant as well. It was time to relinquish the Super Dragon Balls. After effortlessly vanquishing the malevolent god Qiaodas, Lin Zhe turned his gaze toward Mao, commanding him in an irresistible tone. Chapter 112. The malevolent god Mao furrowed his brow tightly. To be honest, as a malevolent deity, he was reluctant to submit to a mere human. However, given that this human had just dispatched Qiaodas in a heartbeat, he surmised that he too could meet a swift demise. Having lived for so long, he certainly did not desire to be killed, especially as the malevolent gods were on the cusp of ruling the universe and controlling the entire world. He had yet to savor such glory, making the prospect of death all the more intolerable. I can give you the Super Dragon Balls, but you must allow me to leave this place, Mao said, his face betraying clear signs of fear as he looked at Lin Zhe. You think you hold any significance now? A mere wretched malevolent god dares to negotiate with me? Lin Zhe retorted coldly upon hearing Mao's words. Undeniably, this individual possessed formidable strength, likely comparable to Beerus. Yet, Lin Zhe now found himself capable of effortlessly erasing him at will. Mao gritted his teeth and frowned, then continued. If you kill me, do not expect to obtain the Super Dragon Balls. Oh, it seems you hold yourself in far too high regard. Lin Zhe chuckled mockingly. In the next instant, his body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, arriving before the wicked demon Mao with astonishing swiftness. One hand seized Mao by the throat. With such filth as yourself, do you dare to negotiate with me? Vanish at once. Lin Zhe suddenly exerted force in his palm. Crack. Following that, a crisp sound emanated from the neck of the sinister Mao, which was abruptly snapped. He then cast Mao's body aside and unleashed an energy sphere that obliterated it entirely. After Mao was eradicated by Lin Zhe, two colossal Super Dragon Balls materialized before him, namely the Super 3-Star Ball and the Super 7-Star Ball. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Zhe invoked the power of devouring. A vast whirlpool manifested above his head. The two Super Dragon Balls trembled momentarily before being drawn into the enormous vortex. Gulp. As both Super Dragon Balls were consumed in an instant, Lin Zhe felt a surge of power, vast as the cosmos, awakening within him. This terrifying energy was overwhelmingly potent, as if it sought to burst forth from Lin Zhe's very being. Ha ha ha. Lin Zhe suddenly let out a piercing roar, a terrifying shockwave erupting from his very being. At that moment, it seemed as if both the 6th and 7th universes were shaken from their original positions by this formidable force. Such overwhelming power. It felt as though with each Dragon Ball consumed, his strength surged exponentially beyond the last. After a full 5 minutes, That extraordinary energy gradually assimilated into Lin Zhe's body. With a face alight with excitement, he proclaimed that his current base power had likely reached the level of a god of destruction. Transforming into a Super Saiyan would undoubtedly allow him to vanquish even an angel. Should he achieve the form of Super Saiyan 5 combined with Ultra Instinct, he might stand a chance against the Grand Priest, provided, of course, that the Grand Priest refrained from employing any of his special abilities or laws. If those were invoked, Lin Zhe knew he would be utterly defenseless. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the Super 3-star ball and acquiring ice energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the Super 7-star ball and gaining spatial attributes. Just then, the synthesized electronic voice of the system echoed. Hearing the system's mechanical tone, Lin Zhe was once again taken aback. It was hardly surprising that consuming the Super 3-star ball granted him ice energy, as in Dragon Ball GT. The 3-star dragon is indeed the ice dragon. However, the acquisition of spatial attributes from the 7-star ball astonished him greatly. If his memory served him correctly, in the Dragon Ball movie, the evil energy wave could launch spatial attacks. Such assaults were nearly impossible to defend against in battle, and one could even conceal themselves within the fabric of space. What a delightful surprise! With 3 Super Dragon Balls remaining, he could only wonder what heights his power would reach upon consuming them all. Lin Zhe pressed his lips together, murmuring to himself with an expression of eager anticipation. Meanwhile, within the Divine King's temple, a scene unfolded before the Divine King and the High Priest, showcasing Lin Zhe's remarkable feat of vanquishing the malevolent gods, Gojardas and Mal. It was astonishing. In a mere few days, Lin Zhe's strength had experienced an extraordinary enhancement. This individual truly possessed the ability to perpetually astonish others. Even the High Priest, whose demeanor was usually as calm as still waters, displayed a look of surprise. It had only been a handful of days since Lin Zhe departed from the Divine King's temple. To think that within such a brief span, his power had surged tremendously. One could say it had increased 1,000-fold. This escalation surpassed even the High Priest's expectations. It appeared that Lin Zhe's prowess had reached a level capable of overwhelming all angels. The position of an angel likely held no allure for him anymore. Yet, the rapidity of his advancement raised a question. Did he intend to become a rival? If that was indeed his intention, it would be rather naive. The High Priest was not someone who could be easily defeated by mere strength. High Priest, did you sense anything familiar within the bodies of those 2 malevolent gods? At that moment, the usually taciturn Divine King suddenly spoke, his expression grave, starkly contrasting with his usual playful demeanor. Indeed, my lord. I detected traces of the dragon god Salama within them, the High Priest affirmed with a nod. It seems the seal will soon be lifted, and we must prepare diligently. Once the dragon god Salama is unbound, he will undoubtedly come prepared. The Divine King spoke earnestly, and even the 2 guards behind him bore expressions of concern. The dragon god Salama was indeed a formidable adversary. My lord, should we continue to recruit this human, Lin Zhe? Given that Salama's minions have brazenly appeared in the cosmos, he is likely aware of Lin Zhe and may harbor intentions of recruitment. The High Priest inquired seriously, his gaze fixed on the Divine King. A human possessing power far surpassing that of angels would be of significant importance to both them and Salama. Most importantly, Lin Zhe's potential was terrifying. In just a few days, his strength had multiplied exponentially. Yes, I sense that Lin Zhe is not of ill intent and is unlikely to join Salama's ranks. However, granting him an angel's position would clearly not align with his current prowess. The Divine King decisively entrusted this matter to the High Priest. He then provided further instructions to the 2 guards, who subsequently departed from the Divine King's temple. Chapter 113. At this moment, Lin Zhe, having effortlessly vanquished the malevolent gods Mao and Gu Qiaodas, instantaneously teleported to the 6th universe. As he arrived, the super radar in his hand emitted a series of beeping sounds. A small golden dot flickered on the display, indicating that he had located another Super Dragon Ball. Lin Zhe appeared to be quite successful. In the blink of an eye, Lin Zhe's form vanished, and when he reappeared, he found himself in the realm of the god of destruction of Universe 6. Lin Zhe, what brings you here again? Upon seeing Lin Zhe, Xiang Pa furrowed his brow, a flicker of fear evident on his face. It was no joke. Lin Zhe possessed the power to effortlessly erase him, and given their previous conflicts, it would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid. However, this time his trepidation was not as intense as when he had faced the imminent threat of death. He sensed that the Grand Priest's demeanor towards Lin Zui had been rather unfavorable last time, subtly indicating that Lin Zui should not eliminate the god of destruction. Lin Zui is an exceptionally intelligent individual at the tender age of 18. It is unlikely that he would resort to harming the deity before surpassing the formidable power of the supreme god. Indeed, it was you who seized the Super Dragon Balls. Xiangpa. Lin Zui did not respond to Kampa's inquiry, but rather addressed him coolly. Hand over the Super Dragon Balls, and out of goodwill. I shall refrain from striking you today. Upon hearing Lin Zui's words, Kampa's expression darkened. Despite being acutely aware of Lin Zui's formidable strength, which could effortlessly extinguish his life, something even Beerus could not prevent, his pride as a god of destruction was greatly affronted by Lin Zui's commanding tone. TCH, this fellow, Kampa muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow tightly. Beside him, Beerus also frowned, contemplating the astonishing surge in Lin Zui's power within just a few short days. Not long ago, she had estimated that Lin Zui would surpass the angels in a millennium. To her astonishment, in less than a year, he had already eclipsed them entirely. His training aptitude was indeed monstrous. With this thought in mind, Beerus leaned closer to Kampa and whispered, Lord Kampa, if you wish to avoid being slain, you must relinquish the Super Dragon Balls to Lin Zui. If you provoke him further, I will be utterly powerless to intervene. Her words rang with truth. If mere days prior Lin Zui could rival an angel, now he had far surpassed them. She recognized that she could not possibly thwart his intent to eliminate Kampa. After contemplating Beerus's advice, Kampa finally relented. Very well, let it be so. He gestured for Whis to present the Super Dragon Balls to Lin Zui. After all, he had only managed to gather one of the Super Dragon Balls. In order to make a wish, he would need to collect the other 6. A task that was no small feat. It had taken him several years to acquire just 6 previously. Upon Kampa's acquiescence, Beerus waved her staff lightly, and the Super Dragon Ball materialized in the skies above the god of destruction's realm. Is there only one? Lin Zui cast a skeptical glance at Kampa and inquired. Given that he had already located 4 Super Dragon Balls, it was expected that the 6th universe should contain 3 more. I have only found one. The others remain elusive. Kampa reluctantly replied, still harboring some resentment. Indeed, Mr. Lin Zui, Lord Kampa has indeed only discovered 1 Super Dragon Ball. Bados interjected at that moment. What is the situation? Is there truly only 1 Super Dragon Ball in the 6th universe? Lin Zui furrowed his brow and subsequently retrieved his Super Dragon Ball radar to take a glance. Aside from the Super 2-Star Ball before him, there were no other Super Dragon Balls in existence. I am uncertain, he remarked, but with Bardos's capabilities, she could only locate this one. Xiangpa shook his head and responded, Indeed, Mr. Lin Zui, there are no other Super Dragon Balls in Universe 6. It is highly probable that after you made your last wish, they traversed to another universe or were taken by someone else. Bardos added, with my own abilities. I truly cannot find any other Dragon Balls in Universe 6. However, I do not sense the presence of others in this universe, which surprises me. To travel to another universe? What nonsense. After a wish is granted, do the Super Dragon Balls not merely scatter across Universe 6 and Universe 7? Moreover, you should have some awareness of whether others can enter Universe 6 to seize the Dragon Balls. Lin Zui harbored no skepticism towards Bardos' words. Rather, he was merely taken aback. Mr. Lin should be acutely aware that this universe is home to countless formidable beings, many of whom possess greater power than he. Thus, it is entirely reasonable that I remain oblivious to them, Bardos reiterated. Her statement held a kernel of truth. Generally, those lacking in prowess are utterly unaware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. Conversely, those who are cognizant of their existence typically possess considerable strength, with the weakest among them having attained the level of a god of destruction. This assertion is not without merit. Very well. Since the other Dragon Balls are not located within the 6th universe, I shall venture into other universes to seek them out. Lin Zui gazed at Beerus and uttered a remark. Prior to his arrival today, he had devised a plan. If Kampa remained obstinate and uncooperative, he would not hesitate to eliminate him, even at the risk of incurring the wrath of the Grand Priest. However, recognizing Kampa's cautious demeanor, he decided to spare his life for the moment. After all, his paramount objective was to swiftly locate the remaining Super Dragon Balls to augment his own strength. Should he slay the god of destruction, it would only hasten the Grand Priest's pursuit, thereby accelerating his own progress in devouring the Dragon Balls. With that, Lin Zui departed from Universe 6. Had he narrowly escaped a calamity? As Lin Zui vanished, Kampa exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Feeling an icy chill sweep across his back, He had not anticipated that Lindsay would refrain from targeting him. Merely standing before him exuded such an overwhelming aura of pressure. It was truly astonishing that Lindsay had ascended to such heights. Lord Kampa, you performed admirably this time. Had you maintained your previous demeanor, you would likely have met your demise by now, remarked Beerus with a faint smile. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on Kampa's forehead, it appeared that Kampa had completely humbled himself in Lindsay's presence, relinquishing his former arrogance. After Lindsay's departure from Universe 6, he promptly traversed to Universe 4. Upon his arrival in Universe 4, Lindsay instantly harnessed the divine power of God of Destruction Quitella to teleport to the realm of the God of Destruction. Lindsay's figure abruptly materialized within the realm of the God of Destruction. Meanwhile, Katra appeared to be diligently engaged in rigorous training, with Konik meticulously offering guidance by his side. Thus, it is evident that the God of Destruction from the fourth universe, Katra, possesses qualities that could rival those of Beerus. In contrast, it seems that the gods of destruction from other universes are not particularly fond of training, yet Katra stands apart in this regard. Lord Katra, we have a visitor. At the moment Lindsay appeared, the angel Konik reminded Kara. Naturally, Katra also sensed Lindsay's divine aura, which was exceedingly powerful. Even though Lindsay had not deliberately released his divine energy, Katra still felt its overwhelming strength. Lindsay? What in the world are you doing in my fourth universe? Katra glared at Lindsay, his eyes emanating a cold, frigid light. There was also an unmistakable air of disdain. Perhaps he believed himself to be a god of destruction, while Lindsay was merely a human. Regardless of his strength, a human would always remain a human, significantly inferior in both dimension and status to a god of destruction. I shall go wherever I please. Who are you? A mere yellow-haired rodent, to dictate my actions? Initially, Lindsay had no intention of causing trouble, but Quitra's disdainful gaze irked him. Although he wished to avoid unnecessary complications before locating the Super Dragon Balls, he would not hesitate to eliminate this yellow-haired rodent should it provoke him. Damn human. Do not presume that a bit of power grants you the right to act with such arrogance. To the gods, humans are but insignificant insects. Even if you could kill me, in the eyes of Lord Zeno and the Grand Priest, you would still be an inconsequential bug, easily crushed at their whim. Katra snarled at Lindsay. He was not afraid of this human. Moreover, the Grand Priest had already warned him, and he could not believe this scoundrel would dare meddle in matters concerning the gods of destruction. Lord Kara, I believe it would be wise for you to refrain from further comments. Lindsay has grown stronger than before, and if he truly intends to strike, I am unable to protect you, Konik interjected, furrowing his brow. He too was astonished by the elevation of Lindsay's strength. He had not anticipated such a significant transformation within just a few days. It seems you remain oblivious to the situation, you decrepit rodent. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Lindsay's eyes narrowed slightly, emanating a chilling aura of menace. This detestable rat truly evokes a sense of annoyance. However, he did speak one truth. In the eyes of the king and the high priest, he remains undeniably weak. Even when compared to mere insects, this holds true. Yet, he can effortlessly crush the loathsome creature before him. Dare to kill me? Then come and try. Should you succeed, the king and the esteemed high priest will extinguish your life as one would squash a mere bug. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Katra's lips, as if he believed Lindsay lacked the courage to take his life. Perhaps the formidable backing of the king and the high priest instilled such confidence. Suddenly, in a breathtaking display of speed, Lindsay materialized right before Katra, leaving even Konik, who stood nearby, utterly unprepared. With a swift motion, Lindsay's hand clasped around Katra's neck, lifting him effortlessly into the air. You truly do not comprehend the peril you are in, do you? Do you believe the king and the high priest can save you? Even if the king himself were to arrive today, he would be powerless to intervene. Your fate is sealed, I assure you. Lindsay cast a disdainful glance at Quitella, his tone icy as he spoke. He had no intention of stirring up trouble. Yet this individual clearly harbored an inexplicable animosity towards him. Moreover, he seemed to believe that the presence of the king and the high priest would deter Lindsay from taking his life. Thus, today, if it must be done, it shall be done. Should the high priest arrive, let the battle commence. Lindsay's hand clutched Quitella's neck, rendering him unable to utter a sound, save for faint, rodent-like squeaks. Mr. Lindsay, please show mercy, he implored. If you were to kill Lord Quitella now, it would bring you no advantage. Angel Konik hastily interjected to halt the proceedings. Advantage? This wretched creature underestimates me, since he believes I lack the courage to take his life. I shall demonstrate just how wrong he is. Lindsay's lips curled into a cold smile. He then seized Ketral's hand and forcefully pulled him closer, bringing Ketral's body directly before him. With a heavy thrust of his right knee, he struck Ketral's chest. A resounding crack echoed through the air, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Subsequently, Ketral's chest caved in, his face betraying a mixture of terror and regret, his pupils dilated in fear. Weren't you fearless in the face of death? Why does such dread mar your countenance? I had thought you to be a valiant warrior, but it seems you are nothing more than a coward. Lindsay cast a cold, penetrating gaze upon Quitella, whose eyes were wide with terror. He then invoked his spatial abilities, binding Quitella's body with unyielding force. From the palm of his hand, a fiery sphere of energy began to coalesce. In that fleeting moment, the temperature within the realm of destruction surged dramatically. Such a terrifying energy, even more potent than that of destruction itself. Beside him, Konik, sensing the formidable energy emanating from Lindsay, wore an expression of astonishment. Moreover, within Lindsay's energy lay an essence of rule and authority. Please, don't kill me. I was wrong. I beg you, spare my life. Quitella gasped, his body immobilized, as an overwhelming dread swiftly engulfed him. Death felt agonizingly close, prompting him to plead for mercy before Lindsay. He had presumed that Lindsay would hesitate, fearing the divine officer and the All-King, and would not dare to take his life. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the palpable intent to kill. This man was not jesting. The moment you utter words so oblivious to the grave nature of your predicament, you have already sealed your fate. Lindsay's demeanor was frigid, leaving no room for negotiation. Although eliminating Ketla might result in some complications, yielding to such a mindset would render him lacking in magnanimity. Konik, please, save me. Upon sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lindsay, Ketla hastily directed a pleading gaze towards the angelic Konik. Mr. Lindsay, I implore you. Just as Konik began to speak, his voice had yet to fully resonate when, swish, Lindsay's energy orb struck Quitella directly. Without even a single cry of anguish, Quitella's form was entirely engulfed by the fiery energy, vanishing without a trace. Chapter 115. Contemplation at this moment. Konik finally uttered those words. However, Quitella had already disappeared completely. With the demise of the god of destruction, the angel's powers were utterly halted, rendering Konik incapable of reversing time. Mr. Lindsay, brazenly slaying the god of destruction, you are indeed playing with fire, Konik remarked, his expression shifting slightly as he addressed Lindsay. Despite the angel's typically amiable demeanor, Lindsay's audacious actions had been exceedingly presumptuous, showing a blatant disregard for his authority. Apologies, I simply revel in playing with fire. Is there a problem with that? Lindsay cast a cold smile at Konik and remarked. He estimated that he would inevitably clash with the high priest and others. Whether now or in the future, it made little difference. Konik fell silent, while Lindsay, after effortlessly eliminating Kara, began to sense the Super Dragon Balls. However, there was no trace of Dragon Ball energy in the fourth universe. The fourth universe lacked Super Dragon Balls, and it was likely that the other universes were in a similar predicament. It appeared that the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls in the sixth universe had most likely been taken by those malevolent deities. Lindsay furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. The Super Dragon Balls and the 7 Dragon Balls had been seized from the malevolent gods, Mao and Gogeta's. Although he was uncertain of their intentions behind acquiring the Super Dragon Balls, the fact that they were searching for Dragon Balls in the 7th universe suggested that other nefarious deities might have ventured into the 6th universe as well. If this were true, it could lead to considerable complications, as those wicked gods could be hiding anywhere, utterly undetectable to him. Never mind. It would be prudent to explore other universes in hopes of fortune. After all, the previous thoughts were merely conjectures. Perhaps in another universe, he might uncover some clues. With that resolved, Lindsay promptly returned to his universe. After traversing the remaining 9 universes for half a day, he found no traces of the Super Dragon Balls, which only solidified his belief that they had indeed fallen into the hands of the malevolent gods. The Super Dragon Balls were creations of the dragon god, Salam, who, billions of years ago, in his tenure as the former Grand Priest, coveted the position of the Omni King and sought to ambush him, only to be sealed away by the Omni King. With billions of years having passed, it seemed the dragon god Salam might be stirring back to life, likely seeking the Super Dragon Balls to aid his resurgence. Though he was already quite formidable, possessing only 2 Dragon Balls was insufficient. He knew he could not contend with the Grand Priest or the Omni King. The laws of the Omni King could still obliterate him in an instant. If he could gather the remaining 2 Dragon Balls, he anticipated a transformative surge in his powers. At that moment, Lindsay found himself in the space between the 6th and 7th universes, for there was a strong possibility that the Super Dragon Balls might be hidden in that realm. However, to his disappointment, he once again found no trace of the Super Dragon Balls. Even the radar failed to register any signal. Frustrated, he lamented that he had expected the task of collecting all 7 Super Dragon Balls to be effortless, yet the last 2 had proven to be exceedingly troublesome. At this moment, Lindsay's expression was exceedingly grim. Without the consumption of the last 2 Super Dragon Balls, it was utterly nonsensical to contemplate contending with the Grand Priest and his ilk. Moreover, it was crucial to note that merely half a day prior, he had slain 2 malevolent deities, who were indeed minions of the Dragon God, Salama. Although Dragon God Salama may not have fully regained his strength, he was certainly not to be trifled with. Should Lindsay's power prove insufficient, these individuals could effortlessly extinguish his life, as if he were naught but an insect in their eyes, just as Katra had articulated. Sigh. It would be prudent to return to the 7th universe and devise a more thoughtful strategy. Given the current predicament, lamentation would yield no fruit. It would be far wiser to retreat, gather his thoughts, and contemplate how to locate the Super Dragon Balls. Just as Lindsay resolved to return, 2 brilliant beams of light suddenly surged towards him. The intensity of their approach was unmistakably an assault. The speed of these attacks was astonishingly swift, leaving Lindsay utterly astonished. Lindsay's arms trembled, transforming him into the form of Super Saiyan 5, while simultaneously activating the Ultra Instinct technique. A silvery purple aura enveloped him, swirling around his being. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an overwhelming danger, a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced before, surpassing any adversary he had previously encountered. Lindsay, having transformed into Super Saiyan 5 and enhanced by the Ultra Instinct technique, clenched his fists tightly and launched himself directly towards the 2 beams of silvery light. Boom, boom. Lindsay's fist struck heavily against 2 beams of silver light. In that fleeting moment, his expression changed dramatically, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring through the air for nearly 1,000 feet before he finally regained his balance. At that instant, Lindsay felt a profound ache and numbness in his arms, as though he had just struck a solid rock. Who could it be? Lindsay's eyes gleamed with intensity as he shouted towards the front. The 2 forces he had just encountered instilled within him a profound sense of threat. As soon as Lindsay's voice faded, 2 figures pierced through the void and appeared directly before him. It is you? Lindsay furrowed his brow upon recognizing the 2 familiar yet simplistic faces. The individuals standing before him were none other than the 2 elegantly attired guards of the All-King, possessing extraordinary prowess. Truly impressive, remarked the guard on the left, devoid of any emotional fluctuation in his tone. Your reflexes are commendable. The fact that you merely retreated 1,000 paces from our sudden assault speaks volumes of your strength. You are indeed formidable, far surpassing that of an angel. The guard on the right chimed in agreement. Meanwhile, Lindsay's countenance grew increasingly grim. He had just slain the god of destruction, Katra, and now the All-King's guards had arrived. Could it be that the All-King had ordered his execution? Observing the emotionless demeanor of the 2 guards, Lindsay pondered silently. However, something felt amiss. If the All-King truly wished for his demise, it would be a trivial matter, requiring no intervention from his guards. Chapter 116. What is the meaning behind your sudden assault on me? Lindsay fixed his piercing gaze upon the guards of the entire king and coldly uttered, Today, not only the 2 of you, but even the king himself would face my challenge. Since you have chosen to strike first, let us engage in a proper contest. The little fellow appears rather intimidating. Let us witness your true strength. After the left guard spoke these words with a nonchalant demeanor, both of them simultaneously assumed battle stances. Whoosh! In an instant, their bodies darted forward, their speed astonishing, nearly instantaneous. Bang! Bang! Lindsay had yet to fully comprehend the situation when his chest and lower abdomen were struck twice with considerable force, causing his body to be propelled backward once more. The swiftness of the assault left him utterly unprepared. Lindsay furrowed his brow, feeling the pain radiating from his chest and abdomen, and spoke in a low voice. The speed of these 2 individuals far exceeded that of Angel Makalita, indicating a level of power that was simply incomparable. In the Dragon Ball Super manga and anime, the true strength of the king's attendants is not elaborated upon in detail. However, in fan-made animations, they have showcased their formidable abilities. Even the all-powerful Moro, who had absorbed 4 evil gods, faced setbacks at the hands of the king's guards, highlighting their immense strength. Furthermore, the 2 attendants of the king are not individual entities but rather manifestations of the divine hand, part of the king himself. In moments of necessity, they can fully merge with the king, transforming into beings that transcend divinity. Yet, this pain evokes an exhilarating thrill within me. It has been ages since I encountered such a formidable opponent, and I have not felt this excited in a long time. Lindsay withdrew his hand from his chest and slowly raised his head, the gravity etched on his face completely dissipating. In its stead was a palpable excitement, an unparalleled thrill. Within his veins flowed the blood of the warrior race of Saiyans. Although the presence of the king's guard before him instilled a formidable pressure, it simultaneously ignited the fierce desire to battle within him, each cell in his body pulsating with exhilaration. His blood was boiling. That individual, struck simultaneously by the 2 of us, could still smile. Indeed, he is quite different from an ordinary person. At that moment, the guard on the left spoke in a nonchalant tone. Truly different. Since he enjoys smiling, I shall ensure he has no reason to smile. Qingze, you need not intervene. Allow me to confront him alone, declared the guard on the right coldly. As you wish, the other guard replied indifferently. Undeniably, the strength of this human is formidable. However, to reach their level, he is still far from sufficient. Either of them could easily bring him down. Preparing for a one-on-one encounter? Then let it be. Those who dare to look down upon me must be prepared to pay the price. Lindsay's lips curled into a sinister smile, revealing a fierce desire for battle. Suddenly, he let out a thunderous roar, and a terrifying blaze of fiery energy erupted from his body. In that fleeting moment, the dimly lit space was engulfed in flames. Such formidable divine energy, imbued with the power of rules, was indeed not to be underestimated. The guard named Qingze expressed his astonishment, exclaiming in surprise. He then waved his hand casually, summoning a massive energy barrier that enveloped the 3 of them within. The formidable strength of Lindsay far exceeded their expectations. They had initially believed they could effortlessly take him back. However, it now appeared that a fierce battle would ensue. The intensity of this confrontation could potentially obliterate 12 universes simultaneously. Such an occurrence must be averted, as they would have no explanation to offer to the Omni King. Leizuku, hasten to conclude this skirmish and bring him back, commanded a guard named Qingze to another attendant. This individual's power was beyond their imagination, and any minor mishap could lead to disastrous consequences. Do not worry. It has been quite some time since I had the opportunity to truly stretch my limbs. It seems this fellow will allow me to do just that, replied Leizuku, his voice calm. He then swiftly propelled himself forward, charging directly at Lindsay. His speed remained as rapid as ever, yet this time, Lindsay was prepared. In an instant, Lindsay's form vanished from sight, leaving Leizuku's attack to strike nothing but air. Oh, he has even mastered the ability to manipulate time? Quite astonishing, Leizuku mused. However, such trivial tricks hold no sway over me. With that, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful punch. Meanwhile, Lindsay had just executed his time-shifting technique and was poised to strike Leizuku from behind, only to be taken aback as the latter suddenly turned, delivering a heavy blow directly toward him. Lindsay felt an overwhelming sense of danger and promptly ceased his attack, crossing his arms defensively across his chest. Thud. In the next instant, the fist of Leizuku descended heavily upon Lindsay's arms, producing a deep, resonant sound of collision. At the moment of impact, Lindsay experienced a sudden sweetness in his throat, which he forced back down. Thud. His body then crashed forcefully against the barrier. His arms felt utterly numb, as if they had lost all sensation, and his chest felt as though it had been struck by a locomotive, leaving him with a suffocating discomfort. Was this not the power of the King's Guard, the hand of God? Indeed, it was unimaginably formidable, and he had not even unleashed his full strength. Lindsay pressed his lips together and spoke softly. Having consumed 5 Super Dragon Balls, his strength had experienced an immense surge. However, he was surprised to find such a significant disparity in front of the King's attendant. It seemed he had underestimated these individuals. Nevertheless, this battle was far from over. Oh, he hasn't fallen yet, and his body remains so resilient? Leizuku gazed at Lindsay with astonishment. Initially, he believed that one punch would render Lindsay incapable of further combat. Yet, to his surprise, Lindsay stood firm, seemingly with minimal depletion of divine energy. The fact that a human could achieve such a level of prowess was indeed remarkable. Ha ha ha. Once more, Lindsay's arms trembled with intensity as he unleashed another furious roar, causing a tempest of fiery energy to surge wildly around his body. At that moment, the 5 Super Dragon Balls within him flickered brilliantly, emanating a dazzling light. In the instant the Super Dragon Balls glimmered, Lindsay was suddenly inundated with an unceasing flow of power from within, reaching an overwhelming fullness in an instant. His previously numb arms had completely regained their vitality. This was the essence of the Super 2 Star Ball, whose elemental law embodies healing and restoration. As long as one is not utterly annihilated, healing is possible, and energy depletion can be restored within mere seconds. The healing capabilities of the Super 2 Star Ball and the Super 5 Star Ball complement each other, rendering Lindsay virtually immortal. As long as he is not entirely destroyed, he cannot be killed. Astonishingly, his strength had increased yet again, and he bore no injuries whatsoever. It is truly unimaginable for a human to attain such heights. Qingze and Leizuku gazed at Lindsay in renewed astonishment. They had initially believed they could easily defeat him and take him back, yet this individual continually surpassed their expectations. In the next moment, Lindsay charged directly at Leizuku. It was best for the other guard to refrain from intervening. Should both of them strike simultaneously, he would stand no chance. His speed appeared to have intensified. No wonder Lord Zeno held you in such high regard, Leizuku coldly remarked, propelling himself toward Lindsay. Boom. In the next instant, their fists collided with tremendous force. Lindsay's body was forcefully propelled backward by a single punch. Despite a significant enhancement in his strength, it was evident that he remained at a considerable disadvantage compared to Leizuku. However, this time Lindsay only retreated about 100 paces. In an instant, as he steadied himself, Lindsay surged forward once more, employing a straightforward approach with no embellishments, striking with his fists. The resounding impacts echoed as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, the low thuds accompanied by a series of explosive sound waves that flickered continuously. Initially, Lindsay was clearly outmatched in both speed and power, yet as the battle progressed, he began to acclimatize to Leizuku's velocity and strength. The tide appeared to shift, creating an almost evenly matched scenario. It was hard to believe, witnessing Lindsay evolve in combat, with his strength and speed escalating rapidly. Remarkably, he seemed to have fully adapted to Leizuku's current prowess. Kinks observed the duel with astonishment, remarking that although Leizuku had yet to unleash his full potential, reaching such a level of combat was already commendable. The clash between Lindsay and Leizuku continued with fervor, the entire barrier trembling violently from the shockwaves generated by their collisions. This was proving to be quite a formidable challenge. Suddenly, Leizuku narrowed his eyes and let out a fierce roar, launching a punch. In that fleeting moment, hundreds of punch shadows descended upon Lindsay, densely packed like a torrential downpour. Even though Lindsay had executed the ultimate freedom technique to its fullest extent, evading such a concentrated barrage of punches was still a daunting task. He swiftly gathered all his energy, forming a protective energy shield before him. The punches collided with the resilient shield, producing a low rumble of impact, causing Lindsay's body to stagger backward. After retreating for over 100 paces, he finally managed to deflect all the incoming strikes. I can perform such an attack as well. Lindsay coldly curled his lips, then unleashed a flurry of punches into the void. Countless shadowy fists surged toward Leizuku, yet he deftly evaded each one, clearly demonstrating that his speed surpassed that of Lindsay, who was employing the supreme technique of free-flowing intent. All right, Leizuku, this has been entertaining, but I must report back to Lord Wang. At that moment, Qingze abruptly intervened to halt the battle. Lord Wang had decreed that Lindsay was to be taken directly back to the Temple of the Gods. Naturally, he permitted a brief assessment of Lindsay's strength. Very well, this shall be my final strike, utilizing 70% of my power. Let us see if you can withstand it. Leizuku nodded, but quickly turned his gaze back to Lindsay. In the next instant, he leaped into the air. The divine shield formed a concentrated energy blade in his hand, aimed directly at Lindsay. Sensing the sudden, ominous aura, a frenzied expression crossed Lindsay's face. Ha ha ha, he bellowed, and a terrifying aura erupted from his feet, soaring skyward like an unparalleled sword. Lindsay propelled himself upward, his fist enveloped in astonishing waves of energy, and struck toward Leizuku's blade. Buzz. In the following moment, a crisp resonance filled the air. Crack. The energy barrier was shattered by the shockwave, sending Leizuku staggering back several paces, while Lindsay reverted to his normal state, his complexion pale. Is this the terrifying power of the hand of God? It is truly unimaginable that, despite my newfound strength, I am still unable to prevail. Unless I can consume another Super Dragon Ball, or perhaps devour all of them. At this moment, Lin Zhe's strength was nearly entirely depleted, although his energy was gradually replenishing. The recent effort to withstand the strike from the Thunder Ancestor had taken an immense toll. How infuriating it is. Had he been able to locate the other two Dragon Balls, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. Lin Zhe clenched his fists tightly, filled with a profound sense of unwillingness. Meanwhile, Lei Zuku and Qing Zhe were utterly astonished. They could hardly believe that Lin Zhe had managed to withstand their divine shield. It was truly unimaginable that a mere human could possess such strength. Just then, the guards Qing Zhe and Lei Zuku reappeared before Lin Zhe. Ha! Lin Zhe clenched his fists once more, transforming into a Super Saiyan 5. Though merely for a fleeting moment, his energy had replenished to nearly 70%. It was utterly inconceivable for him to surrender willingly. Cease your resistance. The battle has concluded. Lord Zeno has summoned you. Come with us. Lei Zuku gazed at Lin Zhe and spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 118. Lord Zeno? What could he possibly want with me? Upon hearing that it was Zeno who had dispatched them to escort him, Lin Zhe momentarily paused in surprise. It appeared that Zeno did not intend to take his life. If that were the case, the two before him could easily vanquish him together. Moreover, Zeno could likely erase his existence with but a thought. In light of this, I shall accompany you. Lin Zhe could only nod in agreement, expressing his curiosity about the reason for the king's summons. Well then, let us proceed. As the words left their lips, both he and his companion vanished from their original location. In the blink of an eye, the trio materialized within the grand hall of the king. Your Majesty, I have brought Mr. Lin Zhe. The guard Qing Zhe announced respectfully before taking his place behind the king. At that moment, Lin Zhe surveyed his surroundings, noting the presence of several guards. Yet the high priest was conspicuously absent from the king's side. Lin Zhe, you have arrived. Come, join me in some merriment. The king, with an innocent child's grin, beckoned Lin Zhe to approach. Lin Zhe could only walk over, feeling somewhat speechless within. Was this little one seeking his company merely for amusement? Did he not realize how occupied he was at present? Nevertheless, such thoughts could only linger in his mind. Subsequently, Lin Zhe approached the Omni King and said, Esteemed Omni King, I am indeed quite preoccupied at the moment. Might we postpone our playtime until I have completed my tasks? As Lin Zhe's voice fell, before the king could utter a word, a guard nearby sternly reprimanded, boldly, the king summoned you, and yet you intend to depart? Lin Zhe is my friend. Do you both wish to vanish? The king turned, addressing the two guards with a frosty demeanor. Upon hearing the king's words, Lin Zhe slightly furrowed his brow. When did he ever become friends with the king? At best, they had merely crossed paths. After chastising the two guards, the king turned back to Lin Zhe and inquired, Do you have something of great importance? Are you perhaps seeking this? Following the king's inquiry, he elegantly waved his right hand, and a magnificent, resplendent Super Dragon Ball materialized above the king's palace. Gulp! A Super Six-Star Ball. Gazing at the lustrous Super Dragon Ball, Lin Zhe swallowed hard, his expression one of astonishment. He had initially believed that the Super Dragon Balls had been taken by those malevolent gods led by Salama. Yet, to his disbelief, this sixth Dragon Ball was in the possession of the king. Moreover, from the king's tone, it was evident that he was aware of Lin Zhe's quest to collect the Super Dragon Balls. Very well, I indeed intend to seek the Super Dragon Balls. Lin Zhe nodded slightly. It was evident that the activities he had engaged in over the past few days had not escaped the watchful eyes of the Omni King. After all, they possessed the ability to monitor all universes. To consume the Super Dragon Balls right under their noses without being detected was indeed a formidable challenge. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. Why, knowing full well his intentions to harness the Super Dragon Balls to enhance his own power, did they refrain from intervening? Furthermore, the fact that the Omni King had not mentioned his act of eliminating the god of destruction, Katra, was equally perplexing. What schemes were stirring in his mind? Although the Omni King appeared to be somewhat simple-minded on the surface, this could not possibly reflect his true nature. It was inconceivable that he would retract a Super Dragon Ball only to present it to him later, claiming no ulterior motives. Lin Zhe, if you can agree to a certain condition, I shall entrust this Super Dragon Ball to you. The Omni King suddenly addressed Lin Zhe, his tone devoid of jest and imbued with seriousness. Please, speak, Your Majesty. Lin Zhe nodded thoughtfully. To be candid, the remaining two Dragon Balls were of immense significance to him. Should he consume all the Super Dragon Balls, it is conceivable that his power would experience a considerable augmentation. At that juncture, the attendance of the Omni King might not pose a challenge to him. However, The Super Dragon Balls were currently in the possession of the Omni King, making any attempt to seize them outright utterly impossible. Thus, he could only ponder the conditions for exchange proposed by the Omni King. It was quite straightforward. If you consent to becoming the god of destruction, you may handle this Super Dragon Ball as you wish. The Omni King stated earnestly to Lin Zhe. What? The god of destruction? Upon hearing this title, Lin Zhe was momentarily taken aback. He had watched all of Dragon Ball Super, yet he had never encountered the term god of destruction before. This was certainly one facet of Lin Zhe's astonishment. On another note, he couldn't help but wonder if the terms of the Omni King's offer were somewhat unbalanced. He was being asked to assume the role of god of destruction while simultaneously acquiring a Super Dragon Ball. Indeed, I am asking you to become the god of destruction, overseeing all gods of destruction and angels. Are you willing? The Omni King inquired, looking directly at Lin Zhe, articulating each word with precision. At that moment, while the Omni King maintained his characteristic simplicity, there was no trace of childishness left on his face. I suppose I might not have the option to decline. Lin Zhe let out a resigned smile. There were several reasons why he was reluctant to become an angel at the behest of the High Priest. Firstly, the High Priest's previous demeanor towards him had left him quite uncomfortable. Secondly, the thought of having to tend to the whims of those chaotic and destructive deities every day was a daunting prospect. Moreover, being unable to unleash his full fighting potential while safeguarding the welfare of these deities was exceedingly frustrating for a Saiyan. Additionally, he was disinclined to labor for the High Priest and his associates without any tangible benefits. However, the circumstances had taken a different turn. The Omni King had appointed him as a Grand Destroyer, a position that commanded authority over all the destroyers and angels. This signified an exalted status. Furthermore, the Omni King's method of exchanging the Super Dragon Balls demonstrated a considerable respect for him. The Super Dragon Balls held immense significance for Lin Zhe. Most crucially, if he were to decline this offer, he might face the grave consequence of being eradicated. Very well, you have not disappointed me, Lin Zhe. From this moment forth, you shall be the Grand Destroyer. This Super Dragon Ball is yours to handle as you see fit, the Omni King declared with a smile directed at Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe silently chanted a phrase, and a colossal vortex materialized above his head. Under the terrifying gravitational pull, the Super Dragon Ball swiftly penetrated Lin Zhe's body. After all, the Omni King and others were undoubtedly aware of his ability to consume the Dragon Balls, thus there was no point in concealing it any longer. The moment the Super Six-Star Ball was devoured, Lin Zhe felt the power within him surging once more, this time at an even more astonishing rate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully consuming the Super Six-Star Ball and acquiring time manipulation abilities, time stasis, time leap, time reversal. Chapter 119. Just as Lin Zhe reveled in the limitless surge of power, the electronic synthesized voice of the system suddenly echoed. Is the elemental principle of the Super Six-Star Ball the ability to manipulate time? Lin Zhe felt a surge of excitement as thoughts raced through his mind. The concepts of time freezing, time leaping, and time reversing, could these three abilities not represent a direct amalgamation of the prowess of Goku from the Jinyu Force, the assassin hit from Universe 6, and the time-reversing capabilities of the angels? It appears that the Super Dragon Balls have indeed exceeded my expectations. With these three abilities alone, one could ascend to the ranks of the universe's most formidable beings. Clearly, each elemental principle obtained from devouring the Super Dragon Balls is immensely powerful. Well, my strength has indeed increased significantly. Lin Zhe, you are truly remarkable. Sensing the surge in Lin Zhe's power, Zeno expressed his excitement, addressing him with admiration. Indeed, there has been a notable enhancement. However, I doubt that such a level of strength is of any concern to Lord Zeno. I suspect that even your two guardians would struggle against me. Lin Zhe smiled and spoke to the king. After devouring the Super Six-Star planet, he felt confident that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with one of the two guards. However, facing both of them simultaneously would undoubtedly result in his defeat. You cannot compare yourself to them. How many years have you trained? With your innate talent, you will soon surpass them, the king remarked, seemingly pleased with Lin Zhe's progress. Perhaps. By the way, esteemed king, do you also possess the last Super One-Star planet? Lin Zhe inquired, having already consumed 6 Super Dragon Balls. With only the final Super One-Star Ball remaining, he felt that once he devoured the Super One-Star Ball, his power would experience an explosive surge. Thus, he was fervently eager to acquire the Super One-Star Ball. No, the Super One-Star Ball is not within my possession. You must have heard the news about the evil gods, the Omni King observed Lin Zhe, shaking his head before posing the question. Indeed, I am aware. I just eliminated 2 evil gods half a day ago. Lindsay did not conceal anything and nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that such matters could not be hidden from the Omni King. However, he refrained from questioning why he was aware of the dark deity, likely out of a desire to maintain his privacy. These dark deities were subordinates of the former high priest, dragon god Salama, who was also the creator of the Super Dragon Balls. Subsequently, the Omni King recounted the tale of Salama, which aligned closely with Lin Zay's understanding. It was revealed that the Omni King did not directly obliterate Salama during his betrayal. Rather, he chose to seal him away. Recently, however, Salama's power had experienced a remarkable surge, resulting in the complete unsealing of his being. Yet, due to the prolonged duration of his confinement, Salama's strength had not fully recuperated. It was surmised that he sought to utilize the Super Dragon Balls to restore his power to its zenith. This encapsulated the essence of the matter. During his eons of imprisonment, Salama had developed the capability to withstand the Omni King's erasure abilities. Therefore, even I find myself unable to completely erase him now. The last Super Dragon Ball, it seems, resides in Salama's grasp. The Omni King had conveyed a great deal to Lin Zay. Far removed from the demeanor of a mere childish brat, the notion that the final Super Dragon Ball lies within the hands of Dragon God Salama certainly poses a significant dilemma. Lin Zay furrowed his brow. If that were the case, obtaining the Super One-Star Ball would pose quite a challenge. He could hardly conceive of wresting the Super Dragon Balls from someone whom even the Omni King could not completely eliminate. Well then, Lin Zay, you must return and ponder how you might reclaim the Super One-Star Ball from Salama. Additionally, consider how you could simultaneously fend off both Salama and those malevolent deities. The Omni King spoke to Lin Zay with utmost seriousness, indicating that a great conflict with the evil gods was evidently imminent. Very well. Lin Zay nodded. He was determined to reclaim the Super One-Star. As for the impending battle with Salama, he would address it when the time came. By the way, now that you have ascended to the position of the Great Destroyer, I bestow upon you the power of destruction at a higher level, the Omni King proclaimed. With a mere gesture, a stream of golden energy surged into Lin Zay's forehead. In that instant, Lin Zay sensed a terrifying force emerging within him, more formidable than the fiery energy he had absorbed after consuming the 4-star. Its destructive potential was unparalleled. Furthermore, you may select 2 angels from the current assembly to serve as your personal attendants. You may also promote those 2 universe trainee angels to full status, the Omni King continued, addressing Lin Zay once more. What an extraordinary privilege. The prospect of choosing 2 personal angels from among the 12 was astonishing. It seemed that being the Great Destroyer came with significant advantages. Very well, I express my gratitude to the Omni King. I shall take my leave now. At this moment, Lin Zay felt an overwhelming sense of joy. He had not anticipated that his visit to the Xenos Temple would not only result in the consumption of a Super 6-star planet, but also grant him mastery over a higher echelon of destructive energy. Moreover, he had succeeded in arranging for 2 angels to serve as his personal guardians. Indeed, it was quite remarkable. Upon returning, he would need to contemplate strategies for countering Salama and his ilk. The god of destruction possesses certain rights, and naturally, he also bears his own responsibilities. Zeno spoke once more to remind him. Indeed, Lin Zay nodded slightly. Then with a swift motion, he executed a technique of instantaneous movement, vanishing from the Omni King's temple. The news of Lin Zay ascending to the position of the Great Destroyer soon spread throughout all the universes. Naturally, this occasion elicited a mix of joy and sorrow among the deities. The destroyer of the second universe, Hellas, who had not participated in the previous joint complaint, and the destroyer of the 9th universe, Sidra, were immensely relieved. In contrast, the other destroyers were engulfed in anxiety and tension, particularly when the news of Lin Zay's appointment as the Great Destroyer coincided with the report of them slaying the destroyer Kara. Their apprehension escalated. At this moment, Lin Zay wielded the ultimate authority over the life and death of all destroyers. Should he take a disliking to any one of them, he possessed the power to obliterate them without hesitation. Chapter 120. At this juncture, in the first universe, Avamo, the human from the 7th universe, truly became the Great Destroyer? The destroyer Ewan gazed at the angel Avamo, his face a mask of astonishment, while his expression grew increasingly grave. It was hard to fathom. Had that individual not just slain the destroyer Katra of the 4th universe? How was it that he not only escaped punishment from the Omni King and the Grand Minister, but also ascended to the rank of destroyer? Lord Ewan. Addressing the Great Destroyer in such a manner seems rather inappropriate, given that their status surpasses even that of angels. Avamo remarked directly to Iwan. Presently, Lin Zhe commanded authority even over these angels, which prompted them to refrain from uttering his name directly, let alone the destroyers. I understand now, Iwan nodded. Yet his mind was a tumultuous mess. He deeply regretted his decision to accompany Katra in provoking Lin Zhe. Now, the situation had turned dire. Katra lay dead while Lin Zhe not only remained unscathed but had also ascended to the position of Great Destroyer. Lin Zhe's perspective appeared rather narrow. Should he choose to revisit past grievances, it could spell disaster for those involved. Had he emulated the destroyers of the second universe, Hales, and the ninth universe, Sidra? By refusing such actions, he would not find himself in this state of anxiety. Meanwhile, in the realms of the second and ninth universes, both angels and Supreme Kai regarded the decisions made by the two destroyers as exceedingly prudent. Although they did not initially support Lin Zhe, at the very least, they refrained from exacerbating his plight. Thus, Lin Zhe's impression of them would likely be somewhat more favorable than that of other destroyers, which was already sufficient. Of course, the most apprehensive among them was none other than the destroyer of the sixth universe, Kappa. No, it is impossible. Lin Zhe could never ascend to the rank of a great destroyer. He has indeed slain Quitella and indirectly caused the demise of Meruz. Lord Zeno should have executed him on the spot. How could he possibly be allowed to become a great destroyer? Kappa muttered, visibly distraught. Upon hearing the news of Lin Zhe's slaying of Quitella, Kappa's fear had begun to fester, for it signified that Lin Zhe acted with impunity. Killing a destroyer was trivial to him. Having already crossed paths with him several times, and now possessing the authority to execute a destroyer, Kappa feared for his own life. Lord Kappa, you must first be mindful of your address. The fact that the great destroyer spared you earlier indicates his indifference towards you. Therefore, there is no need for such concern. If you can comport yourself appropriately going forward, he is unlikely to take your life. After all, a mighty elephant has no time to concern itself with an ant. Wouldn't you agree? Beerus remarked, observing the flustered Kappa. Though your analogy may not be entirely fitting. You are correct. In the eyes of the great destroyer, I may indeed be insignificant, Kappa conceded with a nod, inwardly hoping that this would hold true. As for the destroyers and Supreme Kai of the 3rd, 5th, 8th, 10th, and 12th universes, their sentiments mirrored those of Iwan, characterized by profound unease. Who would have anticipated that a mere human could ascend to the rank of Great Destroyer? At that moment, within the realm of the 7th universe's destroyer, Beerus gaped, his eyes wide with astonishment. An unparalleled shock coursed through him. Lin Zhe had indeed become the Great Destroyer? What on earth is happening? Whis. Beerus stared blankly at Whis, seeking answers. It was utterly inconceivable. It is as if one has ascended to the heavens, instantly becoming the most exalted being in the universe, second only to the Omni King and the Grand Priest. I am uncertain about Lord Beerus. This is the decree of the Omni King, yet given Lord Linza's current prowess, this position is indeed well-deserved. Whis shook his head and then spoke. The manner in which Whis now addressed Linza had transformed to Lord Linza, as they, the angels, now fall under his dominion. TCH, the thought of bowing before the mortals of my universe in the future is rather unsettling. Beerus furrowed his brow and remarked, what is it that disturbs you? Do you require my assistance in rectifying the matter? Beerus. Whoosh. The moment Beerus's voice faded, a faintly mocking tone resonated. Subsequently, a figure materialized before Beerus and Whis. Lin, Beerus blurted out, but before he could finish, he hastily bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle towards Linza, respectfully proclaiming, Great Destroyer Lord. The Great Destroyer Lord. Whis nodded in agreement. I heard you mention discomfort. Do you require my assistance in remedying it? Lin Zhe gazed at the bowed figure of Beerus, the god of destruction, and offered a faint smile as he spoke. It seems rather pleasant to witness a god of destruction submitting humbly. Although this is not my ultimate aspiration, I sincerely apologize, esteemed god of destruction, for my earlier indiscretion. Beerus, with his head lowered and brow furrowed tightly, exhibited such deference not merely because Lin Zhe had ascended to the rank of god of destruction, but also due to an overwhelming and formidable presence he sensed within Lin Zhe's being. It felt akin to an innate suppression over him, reminiscent of encounters with the Grand Zeno and the Grand Minister. This oppressive sensation rendered him devoid of any courage to resist. Is that so? If it is, then it is indeed for the best. Lin Zhe smiled faintly and spoke. All right, no need to hunch over. Stand straight and speak. Yes, Lord Destroyer. Beerus promptly nodded and stood upright. At that moment, Lin Zhe turned his gaze towards Whis and said, Whis. Please connect me with the other gods of destruction from various universes. Additionally, summon the angels as well. I have some important matters to discuss. Firstly, the fourth universe is devoid of a god of destruction, so we must address this issue swiftly. Secondly, the Omni King has instructed me to select 2 personal angels. I must ensure that this choice is made with utmost care. Furthermore, concerning the dragon god Salama, the current gods of destruction, with the exception of Beerus, are exceedingly weak. It is imperative that they develop a sense of urgency. Chapter 121 Understood, Lord Lindsay. Are there any further instructions? Whis, ever familiar with the protocol, inquired respectfully. Ah yes, there is an individual from the 6th universe named Hit. He is quite an exceptional assassin. Please summon him as well. Lindsay pondered for a moment before addressing Whis. Humans? Very well, I comprehend. Whis, taken aback by Lindsay's statement, quickly nodded in agreement. Given Lindsay's current standing far surpassed his own, he felt compelled to comply unconditionally. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Beerus, furrowed his brow slightly upon hearing Lindsay's words. Why would Lindsay allow the humans of Universe 6 to participate in this gathering? Could it be that he intended to eliminate Kampa and subsequently position that assassin from Universe 6 in his stead? The thought struck Beerus with dread. Kampa had offended Lindsay on several occasions, making this possibility quite plausible. As his brother, Beerus truly wished to avert witnessing his demise. Yet, the Lindsay of today was no longer the same. He felt utterly powerless to impede him, lacking both the strength and the authority. Kampa, if this is indeed the case, you must resign yourself to fate. It's not that I wish to abandon you, but as your brother, I am powerless to assist. Beerus mused inwardly. Whis then proceeded to communicate directly with the other angels of the same universe. The message was remarkably straightforward. The Great Destroyer has summoned all destroyers and angels to a meeting in Universe 7. This simple declaration instilled a sense of trepidation and unease among all the destroyers, particularly those who had encountered Lindsay at the King of All's palace. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, Jiren was taken aback to learn that Mr. Lindsay had ascended to the position of Great Destroyer. Although he had always recognized Lindsay's exceptional nature, he had never anticipated such a remarkable elevation. Truth be told, Mr. Lindsay was the only human he truly admired. It is indeed hard to believe. Not only is he unharmed, but he has also become the Great Destroyer, Topo acknowledged with a nod, addressing Margarita and Jiren. All right, my dear friends, let us make haste. This marks the inaugural meeting since the Great Destroyer assumed office, and arriving late would be rather impolite, Margarita remarked to Jiren and Topo. Indeed. However, Jiren, when we next encounter Mr. Lindsay, we must adjust our manner of address, Topo advised Jiren. At this moment, the one most apprehensive was undoubtedly Kampa from Universe 6. If he had previously thought Lindsay to be magnanimous enough to overlook grievances, now, with the order for Beerus to bring Hit along, it was evident that Lindsay intended to eliminate him and appoint Hit as his successor. Yet now, I find myself devoid of the courage to resist. Before long, Bados returned with Hit. What exactly do you want from me? If your intention is to kill me, then please, feel free. Hit remarked coldly, gazing at Kampa and Bados. Ever since the failed assassination of Lindsay, he had deliberately avoided encounters with them, yet today he was unexpectedly confronted. If it must come to this, then I shall face my demise. Mr. Hit, I believe you may be mistaken. It is the Great Destroyer who wishes to meet you. Perhaps a significant task awaits you. Bados said with a faint smile, addressing Hit. Although he was uncertain whether Lindsay would indeed eliminate Kampa, it was clear that summoning Hit at this juncture was intended to make him a candidate for the role of Destroyer. The Great Destroyer? Who might that be? Hit was momentarily taken aback by Bados' words. Despite having lived for over a millennium, he had never encountered the name of the Great Destroyer. What could he possibly want with me? He should be an acquaintance of yours. You will surely recognize him upon your meeting, Bados continued. An acquaintance of mine? Hit was increasingly bewildered. In all these years, he had never even heard of this so-called Great Destroyer, making it utterly impossible for them to be familiar with one another. Meanwhile, Kampa appeared lost in thought. Very well, let us depart, Lord Kampa. With a heart full of trepidation, Kampa could do nothing but follow Bados to the 6th universe. Half an hour later, all the destroyers and angels from various universes, under the instantaneous movement of the Kaioshin, arrived in the realm of the destroyer of the 7th universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several orbs of light materialized almost instantaneously, casting a solemn expression across the faces of all present. Even Hellas and Sidra were no exception. acutely aware that they knew little of Lindsay's character, save for the fact that he had slain Kara. Furthermore, he had single-handedly defeated the 8 great destroyers within the King's palace. Lindsay, what brings you here? Upon the arrival of the 6th universe, it suddenly recognized a familiar face. He quickly approached Lindsay, astonished. Could it be that Lindsay, like myself, was an invited human? How audacious. To dare utter the great destroyer's name so casually. Are you seeking destruction? Beerus, who was closest to Lindsay, approached Hit with narrowed eyes, his tone icy. What? Lindsay is the great destroyer? Hitler swallowed hard, his eyes widening in disbelief. It was utterly inconceivable. He had not seen Lindsay for merely 2 years. And yet he had transformed into a harbinger of destruction? Was this some sort of jest? What, are you shocked? Lindsay gazed at Zit, a smile gracing his lips as he spoke. His impression of Zit was quite favorable, despite their brief acquaintance. However, he was genuinely astonished. Zit nodded, then promptly said, I have encountered the great god of destruction. Although he often disregarded deities like Pa, indifferent to their whims, his sentiments toward Lindsay were markedly different. He held a profound admiration for Lindsay, especially since the latter had once shown him mercy. Very well, please step aside for now. Lindsay addressed the gods of destruction with a remark, and then cast his gaze upon them all. He observed that each of them bore a heavy expression, particularly Kampa, whose countenance could only be described as ashen. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to everyone in the 7th universe. Lindsay cast his gaze over all the destroyers, and then spoke in a calm tone. I believe many of you are astonished by my ascension to the great destroyer. Yet, such is the marvel of life. Chapter 122. I am aware that some may harbor resentment towards my position as the great destroyer. But I must emphasize that even if you are discontented, it would be wise to keep it to yourselves. For the words spoken may lead to your demise. And that is simply the reality of the matter. Though Lindsay wore a warm smile upon his visage, his tone was undeniably frigid, causing the gods of destruction to shudder in response. Indeed, some among them harbored resentment towards Lindsay's ascension to the role of god of destruction. Yet, with their fates now entwined in his hands, any dissent must remain silently nestled within their hearts. Now, allow me to address a few matters. First and foremost, you gods of destruction are lamentably weak, pathetically so. Apart from Beerus, each one of you exists in a state akin to utter ineptitude. Of course, the responsibility also lies with you angels, as mentors, if your tutelage has only led them to such a dismal level. Then you angels are indeed a source of great disappointment. Therefore, from this day forth, I implore you to dedicate yourselves fervently to your training. Should I fail to witness any progress, I regret to inform you that your titles as gods of destruction will be forfeit. You are all well aware of what that implies. Lindsay's demeanor was frigid, his gaze sweeping across the faces before him. All the gods of destruction dared not meet Lindsay's eye, unsure whether it was shame or fear that held them captive. He then brought Hit before him, continuing, Secondly, the formerly of the 6th universe, Hit, shall become your ally, the new god of destruction. As for which universe's god of destruction he will replace, I am certain you are all well aware. Following Lindsay's pronouncement, every pair of eyes turned toward Kampa. This individual seemed to have provoked Lindsay's ire on multiple occasions. Now, with Hit being from the 6th universe, it was evident that he was to supplant Kampa. Kampa, feeling the weight of the collective gaze, turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This time, it was truly over. The great god of destruction. Is he truly entrusting me with this role? Hit appeared to be grappling with disbelief, both astonished and bewildered. He had never anticipated ascending to the position of god of destruction. Of course, do you fear you cannot cope with it? Lindsay gazed at Hit and inquired. No, it is not so. I am willing to accept. Hit then bowed deeply before Lindsay and proclaimed, Very well, in that case. Hit shall serve as the new god of destruction for Universe 4. Lindsay addressed the crowd. What? The god of destruction from the 4th universe? I had thought that Kampa had narrowly escaped the calamity. Upon hearing Lindsay's voice, everyone was taken aback. They had assumed that Hit would be taking Kampa's place to eliminate him. But it turned out he was to assume the position of the god of destruction for the 4th universe instead. Upon reflection, it made sense. If Hit were to replace the god of destruction of the 6th universe, a vacancy would inevitably arise in the 4th universe. Kampa felt as though his heart had momentarily ceased. He was overwhelmed with excitement, a fervor beyond measure. To his astonishment, Lindsay had not intended for Hit to take his position, indicating that Lindsay had no immediate plans to end his life. Thank you, great lord of destruction, for your boundless generosity, Kampa exclaimed, dropping to his knees, gratitude evident in every fiber of his being. Beerus also cast a grateful glance at Lindsay, sharing a similar sense of appreciation, for after all, Kampa was his own flesh and blood. But do not be hasty in your gratitude. I have not forgotten your debts, Lindsay warned sternly. Moreover, if you continue to resemble a morbidly obese pig a month from now, I shall not hesitate to obliterate you. Lindsay coldly addressed Kampa. In truth, there were 3 reasons why he refrained from killing Kampa. Firstly, during their previous encounter over the Super Dragon Balls, Kampa's demeanor had been relatively agreeable, in stark contrast to Quitella's provocative nature that had incited his wrath. Secondly, although Lindsay once harbored a desire to eliminate Kampa, as his own strength grew and his adversaries transformed into the Grand Priest, Zalama, and the Omni King, his inclination to eliminate a god of destruction diminished. Thirdly, he found himself in a position where he required allies. While Kampa's prowess was rather average in comparison to his own, he was nonetheless a god of destruction and could prove valuable in battle. Ultimately, the primary reason was that Lindsay no longer regarded Kampa as a significant threat. Yes, I shall not disappoint the great god of destruction, Kampa promptly affirmed. Of course, this sentiment extended not only to Kampa but to all of them. Lindsay gazed at the other deities of destruction and spoke, indeed, great lord of destruction. All the deities appeared to sense that Lindsay was not pursuing them further and promptly responded in unison. All right, that concludes the first 2 matters. Now, for the third issue. The Omni King has mentioned providing me with 2 personal angels, yet I find such an arrangement unnecessary and somewhat cumbersome. Thus, I require only 1. Lindsay cast his gaze upon all the angels. The angel from Universe 1, Awamo, was an exceedingly rotund woman, certainly not an acceptable choice. Although the angel from Universe 2 was a handsome young man, his gender rendered him unsuitable. Ultimately, the selection narrowed down to 3, Batos from Universe 6, Lox from Universe 10, and the dual-tailed Makalita from Universe 11. While Lox possessed a charming appearance, her petite stature made her exceedingly fragile. As for Makalita, the thought of her with her 2 little braids was somewhat appealing. However, a prior disagreement with Lindsay suggested that their interaction might be uncomfortable. Clearing his throat, Lindsay ultimately chose Batos as his angel. Furthermore, having the stunningly beautiful Batos, who embodied both grace and allure, accompany that fellow Xiang Pa, seemed rather extravagant. Batos, would you be willing to become my personal angel? Lindsay gazed at Batos and inquired. He, the great destruction god has issued a direct command. My willingness is of no consequence, Batos replied with a smile, addressing Lindsay. After all, this matter was originally Lindsay's decision, and consulting her was merely a formality. Given this, so be it. Batos shall henceforth be my personal angel. As for the angel of the 6th universe, Lindsay pondered for a moment before turning to Whis and inquired, Whis, is Meru still serving as a trainee angel in the 7th universe? Indeed, Lord Lindsay. Meru's has yet to be officially appointed, Whis responded with a nod. Very well, in that case, let us promote Meru's to become the angel of the 6th universe. His ascension should pose no issues, and he appears to possess a greater enthusiasm for teaching than even you and the others, Lindsay declared. Understood. I shall inform Meru's at once, Whis replied, nodding once more. Chapter 123, Acknowledged. Lindsay nodded, and shortly thereafter, Whis informed Mers. At that moment, Mers was still engaged in his duties with the Galactic Patrol of the 7th universe. Upon receiving Whis's message, he swiftly made his way over. Lindsay spoke for approximately 10 more minutes. Now, the 11th universe and the 6th universe shall remain, while the other universes may return for the time being. In a month, I shall personally assess the fruits of your cultivation. Should anyone show no progress, I regret to inform you that I may have to erase you without hesitation. Lindsay gazed upon all the gods of destruction and spoke, Indeed, my lord. The great god of destruction. The assembly nodded in acquiescence and subsequently departed from the 7th universe. At that moment, the apprentice angel, Weiss, had arrived at the realm of the god of destruction in the 7th universe. Weiss respectfully acknowledged the great god of destruction, bowing in deference to Lindsay. The purpose of my visit is quite straightforward, to promote you to the position of angel of the 6th universe. Is that acceptable? Lindsay gazed at Myrcy before him and spoke. Myrcy appeared rather immature, resembling a young boy who had yet to mature. At least, when compared to Weiss and the others, he certainly seemed so. No problem, Lord Great Destruction God, Myrcy readily agreed. His work with the Galactic Patrol was solely to expedite his official status and become a true angel. Thus, the prospect of attaining such status so swiftly was indeed a coveted opportunity. Very well, now you shall accompany Xiangpa back. Remember to diligently train this fellow. If he dares to slack off, give him a thorough beating. Should there be any grievances, simply inform me, and I shall rectify the matter. Lindsay addressed Myers, expressing his thoughts on Xiangpa, who was notoriously indolent and likely not easy to train. I understand, Myers nodded, subsequently departing with Xiangpa. In truth, Xiangpa was quite exhilarated. He had never anticipated returning alive when he first arrived in the 7th universe. Although Bados had been replaced, merely preserving his life was a significant achievement. Once Xiangpa and his companions had left, only the 7th and 11th universes remained in the realm of destruction. Beerus, Jiren, and Topo, I hold high expectations for the three of you. I foresee an impending cosmic catastrophe. The adversaries we face may be beyond the capabilities of even the Grand Minister to manage entirely. Therefore, I require you to grow stronger in the shortest possible time, so that we may survive the impending calamity. Do you comprehend? Lindsay gazed at the three with utmost seriousness. Although the mention of Tuapa was merely a casual remark, the prowess displayed by Beerus and Jiren was indeed commendable. It was likely that their abilities could rival those of Mao and Gu Qiaodas, the malevolent deities. Furthermore, their innate talents were remarkable. With diligent training, they could potentially become even stronger. Perhaps, in due course, they could indeed offer some assistance. Yes, Great Destroyer, they responded with conviction, seemingly honored by the special attention. The fact that Lindsay had chosen to address only the three of them signified his regard for them, a notion that brought them great joy. Very well, then. A month from now, I shall return to assess your progress in training. If you do not wish to become mere fodder amidst the cataclysm, then dedicate yourselves to rigorous practice. Lindsay nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the trio. It was likely that they would emerge as formidable warriors in the forthcoming battles. Understood. Great Destruction God. In that case, we shall return to Universe 11. Jiren appeared to be somewhat eager to commence his training. Lindsay referred to the impending battle as a cataclysm, for it undoubtedly heralded a formidable foe. Thus, their time was of the utmost essence. Very well, let us proceed. Lindsay nodded. At that moment, however, Makalita suddenly stepped in front of him, her enchanting smile illuminating her face as she inquired, "Why did the Great Destruction God not choose me just now? Was it because we previously clashed in battle? Surely, I possess beauty and figure that rival those of Bardos." "No," he replied. "It is simply that I am not fond of the sensation of driving a hand-operated tractor." Lindsay smiled slyly and said to Makalita, "What does it mean?" Makalita was evidently perplexed by Lindsay's intention. "It means nothing. Hurry back and contemplate it thoroughly." After Lindsay spoke, Makalita and the others had no choice but to return. At this moment, only Lindsay, Bardos, Whis, and Beerus remained in the realm of destruction. "My Lord Lindsay, would you require a palace and a planet akin to Lord Beerus's for your residence in the future?" Bardos inquired, gazing at Lindsay. After all, having ascended to the position of the Great Destroyer, it was only fitting that Lindsay exuded the grandeur befitting such a role. "Do you think my taste is so lacking?" Lindsay replied. "Let us proceed to Earth." Lindsay cast a dismissive glance at Beerus and remarked, "This wretched planet is hardly a place for just two individuals to reside. Even with Beerus's attendance, it proves futile. Time to focus on cultivation, Beerus. I presume you are still contemplating surpassing me." Turning away, Lindsay smiled at Beerus, who quickly shook his head in denial. Such thoughts had long been dispelled when Lindsay's powers reached celestial levels. With a swift motion, Lindsay and Beerus vanished from the realm of destruction. For Beerus, being appointed as Lindsay's angel was a most fortunate turn of events. Firstly, Lindsay's striking appearance far surpassed that of Kampa, and his diligence and self-discipline were commendable. Moreover, the Earth of Universe 7 boasted an abundance of delectable cuisine, promising a delightful experience ahead. Upon departing the realm of destruction, Lindsay and Beerus returned directly to Earth, arriving at home. Although merely 4 days had passed in Earth time, Lindsay had spent a full 3 years within the hyperbolic time chamber, leading him to miss Android 18 considerably. Chapter 124. At the entrance of the villa, Android 18 stood in a daze, staring at Lindsay and the angelic figure beside him. How did she come to be here? She pondered, her brows slightly furrowing as she turned to Lindsay, inquiring about the presence of Beerus, whom she recognized as the angel from Universe 6. "Well, this tale is rather lengthy. Allow me to explain it to you in due time." Lindsay spoke somewhat awkwardly to Android 18. He had long anticipated that facing her would be rather challenging, which was precisely why he had chosen only Beerus as his angel. If he had selected another, it would likely have led to unrest. After half an hour, Lindsay recounted all his recent experiences to Android 18. What? The Omni King appointed you as the god of destruction? Android 18 exclaimed, her disbelief evident. That is truly a divine position. Although Lindsay possessed formidable strength, the notion that he was entrusted with overseeing the entirety of the universe was indeed astonishing. To be precise, he had ascended to the rank of the great god of destruction, surpassing even the regular gods of destruction. And as for Beerus, he is my personal angel. Which left me with no choice but to accept. Lindsay smiled faintly and remarked, is there truly no way to refuse? The 18th, somewhat skeptical, gazed at Lindsay and inquired, is it really impossible to decline? Indeed, it is utterly unavoidable. Lindsay nodded earnestly. How close does this personal angel need to be? The 18th inquired once more, her tone evidently laced with jealousy. Hiki, as close as Master Lindsay desires, I shall come. Bado seemed to revel in the mischief, covering her mouth with a smile as she addressed the 18th. All right. Bado's is merely a serious angel, so do not think too much into it. We haven't been treating our stomachs well these days. Let us hasten to dine. After Lindsay spoke, he promptly made his way to the kitchen. As time passed, a month swiftly slipped away. During this period, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta had visited, seeking Lindsay's guidance in their training. However, Lindsay declined their request, prompting the two to return to the realm of destruction. As the days unfolded, Lindsay was increasingly plagued by a sense of unease, one that grew ever more intense. Master Lindsay, as you yourself mentioned, today you should assess the training results of all the gods of destruction, Bardos remarked to him upon waking. Indeed, it is time to take a look. I wonder how much they have progressed, Lindsay replied. Lindsay smiled and spoke. However, he did not harbor much hope for them. After all, a group of destruction deities who had existed for billions of years, or even longer, had only attained such strength up to this point. It was unlikely that they would make significant progress in just a month. Bados summoned all the destruction deities once again to the 7th universe. Since there was nothing else to do today, why not hold a performance competition among the destruction deities? Lindsay pondered for a moment and spoke. Perhaps this will further ignite their resolve to grow stronger. Understood, Master Lindsay. I shall notify them immediately, replied Bardos, who then proceeded to use her staff to contact the angels of other universes. Once she completed the communication, Lindsay and Bardos teleported directly to the God of Destruction's realm in Universe 7. Although angels are renowned for their swiftness, it pales in comparison to the instantaneous travel of teleportation. Respectful greetings, great God of Destruction, they said as they entered the realm, where Beerus, Whis, and Vegeta greeted Lindsay with utmost reverence. Beerus had repeatedly emphasized that Lindsay's status had vastly transformed. Even the gods of destruction appeared as mere insects in his eyes. It was evident that Vegeta remembered this well, yet Goku seemed oblivious. Beerus furrowed his brow and glanced at Lindsay. Ah, Lindsay, you have arrived. Goku waved casually, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. Before Lindsay could respond, Beerus delivered a sharp slap to Goku's head, sending him flying. Goku, if you continue to address the great god of destruction so casually, I shall obliterate you, Beerus scolded sternly. He felt compelled to act. After all, Goku was a human of his universe, and if Lindsay were to become displeased, he would also face the consequences. TCH, that fool Kakarot. Despite my numerous reminders, he still fails to remember. He deserves this, Vegeta muttered, observing Goku's predicament. How could Kakarot be so forgetful? The Lindsay of today was no longer the Lindsay of the past, yet he still dared to address him so informally. Geez, Lord Beerus, that was rather excessive, Goku exclaimed as he picked himself up, scratching his head and grumbling. Lindsay was not a stranger, was he? There was no need for excessive formalities. The fact that he had not obliterated you directly was already a show of mercy. Beerus cast a cold glance at Sun Wukong and remarked, should you continue to lack awareness, the punishment will not be so lenient next time. In truth, Lindsay did not overly concern himself with Sun Wukong's address. After all, this fellow had once referred to the Omni King as Aquan. Half an hour later, all the gods of destruction and angels reappeared in the realm of destruction. It seemed that everyone's power had significantly increased. However, what astonished Lindsay the most was the transformation of the god of destruction from Universe 6, Kampa. What? Is that really Kampa? Not only Lindsay but all the gods of destruction displayed shock at the sight of Kampa. The once rotund figure had entirely transformed, now appearing robust and well-defined. Even more formidable than Beerus. Oh, it appears that Lord Kampa has undergone rigorous training during this past month. Whis and Beerus expressed their astonishment. It seemed Melis had indeed found a way. Within just a month, Kampa had undergone a qualitative change, and his divine energy had evidently increased significantly. Feeling the astonished and shocked gazes directed at him, Kampa seemed to relish the attention. It seems my month of grueling training has not been in vain. He thought with pride. Indeed, effort and reward are proportional. Chapter 125, Salutations to the Great God of Destruction. Subsequently, all the gods of destruction respectfully bowed and greeted Lindsay. Indeed, it appears that your potential has been greatly underestimated. In just a month, your strength has seemingly increased considerably. Especially you, Kampa. I must say, I can no longer refer to you as the fat pig. Lindsay glanced at the assembly of destroyers, ultimately directing his gaze towards Kampa, and spoke. Although Kampa did not outwardly exhibit his emotions, internally, he felt a surge of delight. To be praised in front of all the destroyers was an honor he had never before experienced. Wow, Vegeta, these beings are all exceedingly powerful. I never imagined there would be so many stronger than us in the universe. Goku remarked, observing the terrifying divine aura emanating from each destroyer. Despite having attained the form of Super Saiyan God, he felt utterly incomparable to them. Each of these entities was a destroyer, and their prowess was likely not far from that of Beerus, if not superior. Vegeta coldly retorted to Goku, while internally he was equally astonished. The strength of these beings was indeed formidable, and he yearned for the opportunity to engage in battle with them. Goku then pressed his lips together, excitement radiating from him as he expressed his enthusiasm. Mr. Goku, I advise you to abandon such thoughts. Whis interjected calmly. Each destroyer possesses unparalleled strength, and after a month of rigorous training, everyone's power has seen substantial enhancement. While you and Vegeta may be among the pinnacle of human warriors, you remain quite feeble in comparison to the destroyers. Upon hearing Goku's exuberant declaration, Whis responded with a hint of indifference. Previously, Lord Kampa's strength was regarded as one of the weakest among the destroyers. However, under the tutelage of Merus over the past month, he has experienced significant growth. The same applies to the other destroyers, thus the disparity has widened considerably. Is every one of them this formidable? Goku inquired, clearly struggling to grasp the reality. Although he believed he had subdued his voice, every individual present still heard his words, prompting the destroyers to slightly furrow their brows. It was indeed a gathering of destroyers. What were two humans doing in the realm of the destroyers? Goku, it seems you have a penchant